Chapter 82, By All That Is Holy. Throughout the year, Icrian eagerly anticipates Christmas, and although the complexity of this year's menu poses a considerable challenge, it does not dampen his fervent expectations. The Veritaserum-infused tea incident with Dumbledore left Icrian incensed for a while, yet he was eventually pacified by Dumbledore's generous offering of 3 honey sticks. Ever since Snape discovered his unique attributes, he has subjected Icrian to frequent experiments, utilizing him as a test subject for poisons. Icrian suddenly recalled that Lamy had once cautioned him that if his peculiarities were to be exposed, dire consequences would ensue. Initially, he had scoffed at such warnings. Now, however, he finds himself believing them, instinctively retreating at the mere sight of Snape. Slughorn sent him an invitation, requesting his presence at the Christmas ball he is hosting on the eve of the holiday. Icrian did not express a definitive stance, merely responding with non-committal sounds of agreement. On the eve of Christmas, it was meant to be a splendid day, courtesy of Chongli. However, it turned out to be anything but splendid. The contents of the letter Chongli brought back caused Icrian, who had been napping on the sofa in the headmaster's office, to spring up abruptly, startling Dumbledore at his desk. In his haste, he accidentally spilled coffee all over the documents Dumbledore was reviewing. Dumbledore, maintaining his composure, responded with a silent expression, contrasting sharply with Icrian's startled demeanor as he stood by the window, engaged in correspondence. When did this occur? Wasn't it just a few days before Thanksgiving that they officially announced their stance? How could they have died yesterday? Icrian shouted into the communicator. Who could have known? Damn it, Riddle acted far too swiftly, Furlant remarked. So, who remains of the Rogiers now? There is a 7th-year student at Hogwarts, Micah Rogier, who is about to come of age. He has an uncle named Howard. Micah's mother's sister has also passed away, but she left behind a little girl who has been well protected. No details about her name have been disclosed. Make every effort to ensure that child's safety. Howard is on watch in Hogsmeade, isn't he? You can rest assured that Micah is with me. Well, you can trust me regarding the child. By the way, the funeral coincides with Christmas, right? Is that acceptable? No problem. I will bring Micah back. All right, I'll hang up for now. Icrian hung up the phone and met Dumbledore's inquisitive gaze, shrugging as he explained. Just a brother has died. Damn it. Riddle is moving far too quickly. If another Dark Lord emerges in this world, I swear I will dismember him. Tomorrow, if I have the time, I will set Riddle's ancestral home ablaze. Refrain from using such vulgar language. Damn it. My brothers have died in such numbers, I can hardly contain myself. Why am I still not of age? Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted Icrian's tirade of curses. The door swung open to reveal Harry. Professor Dumbledore. Icrian, hurry. Something has happened in Hogsmeade. Harry panted, clearly having rushed to deliver the news. Professor McGonagall sent me to inform you. She is currently organizing the students in Hogsmeade, but the situation has escalated beyond her control, and she and the other professors are overwhelmed. In winter, Harry's face was flushed from the cold, while his bangs were stuck to his forehead with sweat. Chongli, without waiting for Dumbledore's response, Icrian took Chongli and departed hastily. Hogsmeade Village. From a distance, Icrian could already see a dense throng of people ahead. The narrow pathways of the village were utterly congested. Numerous shopkeepers had emerged to witness the commotion. He intended to ascertain what had transpired, but upon seeing the scene clearly, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 83. A moment of silence. Pardon me, please. Icklain addressed the surrounding crowd with courtesy, and they parted to create a path. The sight before him rendered Icklain momentarily speechless. Is that you, Icklain? McGonagall inquired softly. Icklain shook his head and approached. He gently patted the shoulder of the person before him, speaking in a soothing tone. Micah. Grindel. Micah choked out. Icklain, who had perfectly inherited Grindelwald's linguistic talent, found himself at a loss for words. He gestured for Professor McGonagall to console the child while he turned his gaze to the lifeless body on the ground. The air was filled with the sounds of apparition. Dumbledore arrived, surveying the grim scene without uttering a word, assisting the professors in dispersing the students. Damn it. The Death Eaters lurking in Hogsmeade have revealed themselves, and to the astonishment of the professors, they were smeared with blood. Yet, no wound could compare to the horrific sight of the disfigured corpse of the wizard lying on the ground. Professor McGonagall and even Dumbledore felt a wave of nausea at the sight before them. Dumbledore glanced at Icklain, who stood beside the body, and softly inquired, "What are you thinking?" Icklain remained silent, furrowing his brow. He then drew his wand and began to cast a spell upon the corpse lying on the ground, Eternal Soul. This was a spell of his own invention. Although not commonly used, its rarity was advantageous, allowing the soul to briefly revisit the world for 5 minutes. Sufficient time to relay any final wishes and affairs. Moreover, it possessed an additional function. It could compel the victim to reveal the name of their murderer, extremely practical. As the tip of his wand emitted a bluish-white light, akin to the Patronus charm, the body was restored to its former appearance. Above the physical form floated Howard Rosier like a specter. "How does it feel?" Icklain asked the soul before him in a gentle tone. "Let us see. I feel quite impressive." Having withstood 16 Cruciatus curses, his tone was remarkably casual, causing all present to gasp in shock. The Cruciatus curse, in a normal individual, would drive them to madness after enduring just 5. Bellatrix's Cruciatus is rather adept. She strikes without a hint of hesitation, Howard continued. "Enough of that. Do you have any last wishes?" Icklain interrupted, unable to bear it any longer. "Isn't the letter with you? You must take care of Micah for me. Care for him yourself. I shall place you within a portrait. You ought to look after your own nephew." Fine. However, there are some things I didn't mention in the letter. I was the first from the Rosier family to join the Death Eaters, excluding Winda, of course. It's quite regrettable not to witness the day our ideals come to fruition. I was one of the pioneers on this path. If success is ever achieved, I shall undoubtedly be recorded in history. I desire a page dedicated to me in the annals of magical history. Just kidding. Being alongside my brothers on the same page suffices. Time is running out. Honestly, death doesn't hurt at all, truly. Not in the slightest. His final words remained unspoken as time ran out. Icklain took a deep breath and walked towards the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Opening a wooden crate affixed to the wall, retrieving a bottle of strong liquor, he filled Howard Rosier's glass. Everyone produced their cups, filling them one by one. And together they raised them towards the body, or rather, the soul. To this guy who loved to play cards and always lost, Icklain led the toast. "To this fellow who owes me 3 galleons, others chimed in. Some raised their glasses with choked voices, unable to articulate their grief. Chapter 84. The Farewell Letter. "All right. I'll take him back now," Vix said, wiping his face as he approached. "You ought to refrain from using that spell so often." With that, Icklain turned his head aside, coughing violently a few times, waving his hand with a smile, choosing not to respond. Vix said nothing further, crouching down. Icklain lifted Howard's body onto his own, raising it up. Vix hoisted Howard onto his back, testing the weight. "Very light. Let us go. I'll take you home." The remaining Death Eaters, much like Icklain, watched the 2 figures fade into the distance down the narrow path of Hogsmeade. A cold wind, mixed with snowflakes, blew past. "All right. Let us pull ourselves together," Icklain urged. "Let us all return to work. We'll celebrate Christmas when we're back." The Death Eaters nodded in agreement, turning to disappear into the alley. Icklain swallowed hard, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, leaving a strange sensation. Not pleasant. He first pulled out a honey stick from his pocket, unwrapping the sugary paper and placing it in his mouth. Then, from the inner pocket of his coat, he retrieved a letter, calling to Micah in the corner. "Child, come here." Micah wiped his tears and approached, his eyes red and his gaze somewhat vacant. "This is a letter your uncle left for you." Icklain handed him the somewhat thick envelope. Micah accepted it, slowly unsealing the letter. Icklain turned his head, taking a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of white mist. Snow began to fall. Having observed the entire process, Dumbledore first gestured for Professor McGonagall to return, then took a few steps forward. He placed a hand on Icklain's shoulder, intending to offer words of comfort, but was abruptly interrupted. "Dumbledore, I have but a few words to convey." Icklain's gaze was serious, devoid of jest. "I have lost so many brothers. For what purpose? Remember, if one day I truly become a threat that must be eliminated, then before you strike, I will ensure your end comes first. I mean what I say. I will never be your enemy." Who is the true enemy? Not Riddle, not the Death Eaters, but those obstinate fools who refuse to move forward while blocking our path. Those foolish blood supremacists, those ridiculous secrecy laws. Dumbledore remained silent, offering no response to Icklain's words. Their attention was drawn to Micah, who was engrossed in the letter. "Dear Micah, when you read this letter, I will have let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Your parents, though they stood with the Dark Lord years ago, I must speak on their behalf. Despite their entanglements during those years, they loved you dearly. You may never have the chance to question us. You might resent them for not looking after you, for leaving you and your sister in my care during the First War. Perhaps it was a matter too painful to articulate. I cannot answer for them. Remember, we love you. All we wish is for your safety. That is our shared desire. Also, trust Icklain, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald. I will not force you to follow him, but at times, His words are equivalent to my commands. You must obey. I penned this letter long ago, as I knew this day could arrive at any moment, yet I fear not death. Regrettably, it will arrive by the time you come of age. I am sorry, and I do not expect you to forgive me. However, I still love you. Take good care of yourself, and of course, your sister as well. I have not written to her, mind you. My Gringotts key is enclosed within this envelope. The Rogiers are now in your hands, to be dealt with as you see fit, whether discarded or otherwise. I fully support your decision. A note, if luck is not on your side, do not emulate my attempts at card games, for you will suffer a dismal defeat. Forever and always yours, Howard Rogier. Chapter 85, A Reunion with Barty. Micah's mouth was agape, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet the sound that emerged resembled the deflation of a balloon, leaving him only able to choke back sobs. Dumbledore attempted to approach, but was restrained by Icklain, who shook his head while gazing at Micah. He inquired, "Will you be returning home for Christmas Eve tomorrow?" Micah repeatedly wiped his tears away with his arm and muttered, "What home? I shall remain at school." "Who says you have no home?" Icklain gestured for him to look into the distance. Following his gaze, Micah beheld Wenda approaching through the winter snow. "Rogier?" Micah stammered, his voice trembling. "You ought to call her aunt," Icklain reminded, for a girl's age is always a sensitive topic, a truth well understood in the West. Although the Rogier family in France and their British counterparts are two distinct factions, by convention, they are indeed relatives. "First, go with Wenda to gather your belongings. And then fetch your sister. We shall see each other tomorrow." Icklain nodded toward Wenda. Without uttering a word, Wenda led Micah back toward the castle. Dumbledore murmured his name softly. "Will you be returning tomorrow?" "You must grant this old man some time to conclude matters here," Icklain nodded. Removing the stick from his honey wand, incinerating it with a silent charm, and adjusting his cloak's collar to shield against the cold wind. He then made his way toward the honey duke. His supply of sweets had dwindled, that was the last one. As he pushed open the door, the wind chimes tinkled in response. The interior was relatively crowded. The earlier commotion had stirred a minor upheaval in the shops, but it was swiftly subdued by the Death Eaters. The area far from the Pig's Head pub had not been significantly affected, and patrons here had clear intentions, seeking to purchase candies and gingerbread men for the Christmas festivities. It was remarkably tranquil. Icklain surveyed the shelves lined with packages of honey wands. His gaze shifting to the right, he squinted, finding something quite familiar. Uncertain, he looked again. The individual was indeed spitting out a forked tongue. "Wait a moment, little Barty." Icklain approached, clutching a bag of honey wands, casually resting his hand on the boy's shoulder. He feigned interest in the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans before discreetly asking, "What is going on? Did you team up with that Bella character?" "Not at all. She's far too unhinged to collaborate with," little Barty replied succinctly. "Oh," Icklain pondered, casting a silencing charm around them. Since Riddle's resurrection in 4th year, little Barty had maintained correspondence with him, providing a wealth of information. Icklain was increasingly confident in little Barty's abilities. It would be a waste to give Riddle your talents. And waste is shameful. Be cautious. He intends to send some spies your way. You should also be aware that he wishes to eliminate Dumbledore, Barty continued. "Yes, I know. Who doesn't he want to kill Dumbledore? Let him be. If possible, do keep an eye on Draco Malfoy for me." "Malfoy as family actually allows you to pay attention to him? I share a bit of a rapport with his child. After all, he is ostensibly my student. Just look out for him." Little Barty merely huffed in response. "Just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. Will you be able to return tomorrow?" Icklain inquired. "I cannot." Little Barty grabbed a box of biscuits and headed toward the cashier. "I shall cover this gentleman's expenses," Icklain said, placing the money on the counter and adding his bag of honey wands to the total. "Very well, Mr. Greenleaf," the cashier replied. After completing the transaction, the two exited the shop. Throughout, little Barty remained silent, and Icklain discreetly chose to walk in the opposite direction. After all, who could ascertain that there were no spies from Riddle lurking here? "Merry Christmas, Mr. Slughorn," Icklain greeted as he returned to the headmaster's office, expressing his regret. "I must inform you in advance that I will be unable to attend your ball tomorrow." "Oh, that's quite all right. Dumbledore summoned me to cancel the ball. And given the recent events, many of the students I invited are planning to return home for the holidays. Whether they will return is still uncertain," Slughorn replied. "Such is life, Horace," Dumbledore remarked. "By the way, Dumbledore," Icklain approached casually, seizing a piece of parchment to compile a list. "These individuals, well, you know what I mean. They shall accompany me home for the holidays. As for Dean and Abbott, I do not intend to allow them back. I have my reservations." "Understood, Illinois. Micah's belongings should be packed by now, yes? Regarding his situation, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer at this moment. Whether he continues his studies or not is for him to decide." Icklain casually cast a spell, and Micah's belongings began to pack themselves. "Oh, my mind is a bit scattered. Long, you will need to make a trip to New York and inform Scamander that I shall visit after the holidays. Of course. He may also be in Florida, Icklain instructed, which made Slughorn feel somewhat superfluous. To be frank, Icklain harbored little fondness for Slughorn, as Dumbledore had merely hired him for his own ends, to extract information regarding that particular memory. Chapter 86. Edible. What is this? I shall return now. If I can arrive by dawn, it would be splendid. I still need to make a trip to Diagon Alley. The custom garments I ordered are ill-fitting. Additionally, I have a plethora of gifts to purchase, and then there are the ingredients and decorations required for the next few days, and… Alright, Illinois. It sounds as though you have your hands full. I shall attend to these lists shortly. Thank you for your efforts. I shall take my leave. Icklain wrapped his gray scarf around himself, having finally retrieved it from the bottom of his trunk. After scanning the area to ensure he had not forgotten anything, he departed. Just before the shops closed, he managed to procure all the necessary items. Burdened with bags, he returned to Nurmingard. At 2 in the morning, he arrived slightly ahead of schedule. Fortunately, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions had been overwhelmed with customers recently, having hired additional staff, or he would have faced further delays. Nurmingard was ablaze with light. Upon pushing open the door, a red pom-pom flew directly at his nose, which Icklain skillfully halted mid-air with a spatial charm. Setting down his parcels, he grasped the suspended pom-pom in his hand. Grindelwald chuckled nearby, which only served to exacerbate Icklain's irritation. Scowling, he hurled the red ball at Florent. Then growled, "Florent Green, could you possibly tone it down a bit?" Florent rubbed his forehead, begrudgingly retreating to the sofa. "This is how you welcome me upon my return, is it? Do you so desire to intrude upon my nose?" Icklain tossed a package of sweaters toward Florent on the sofa. He then proceeded to distribute the remaining sweaters to their respective recipients. "What number is Howard's gravestone?" 027. "I believe." Vix examined the sweater in his hands with scrutiny. Icklain nodded, pushing open the back door to stroll into the garden, where Howard's gravestone was adorned with a profusion of flowers, several bottles of liquor, cigarettes, and a few decks of cards. He placed the lighter he had purchased from a muggle shop beside the gravestone and laid down a bouquet. "The 27th tribute," he mused, gazing at the garden, where roses still bloomed vibrantly despite the winter, their hues made even more striking against the white snow. "Howard, aren't you still owing me 5 galleons?" Icklain shouted as he charged into the dining room, addressing the portrait of Howard that hung on the wall. "And don't forget the 3 galleons you owe me. Plus $25 from our bet, and the money I spent on your cigarettes." Cowley stood with his arms crossed, expressionless, observing the portrait. In it, Howard feigned ignorance, eyes closed as if he could not comprehend. Leaning into the notion of honoring the deceased, Icklain took a deep breath, smiled at Howard, and then stormed back into the living room. "He still owes me money. How could he just die like that?" Icklain grumbled. "Master, rather than complain, why not take this opportunity to hang up the fairy lights?" Wendell remarked, his face devoid of expression as he gazed at Icklain, curled up on the sofa. The subdued Icklain dared not utter another word and, with ribbons in hand, set off to work. "Flint, you need not linger idly either. Go and organize this year's bills," Wendell instructed. The equally meek Flint dejectedly departed. In all respects, Wendell commanded a realm where no one dared to slack off. Those who were meant to work were diligently attending to their tasks. Of course, this was certainly not out of fear. Absolutely not. It was merely a fundamental respect of men towards women. The phrase favoring males over females held a unique interpretation among Icklain and his companions. Heavy burdens were to be borne by men, while lighter tasks were left for women. However, they defied this norm, demanding that men should bear both heavy and light loads alike. Thus, it was simply a matter of principle. It was certainly not because they were afraid. As dawn broke, a splendid day began. Icklain found himself dragged outside by Wendell, who seized him by the ear and thrust him into the snow to shovel, for Icklain had been slacking off, having transformed into an animagus and dozing in a corner. Upon being discovered by Wendell, he was promptly yanked out, as the snow at the entrance needed clearing anyway. By the time he finished shoveling, it was already midday. Time to prepare a meal. For some unknown reason, Icklain felt a sudden twitch in his right eyelid, an ominous premonition. Sure enough, he caught sight of Flint, eager in the kitchen, which sent his blood pressure soaring. "Trust me, I'm just here to try my hand at baking bread," Flint earnestly assured him. But could he be trusted? Icklain, reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm, handed him a piece of dough and let him experiment. When Icklain pulled the gingerbread men out of the oven, Flint proudly presented his loaf of bread, inviting Icklain to taste it. Resigned, Icklain took a piece and bit into it. Chew, chew, chew. How to politely express that it was unpalatable. "So how is it?" Flint watched him with hopeful eyes. Mulling over his options, Icklain settled on a diplomatic edible. It seems it's not quite cooked in the middle," he remarked after a couple more chews. "Not cooked? Then why don't you spit it out?" Flint exclaimed, shaking Icklain's shoulders violently. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed between them. They froze. "Did you swallow it? We can't waste food." But it's not cooked. Spit it out. Icklain shook his head, slicing Flint's loaf in half and returning it to the oven to remedy its undercooked state. Chapter 87. Poor Vision. After much persuasion, Icklain finally managed to convince Flint to leave the kitchen. Hey, Winnie, can you keep an eye on the bread for me? I forgot to hang the fairy lights at the entrance. Icklain called to Winnie in the kitchen before striding away. Winnie, without complaint, refrained from checking the bread's doneness. In the distance, there seemed to be someone operating, and Icklain leaned over the castle's parapet, squinting to see Flint. Was someone approaching? You really ought to get glasses, master. Flint remarked from the ladder. That's Professor Dumbledore. Ah, Icklain mused, Dumbledore. Once he secured the fairy lights in place, he leaned over the parapet, calling out, Merry Christmas. Father. Merry Christmas, Illinois, Dumbledore replied, turning to seek Icklain's figure. Where are you speaking to me from? Look up. Icklain's head appeared. Oh, Illinois, that's very dangerous. Dumbledore cautioned. Icklain, come down, Wendell's voice echoed from inside. Have you forgotten something? Coming. Not daring to delay, he swiftly operated down, leaving Flint alone to hang the fairy lights. Observing this, Dumbledore kindly used his magic to secure the lights. Flint suddenly realized he was a wizard. Icklain hurried to the hearth, awaiting their arrival. The flames unexpectedly flared, shifting from red to green. Micah emerged, accompanied by a small girl. Quickly, quickly. I completely forgot about this. Icklain exclaimed, taking the suitcase behind Micah to help him out. Wendell pulled the little girl closer, brushing off the dust from her clothes. You must be hungry. Today's dinner won't be as sumptuous as tomorrow's, so just wait a moment. What would you two little ones like to eat? I'll prepare it. Icklain also dusted off Micah, guiding both of them toward the living room. No need to trouble yourself, Micah. The girl's voice was interrupted by Icklain. Nonsense. Even if you don't eat, your sister must, right? Turning to the girl, who resembled a porcelain doll, he inquired. What is your name, dear? The girl shyly shook her head, hiding behind Micah and clutching his shirt. Ailey, her name is. She is almost 6, Micah revealed. Oh. Icklain pondered. Micah, come with me. Your sister will be well taken care of by Wendell. Micah nodded, following Icklain into the dining room. Inside were about 6 people, all friends of Howard from his lifetime, with Vix being one of them. Upon their entrance, all eyes in the room turned to the door, each person sizing up Micah. Let me introduce you. These are your uncle's friends, who have watched you grow up. It's normal that you don't know them, given the circumstances, Icklain explained, encouraging them to take a good look at Micah. With a pat on Micah's back, he nudged him inside. You all talk. I'll go prepare dinner, Icklain said, closing the door behind him. How did it go? Flint asked. Icklain sighed, shaking his head, a bunch of prideful souls suffering in silence, all red-eyed. They acted as if nothing were amiss when we entered. I can understand that. If one day you were to die, I'd have to do the same. Don't curse me like that. Just as he was about to inquire about Ailey, the sound of apparition at the door caught his attention. The door swung open, and Macaulay and his party walked in. What brings you all back? Icklain asked, surprised. For he had assumed that with the multitude of tasks this year across various regions and departments, they would not return. Yet, they had come back, and remarkably on time. What a surprise. Having finished his tasks ahead of schedule, he returned. Mr. Dumbledore? Macaulay glanced at Dumbledore, who stood behind Icklain, and nodded in acknowledgement. He brushed the snowflakes from his head, removed his scarf, and tossed it to Flint. Hurry, hurry, I'm freezing. Augustus rubbed his hands together, not even bothering to take off his scarf as he made a beeline for the fireplace. This weather is truly a sight for Merlin, Icklain remarked, gazing outside. Indeed. This is typical of British weather. In the dimming light, he discerned a distant silhouette, one large and 2 small figures approaching. Flint, do you see that? Is someone else coming? Icklain squinted and inquired. Huh. Flint followed his gaze and, with a serious expression, replied, Young master, your eyesight is quite poor. That's not the progeny of the Prince family. What's his name? Severus, right? Flint noted the presence of Dean and Abbot behind them. Upon hearing Snape's name, Icklain instinctively stiffened, momentarily frozen in place. Merry Christmas. Severus, Icklain said, realizing there was no avoiding the encounter and bracing himself for it. Grindelwald, guess how your promising pupil fared in the potions exam, Snape said. His expression unchanged. Huh. Icklain shifted his gaze downward, glancing at Abbot before decisively turning his attention to Dean, scrutinizing him. Dean ventured. He is the only student this year to achieve such results. I must admit, the Gryffindors possess more wit, Icklain nodded. I understand. Will you stay for dinner? No. Snape huffed, turning on his heel and departing without another word. No sooner had he left than Flint exclaimed in astonishment, How much did you score? An A? He stared at Dean in disbelief. Icklain jumped at his shout, pulling the 2 children inside and shutting the door. You passed? Well done, Brother D. Flint pulled Dean toward the sofa, exclaiming, You're one of my protégés, and you actually passed the potions exam? Incredible. Icklain noticed Abbott twitching his lips and bent down to ask, let me guess, what did you score? All OS. You have far too much faith in me, Grindelwald. Abbott replied, did I guess incorrectly? Icklain knew he hadn't missed the mark, partially because he had taught Abbott, and partly because Grindelwald's ability to perceive the truth was no exaggeration. No, you guessed correctly. All OS. Flan exclaimed, goodness, how did we, a bunch of underachievers, manage to raise two clever children like you? Here is the plan, Dean. To celebrate your passing and to congratulate Abbott on achieving all outstanding marks. First place. I have decided that since you both wished for chocolate ice cream, I grant my approval. Icklain declared, nudging Abbott forward to join in the celebration with Dean and Flant. Chapter 88. This number is quite satisfactory. Icklain instinctively glanced at Grindelwald, who was absent from the living room, as was Dumbledore. It was evident that the two had slipped away for some private time together. Icklain, who was all too aware of the bond between them, a love that was both profound and yet fraught with the desire for liberation, compounded by their opposing allegiances, knew that a straightforward relationship was utterly implausible. May I inquire if it is only Winnie and I who will be preparing the meal this year? Icklain asked. I must defend Winnie. It is always he who cooks, and none of you offer assistance. How about this? Dean, Abbott, while you have the time, why not try your hand at making gingerbread men? I've already baked the dough. You can bring along Miss Wanda's little sister. He placed his hands on his hips and turned his gaze to Flant. You should join them as well. The kitchen door swung open, and Micah emerged. Finished? Icklain inquired, noticing the telltale signs of his despondency. As expected, the iron box Micah held was likely a keepsake from his uncle. Yes, with a considerable stretch of time before dinner. Would they have time to make gingerbread men? Icklain tilted his head, smiling. In the dining room. Icklain had intended to shoo away the old smokers so the children could make their treats, but unexpectedly, the adults extinguished their cigarettes and began playing with the children instead. However, no one seemed inclined to assist with dinner preparations. Icklain and Winnie stood at the kitchen door, observing the warm scene unfold, choosing to retreat back into the kitchen. Well, look who has arrived, Icklain remarked without looking up, entirely focused on chopping potatoes, as Grindelwald and Dumbledore entered the kitchen, offering their assistance. Don't be sarcastic, Grindelwald said, shedding his coat and rolling up his shirt sleeves to wash his hands. Father, Icklain said, handing over the recipe to Dumbledore. If you two could manage to prepare these, it would be a tremendous help. Dumbledore accepted it, glancing at the recipe. Croissants with raspberry or raspberry jam. Cookies. Either hard or soft. Raspberry jam pie. None of the desserts should contain raisins. These are just tonight's desserts. You two can handle it. If they turn out poorly, send them to Scamander, Icklain added, ignoring Dumbledore's displeasure. Winnie, I'm currently steaming the potatoes. Could you bake the meat pies? Of course, sir, Winnie replied, jumping down from his chair and searching for something, then handing Grindelwald and Dumbledore matching aprons. Icklain was well aware of Dumbledore's culinary skills. He was merely encouraging the two to spend time together for their future happiness, offering a helping hand. Donning gloves, he began kneading the dough. Ahem. Hee. Icklain chuckled while retrieving 2 bags of flour from beneath the cabinet, sending a cloud of flour dust into the air as he placed them on the table. Pouring both types of flour into a bowl, he added 5 grams of yeast, salt, and 30 grams of sugar, followed by a splash of milk, and began kneading the mixture into a dough. After achieving a smooth consistency, he incorporated softened butter, blending it thoroughly before allowing it to rise. In the meantime, the potatoes were ready. He diced tomatoes into small pieces and placed them in a bowl, adding 1 or 2 cloves of garlic to be crushed into a paste resembling tomato sauce. Olive oil, salt, black pepper, and sugar were added to create a simmering sauce. Simultaneously, he magically mashed the potatoes, seasoning them with black pepper. Once the dough had risen, he shaped it into a base, spreading the mashed potatoes on top and brushing it with tomato sauce before sprinkling on diced beef. He then placed it in the oven. As Icklain completed another dish, he glanced at Grindelwald and Dumbledore. The domestic chef and exemplary husband Grindelwald had already crafted a perfect batch of croissant dough, ready for baking, and even had raspberry jam prepared. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, unexpectedly, had managed to bake cookies that resembled the real deal, likely soft ones, though he might have added a bit too much chocolate due to a slight tremor in his hands. Merlin, this is absurd. Am I dreaming? How is everything going so smoothly? At present, Grindelwald is preparing to make raspberry jam tarts, demonstrating his undeniable culinary skills, particularly in the art of dough weaving. Icklain takes the plate of cookies from Dumbledore and places it alongside Grindelwald's croissants in the oven, subsequently kneading the leftover dough from Dumbledore before bringing it to the dining room, allowing everyone to unleash their creativity. The atmosphere in the dining area appears to be harmonious and orderly, with an array of colorful icing adorning the gingerbread men. When Iclair spots the gingerbread man painted by Flammel, he is momentarily taken aback. What is this? Galen, Iclair muses, silence is golden. Chapter 89. Let us get to the point. We have established basic communication with the Muggle Prime Minister, who appears to trust us. The governmental departments have proposed some plans that are indeed feasible. During the banquet, Macaulay reports as usual. Iclair glances at Dumbledore, unabashedly continuing the discussion. Shall we become a dedicated department, reporting hierarchically for approval by each country, thus transforming into an organization? He inquires. And the second option? To become a nation. Everyone at the table pauses momentarily. Firstly, we haven't cast any Confundus charms on them, have we? Iclair sets down his knife and fork. No, Macaulay straightens his posture. How could they possibly want us to become a nation? A complete nation could threaten their interests. This must be a deliberate challenge, believing we are incapable. Indeed, we should have informed them that we are currently engaged in, a minor internal conflict, and reminded them to evacuate in a timely manner. Regarding the second proposal, I remain cautious but open to consideration. Let us first unify our own side, Vex says, casting a subtle glance at Dumbledore. For he is the current president of the International Wizarding Federation. Do not concern yourself with him, Iclair replies. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Our current endeavors bear no relation to his plans. As for the position of Chief Warlock of Wizengamot, he glances at Grindelwald, and upon receiving a nod, he continues. Let us proceed with the signing. Specific details can be dealt with at a later time. Iclair leans back in his chair in exasperation. Aware that signing implies he must consider the greater good and assume control of the entire magical world. Once Dumbledore retires, he can ascend to the presidency of the International Wizarding Federation, reform the magical realm, and then advance towards the world stage. The thought leaves him weary as he pinches the bridge of his nose. Let us not discuss work, Flammel interjects, resting his head on his hand in dissatisfaction. Let us talk about something else, like this year's resolutions, for instance. By the way, my son will be coming of age in a few days. Speaking of gifts, what price range would convey my sincerity? Vex inquires. It's the thought that counts, not the price. Iclair responds with a hint of resentment as he jabs at the meat pie on his plate. As for this year's goals, I've achieved one. But it's not enough. Therefore, next year I intend to earn $100 million to mend my bruised spirit, Flammel states. No laughing. Iclair buries his head, his body trembling with suppressed laughter. Grindelwald chuckles unabashedly, while Macaulay sighs and shakes his head. Flammel mutters discontentedly before casting a threatening glance at Iclair. You must not laugh. I won tea. Iclair covers his face. This goal is quite humble. However, he cannot hold back, bursting into laughter. What's wrong? Is there an issue? It's perfectly normal for a gentleman to love wealth. My ultimate wish is to scatter money liberally while standing atop the Statue of Liberty. Indeed, let us make money. Vex chimes in, though his tone is patronizing, as if speaking to a child. Macaulay rolls his eyes at him, saying nothing. Iclair nods absent-mindedly, wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes as he glances at the children's table behind him. The three little ones have finished their meals and are now slumped over the table in slumber, and there is little food left on the table, a commendable habit. Let us all go to bed early. It's been quite a while since we've had a good night's sleep, hasn't he? Iclair shifts his gaze back, feeling that something is amiss in the room. The old smokers, having taken a few bites, have left the table and gone upstairs for a meeting. The sounds of argument can now be heard from above. Master, what do you think they are arguing about? What could possibly be contentious? Flammel questions. Perhaps it's about this year's finances. They're overwhelmed and have been assigned some tasks. Since you've already sorted the bills, it's just the calculations left. You know, calculations have always been a challenge. Muggles have a special machine for calculations, Vex suddenly interjects. Indeed, when shall we purchase one and dismantle it for study? Flammel responds earnestly. Iclair chuckles lightly, surveying the remaining individuals at the table. Why are only these few left? Because we have now split into two factions. Just us few follow you, and those upstairs are not with us, are they? Vex observes. Augustus is leaning on the table, lost in thought, staring blankly at his wine glass. Flammel and the two others are with Grindelwald. Who is missing? Micah has finished his meal quickly and returned to the room assigned by Wanda, and unsurprisingly, he should already be asleep. Cough cough. Grindelwald suddenly clears his throat, reminding them, tonight might, Iclair suddenly slaps his thigh, raising his head sharply. Where's Wanda? She left. Grindelwald glances at the wall clock and adds, just 5 minutes ago. What? He wails in despair. What have I said? A lot. Wizengamot's letters. The Muggle Prime Minister, unifying the magical world, Grindelwald replies, standing up. You all keep at it. Wanda should be back soon. Take care of yourselves. Albus, you should head upstairs too. They won't have the time. That's it, I need to sleep. Iclair wails in agony, though he lowers his voice to avoid waking the three little ones. Chapter 90, Untitled. Motion Sickness. Good morning, everyone. At 7 in the morning, Flammel stretches lazily and addresses the few people in the dining room. Good morning, would you like coffee? Vex replies, taking a large bite of his sandwich, his words muffled. All right, I'll brew some. Flammel looks towards the entrance as Grindelwald and Dumbledore walk in. Sir, would you and Mr. Dumbledore like coffee as well? Yes. Breakfast consists of a simple fare, sandwiches, coffee, and meat pies. After all, they're saving their appetites for the grand dinner later. Macaulay rests his arm on the table, pressing his forehead. After Wanda returned last night, they had been busy again and didn't sleep until 2 in the morning. 5 hours of sleep is sufficient. But aside from sleep deprivation, he is troubled. As Iclair's influence grows, various countries' ministries of magic have sensed something amiss, of course, excluding Britain. He must navigate these fluctuations with great care. Now, unifying the magical world means more forces must be involved in the ministry's various operations, which is exhausting, both mentally and physically. Just last night, he made 3 trips to America and 2 to France. To say he isn't tired would be a lie. Furthermore, there is Fulant, who genuinely admires Macaulay's vigor. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he proves to be quite competent when he applies himself. Last night, a quarter of the results were solely attributed to Fulant, who single-handedly completed the intricate maps of all the auction houses in the magical realm, meticulously documenting information about each venue. He also identified several representative hunting teams, all of whom were to be surveilled by the Pureblood Party, with plans to apprehend them en masse after the holidays. There was even discussion of constructing a division of Azkaban, as it would be impossible to confine all these individuals in the main facility. Those accompanying Icklain are not to be underestimated. Augustus was also quite industrious last night. In his area of expertise, he single-handedly increased the shares of the Potion Association sponsors and stakeholders by 5%, a significant sum. This translates to a daily influx of 50,000 galleons simply by sitting idle. Moreover, it was rumored that Gringotts received a letter from the Ministry of Magic during the night, hastily establishing 5 vaults for Icklain's use, all prompted by a single handwritten note from him. In a single night, the International Confederation of Wizards was stirred, although this news had yet to reach Dumbledore's ears. It soon would. Suddenly, several owls flew in through the window and landed beside Dumbledore's plate. Well, now it had indeed reached him. In summary, that night appeared tranquil on the surface. However, from the perspective of the International Confederation of Wizards, it was as if a descendant of Grindelwald had suddenly disrupted the underground organizations of the magical community, elevating the quality of potions by 25%. This garnered the favor of ministers from various magical departments, who hastily penned recommendation letters bombarding the headquarters of the Confederation. Upon receiving these letters, although Dumbledore wished to intervene, he found himself swayed by Icklain and his companion's determination and resolve, ultimately deciding to turn a blind eye. Another piece of good news was that the candidate for the headmaster of Durmstrang was Cowley, which indicated that the Nordic region was now under Icklain's influence. When Dumbledore opened another letter, he encountered this news, his expression darkening yet filled with respect. After all, he was his son. He could not bring himself to enact severe punishment. If Grindelwald were to witness his son brazenly defying his orders, the fire shield charm would surely become Icklain's epitaph. Even if Icklain could not be killed, he would undoubtedly bear a glorious emblem. Naturally, Vix was equally busy, overseeing the Pureblood family exchange alongside his wife. As the saying goes, a man and woman working together is never tiring. Do you know why the Pureblood Party does not allow women to undertake strenuous tasks? Because when they do, the men find themselves rendered unnecessary. In comparison, Icklain and his companions, along with the married Vix, had a profound understanding of this dynamic. And Vix held the most authority on the matter. Olivia Grants is Vix Savadis's wife. At the noble banquet the previous night, she dominated the scene, not in a bloodthirsty manner, but through her eloquence, earning the deep admiration of several French nobles. As for Wenda, she resembled a black rose blooming amidst winter. Her very existence commanded astonishment, and her blossoming was accentuated by the white snow, embodying resilience and beauty. Wenda accompanied Vix to France, albeit to a different venue, engaging with a different caliber of individuals. She was assigned to a banquet concerning negotiations with Muggles, although she faced disdain and contempt from the numerous male Muggles present. Her years of association with her husband equipped her with the ability to expose the hypocritical nature of that group with just a few words. Her unabashed candor did not deter her. Rather, it allowed her to triumph in that negotiation, providing a lesson to those who looked down upon her. Chapter 91. Late to Rise. After breakfast, Dumbledore received another letter, brought back by Chongli. Upon opening it, he was relieved to find it was not yet another account of Icklain's commendable deeds, but rather an invitation from Molly, a summons from the cottage. Dumbledore did not rush to reply, opting to wait for Icklain to awaken so they could discuss the matter together. This wait extended throughout the morning. By 1 in the afternoon, Dumbledore could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Grindelwald as to why Icklain remained in slumber, only to receive a profound sigh in response, suggesting unspoken burdens. Dumbledore refrained from pressing him, choosing instead to remain patient. Of course, he did not remain idle during this time. He sought the counsel of Vinny regarding the art of scarf knitting and diligently practiced. At 3 o'clock, having finally completed a scarf as a beginner, Dumbledore could no longer resist the urge to check on Icklain, concerned that something might be amiss. He ascended the stairs and knocked on Icklain's door, receiving no reply. At that moment, Fulent happened to witness this exchange, shaking his head at Dumbledore before opening the door and being promptly bombarded by several pillows, which sent him reeling back. After demonstrating the consequences of his actions, he shrugged at Dumbledore in resignation and departed downstairs. Having mentally prepared himself, Dumbledore knocked gently on the bedroom door, then pushed it open, using his magic to deflect the pillows that came flying at him, safely arriving at Icklain's bedside. Excellent, there was life. He was awake. Icklain, rise. We have matters to attend to this evening. Icklain grumbled a few incoherent sounds, pulling his blanket closer, and rolled over. When Dumbledore called him again and received no response, he shook his head and exited the bedroom. Just as he was about to close the door, Winder appeared. Dumbledore was about to speak when he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Grindelwald stood there, shaking his head in reassurance and indicating for him to leave it to Winder. In less than a minute, Dumbledore heard Icklain's voice, and soon the door opened, with Winder stepping out and descending the stairs, followed by Icklain, who emerged from the bedroom, still clad in his pajamas. It was evident he had just awakened. His attire was disheveled, his hair tousled, and dark circles under his eyes resembled charred onion rings hanging beneath them. Good morning, Father, Icklain yawned, brushing past Dumbledore as he descended the staircase, moving as if under the influence of the soul-snatching curse or in a state of somnambulism, utterly unaware. After washing his face, Icklain appeared more alert and was now in the downstairs bathroom brushing his teeth. Exiting, he greeted Fulent before closing the bathroom door. By 3:30, Icklain emerged from his shower. Merry Christmas, everyone, he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes, still looking half asleep. Merry Christmas, Icklain, Dumbledore responded, pointing to the Christmas tree where an array of colorful gifts encircled its base. No need to exchange those. They are undoubtedly the lavish offerings from the pureblood families. Let's eat. As he spoke, Icklain rubbed his right shoulder, which had grown sore from writing with his left hand while propping up his head with the other the previous night. Is it possible for you and me to visit the cottage tonight? Dumbledore inquired, following Icklain into the kitchen. Of course, but I must return this evening to inform Molly. Icklain replied. Icklain directed his gaze toward the coffee and said, Ah, yes, your Christmas gift. He retrieved a small rectangular box from his ring, explaining, I was too busy last night and forgot to place it under the Christmas tree, but it's just as good to give it now, I assenti it. Dumbledore accepted the box, while Grindelwald, somewhat astonished, took his own gift. The two boxes were identical in appearance, containing the same items. The type of gifts you both received is the same, though the styles differ, lest you confuse them, Icklain elaborated, lifting his coffee cup and leaning against the table as he watched the two men unwrap their gifts. Inside were spectacles. Dumbledore's were half-moon gold-rimmed glasses that suited his status impeccably, while Grindelwald's were silver, rimless spectacles. In essence, both were colloquially referred to as reading glasses. Chapter 92, Contemplating Death. Thank you, Icklain, Dumbledore said, removing his original pair of glasses and placing them on the table as he donned the ones gifted by Icklain. I truly like them. Icklain took a sip of his coffee and replied, I'm glad you do. Grindelwald also put on his glasses, causing Icklain to momentarily freeze, his hand holding the cup pausing midair. It was surprisingly fitting on Grindelwald, but rather than admiring Grindelwald's appearance, Icklain reflected on how they had both aged. The two figures in his memories had long since transformed, weathered by time. The once stern Grindelwald now appeared surprisingly appropriate in such kind-looking reading glasses, not at all jarring, prompting Icklain to sigh inwardly. They had both grown old. After a simple meal, Icklain donned his overcoat and wrapped a scarf around his neck as he made his way to the back garden, with Dumbledore following closely behind. Icklain stood silently before the gravestones, lost in thought. Dumbledore had never noticed the meticulous beauty of the Nurmingard garden, where winter roses still bloomed, a striking highlight amidst the snow-covered gravestones. Icklain adjusted his scarf to shield his face from the biting cold wind, his hands tucked into his pockets as he gazed at the gravestones without uttering a word. Dumbledore approached, conjuring a bouquet of flowers as a mark of respect, placing them before one of the gravestones. Yet Icklain chuckled softly. Dumbledore, do you know what these people did? They're not worthy of such reverence. They themselves have declared, "We are not deserving of your saintly gestures." Dumbledore frowned, but remained silent. "This is Howard Rosier," Icklain continued, unperturbed, "the one who died in Hogsmeade this year." He did not care whether Dumbledore was listening intently. Icklain simply wished to recite their names and the deeds they had accomplished in life. To protect the students of Hogwarts. He fought against Bellatrix and endured 16 cruciatus curses. In his own words, he claimed that his tireless efforts to safeguard the students were somewhat selfish, as his only concern was his nephew, Micah, who was in the school. Had it not been for Micah, he might not have fought so fiercely. Yet we all know he adored children. He had a kind heart, and even without Micah, he would have protected the students. Icklain introduced each name one by one, as Dumbledore stood behind him, listening earnestly, with respect. When they reached the final gravestone, Icklain paused. Dumbledore observed the solitary stone situated outside the garden, amidst wildflowers. Noting its distinction, unlike others adorned with smoke and alcohol offerings, this one was surrounded by sweets and toys, a testament to a child's memory. She was an accident. Icklain choked back his emotions. "Do you know why I hesitate to harm muggles? She was a muggle. A girl who was attacked by a silent boy while we were out. She died at the age of 7. Before that, she was close to that boy. She accepted the existence of magic without fear or aversion. But the boy's silence erupted due to other circumstances, and we were unable to save her in time. Tragically, he did not live to see 10. Isn't it dramatic? There are no accidents, only excuses. We were late. I had not yet discovered a way to suppress the boy's silence. Otherwise, none of this would have happened, and that boy would not have perished before his 10th year. It is not your fault." Dumbledore placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Your abilities are limited. That is precisely why I undertake these actions, because I fear my limitations. I fear I am insufficient to resolve these issues, which is why I gather like-minded friends, such as Flammel, to assist me," Icklain replied earnestly. "To help and to atone, where my capabilities fall short. To unify the magical world, to amend laws, to rectify the injustices and inequities inscribed on those pages. To vindicate individuals like Sirius and protect innocent children, using my abilities to alter this reality. Dumbledore, I do not expect you to understand or support me. I merely wish to convey my thoughts to you, unadulterated. My endeavors differ from those of your time. Look at those behind me." Icklain gestured toward the gravestones. "Howard wished for children to have better lives, which is why he joined us. Annetta sought justice for her mother, which is why she joined us. Ole wanted muggles and wizards to coexist peacefully, free from the scrutiny of others. Just like Jacob and Queenie back in the day. I reiterate, you cannot stop me. Even if you were to kill me first, there would be countless others, sharing my vision, to continue this path. I do not wish for their sacrifices to be in vain. A lifetime of effort yielding no results, wasting their lives, after my death. I would lack the courage to face them." Chapter 93, No Future. Dumbledore acknowledged that Icklain had persuaded him. The young man before him had inherited Grindelwald's eloquence flawlessly. Yet his ideals surpassed those of both men in ambition and complexity, making them even more challenging to achieve. Icklain's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he retrieved a few honey sticks from his pocket and placed them at the gravestone. "Dumbledore, you are surely contemplating tomorrow, the day after, and the future, having meticulously arranged everything ahead. However, I can tell you this. If wizards continue down this path, there will be no future. No future." This declaration resonated with memories from the past, echoing conversations between young Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Dumbledore found himself momentarily lost in thought. Icklain, regaining his composure, said, "Let us depart. Otherwise, Molly will scold me." Dumbledore followed behind, deep in contemplation. His time was limited. Curses and plans loomed over him. Thus, in the remaining time, he would never witness the advancements of the wizarding world, nor behold the justice within the realm of magic, nor see the day when the ideals of his youth would be realized. What could he possibly do? His own child was a prodigy, resembling a mold of himself and Grindelwald from years past. Yet, he was aging. All he could do was offer support from the shadows. Albus Dumbledore softly called out to the figure ahead, "If you have something you wish to pursue, then pursue it wholeheartedly." Icklain paused, then laughed. "Let me guess, dear father. You must be saying this because you foresee your time is short, am I correct? Regardless of my actions, you won't be around to witness them, out of sight, out of mind." "No, I am quite serious," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. "If I were to pass on." "You won't, Dumbledore," Icklain interrupted, his gaze earnest. The two shared not a word on their way back to the castle. Dumbledore exchanged greetings with Grindelwald, while Icklain reminded Florian to remember to clear the snow from the gravestone and the entrance. Just as he was about to use the Floo network, Dumbledore received another letter. After glancing at its contents, he said to Icklain, "Please convey my apologies to Molly. I cannot attend, I must depart first." With that, Dumbledore stepped into the green flames and departed, calling out to the Ministry of Magic. Icklain furrowed his brow and followed him into the fireplace. But his destination was the Burrow. Merry Christmas, Molly. Icklain dusted himself off, only to find the place deserted. Outside, distant shouts could still be heard, prompting Icklain to draw his wand and rush outside. The Burrow was encircled by a ring of fire, with Molly running and calling out to Harry and Ginny, who were preparing to step into the fire circle, closely followed by Mr. Weasley. Lupin, Sirius, and Tonks also rushed forward. Sensing that the situation was dire, Icklain shouted, "Potter! Incoming! Colloportus! Quickly bind them!" After binding Harry and Ginny together, the others halted and turned back. Icklain intended to inquire about the situation, but was interrupted by Bellatrix's voice. His rationality outweighed his fury as he pulled everyone closer, then released fireworks into the sky, Grindelwald's insignia. The two Gs alongside the red fireworks of the Deathly Hallows exploded in the air, subsequently casting protective spells around the Burrow. "Potter, you all get inside." "What is the password?" Icklain asked warily of the newcomers via apparition. "Sir, you slept until 3 today." Florian raised his hands above his head. "Quickly, cast spells around the Burrow," Icklain commanded. He refrained from disclosing Bellatrix's earlier actions to Florian, not due to distrust, but fear of impulsiveness. "Now, raise any items that can prove your identity, follow Florian in casting spells, and send a few people to check the fields over there. Stay alert. Send a message to Dumbledore. Actually, never mind." Icklain and Florian returned to the Burrow. Harry, Lupin, and Mr. Weasley were embroiled in a heated argument for reasons unknown. "Is everyone unharmed?" Icklain asked Molly and Tonks, who both shook their heads. "It's Snape. I heard him swear to protect Malfoy during a mission. I don't know the details, but Malfoy and his whole family are Death Eaters, so doesn't that make Snape one too?" Harry exclaimed. "He exposed our location." "But Dumbledore trusts Snape," Lupin interjected. "Dumbledore believes him, so I do too. Besides, Dumbledore vouched for him back then, during that court hearing with the Ministry. It was Dumbledore who defended him." Mr. Weasley added. "Calm down, Harry." Sirius gestured for Harry to sit. "I am calm. Dumbledore can't possibly be infallible, can he? He has made mistakes before." "No, Harry, your hatred is blinding you." "No, it's not," Harry retorted to Lupin. "Yes, it is. Gringotts, you say?" Harry suddenly directed his gaze toward Icklain. "Isn't Dumbledore capable of error too? I have no opinion on Snape, all right?" Icklain looked toward Florian, who was emerging from the fireplace, and after receiving a nod, addressed those in the room. "Now, everyone, let us go to my house, one by one." Icklain instructed Tonks to lead the way and continued. "You heard the shouts, right? The Burrow. Florian, send out the message. Just say we're still at the Burrow. And have everyone lay low here, see if anyone bites." Chapter 94, The Festivities. Having delegated matters concerning the Burrow, Icklain stepped into the fireplace and returned to Nurmingard. Grindelwald was seated on the sofa, sipping tea and perusing a newspaper when a large number of people suddenly emerged from the fireplace. "What has happened?" Grindelwald inquired of Icklain. "Didn't you just leave?" "The Burrow's Order of the Phoenix stronghold has been compromised," Icklain replied. "Sold out, you mean?" "It's Snape. Who else could it be?" Harry interjected from behind. Icklain remained silent, deep in thought. How could they have been betrayed? Snape should be the least likely suspect, but who else would sell them out? "Isn't Bellatrix your cousin Sirius?" Icklain turned and asked. "Yes. Vinny. It seemed he suddenly recalled something and rushed into the kitchen to ask Vinny, who was preparing ingredients. "What is the name of that house elf from the Black family? Creature? Ah, right. Where is he now? Can you go to 12, Grimmauld Place and find him?" "Sure thing," Vinny said, then vanished with a pop. Icklain gazed at the spot where Vinny had disappeared, deep in thought, then turned to the others in the living room. "Let us all have dinner here today." He placed his hands on his hips and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the door to Nurmingard was kicked open. Icklain looked at the person at the door, first speechless, then astonished. "Ouch, that hurt." Florian hopped in on one leg. "We didn't encounter Bella, but we did run into a few other Death Eaters and got into a scuffle." Macaulay followed in, supporting Florian, whose right arm was injured and bleeding. "I've told you countless times, impulsiveness is a devil, but you never listen." Icklain approached and helped Florian onto the sofa. Yes, I know. But if it were you in danger, I would charge in too," Florian replied, rummaging through the medical kit on the coffee table. "I'll take care of this. Since you're all injured." Icklain snatched the medical kit and, while rummaging through it, spoke to the others behind him. "Just small wounds. They'll heal in no time." Vex shook his arm, indicating he was fine. Augustus. Icklain, not wanting to engage in trivial conversations, decided to find a professional to effectively silence them. "Molly, I'll prepare dinner. It won't take long." After ensuring the wounds of the others were tended to, he said to Molly, "All right, I'll help you." With many hands assisting in the dinner preparations, it saved a considerable amount of time. The originally joyous Christmas dinner turned tumultuous as Harry and Lupin clashed over differing opinions, escalating into a fierce argument. Seeing it grow more intense, Icklain suddenly shouted, "Enough, Sirius." He shouted at Sirius, who was standing beside Harry. "That's enough. Such matters hinge on evidence. You despise Snape, and isn't it still due to that trifling incident from years ago? From my perspective, both of you were equally culpable back then, so neither should cast aspersions on the other. Can we not enjoy a meal in peace?" He did not wish to comment on the past transgressions of Snape and Sirius. In that particular affair, both parties bore responsibility, did they not? It was mutual antagonism. After Icklain finished speaking, he exited the dining hall, only to encounter Grindelwald outside. Upon exchanging glances, they ascended the stairs together towards the conference room. First and foremost, that fellow Snape is the least likely to betray them. Dumbledore's trust in him is as profound as his fondness for sweets. As soon as Icklain finished his statement, Vini returned. "Mr. Grindelwald, Creature is not at Grimmauld Place. I heard he went to seek his master, a witch named Bellatrix Lestrange." After taking a deep breath, Icklain inwardly cursed Sirius 1,000 times, certain that it was his careless words that prompted Creature to leave so merrily. "All right, Vini, I understand. You should go and have your meal," Icklain said. Vini nodded and departed the conference room. "What are you planning to do now?" Grindelwald inquired. "I intend to relocate the Order of the Phoenix. The Burrow is no longer viable, and neither is Grimmauld Place. Perhaps I should purchase a house in Hogsmeade," Icklain replied. "Ah, the Potter ancestral home," Icklain suddenly exclaimed, startling Flant, who was nearby. "That vast estate, though it lies in disrepair, is still land. And it is registered under Harry's name. He is the owner. Godric's Hollow. That could indeed work. I could assist you in casting the Fidelius charm." Grindelwald concurred. "No need. I can perform it myself. However, if you wish to stroll about and take a look, I won't hinder you." Chapter 95. No rush. "Young master, do you not intend to take action?" Flant felt his patience wearing thin. The Death Eaters were becoming increasingly brazen, yet Icklain appeared to be in an unusually placid mood, showing no signs of agitation. "No rush," Icklain replied, reclining in his chair with his eyes closed. "Our focus must be long-term. We should not be fixated solely on Riddle. His current power has yet to impact all of Europe, has it? Haste makes waste." Grindelwald opened his mouth, as if to speak, but after a moment of contemplation, he swallowed his words. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already past 1 in the morning. Yet, Molly and the others in the dining hall had not yet retired. "Molly, you must be familiar with the Potter family estate in Godric's Hollow. It could serve as the new headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, and it is sufficiently secure," Icklain stated from the doorway. "Yes," Molly nodded. The atmosphere at the dining table was heavy, partly due to the destruction of the Burrow, and partly because of the presence of a traitor among them. "Sirius, did you say something to that house elf of yours in anger, causing him to leave?" Icklain leaned against the doorframe and asked. Sirius paused momentarily before nodding. Icklain shot him an exasperated glance. Now he knew too much. "I can fetch him back, but in any case, all previous plans must be rearranged. I need to inform Dumbledore. I've been rather busy lately, and might not return to the Potter estate. Remus, you should set aside the matter of the Goblin collaboration for now. Let's handle things here first." Moreover, Icklain furrowed his brow in thought. "Forget it, it's not important. You all should get some rest. The guest rooms upstairs are available. I will head to the living room. If you need me, just call." As soon as Icklain arrived in the living room, Dumbledore returned shortly after. "A classic distraction. Riddle is quite adept," Icklain remarked as he collapsed onto the sofa. "I never anticipated that both the Burrow and Grimmauld Place would become unsafe. I plan to establish our base at the Potter ancestral home in Godric's Hollow. It's south the only place that can provide some semblance of tranquility," Icklain said, resting his hands behind his head and gazing at the ceiling. Dumbledore sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "You should rest for a while." Grindelwald, after addressing Icklain, stood to ascend the stairs, while Dumbledore exchanged a few brief words with Icklain before returning to Hogwarts. The following morning, Grindelwald emerged from his bedroom, passing by Icklain's room. Initially intending to let him sleep a bit longer, he descended the stairs and spotted a black cat lounging on a deck chair in the yard. The cat's tail swayed rhythmically, and the rising sun cast a halo of light around it. Fortunately, it was not cold. Grindelwald did not disturb the feline. Instead, he washed his face and began preparing breakfast. Icklain's sleeping schedule was quite irregular, often leading him to skip breakfast, rising only in the afternoon, and consuming meager meals akin to an afternoon tea, relying solely on a dinner around 9 o'clock. At 16, a time of growth, he needed to replenish his nutrients. Skipping breakfast was simply unacceptable. If Icklain were to stay with him for the next few months, 3 square meals a day would be essential, and he would need to cultivate a habit of early rising and retiring. In the mornings, he would take him for exercise to keep his physique in shape. Otherwise, Icklain's limbs would inevitably become rusty. In the entire Nurmingard, only Icklain and those 3 children were awake, with only Grindelwald currently alert. At 7:30, as breakfast was completed, Abbott and Dean awoke just in time, politely greeting Grindelwald before heading off to freshen up. When breakfast was served at the table, Lily had yet to awaken. Grindelwald, wishing to let her sleep a bit longer, refrained from waking her and instead moved towards the front yard, gently grasping the scruff of the black cat's neck and bringing it into the dining room. As Icklain was peacefully sleeping, he suddenly felt an odd sensation in his neck, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the dining room. "Why am I here? Wasn't I sleeping?" he muttered. But as he started to doze off again, Grindelwald steadied him, finally rousing him fully. "Awake? Go upstairs and wake that little girl, then come down for breakfast," Grindelwald instructed. Taking a seat, Dean and Abbott only sat down after Grindelwald had settled in. Icklain drifted upstairs like a spectre, standing before Lily's bedroom door. He shook his head to clear his mind and gently knocked. "Lily, it's 7:30 in the morning. If you're hungry, you can come downstairs for breakfast. If you wish to sleep a bit longer, that is fine too. I'll save some for you. When you're ready, I can prepare anything you like," Icklain whispered. "I'm going downstairs now." Just then, the door opened from the inside, revealing little Lily standing behind it, looking up at Icklain, who towered over her. Her brown hair was somewhat tousled, and her deep gray eyes regarded him with a hint of wariness. "All right, since you're awake, would you like to come downstairs with me for breakfast?" Icklain asked, glancing at the girl before focusing straight ahead. "Perhaps you should change into something else first? After all, the downstairs is filled with boys." The girl nodded, realizing she was still in her pajamas, and gently closed the door. Once she had changed, Lily descended the staircase. Icklain was waiting for her at the bottom, and upon seeing her, he led her into the dining room. Chapter 96, Boldness. After dining, just past 8, Dean and his companions were engaged in play within the living room, while Icllain and Grindelwald busied themselves in the kitchen, washing the dishes. "Sir, I wish to attempt a prophecy," Icllain announced, drying his hands and untying his apron. "Are you serious?" Grindelwald replied, furrowing his brow in a mixture of discontent and concern. Icllain was indeed earnest. Since the moment he was compelled to prophesy, witnessing the demise of Dumbledore and another, he had not ventured into such foretelling thereafter. It was a prediction of the future, rather than mere prophecy, 2 distinct concepts, one shrouded in the unknown, the other a foreseen inevitability that is immutable. And you are aware that it may result in backlash, aren't you? History has shown us that some have been ensnared in parallel worlds, burdened by countless outcomes, merely for peering into the future. Grindelwald also wiped his hands, gazing at him with grave seriousness. Icllain smiled reassuringly. "Sir, I merely wish to discern whether our magical realm still possesses a future." Upon seeing Iclair's earnestness, Grindelwald shook his head, choosing not to voice further objections. It was perhaps best to allow him this endeavor. After all, at Iclair's age, it was the very essence of youthful audacity to act without regard for consequences. After briefly conferring with Abbott and the others in the living room, Icllain followed Grindelwald down to the alchemical chamber below. The duration of the prophecy remained uncertain, a few minutes, several hours, or even days and months. Grindelwald began to elucidate that the length depended on the magnitude of the prophecy and the strength of self-awareness involved. Remember, do not become ensnared by the outcomes of the future. Those are mere possibilities. Only by returning to reality, where your actions are fully in your control, can you claim absoluteness. It is only upon confronting reality that you may have the opportunity to alter those fixed destinies. Icllain nodded, observing Grindelwald as he prepared the necessary materials, when suddenly he spoke. "Sir, would you care to join me in witnessing the future?" Grindelwald paused momentarily, his hand halting mid-motion. The idea of 2 individuals prophesying together was unprecedented. Even those like them, born as seers, had never dared such a bold undertaking. To set a precedent where none exists, he resolved to leave the 3 children in Winnie's care. Icllain retrieved the dusty prophecy skull, beginning to clean it. 2 minutes later, Grindelwald, using magic, cleared the room of tables and chairs, leaving an open space in the center. He then took a breath from the smoke pipe, exhaling into the air, enveloping the 2 in a swirling cloud that spread throughout the chamber. Icllain drew his wand, casting incantations upon the surrounding mist as though painting, his heterochromatic eyes sparkling with energy. Soon, the smoke ushered them into a dreamlike state. Upon reopening their eyes, they were jolted awake by the cacophony of artillery fire, standing atop a derelict church as machine gun fire swept past their ears. People below fled in desperation, yet tragedy awaited them. The 2 bore witness to the grotesque nature of humanity in this future. Before death, moralities were trampled, and in the struggle for survival, they slaughtered their own kin, all for the sake of territory, resources, and status. In another vision of the future, humanity, driven by greed to exploit the Earth's resources, faced retaliation, resulting in their own extinction. This was the swiftest conclusion. In one of the futures, wizards revealed their existence, only to be exploited. Their magic was seized without restraint, leading to the brutal experimentation of magical creatures. Wizards attempted to resist, yet the Muggles, perceiving a threat to their interests, suppressed such uprisings, reverting to the absurd witch hunts of the medieval era. Those who narrowly escaped the hunts returned to the shadows. Icklain and Grindelwald observed hundreds of futures from a divine perspective, none revealing a perfect resolution. Initially witnessing countless lives extinguished at their feet, Icklain felt a profound sense of suffocation. As they traversed through myriad endings and observed the depths of human nature, he grew increasingly desensitized to the loss of life, his emotions remaining placid. After witnessing so many futures, Icklain could no longer recall their number. Grindelwald, overwhelmed by the sudden backlash of prophecy, withdrew from the dream. Icklain, however, persisted, yearning to see if there existed even a single outcome that was fair and beautiful for all. The myriad futures flickered before his eyes. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped him, and he found himself back in the original church. Surrounding him lay the shattered remnants of a city, stained with blood and dirt. Amidst the ruins was the short arm of an unknown victim. The church beneath him had been reduced to rubble, save for the solitary cross that stood undamaged amidst the debris. The setting sun painted the horizon in vivid crimson. Icklain soon found himself unable to endure any longer and exited the vision. The two exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a shared understanding. Worse than I imagined, Icklain remarked with a light tone. Chapter 97, The Minister. Does the penguin wish to enter? Note the quotation marks. Grindelwald shook his head, and the two exited the alchemical chamber in single file. Initially intending to take Icklain for a morning exercise, Grindelwald reconsidered the troubling visions they had just witnessed. Abandoning the idea, Icklain stood momentarily by the sofa, lost in thought, before ascending the stairs to the study, where he selected a few storybooks for the three children and brought them down. After a stroll in the garden, he returned to his bedroom, collapsing into bed to catch up on sleep. He was fatigued, and the energy expended during the prophecy had been immense. Moreover, he simply had not had enough rest. 9:27. He slept soundly until 6 in the evening. Upon finally awakening, Icklain stretched and descended the stairs, rubbing his eyes until his vision cleared, only to be taken aback by the unexpected presence of numerous familiar faces. Hadn't Christmas been just yesterday? 5:89. Abbott was the first to notice him, mouthing the words, "The minister is coming." Good afternoon, Icklain, Harry greeted. All is well. Icklair's mind raced, wondering what trouble he had caused or what transgression warranted the minister's personal visit to Nurmingard. 9:02. It was not that he feared the minister. His current position far surpassed that of a mere minister. Shouldn't it be the minister who should be apprehensive? Icklair's perplexity lingered until 8 o'clock. As the appointed time approached, he hurriedly ushered Grindelwald into the master bedroom, not out of a desire to conceal their relationship, but rather out of concern that someone might suddenly lose control of their emotions, unleashing a firestorm upon the minister. It would be unwise to incinerate the minister, especially when it would necessitate summoning that LeMay character as well. The Weasley couple stood at the door, growing tense the moment they spotted two shadowy figures approaching from a distance. Icklain, seated with his back to the entrance on a single armchair, shared hot milk with the three children. Lupin and the others were preoccupied with matters concerning Potter's old residence and the Order of the Phoenix, and thus had not accompanied them. The door swung open under the influence of Icklain's magic, revealing Minister of Magic Rufus Scrimgeour and his secretary, Percy Weasley. It was the first time Percy had spoken since their falling out. "Oh, Mrs. Weasley, Percy has been eager to return and see you all. It is my fault for not granting him leave, considering the overwhelming tasks left by my predecessor," Scrimgeour remarked with a smile. Icklain, however, cast a pointed glance at him in front of the three children, fully aware that such behavior was not conducive to their education. But who was the former minister? Was it not Theseus? His capabilities were questionable. Who would believe otherwise? Icklain would sooner believe a troll could perform a backflip than accept Theseus's inadequacies. "Perhaps you two should converse with Percy while I take the children for a stroll outside? The garden is splendid for a post-meal walk," Scrimgeour suggested, motioning towards a somewhat anxious Harry. Icklain chuckled softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it seemed to catch the minister's attention. After all, who in the magical community was unaware of Harry's name? Treating Percy Weasley as a mere pawn in this charade was rather hypocritical. Mrs. Weasley led Percy away, with Mr. Weasley trailing behind, casting a glance at Icklain on the sofa. Though only her silhouette was visible, it radiated a sense of unwavering reassurance. There appeared to be no cause for concern. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Scrimgeour inquired, extending his hand toward Harry. "Oh, I am Harry Potter, sir," Harry replied. Scrimgeour hesitated, retracting his hand and directing his gaze back to the still-turned back of Icklain. "Then who might you be?" he asked. "Who I am is irrelevant to your purpose here," Icklain replied, her tone calm, yet laden with contempt for the minister. Scrimgeour chose not to respond, turning to push the door open to take Harry outside. "Minister, if you have something to discuss, it is best to do so here. Given the current circumstances, I am not comfortable allowing our children to be alone with a stranger," Icklain stated, setting her cup down and rising. Scrimgeour, undeterred, pressed the door handle, but it was sealed with a spell and would not budge. He turned to see Icklain tilting her head, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Is there a topic, Minister, that cannot be addressed in the presence of a parent? You are Ginevra Gryffindor, are you not?" Scrimgeour suddenly exclaimed, furrowing his brow. "Indeed. It appears your eyesight remains quite sharp. However, regardless of your perception, you are not Harry Potter's legal guardian." "How can you say that? Are you taking advantage of the fact that Harry is without parents? He stands on my family's floor in a legitimate capacity, therefore I am his family. Abbot, Dean, you two take Lily upstairs to play," Icklain commanded. Chapter 98. He is my father. The three children obediently ascended the stairs. Icklain smiled at the minister and, with a flick of her magic, conjured 2 chairs, placing them at their feet. "Please, continue your conversation." Scrimgeour seated himself, somewhat awkwardly resting his hands on his lap, while Harry sat opposite him, appearing much more at ease, especially with Icklain reclining on the sofa behind him. "In truth, I have long wished to meet you," Scrimgeour paused, adding, "Did you know that?" "I do not," Harry replied candidly. "Ah, yes, I should have anticipated that. Dumbledore seems quite intent on protecting you, which is understandable, especially after everything you have endured, particularly last year." Scrimgeour revealed that Dumbledore had prevented him from meeting Harry, then feigned nonchalance. "We all know how distorted these stories can become. There is a prophecy that claims you are the chosen one. Dumbledore must have mentioned it to you." Harry responded truthfully. "Yes, sir, we have discussed this." He cast a sidelong glance at Icklain, who remained composed on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the book in her lap. "The title of Chosen One is inconsequential, is it not? Merely a nickname. Did Dumbledore share anything else with you, Harry?" Icklain's attention abruptly shifted from their conversation to the staircase. There had been a noise moments ago. His intuition stirred. He returned his focus to Harry. "I am not quite sure what you wish to hear." Harry sensed a shift in the minister's tone, realizing that his intentions seemed to lean towards cooperation with the ministry. Faced with Scrimgeour's aggressive demeanor, Harry answered according to his own beliefs, provoking the minister's ire. "Do you aspire to escape the ministry like your hero Dumbledore?" "I do not wish to be exploited. Some assert that you have an obligation to serve the ministry. Indeed. Yet others say you should verify whether a person is a Death Eater before imprisoning them in Azkaban. Everything you do mirrors Barty Crouch's actions. You have never acted rightly. Have you? Either Fudge, who allowed a murder to occur under his nose while pretending all was well, or you, who imprisoned the innocent while feigning that the Chosen One is at your service." Harry unleashed his grievances against the ministry. "Are you not the Chosen One? Did you not just claim it was unimportant?" Harry scoffed, a hint of sarcasm in his laughter. "I should not have phrased it that way. My words were poorly chosen. No, it was quite honest. One of the few truths you have shared with me. You care not for my well-being. You are concerned only with my assistance in convincing others that you are defeating Voldemort. I have not forgotten, Minister." Harry raised his right fist, revealing the scar on the back of his hand, a reminder of Umbridge's coercion. "I cannot lie. When I informed everyone that Voldemort had returned, you were nowhere to be found to assist me. The ministry was not so eager to befriend me last year." Icklain chuckled softly. "In truth, this young man, Harry, is rather intriguing. Should I be called the Chosen One, what would happen? Would you thrust me onto the battlefield to duel Voldemort? If I am not the Chosen One, what then? I would still confront Voldemort for one reason alone, to exact revenge for my parents' deaths. I may selfishly admit that I am not a saint who distributes kindness to all. I will not become a pawn in your ministry's game. Do you know what Dumbledore is doing? Where is he when he is not at Hogwarts?" Scrimgeour asked abruptly. "I do not know. Even if you did, you would not disclose it to me, would you?" "Indeed, I would not." "Very well. I suppose I shall have to seek alternative means to uncover the truth." "You may attempt it." Harry shot Scrimgeour a cold glance, disdain evident in his tone. "However, you appear to possess more wit than that Fudge fellow. So I suggest you learn from his past mistakes. He attempted to interfere at Hogwarts. You can see he is no longer minister, yet Dumbledore remains headmaster, does he not? If I were you, I would refrain from attempting to meddle with Dumbledore." An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Icklain set her book aside, scrutinizing Harry intently. This boy's unwavering trust in Dumbledore mirrored that of a true Gryffindor. Harry was acutely aware of how unseemly the ministry's actions appeared. The relationship with Dumbledore is somewhat strained. Nevertheless, he consistently aligns himself with Dumbledore. You are unequivocally one of Dumbledore's, are you not, Potter? Scrimgeour remarked coldly and sternly. Indeed, I am, Harry replied, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. I am glad you have finally recognized and acknowledged this, sir. He reiterated, I am entirely on Dumbledore's side. Icklain chuckled at Harry's earnestness. Well, Harry, would you care for some milk? Minister, I believe my little ones have conversed enough with you. It is time for you to take your leave. The sound of apparition crackled in the air. Icklain and the others turned their gaze towards the entrance. Through the large window, they could see Dumbledore standing at the door. In turn, Dumbledore noticed the minister attempting to depart, but it was too late to pivot away. Mr. Dumbledore, are you intending to leave? Scrimgeour approached the doorway. Oh, good evening, Rufus. I just saw a butterfly flutter by. Isn't that fascinating? A butterfly? Scrimgeour echoed, somewhat perplexed. Even Icklain and Harry were momentarily taken aback. What butterfly could possibly appear in the midst of winter? At that moment, a white butterfly indeed landed upon Dumbledore's shoulder. Scrimgeour and Harry gaped in disbelief. Come inside, Dumbledore. Of course, if you wish to admire butterflies at the entrance, I have no objections, Icklain remarked, casting a warning glance toward the staircase. Dumbledore stepped forward, and the butterfly flapped its wings and took flight. You have a remarkable student, Dumbledore, Scrimgeour commented. Is that so? That is indeed something to celebrate. Harry, has anyone accompanied you here today? Dumbledore inquired. Yes, sir, Harry replied earnestly. Mr. Weasley came with me. Would you like to join us for a moment, Dumbledore? Icklain asked. What would you like to drink, Harry? You should come over as well. Harry obediently followed Dumbledore. While Icklain and Dumbledore sat facing each other, with Harry perched on the sofa between them, Scrimgeour stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Drink up. It is beneficial to grow strong. Milk is good for you, Icklain said, pouring a glass for Harry. Dumbledore, what brings you here? This is, Scrimgeour paused. Indeed. This is Azkaban, is it not? A prison. Lower your voice, Scrimgeour, Icklain retorted, using magic to pass the hot milk to Dumbledore. Do not raise your voice in my presence. This is my domain, and the entire prison is my property. The inmates are not under your jurisdiction. Mr. Granger's relationship with Dumbledore appears quite cordial. You seem to defend him at every turn. It was you who wrote to the Wisengamot, requesting the restoration of Dumbledore's position and advocating for Fudge's dismissal, correct? You must understand that Dumbledore is aging, and you're biased towards him. What am I biased? He is my father. If I do not favor him, then who shall? If I do not support him, who will? Should I instead side with you lot of outsiders? Since when must my actions be dictated by your opinions? I am Dumbledore's son. Is it that you cannot comprehend human speech, or is there something amiss with my words? Just because Dumbledore is perceived as weak does not mean I am to be trifled with. I have tolerated your presence for long enough. I suggest you leave at once. Thank you. Chapter 99, Immaturity. Icklain did not wait for Scrimgeour to respond before pushing him out. Remember, no loud talking when you come to my home. And as for bullying my father, consider yourself warned. Icklain turned back to the living room after watching Scrimgeour apparate away. Dumbledore, he said gently, this is quite excessive. After all, the Ministry of Magic in England. You see, my son, I am igniting a fire as the new minister. We shall see how well it burns. Icklain did not sit down, but instead gazed towards the staircase. Sir, are you being immature? Harry followed Icklain's line of sight, noticing the staircase was empty. Icklain seemed to be conversing with thin air. In the midst of winter, you conjure a butterfly, he remarked, giving a thumbs up to the staircase. Dumbledore, seated on the sofa, chuckled softly, but after receiving a disapproving glare from Icklain, he composed himself. You both are quite childish, Merlin. Together you are nearing 300 years of age, and still behave thus. Grindelwald dispelled his invisibility charm, casting a meaningful glance at Icklain before ascending the stairs in silence. Icklain understood his implication and sighed as he sat down. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley and the others emerged. Percy still seems a bit shy, Harry noted. Hello, Percy. Harry stood and walked over, greeting him with a smile. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Harry, Arthur replied. Icklain had just taken a seat when he stood again, approaching Mr. Weasley. As the new Minister of Magic, what do you think of him? Well, Arthur sighed. Better than the previous minister, but not by much. You know how strained the relationship between the Ministry and Dumbledore is, and then there are the Death Eaters. Indeed. Percy, this is Mr. Weasley, he introduced. Advisor at the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Icklain Grindelwald. Hello, Percy. Icklain extended his hand. Just call me Grindelwald. Oh, a pleasure, Percy Weasley. Arthur. Would you mind if I borrowed your lad? What? Mr. Weasley seemed to misunderstand. The Ministry has some issues, as you know. I would like him to assist me. It's the normal procedure, but the workplace is at Azkaban. Are you serious? Icklain pressed. To have the Minister's attention here is a waste of talent. Sending him to Azkaban would allow him to better showcase his abilities. Then let him go. Arthur, Molly said to Mr. Weasley. Considering the current circumstances, it is safer for him to be beside Icklain, is it not? That makes sense, Percy. Are you willing? The starting salary might not be high. You must be aware of that, Icklain mentioned. Initially, the salary is approximately 5,000 a month, and promotions will depend on your own efforts. Oh, this time I will listen to my parents. Mr. Weasley glanced at Icklain, but as he opened his mouth, Icklain shook his head, stifling his words. Percy, take care of the remaining matters at the ministry over the next few days before resigning. Remember, do not mention my name to anyone. Nor should you divulge that I facilitated your advancement. He aimed to provide the Weasley family with more resources, as relying solely on Fred and George's joke shop for their large family was impractical. With the impending war, prices for all supplies would inevitably soar. Icklain could not directly hand them money, not out of concern for their pride, but because they would undoubtedly refuse it. It would be more prudent to offer them a legitimate salary. Percy nodded in understanding. That should be all for now. Icklain pondered if he had forgotten anything. Well, I wish you all the best. As Harry prepared to follow the Weasley family out, Icklain halted him. Practice your mental fortitude, young man. Begin learning from Hermione. Only then will your dream of becoming an Auror be within reach. Exercise caution at school, and refrain from venturing out at night, Icklain admonished, causing Harry to feel somewhat alarmed by his warnings. This was not the usual demeanor of Icklain. Go on now. I may not return to school frequently, so take care. He added. Harry nodded, and, after exchanging greetings with Dumbledore, hurried to catch up with the Weasley family. Icklain gazed at the retreating figures of Harry and the others, his emotions complex, and turned to Dumbledore, saying, You truly have a heart of stone. I wonder if all that I am doing now is part of your grand design. Penguin. 927589902. A number worthy of commemoration, Dumbledore remarked. You are overthinking it. I would never stoop to such depths. He added, setting down his cup and observing Icklain at the door. Icklain smiled briefly, adopting an exaggerated American accent as he replied, Indeed, I wouldn't. The reason for his sudden accent was the sight of Flant returning from afar. Dumbledore, somewhat taken aback by Icklain's abrupt change in tone, quickly understood upon seeing Flant enter. Professor Dumbledore, Flant greeted, acknowledging the man on the sofa. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Flant raised the bag in his hand, shaking the Florida house key at Icklain. Icklain glanced at the bag, which contained a branch. Let's wait a few more days. I prefer to rest before attending to matters. We can visit Scamander whenever it suits us, can't we? That makes sense. I'll put it away. You seem to have a good rapport with Newt. Dumbledore remarked with a twinkle in his eye. Not at all. It's merely business. Beyond that, I have no dealings with him, Icklain replied. Dumbledore departed that night, and Flant left shortly after, having only sipped some water. Icklain checked on the three children, who were the least of his worries. Having grown tired from play and retreated to their rooms to sleep, he chose not to disturb Grindelwald, turned off the lights, and entered his study. As dawn broke, Grindelwald received a letter from the German Ministry of Magic, requesting his presence. After explaining the situation to Vini, he departed early. Icklain had not slept a wink the previous night, and had seen Grindelwald leave Nurmingard, glancing at the time. At 5 a.m. It was still too early to cook, so after chatting with Vini for a while, he returned to the study. He needed to accelerate his learning pace. Apart from self-studying Chinese each day, he also had to thoroughly understand the political news concerning Muggles. Even with 9 heads, it would not suffice. Good morning, Brother Grindelwald. Abbot said softly from the doorway of the study. Good morning, Abbot, Icklain replied, setting down his pen and wearily pinching the bridge of his nose. Are you hungry? No rush. Dean and Lily haven't woken up yet. He blinked a few times, his eyes dry, stretched, and stepped out of the study. Breakfast consisted of egg sandwiches and milk. Lily remained somewhat shy, while Micah, having recently inherited the Rocher family estate, had been too busy to visit her, but still wrote to check on her. The 3 children quickly finished their meal, and Icklain took the plates to the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves to begin washing the dishes. After finishing, he walked into the living room to see what the children were up to, only to find one person curled up on the sofa. It was Anida. She appeared somewhat unwell, clutching her abdomen, her complexion pale and glistening with sweat. Sir, I need to lie down for a moment, she murmured. Icklain nodded, having a general idea of her condition. Just as he was about to speak, Anida suddenly sat up and hurried toward the bathroom. Dean noticed the stains on the sofa cushion and was about to inquire when Icklain whisked it away. Sir, I'll clean the cushion later. There's no need. I can handle it. You should rest, Icklain replied, stepping into the laundry room beside the bathroom, placing the cushion in the basin to begin cleaning. Just as he finished hanging the cushion to dry, he saw Anida sitting on the sofa, intently focused on an open metal box. This is called a computer, she said succinctly. Oh, I see. You should rest for the next couple of days, Icklain suggested. Noticing the 3 children seemed eager to ask something, he tilted his head, signaling them to follow him to the kitchen. Brother Grindelwald, why is Anida bleeding? Dean, unable to contain his curiosity, asked first. Icklain said, retrieving a glass teapot from the cupboard. After a moment of thought, he instructed, you three, sit down over there. The children obediently complied. You must understand that boys and girls are different in various ways. Anida's condition is a normal phenomenon, something boys do not experience. Icklain explained while rinsing the teapot and cups with water, adding tea leaves and caramel to the pot to sauté. Girls have a little house inside them, which cleans itself every month as they mature, resulting in what you just observed. During this process, girls often feel discomfort. At that moment, Icklain began pouring milk into the pot to heat. Boys do not experience this because you are young men, and you must be confident and patient in caring for girls. Even without such circumstances, boys should always protect girls. As he spoke, he began slicing red dates. In 2 years, you'll understand. I must earnestly convey our household rules. Or rather, the norms of a typical family. He covered the pot and turned to face the 3 children. Boys must always show respect to girls. Abbott and Dean were processing Icklain's words, nodding in a state of innocent comprehension. Lily, there are some things I cannot discuss with you. When the time comes, you may seek out any trustworthy older sister to explain certain matters to you. Do not be afraid of what I have just said. Icklain spoke with utmost gentleness to Lily, who nodded slightly. Icklain smiled at her, then poured the milk from the pot, placing the filled teapot and cups on the dining table before Dean and Abbott. You two will take this to Anida. Remember, during this time, speak less and act more. Do you understand? Understood. Chapter 101, Florida. Icklain smiled as he watched the 3 children leave. Suddenly feeling fatigued, he ascended the stairs and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep. Sirius Black is the one you saved? Again, he found himself at the Soul Station. Icklain shot a glance at the mist, saying, yes, I saved him. What? Can you still retrieve him? You've altered history. So what? I would change the secrecy laws too. Why not this history? Have you considered what changing the original course might entail? That's none of your concern. Icklain retorted. Why have you been visiting my dreams so often lately? It's quite vexing. You know, that's none of your concern. Icklain nodded. Indeed, it's none of my concern. Just send me back. Good intentions met with ingratitude. Do you have no other words? You said the same to me last time. Leave. When Icklain opened his eyes again, the night had already fallen. In recent days, the Grim Reaper had incessantly invaded his dreams, murmuring an array of matters that Icklain merely allowed to drift in through one ear and out the other. A glance at the clock revealed the date, the 28th. He had slept for nearly 2 days. Pushing open the bedroom door, Icklain cautiously peered in both directions, noting that everyone was still asleep. After all, it was already 10:37. It was high time for rest. Suddenly, a thought struck the well-rested Icklain. He had yet to fulfill the commitment made with Newt. He rummaged through the bag that Flant had brought back, confirming the time. It was now approximately 5 in the afternoon in Florida. Without leaving a note for Grindelwald, he hurriedly activated the door key. In the United States, Florida. The key's destination was inside Newt's case, amidst a clutter of various items in the small cabin. Ascending the ladder, he found himself within a cavern. The surrounding stone walls had already been illuminated by Newt's torches. Water dripped from the stalactites above, and the damp, shadowy atmosphere was indeed suitable for the creature in question. Grabbing a torch from the wall, he ventured deeper into the cave, which extended far into the earth. There, at the edge of a precipice, stood Newt. Good afternoon, Mr. Scamander. You've arrived, Icklain, Newt remarked, frowning as he gazed down into the abyss. Is it troublesome? Well, it's rather unruly. I've attempted to reason with it numerous times to no avail, and it's on the verge of awakening, Newt replied. Icklain followed Newt's gaze downward, spotting a massive python coiled upon the rocks, its black scales glimmering, its tail rhythmically striking against the stone. The colossal creature lifted its head. Its dark, slit-like pupils fixated on the 2 men, rendering them speechless. They even dared to breathe more quietly. Suddenly, the python struck with lightning speed, opening its gaping maw to reveal its fangs, lunging towards Icklain and Newt. Petrificus totalis. Newt shouted. The 2 men recoiled slightly, gripping their wands tightly. The spell had inflicted pain upon the serpent, causing it to shake its head and scrutinize Newt, then inch closer to Icklain, tilting its head and flicking its tongue. The spell has no effect on it. Its scales provide a defensive capability, Newt explained. We can't let it continue to fixate on me, can we? Scamander, think of something. I've considered it. Can't you speak Parseltongue? Me? Icklain echoed, incredulously. You're certain I can speak Parseltongue? I'm no genius. But Dumbledore can. Newt hissed, lowering his voice. Indeed, he can. But how would I know unless I try? Icklain was left speechless by the confrontation, taking a deep breath before beginning to utter a string of nonsensical words. The python, however, seemed utterly bewildered, turning its head away in apparent disinterest. Yet Icklain froze, for he had understood two of the creature's scathing remarks directed at him. Tentatively, he asked, "Can you understand English?" Hiss. "You mean yes?" Hiss. "Then let us negotiate." Hiss. "What's wrong?" Newt inquired. "It claims that neither of us is in a position to make demands," Icklain relayed truthfully. "What do we do? It's an unprecedented breed. Merlin knows how potent its venom is. What can I do?" Icklain faltered, then suddenly paused, a thought striking him. He turned to the python and said, Chapter 102, The Photograph. Clearing his throat, he produced a glass vial filled with a crimson liquid, prompting Newt to furrow his brow in suspicion, instinctively. He believed it to be blood. "Perhaps yours? How about a whiff?" Icklain suggested, removing the cork and extending the vial towards the python. "Well, are we qualified now?" To Newt's astonishment, the python bowed its head respectfully towards Icklain. "Behave yourself, and I'll gift you this vial of blood. I believe it will serve you well," Icklain declared. "Icklain, your blood lamy forbade me from speaking of it, but I can indeed understand animal speech, and they can comprehend mine. As for why I cannot understand the chatter of peanuts," Icklain mused, retrieving the book he had brought back from Chongli and handing it to Newt. "It's because creatures like the bowtruckle and niffler possess relatively low intelligence." Newt stifled a grin at the mention of Teddy and the peanut. Do you have time tomorrow for a visit to Godric's Hollow?" "Yes, why?" "To take a photograph." After Icklain departed, Newt pondered the meaning behind the request. Why the sudden desire for a photograph? It wasn't until the following morning, while accompanying Theseus to Godric's Hollow, that he still couldn't unravel the mystery. "Oh, you've arrived?" Icklain was deeply engrossed in setting up his camera in the center of the living room, barely glancing at Newt. Newt intended to speak, but his attention was diverted by the entrance of Dumbledore, clad in his signature purple robe. "Is everyone here?" Icklain surveyed the room, noting that all the members of the Order of the Phoenix had gathered, nearly 20 in total. Why the sudden need for a group photograph? Harry voiced the question that lingered in Newt's mind. "Today, we were supposed to have classes at Hogwarts. Yet we received a letter asking us to come for a photo. We're afraid we might miss the chance for a memorial shot." Mad-Eye Moody stood at the edge, remarking. Upon hearing this, Molly exclaimed, "Alastair, can't you say something more optimistic?" Indeed. In truth, it was precisely for this reason that Icklain whispered to Harry, "Icklain, I was wrong." Icklain immediately acknowledged his mistake, covering his mouth, and under Molly's stern gaze, he spat a few times in embarrassment. "Harry, you and the others stand on the upper level, leaving 2 spots behind you vacant. Molly, we need to clear out a couple of spaces. I can't quite remember. Perhaps 2? Icklain directed the positioning from the front of the crowd. "Alastair, you keep track. You direct. Sirius, stand behind Harry." Icklain called out to Sirius, who was engaged in conversation with the Weasley twins. Dumbledore took his place at the center, and the group began to arrange themselves around him. Internally, Harry compared this photograph to the previous one Moody had given him from the original Order of the Phoenix. There were few familiar faces appearing in both images, causing him a moment of grief. Almost there, Icklain dashed to the center, standing beside Dumbledore, counting down as he ran. 5, for should we shout something simultaneously? Sirius suddenly inquired. "Cheese," Molly suggested. "Cheers." 3, 2, Icklain hesitated, glancing uncertainly at Mad-Eye, who seemed to be struggling to hear. "Let us go with that. Cheers." Despite a few minor hiccups during the photo session, the outcome was splendid, with everyone smiling joyfully at Mad-Eye's quip, creating a heartwarming and blissful scene. "Who will keep the photograph?" Remus inquired. "It's not safe to leave it with us, given our frequent missions." "Indeed," Molly nodded in agreement, eyeing the freshly developed photo in Icklain's hands. "Allow me to safeguard it." Icklain suddenly declared, "I have no particular task at hand. You can entrust this to me without hesitation, can you not?" Thus, the responsibility of safeguarding the photographs fell upon Icklain. Molly and the others remained at Potter's old residence, while Dumbledore and Icklain took Harry and the others to Hogwarts. Along the way, Icklain continuously examined the photographs and remarked to Dumbledore, "Did you know that Muggles can freeze a moment in time within a photograph? How wondrous." Chapter 103, Injury. Suddenly, Icklain's communicator buzzed, prompting the trio to halt. Icklain shrugged, tucking the photograph into the inner pocket of his coat, and retrieved the communicator from his pocket. After a brief moment, he addressed Dumbledore. I must take my leave. Something has come up. Farewell." With that, he promptly disapparated. Icklain's absence extended for 2 months. On the last day of February, the weather improved significantly, and the snow began to melt. The activities of the Death Eaters grew increasingly alarming, leaving everyone in a state of constant trepidation. At the school, the Board of Governors convened 3 meetings to deliberate on whether to suspend classes. After all, given the current circumstances, no one could guarantee the safety of the students. During the evening feast, the Great Hall was particularly warm, in stark contrast to the relentless thunderstorm outside, which brought a bone-chilling cold. The young wizards huddled around mugs of hot cocoa for warmth, and fortunately, the evening's dinner included hearty stew to help stave off the chill. Even several professors expressed their dissatisfaction with the dreadful weather, as rain fell despite it being winter. Suddenly, the great doors of the hall were flung open. Accompanied by the lightning flashing from the ceiling and the thunder rumbling outside, the arrival of the figure appeared eerily dramatic. "Goodness!" Icklain exclaimed. Removing his hood and resting against the doorframe, clutching his left arm, clearly fatigued as he lifted his gaze to the staff table. Just as Dumbledore stood up to approach, Icklain interrupted. "Stop. First, let me speak. Where is Severus?" "Severus did not attend the feast today. He is likely in his office." "Then there's no need to disturb him. Could you assist me in locating a professor skilled in potions?" Icklain's voice was faint, indicating that he was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, just before he fell, Longbottom swooped in through the ceiling window and caught Icklain, immediately disapparating away. Dumbledore was the first to leave through the back door, while McGonagall and Flitwick exchanged hurried words before following Slughorn and Sprout. Flitwick had intended to join them, but the Great Hall required the presence of professors to maintain order, so he remained behind. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey swiftly assessed Icklain's injuries and began rummaging through her potions. Icklain lay on the bed, racked with pain, unable to find a comfortable position, and could only muster the remaining strength to sit upright. What's the matter?" "Nothing," Icklain replied, glancing at Slughorn, who stood behind Dumbledore, and then at Madame Pomfrey, who was busily searching through her supplies. Dumbledore immediately understood and instructed Slughorn to assist Madame Pomfrey before stepping forward to examine Icklain's wounds. Icklain shook his head, signaling that Dumbledore need not worry, and managed a weak smile at the concerned Professor McGonagall before closing his eyes in exhaustion. "Here, take this." Madame Pomfrey handed Slughorn a silver scalpel and arranged a collection of vials on a tray before approaching the bed. Dumbledore and the others stepped back slightly to allow her space. Icklain obediently removed his cloak, and together with Madame Pomfrey, they focused on the injury on his left arm. Momentarily lost in thought, "This necrotic tissue must be excised," Madame Pomfrey indicated the approximate area with her finger, addressing Slughorn. Icklain had anticipated this outcome and turned his head, offering his arm to Slughorn. With trembling hands, Slughorn began to scrape at Icklain's wound with the scalpel, the potion-drenched blade eliciting a sharp gasp of pain from Icklain. This reaction made Slughorn even more anxious, as he hesitated before the wound. "Perhaps you should reconsider," Slughorn suggested tentatively. "I would say it must be Severus. He alone possesses the resolve to carry out this task," Icklain replied to Madame Pomfrey. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the infirmary entrance as Snape and Sprout stood at the door, assessing the situation. "Professor, you called for me?" Snape inquired, his expression impassive. "Severus. Look here." Icklain gestured weakly with his right hand towards Snape. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Snape stepped forward and took the scalpel from Slughorn's grasp. "I shall handle this." Slughorn nodded and stepped back a few paces. I have but one request," Icklain murmured weakly. "Be gentle, if you would." "That is not an option." Snape's response was swift and decisive. Icklain merely nodded a few times and turned his gaze towards Dumbledore and McGonagall. "You may stand back or attend to the students. There is no need for everyone to crowd around me." McGonagall and the others remained silent, and Icklain pursed his lips, refraining from offering further counsel. Snape's movements were always swift and precise, instilling confidence in Icklain regarding his skill, though the pain was indeed excruciating. Dumbledore attempted to approach several times, but was repeatedly halted by Icklain's headshake. "I must say, once you share your address with me, I shall no longer need to run to the school. Not at home. During the holidays? Whenever you seek me, I shall be elsewhere." Very well, very well." Icklain chuckled softly. "Is that all?" Snape inquired after thoroughly tending to the wound. There is more," Icklain replied candidly. "I have a sizable wound on my back. Approximately 13 inches. He gestured to indicate the size of the injury. Snape raised an eyebrow and switched places with Madame Pomfrey, beginning to address the array of vials. "Remove your shirt," Madame Pomfrey instructed. Icklain complied, tearing off what was left of his shirt, now teetering on the brink of tatters. Professor McGonagall gasped in shock. Anyone would have been astonished by the scars that marred Icklain's body. Heaven knows how he acquired them. Icklain raised his arm to allow Madame Pomfrey to bandage him while feigning ignorance to the reactions of those gathered. Just as Dumbledore sought to speak, he was interrupted by Snape's actions. "Lie down," Snape instructed tersely, then dipped the scalpel into the freshly prepared potion, frowning at the wound on Icklain's back. "What happened?" Icklain lay on the bed, resting his head on the pillow and muffled his voice. "Dark magic. Perhaps. I have never encountered it." "Continue," Snape commanded. Understanding that Snape wished him to remain coherent, Icklain obediently continued. There was a witch in a remote mountain area. I received word of an unregistered werewolf sighting. Icklain paused mid-sentence, halted by a wave of pain. Proceed. Then I kept walking and walking. He felt his head growing dizzy, the pain muddling his memories. Say what you remember. I recall a house, nestled deep within a dark forest, occupied by a fearsome witch. I can't quite recall. She raised, yes. She was terrifying, raising a horde of, I don't know how to describe it, a multitude of people? Though not entirely human in appearance, the werewolf serves as her guardian, confined like a mere dog within the courtyard. Mid-sentence, Icklain began to repetitively utter werewolf witch, thankfully not fainting, while Snape remained undistracted, diligently tending to his wounds. Once the last remnants of decayed flesh were meticulously removed, Icklain found himself devoid of energy to speak, merely lying vacantly on the pillow, lost in thought. I need to take a leave, Dumbledore, Snape stated coldly. If you wish for your son to remain unscathed, grant me this leave. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and Snape turned to depart. I remember now, Icklain suddenly exclaimed. That which kept a horde of half-werewolves in her house. They were hardly human. We surrounded the house, but she remained unperturbed. After releasing those creatures, she retreated back inside. Their claws were particularly elongated, and the house was suffused with toxic smoke that left us somewhat lightheaded. I can't recall any further. It's simply too revolting. Then cease your pondering, Dumbledore remarked, taking the towel offered by Madame Pomfrey and gently wiping the sweat from Icklain's forehead. Madame Pomfrey administered some medicine to Icklain and ushered Slughorn and the others out. Though Dumbledore insisted on staying behind, she offered no further objections, merely advising him that Icklain required rest. Chapter 104 Mead. Here we are. A familiar and infuriating voice echoed behind Icklain. Get lost. Come on, let's chat. No discussion. The serious black you saved was supposed to count towards my accomplishments, and now, my paycheck this month is certain to be docked. Oh, let it be. It isn't my concern. How can you be so devoid of sympathy? My apologies. But I have never been human, Icklain replied with a sidelong smile at the Grim Reaper. We are bloodbound, remember? The Grim Reaper shot him a skeletal glare. Regretful. Are we? Regretful about what? About that game of chess we played. Of course I regret it. I should have moved to e5. Had I captured Godric's piece, I could have checkmated him immediately. Icklain complained. Had I won, I wouldn't be in this predicament now. Perhaps I would be at the station or somewhere else, awaiting Dumbledore or Grindelwald, without all these issues needing my resolution. I recall observing you, the Grim Reaper pondered. Shouldn't you have moved to e8? What nonsense. Do you work so incessantly that your mind has rusted? If I had moved to e8, wouldn't he have been able to block my pawn? Are you foolish, or is Godric the simpleton? Moreover, can you refrain from invading my dreams? It's as if I've already died. Icklain expressed dissatisfaction with the Grim Reaper's frequent visits. The dawn is approaching. Do not let me see you in my dreams. When Icklain next opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital bed in the infirmary, still acutely aware of the pain from his wounds. Dawn had just begun to break. He surveyed the ward, suddenly startled to discover Dumbledore beside him, resting his head on the bed, appearing to have kept vigil throughout the night. Awake, are you, Illinois? Does your wound still ache? I shall summon Poppy to change your dressing. Dumbledore roused from his slumber at Icklain's movement. No need for a change just yet. Icklain replied as he was assisted by Dumbledore into a sitting position, who kindly placed a pillow behind him. You stayed by my side all night. Indeed, Dumbledore. Something is amiss. Icklain regarded him with a serious expression. You ought not to behave this way. Are you not supposed to be cold and unfeeling? If you have emotions, how can you carry out your plans? You are my family, are you not? I am your family, but you should not harbor such concerns. Let us set that matter aside for now, Illinois. Klein furrowed his brow at Dumbledore, his mind swirling with myriad possible outcomes. Yet, upon glancing at Dumbledore, he remained uncertain whether this was beneficial or detrimental to him, and chose not to voice further thoughts. However, he understood a fundamental truth. If one were resolutely determined to embrace death, it must be without any attachments. Otherwise, only they would comprehend the pain of the journey. I am weary. I shall sleep a while longer. Icklain pulled the pillow down slightly, lying back and covering his head with the blanket, muttering. When he awoke again, it was already afternoon. The sounds of many footsteps echoed at the infirmary door as Madame Pomfrey and Harry entered, carrying a stretcher and placing it beside Icklain's bed. The occupant of the stretcher was Ron, currently in a state of unconsciousness. Dumbledore and several professors followed closely behind. These professors certainly had their hands full. Yesterday, it was Icklain, and today it was Ron. What transpired? Icklain inquired, propping himself up with his right hand and leaning back against the headboard. There was poison in the mead, Slughorn explained to Dumbledore, raising the bottle for Icklain to see. Whom was this intended for? Dumbledore calmly inquired. For you, headmaster. Slughorn's revelation rendered all present momentarily speechless. Who would wish to poison you, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked, her worry mounting with the recent events, her anxiety increasingly palpable. No one knows. Minerva, Dumbledore replied with a resigned shake of his head, as if suddenly struck by a thought. He turned to Icklain in the bed and asked, "Was it you, Illinois? Me? How could it be? If I wanted to kill you, I'd simply cast a killing curse, wouldn't I? Why bother with all these elaborate schemes?" "That is a valid point. What are you two discussing?" Professor McGonagall questioned, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "Just as you heard, Minerva. I intended to kill Dumbledore, yet this mead was not my doing. You know me, with my temperament. It would have only been a straightforward killing curse, wouldn't it?" "My goodness." Madame Pomfrey examined Ron's condition once more. Thanks to Harry's timely intervention with the Bezoar, Ron was not in critical condition. Icklain inadvertently overheard Dumbledore mention that the Weasley parents would be visiting the school to see Ron. That is good news. Yet Icklain did not wish for Molly to witness him in such a state, so he stealthily slipped out of the infirmary. He had initially intended to visit the library to research, and now seemed an opportune moment. Dark magic, ancient spells, self-created magic. Icklain perused approximately 1/5 of the volumes in the restricted section, while also noting Madame Pance's gaze, likely intending to report his whereabouts to Dumbledore. Icklain was indifferent. He found a secluded corner, draped a cloak over his hospital garb, ensuring no one would notice him. Even if seen, his appearance would not raise any suspicion. Chapter 105, The Library VIP Membership. Avoiding Molly was indeed a blessing. He had spent the past few days immersed in the library, not only evading people but also researching dark magic, along with indulging in occasional naps. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the library, causing quite a stir among the students. Severus Snape. With a stern expression, he strode directly to the restricted section, the wind generated by his billowing robes causing the young wizards to shrink back instinctively. "Ah, our esteemed Mr. Gryffindor demonstrates remarkable diligence, even nursing an injury while immersing himself in the library, serving as a paragon for his students." Icklain did not respond to Snape's remarks. He had become accustomed to Snape's biting sarcasm. Snape, in turn, refrained from engaging in further banter, tossing a vial of potion at him. Icklain hesitated but, upon glimpsing Snape's stern visage, took a deep breath and downed the potion in one gulp. "Cough, cough. I wonder when your potions will ever cease to be so bitter. No matter, you may leave. Hey, wait. I have something to discuss. Come here." Icklain patted the space beside him and inquired whether the subpar healing of his wound was related to the spell he had been struck with. Indeed. Icklain felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Snape's curt replies and cast a silencing charm, continuing, "The situation with Draco is not progressing well. When do you intend to assist him?" "Wait, the time is not yet ripe." Snape appeared to recall an unpleasant memory, his countenance darkening. If that day comes. Both paused, and Icklain chuckled, shaking his head. "You go first. There's nothing more to say." "Very well. How much do you know about dark arts?" "What is it?" Icklain extracted a book from a stack before him, flipping to a marked page. "This must be your handwriting." "No, don't be so quick to deny it. Potter acquired your former potions textbook, and I have seen it. The handwriting is identical." Snape remained silent. "You are rather fortunate. You weren't pummeled by Madame Pomfrey." Icklain rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully observing the handwriting in the book. "If you have something to say, do so promptly." "I chanced upon Potter's textbook, and there is a spell that seems to be called the Killing Curse." Icklain noted Snape's nod and continued, "What spell did it evolve from?" "Disintegration." "Oh, it has some connection to dark arts, though not extensively. At your year, you could create such a formidable spell. May I borrow it?" "No, please let me." "Is there anything else?" "None. You may leave." Icklain closed the book and returned to his study of magical history. The young wizards, relieved to see Snape depart, became aware that Icklain remained seated. Fortunately, they retained some decorum and did not disturb Icklain, who was immersed in his reading. The potion Snape had brought proved effective. The wound on Icklain's arm healed swiftly. As the clock struck 7, the library was soon to close, and Icklain had practically taken up residence there, venturing out only occasionally for meals in the kitchen. "Mr. Gryffindor." Icklain looked up to meet Madame Pomfrey's stern gaze. "Professor Dumbledore has specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you, ensuring you eat regularly and do not stay up late. You should leave now to join the feast." Icklain had considered pleading for a little more time, but, upon glancing at Madame Pomfrey and reflecting on the headmaster's authority, thought better of it. Dumbledore was amiable. But Professor McGonagall. Under Madame Pomfrey's watchful eye, Icklain magically returned all the books to their rightful places, taking with him a tome on the dark arts as he exited the library. Chapter 106, A Businessman. The Great Hall remained lively, though its numbers had diminished somewhat. Yet this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the young wizards for dinner. Icklain leaned against the doorframe, locking eyes with Dumbledore, who sat in the center of the staff table. Their positions were disparate, one high, one low, yet Dumbledore did not assume an air of superiority. Icklain smiled first. Aware of the tension between Dumbledore and Snape, a result of their quarrel the previous day, which had left Snape in a foul mood. You are more adept at business than I, Father, he communicated to Dumbledore through a mental link. Are you not joining us for dinner, Illinois? Dumbledore did not respond to his words. No, there is little of interest in these books. I would prefer to return to Grindelwald's old residence when I have the time. Icklain maintained his smile. You certainly excel at extracting every ounce of value from a person, only to discard them at will. I would like to learn from you, but I cannot match your cold-heartedness. Dumbledore gently shook his head, redirecting his gaze. Icklain found little to say to him, and at that moment, Draco passed by in the corridor. Good evening, Draco. Icklain approached, cornering Draco and lowering his voice. The potion in the wine was your doing, wasn't it? Your potions grades are quite impressive. Don't tell me you aspire to be a potions professor like that Snape fellow. Have you finalized your alliance with the Rosier family? Oh, I nearly forgot. How is Lucius? The Dark Lord does not intend to spare my father easily. Do not worry, I will think of a way. So, the current situation is that you are still the head of the Malfoy family, correct? Yes, by the end of this term. I believe the Dark Lord plans to take over Hogwarts. No matter, if you need anything, let me know. Icklain lowered his hand from the wall. Noticing that Icklain was about to leave, Draco halted him. Wait, Icklain, I must apologize in advance. At a distance, a Gryffindor girl stood frozen, observing Draco and Icklain with curiosity. Hey, no I. Icklain waved his hands dismissively. You're overthinking it. I'm not. It's all right, Professor Gryffindor. Wishing you happiness. No, I'm not. Icklain attempted to chase after her, but the girl had already turned into the Great Hall. Haha, Draco leaned against the wall. Chuckling mischievously, you have quite the charm, Mr. Gryffindor. You cheeky lad. How is it that after getting familiar, you've become so glib? Icklain intended to clarify that he harbored no such intentions, but his explanation faltered, now solidifying his position as the subject of gossip. You don't seem concerned. Draco shrugged nonchalantly. Since our family's affairs made the news, rumors have been relentless. I've grown indifferent. Such a mindset is indeed commendable. Icklain patted him on the shoulder. Let us not speak of that matter. We are still friends, Draco. I understand this is unfair to you, but trust me, endure this period, and I will restore your reputation. Draco did not reply, merely nodding before turning to leave towards the Slytherin common room. And yet, you are not unlike me, Illinois. Behind him, Dumbledore observed calmly, having closed the Great Hall doors and cast a silencing charm. Icklain, he did not look back at him. Perhaps. But while I manipulate Draco, I leave him a path of retreat. And you? The corridor was quiet, with only Dumbledore and Icklain present. The conversation punctuated by the crackling of burning candles on the walls. Severus, Icklain interrupted. You know his heart has long since perished, which is why he seeks to extract the last vestiges of value from himself. And Potter? You care for Harry, do you not, Illinois? I admire him. He claims I am completely Dumbledore's man, his unwavering trust in you. What will he think when he grows up and learns of your darker side? I shall not live to see that day. You will, but before that, you must indeed die once. What do you mean, Illinois? Don't mind my words. Good night, Father. Icklain turned and walked towards the door at the end of the corridor, brushing past Dumbledore. Chapter 107. The daily brewing ritual that evening, Icklain returned to Nurmingard. Foregoing any idle chatter and heading straight to his bedroom, he removed his trench coat, draping it over a chair, and then collapsed wearily onto the bed. Something felt amiss. It was all too peculiar. He bore the surname Grindelwald, yet he resembled Dumbledore. At some point, the radiance and burdens of that great sage had also fallen upon him. Shouldn't he, like Grindelwald in his prime, be a dark wizard feared and revered? When had he begun yearning for world peace? Perhaps it all commenced with that blood moon. Icklain tossed and turned in irritation, burying his head in the pillow, utterly exasperated. He enjoyed a restful sleep. And since he had last spoken of death, the Grim Reaper had not returned to invade his dreams. The wall clock indicated it was already 1 in the afternoon. Icklain rose, stretched lazily, rubbed his eyes, and yawned before heading to the bathroom to wash his face. Leaning against the sink, he watched the water flow from the tap. Deep in thought, spring had arrived. It was time to brew once more. Today's task would take him to the hillside for brewing. Turning off the tap, Icklain lifted his gaze to the mirror. In the reflection, he saw the Grim Reaper standing behind him, yet when he turned, there was no one there. Don't be so jumpy. Leave, Icklain exclaimed as he exited the bedroom. Flant, accompany me to the hillside. Flant, in the living room, turned to see Icklain descending the stairs and nodded, following suit. What's wrong? Your mood seems off, Flant remarked as they exited to the backyard. Just dreamt of an annoying person, Icklain replied. At the hillside, the small river had thawed, and a layer of pale green moss adorned the stones along the bank. with the grass beginning to show signs of green. The water wheel beside the wooden granary turned merrily. The two drew their wands and commenced cleaning the granary. Icklain preferred manual labor, thus he habitually refrained from using magic during the brewing process. He left the cobwebs in the corner to Flant, retreating to a safe distance to avoid any spiders landing on him. The storage barrels for the wine were arranged against the wall, and with a flick of his wand, the dust could vanish entirely. Flant, while cleaning, found no other tasks to assist with, so after tidying up the entire granary, he took his leave. Icklain used a long stick to open the two skylights in the ceiling for ventilation. The weather was splendid today, with abundant sunshine filtering through the skylights, warming the granary. The large doors of the granary stood wide open, allowing the spring breeze to swirl inside. Icklain rolled up his sleeves, sorted and washed the harvested grapes, placing them into the barrel, just the right amount for a batch. He poured in a bit of clean spring water and began mashing the fruit with a wooden stick, patiently crushing it. Brother Grindelwald. Icklain turned to the entrance of the granary, where Dean poked his head in, smiling at him. What is it? Icklain paused his work to ask with a smile. Flower nectar, Dean said, approaching with a glass jar filled to the brim with the sweet substance. Thank you. Icklain replied with a grin, suddenly recalling something. Dean, here is this basket. Could you gather some fruit to take back for Abbott and Ellie? No problem. So obedient. Icklain ruffled Dean's hair, watching as the boy departed. As the sun gradually sank in the west, Icklain was busy twisting the fruit peels in a cloth. By the time he finished, night had fallen. He bottled the juice and locked the windows and doors. Following the path, he strolled towards Nurmingard, taking his time and even pausing in the garden to watch the fireflies. Dinner was simple, with few attendees, only Grindelwald, Dean, Flant, and Icklain. After the meal, Icklain ushered the three children upstairs before joining Flant, who suddenly expressed a desire for a drink, on the sofa in the living room. Grindelwald, not wishing to interfere in youthful matters, also retreated upstairs. What are you planning to do with those three kids? Flant poured wine for Icklain. Let us wait and see. With the war approaching, we can't risk the children, Icklain replied, and Flant nodded in agreement. What about you and Macaulay? Icklain ventured tentatively. Nothing much. Flant clearly wished to avoid that topic, taking a sip of his drink. Oh, you, on the other hand, don't have a crush? Flant teased, you know? That cover with Rogier is quite famous in the gossip columns. Those noble girls are always speculating. Indeed. Quite calm, aren't you? Icklain suddenly paused. Flant held his breath. Someone's coming, Icklain remarked. Chapter 108. Good luck on the exam. Flant followed Icklair's gaze, confirming a shadow was approaching them. This should be the undercover agent Crouch mentioned, right? Yes, Icklain pondered, recognizing that this individual had 20 lives under his command. Oh, you entertain him. Don't kill him. I have use for him. Icklain stood and ascended the stairs, tapping the bathroom mirror. Could you exhibit a modicum of politeness? The individual descending the stairs was, in fact, compensating for your performance. Oh, well then. Icklain did not engage further, picking up the bag by his bedside to check its contents for accuracy before bringing it downstairs. Flant, who is this? Oh, the new arrival. Is that so? Icklain mused. The man removed his hood, revealing scars that marred his visage, rendering it grotesque. His right eye appeared milky white, indicating it had long been blind. Just call me Rand. Flant, unable to restrain himself, chuckled heartily from his position on the sofa. Don't mind it. A colleague shares your surname, Icklain explained. Oh, my name is Rand. That person is a surname. Rand nodded, beginning to scrutinize the two before him, one seated on the sofa, clearly not a good person, and the other standing nearby, exuding kindness. The one seated was the target the master had instructed him to observe closely without revealing any flaws. Icklain, employing legitimacy, glimpsed the absurd answers within Rand's mind, sharing a glance with Flant but choosing to remain silent. What do I need to do? Rand respectfully inquired of Flant, seated on the sofa. Why are you asking me? Ask him. Flant bluntly pointed at Icklain. He is our boss. Before Icklain could respond, Rand knelt. I'm sorry, no, please stand up. Icklain, flustered, helped him to his feet. Is this how your Lord Voldemort taught you manners? Came Rand's second shock. Hey, don't be nervous, Icklain chuckled, patting Rand's shoulder to ease him. I want tea bite. But he will kill you. On the sofa, Follent took a sip of his drink, adding, what a fright from Rand. Do not scare people like that. I am still a minor, and it is unlawful for me to kill, is it not? Icklain turned his head, casting an annoyed glance at Follent before smiling at Rand again. Oh, I forgot, I want to kill you, but this fellow drinking on the sofa might. Rand felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Relax, Icklain said with a smile, handing a bag to Follent. Just toss him down and pin the brooch on. That will ensure you remain unscathed. Very well. Follent accepted the bag and, without hesitation, cast a binding spell on Rand. seizing the door key and vanishing from sight. Upon their return, only Folent remained. Did you dispose of him? Indeed. Are you certain he is dead? Absolutely. You may verify for yourself. With nothing else to occupy him, Icklain took the door key and ventured to Florida. This time, the destination of their teleportation was not Newt's suitcase, but rather a pile of firewood at the corner of a cave. How is it? Icklain inquired, observing the massive python at the cliff's edge. Why are you so picky? You could give it a try. Just how unpalatable can this person be? The python, disgruntled, held the remaining limbs in its mouth and placed its head at Icklain's feet. Take it away. The python obediently carried off the leftover remains. Icklain waved his wand, clearing the bloodstains at the cliff's edge to avoid detection by Newt. Since you are so discerning, why not switch to a vegetarian diet? The python gave him a disdainful glance. Wait, hand over those remains to me. If you want to eat them, I shall find someone who will. Who would want this? The python, though puzzled, complied and deposited the remains into the bag that Icklain had conjured from who knows where. Secret. The following morning, Riddle at Malfoy Manor pondered over a beautifully wrapped box that had mysteriously arrived. Good luck to all those taking the college entrance exam. And to those taking the middle school entrance exam. And to the elementary school students, good luck with your exams. Chapter 109. Practice makes perfect. Riddle cautiously unwrapped the gift box, first revealing a letter, followed by the nauseating remnants. He leisurely opened the envelope, his first reaction being, what terrible handwriting. To Tom Riddle, practice makes perfect. If you cannot handle defeat, do not engage. The past is the past, and the present is the present. If you continue to hold on to the past, pathetic, pathetic, pathetic. Icklain DG. The back of the envelope bore an international gesture drawn by Icklain, containing his rage. Riddle incinerated both the letter and the grotesque remains with magic. He then summoned several sheets of parchment to craft a reply to Icklain. To Icklain DG, I acknowledge the gift and sentiment from Master Grindelwald and extend my gratitude through this letter. Tom Riddle. Icklain, beneath a candle holder, admired the letter Riddle had sent in return, a smug smile gracing his lips. Isn't this a bit excessive? Mika, who had not returned for quite some time, queried from a short distance away. Excessive? Not in the least. Icklain folded the letter twice, playfully waving it before Mika, then, under his gaze, took 2 steps forward and ignited it with the flame from the candle. Watching the letter burn, Icklain clenched his fist. When he opened it again, both the letter and flames had vanished. This is called youthful exuberance. After all, I have the capital to be reckless, ha. Icklain laughed at Mika. Can you move me? Can you sway the powerful allies behind me? In other words, can you sway Grindelwald or Dumbledore? Mika nodded in somewhat reluctant agreement. Daybreak is upon us. Alice will surely be glad to see your return. Do make sure to spend some quality time with her today. Sister Chongli, I need you to help me for a while. No sooner had Icklain spoken than Chongli flew onto his shoulder, and the two vanished from sight. In France, Icklain, clad in a trench coat, suddenly appeared at the end of the street and knocked on the LeMay household's door. The door opened softly, and Icklain stepped inside. Good evening. LeMay. It should be morning, Mr. Grindelwald. If you linger much longer, dawn will break. LeMay's hair glimmered with a golden hue in the candlelight. Yes. I know those 2 items are still not ready. I came to chat with you. Icklain remarked. After all, you are one of the very few privy to my affairs. Speak. LeMay nodded. Having lived long, he had little time left and cared little for secrets. Icklain did not rush to ask his questions. Instead, he casually picked up a mirror from a nearby shelf and placed it gently on the table. You see it too? Icklain calmly inquired, his tone more declarative than interrogative. LeMay nodded as expected. He first came to me in a dream, and now he is half a step into my realm. Does that not indicate? Unclear. LeMay interrupted. You are the flaw in the theory of life, so I cannot say for certain. Is that so? Only you know. If you wish to do something, you can. If you do not, few can force you, correct? That matter I cannot pry into. Of course, even if I knew, I could not reveal it. Listening to you is truly. Icklain inwardly grimaced at the banter. LeMay burst into laughter. You mad old man. Indeed, I am mad. 600 years of life can drive anyone insane. By your reasoning, I too am nearing madness. LeMay's laughter faded. You too are mad. Do you believe I should be mad? Ask him. LeMay pointed at the mirror. Ask him. Icklain raised an eyebrow at the mirror, and then, fortified by alchemical refinement, he unleashed powerful magic that shattered the mirror with ease. Mr. Grindelwald, should you wish to continue our conversation, I am always available, as I too grow weary of solitude. Not interested. Conversing with you is dull. I would rather seek out some amusement. Then, before my heart is burdened by the consequences of your deeds. Do share something with me? Well, in the months leading up to my coming of age, I intend to reshuffle the pureblood families. How will you accomplish that? You do not kill, do you? LeMay inquired. I am quite curious. Why do you refrain from killing? Because I am not of age, my family forbids it. That one. Not entirely. It is primarily my sister who insists I do not kill. Icklain shrugged, toying with the shards of the mirror. Conversing with you is exhausting. So aimless and nebulous. Ha. LeMay chuckled again. I shall seek you out again. Icklain rose, picking up the largest shard of mirror from the table and waving it at LeMay, who nodded before he pocketed it. A two-way mirror? Perhaps, I cannot recall. You are always welcome to visit. LeMay replied. Icklain gazed through the window at the lightning sky, moving towards the door, with Chongli perched on his shoulder. Observing LeMay preparing to rise, he spoke. No need to see me off. Chapter 110, Discussing Cooperation. Icklain did not return to Nurmingard, but instead made his way to his own manor, nestled within a suburban area adorned with lilac fields, the breeze carrying a fragrant aroma. Sister Chongli, could I trouble you to remain at school for a while? Icklain stated that any developments should be reported promptly, ensuring safety during the rest period. Chongli unfurled his wings and departed. Standing before the villa's entrance, Icklain took a moment to curiously observe the umbrella rack in the corner before leisurely pushing the door open. Upon entering, he noticed a figure seated on the sofa. A sense of speculation washed over him. After securely closing the door, he made his way toward the bar on the left. Care for a drink? Not afraid I might kill you. Riddle approached, rising from his seat. A letter resting on the coffee table. You cannot kill me. Icklain responded with an eerie calmness. If you were to kill me, Dumbledore would not let you go easily. Him? Well, taking you with me before I die would still be worth it. You cannot kill me. He winked at Riddle, then crouched to rummage through the cupboard for a cup. Do you possess alchemical tools? It has nothing to do with alchemical tools. You simply cannot kill me. I am not fated to die. Icklain leaned against the bar, smiling at the young man before him. Coffee or tea? We have alcohol as well. Lucius often buys your family's wine. Though I haven't tasted it yet, Riddle remarked. Well, now's your chance to try. You don't seem surprised to see me. I anticipated your arrival long ago. Icklain held 2 filled wine glasses as he and Riddle approached the sofa. What is this letter about? Abraxas Malfoy. You should know, he has contracted dragon pox. Severus has expressed his inability to assist, yet he mentioned you might be able to. Riddle crossed his legs, taking a sip from his drink. Icklain frowned slightly. This elderly affliction is indeed troublesome, but with some effort, there remains a chance. Therefore, Lucius intended to send you a letter, but since I had nothing pressing to attend to, I delivered it on his behalf. Well, since you have made the effort to come in person, I will certainly lend my assistance in your honor. Icklain and Riddle sat facing each other on the single sofa, smiling as they spoke. Can we not declare a truce? Riddle raised an eyebrow, relaxing his posture, eager for Icklain to continue. Is peaceful coexistence not preferable? I made my stance clear at the Department of Mysteries last time. Do not even think about it, Riddle replied decisively. You are destined to lose. Icklain reclined against the back of the sofa. We shall see. What do you think of my family's wine? It possesses a distinct flavor, unlike any other. Does it contain something else? That, I certainly cannot disclose. If the recipe were to leak, how would I sell it? I have conveyed what I needed regarding Abraxas. Riddle placed his empty wine glass on the coffee table, standing up, not staying a while longer. No. I just remembered I have something else to attend to. Wait a moment. Icklain rose, moving towards the cabinet above the bar, retrieving a bottle of mead and presenting it to Riddle. Take this back to sample. If you find it to your liking, do remember to support my winery's business. No poison. Riddle examined the bottle, weighing it in his hand. Icklain chuckled. Am I that kind of person? If I were to poison you, how could we collaborate in the future? Then, thank you, Mr. Grindelwald. It is my pleasure. Icklain watched Riddle disapparate away, contemplating as he gazed at the overcast sky. After securing the door, he retrieved the envelope Riddle had brought, recognizing the wax seal as indeed from the Malfoy family. A quick glance at its contents confirmed it concerned Abraxas's dragon pox. Not finding anything particularly alarming, Icklain ascended to his room to rest. When he awoke, the room was shrouded in darkness, the window wide open. Facing his desk where a newspaper lay, likely delivered by Chongli or an owl from the post office. Icklain unwrapped the newspaper from its brown paper cover. Reading through it before his lips twitched, Death Eaters attacked the underground vault of the Greengrass family during the day, yet goblins insist there was no loss. Though a piece of parchment was left behind, Riddle must be over 50 by now. How juvenile. Icklain thought, observing the photograph of the parchment highlighted by the reporter. What exactly are the Death Eaters aiming for, so brazenly challenging Mr. Greengrass? What does this signify? Please reserve next week's edition for further discussion. Icklain, maintaining his composure, tucked the newspaper away into a drawer, changed into his sleepwear, and descended the stairs. Chapter 111, Draco's Letter. Time passed swiftly during this period, or so it seemed to Icklain. The spring brought gentle rains, yet the air was stifling and warm, occasionally disrupted by extreme weather. The only constant appeared to be the ever-present, cloud-laden sky. In the days following Riddle's obliteration of his vault, Icklain traveled to Romania, seeking counsel from Ron's brother, Charlie, regarding dragon-related infections. He also spent several days at St. Mungo's. The research yielded some improvement in Abraxas's condition. Lucius expressed his gratitude in a letter, and Icklain was certain its contents had not been vetted by Riddle. For Lucius thanked Icklain not only for treating Abraxas, but also for his care of Draco. He chose not to respond to Lucius's letter. In June, Icklain set off for France, residing at LeMay's home. No records whatsoever? Icklain exclaimed, perusing a book under the candlelight. Its age evident in the many missing or damaged pages. I burned it, LeMay whispered from a nearby corner. You know it's dangerous to keep it. Yes, it's dangerous. But what can we do? You can brew it yourself? Me brew? Who do you think I am? I can't just create it out of thin air like you genius types. Icklain slammed the book shut in frustration. Aren't you a genius? Albus, I am not a genius. I am merely an ordinary person. Even if I tried for years, I couldn't replicate it. Actually, I still have a piece left, LeMay replied. Icklain's mind momentarily stalled as he turned to look at LeMay in disbelief. LeMay shrugged, retreating into the house. Icklain decided not to follow, but waited patiently until LeMay emerged, now holding a piece of red stone. You have conditions, LeMay interrupted. Tell me the recipe for the mead, and I'll give it to you. Icklain twitched his lips, pondering. LeMay watched patiently as Icklain weighed the deal, offering a faint smile. Deal, I'm going for it. Icklain readily shared the recipe with LeMay, who in turn honored the agreement, handing over the Philosopher's Stone to Icklain. Without lingering further at LeMay's, Icklain returned to Nurmingard that very day. He subsequently immersed himself in the alchemical chamber, though he would emerge promptly for meals before hastily returning to his work. Grindelwald prepared meals for him on schedule, yet refrained from inquiring about Icklain's activities. Wishing not to intrude further, lacking energy, he sought to relinquish control. The three children had been taken away by Micah for a trip, leaving Nurmingard in a state of desolation. As June drew to a close, while dining with Grindelwald, an owl from Hogwarts flew in, accompanied by Chongli. Icklain opened the envelope. Icklain, the time is drawing near. I can only say to you, I am sorry. D. Malfoy. Icklain stared vacantly at the letter sent by Draco, lost in thought until Grindelwald rapped his fingers upon the table, snapping him back to reality. Has he explained the situation to you? Icklain's inquiry caused Grindelwald's pupils to constrict. He rose decisively and hurried upstairs, returning moments later with another letter in hand. Without uttering a word, Grindelwald conveyed his intent, and Icklain understood, accompanying him as they disapparated away. The Hogwarts owl flapped its wings and took flight from the window. Icklain tore open the envelope that Grindelwald had thrown to him before departing. Dumbledore. This was a letter of farewell. Panic surged through Icklain as he comprehended Dumbledore's intentions and recognized Grindelwald's purpose. However, entering Hogwarts was fraught with peril, especially for Grindelwald. Time was of the essence. He seized his cloak, yearning to pursue Grindelwald and join him, but suddenly, his body froze. It was Dumbledore's voice. I do not wish to be coerced. Simultaneously, Icklain felt an excruciating pain, as if his very insides were ablaze, despite having consumed nothing. In agony, he crumpled beside his chair, his consciousness intact, yet his body immobile. He must save Dumbledore. He must intervene. No, I do not wish to let go. Once more, Dumbledore's words echoed in his mind, prompting Icklain to shift from a curled position to crawl towards the door, inching forward. It is all my fault, Dumbledore lamented. Make it stop. I know I have erred. Please, let it cease. I will not do it again, I promise. Time had run out. No matter how swiftly he moved, it was too late. Chapter 112. Fawkes. Dumbledore's agony seemed to fade. Icklain sensed a gradual resurgence of magical energy, the tremors in his body subsiding significantly. He clumsily rose to his feet and immediately disapparated beyond the bounds of Hogwarts, racing towards the astronomy tower at breakneck speed. Avada Kedavra! The green curse struck Dumbledore, and before the eyes of Harry and his companions, he crumpled to the ground. It did not hurt. Dumbledore was taken aback. It turned out that the killing curse was devoid of pain. His fall appeared languorous, at least from his perspective. Memories flickered past like a revolving lantern. He closed his eyes as desired, a sense of ease enveloping him. Everything unfolded seamlessly. The only remaining regret was not witnessing the triumph of the battle. And the day Icklain's aspirations materialized, another regret lingered, never having uttered the words to that person, I love you. Regardless of the past, present, or future, Il will forgive me. He surely will. Both of them will understand and forgive. Suddenly, Dumbledore's eyes flew open, landing in a warm embrace. Disbelief washing over him as he beheld the figure of the one who occupied his regrets, Gellert. Then came the flame of Fawkes. There is still time. Icklain disregarded the old injury on his leg, sprinting desperately past the great hall, stumbling but rising again. The anxiety in his heart intensified. Yet he had not yet seen Dumbledore's lifeless body, had he? That meant he might still be alive. And what of Grindelwald? Surely he would arrive first. He dashed past the fountain and flower bed, traversing the corridor. His gaze rose to behold the dark mark, the green cloaks glimmering ominously in the dark sky, illuminating many windows. He could see the astronomy tower now. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a throng of students huddled together in their pajamas, not a single voice daring to break the silence. "Make way, please, excuse me." Icklain strained to push through the crowd. He envisioned countless scenarios, yet upon seeing the scene before him, his heart skipped a beat. Dumbledore? Icklain moved forward mechanically, observing the figure sprawled on the ground. Dumbledore's eyes were tightly shut, his limbs splayed as if he merely slumbered, his purple robe stained with dirt. His crescent-shaped glasses were nowhere to be found. Icklain's mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. His hands felt cold, hoping that touching Dumbledore would reveal similar warmth. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, placing her hand on Icklain's shoulder. He turned to look, dazed, noting the scratches on her face and the disarray of her previously neat hair. "Minerva." Icklain managed to utter her name, uncertain of what else to say. "Icklain, it's all right." McGonagall's voice shifted, trembling as she turned away to conceal her face. Though her right hand remained on Icklain's shoulder, Harry squeezed through the crowd, glancing at Dumbledore on the ground before focusing on Icklain, who was closest to the body. "Icklain, I'm so sorry." Icklain remained silent, kneeling beside Dumbledore's form, placing both hands upon the elder's chest. There was no breath. Icklain attempted to wipe the blood from Dumbledore's lips, but the moment his fingers grazed the skin, the icy sensation overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto Dumbledore's chest. Choking back sobs. "Dumbledore." One by one, others began to arrive. "Icklain." It was Lupin's voice, rushing towards him with a black dog at his heels, followed by Madame Pomfrey and a distant Molly and Mr. Weasley. "Dumbledore, we need to go home." Icklain stood, cradling the elder in his arms. "Minerva. I wish to take him home. He has endured enough," he said to McGonagall. Everyone stepped back, creating space for Icklain and the figure he held. "Icklain, I'm sorry." "Do not apologize, Potter. This is not your fault." "Why do you feel the need to apologize?" Icklain replied. "Remus, the rest is up to you. We wish to return home first." In the night sky, a crimson figure appeared. Fawkes called out a few times before landing on Icklain's shoulder. In a moment of disbelief, flames enveloped him. Upon reaching their destination, Icklain's hand slowly fell away, revealing nothing in his embrace. Only the brooch that had tumbled to the ground, a pin of the moon and stars. Transfiguration. Looking up, he found himself before the door of the Hogshead Inn. He flung open the wooden door, gazing at the figure before him. "Dumbledore." Icklain rushed forward, eyes reddened, embracing the elder tightly. I thought you had failed." "All is well, Illinois. I am unharmed," Dumbledore replied, returning the embrace and gently patting Icklain's back in comfort. Once Icklain regained his composure, he lifted his gaze to Dumbledore and then to Grindelwald, who stood not far away, wiping dirt from his face. Despite witnessing the death of his loved one, he shed no tears. Indeed, he was not truly real. He was merely a blood pact, an object. Had he not lost a chess match to Godric, he would not have found himself in this world. Yet it was enough. Chapter 113, The Feigned Death. An umbrella stand? Icklain chuckled as he gazed at Grindelwald. "Indeed. I had Chonley escort me to your estate, that very umbrella stand leading directly to Hogwarts." "Hagrid's hut." Dumbledore answered for Grindelwald. "You are aware that Arthur once utilized it." "I see." Icklain lowered his eyes, retracting the small vial he held into the confines of his ring. "Very well." "Ah, ahem." Dumbledore cleared his throat heavily. "Undoubtedly, due to the curse." "A curse? Do you have any plans?" Grindelwald stepped forward, gently patting Dumbledore's back. "Yes, in a couple of days, it shall be resolved swiftly." Icklain shrugged. "Hello, Uncle, good evening." "You." Aberforth stood at the staircase, observing the trio within the room, furrowing his brow. "Listen well, lad. Dumbledore may stay. And so may you. But he pointed at Grindelwald. Icklain's words were interrupted. "Brother, let Aberforth and the others remain here. I believe I have more authority in this matter, do I not?" Anna's voice, from within the portrait, whispered softly. Though Aberforth was displeased, he could only acquiesce. "I shall take my leave." Grindelwald spoke suddenly. "Indeed. Best be off quickly." With that, Aberforth ascended the stairs. "Aunt, how have you been of late?" Icklain approached the portrait, tilting his head in inquiry. "Quite well," Ariana replied with a smile, shifting her gaze from Icklain to Grindelwald and Dumbledore. "Aberforth, Gellert, how fare you?" The girl's voice trembled slightly. "We are well, Anna," Dumbledore began, only to be halted by Ariana raising her hand. "Do not apologize to me. It is not your fault." Aberforth, you have aged considerably. I did not see you last time I visited, but I heard your voice. I did not expect you to have aged so much. Alas, time waits for no one. Gellert, you two have changed significantly. It must have been nearly 90 years since we last met. Indeed, Grindelwald hesitated, unsure of what to say, opening his mouth only to close it again. A hoot pierced the air from outside the window, and Icklain swiftly caught the envelope that flew in. Opening it now, he announced, "Your funeral invitation, Dumbledore." Icklain chuckled lightly, passing the letter over. Another owl's call. Oh. He surveyed the incessant stream of letters arriving and felt somewhat overwhelmed, recalling the last time he witnessed such an influx. With no end in sight, Icklain retrieved his communicator to contact the Purity Party. Yes, he has passed. Spread the news. There is nothing to conceal. Front page for extra cost? Huh. Greedy for money, are we? Intercept all letters addressed to me and send them to Nurmingard. I shall peruse them later. The funeral is tomorrow. You need not attend. Plans have altered. And do keep a close watch on that Bellatrix. Inform me at the first sign of movement. Much appreciated. After disconnecting the communication, Icklain turned to Dumbledore, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Our current plans have been disrupted. Will you stay here, or return with us to Nurmingard? Dumbledore glanced at Icklain, then at the portrait of Ariana. Go, brother. You need rest. Ariana smiled, sharing a conspiratorial glance with Icklain, who playfully blinked at her. We shall return. Farewell, Anna. The group bid their goodbyes to Ariana. Icklain stepped forward, pushing open the wooden door of the bar, peering outside. Seeing it was clear, he opened the door wide, and he, along with Dumbledore, stepped out. Chongli descended, decisively transporting Icklain and the others away. It seems, Sister Chongli, you have quite a few secrets from me. Upon entering the vicinity of Nurmingard, Icklain walked ahead, addressing Chongli with a hint of melancholy. What? Is that unacceptable? Of course not. How could I dare speak ill of Sister Chongli? Icklain smiled sweetly at her, then pushed open the grand black door of Nurmingard. Wow! Icklain exclaimed, observing the suddenly bustling atmosphere of Nurmingard. What a hassle it is to have to rush back. My apologies, everyone. When have we ever rested? Vix questioned suddenly, doubting his memory. Ha. Icklain chuckled awkwardly as he removed his cloak, draping it over the sofa. Thus, my apologies. If apologies were effective, why bother with the galleons? Flank complained about overtime pay. We ought to be compensated. Very well. Additional remuneration it is. Icklain concurred. Dumbledore patted Icklain on the shoulder. I shall reveal my identity. Let them know. Oh, worry not. Icklain shrugged. I intended to feign death. And I have already informed them. You can trust them. Grindelwald stepped forward, smiling at Dumbledore, shaking his head. Leave it to him. But what if you had not arrived? Dumbledore pressed. Have we not arrived? Icklain continued to smile at Dumbledore. You are unaware of the extent of my abilities. Do you believe the pin the gentleman gifted you is merely an ordinary object? Do you think my sudden Christmas gift to you was merely a pair of spectacles? What if I had not brought it? I could bring you back from the brink of death. Do you believe that? Dumbledore paused, momentarily stunned. Then his attention was drawn to something in Icklain's hand. This. Icklain withdrew a small vial from his ring, containing a crimson liquid. It is a concoction I completed with LeMay. Do not underestimate it. Consuming it will surely pull you back from the clutches of death. Of course, I would also relish giving him a swift kick. What is contained within? Dumbledore attempted to take the vial, but Icklain halted him. He reclaimed the vial, nonchalantly stating, It contains my blood and some other alchemical substances. Do not be astonished. You know my blood possesses unique properties, do you not? Remember that incident with Sirius? Icklain raised his right palm, shaking it at Dumbledore. On it lay a diagonal scar. Dumbledore momentarily lost his focus, instinctively glancing at his own right hand, which bore a similar scar at the same angle as Icklain's. It was the scar from when he forged a blood pact with Grindelwald. Also, the scar left behind by the shards after that blood pact was broken. Chapter 114, A Cheerful Mood. Well, Icklain felt he had spoken enough, turning to Flant. I believe I may be mildly nearsighted. Nearsighted? You mean presbyopic? Get on with your work. Dumbledore observed the playful banter among Icklain and the others, smiling faintly, before turning back to Grindelwald and quietly asking, Does that guest room belong to me? No, Aberforth. The entirety of Nurmingard is yours. You shall forever be its master. Upon hearing this, Icklain inhaled deeply, whispering, Does that count as a confession? Children ought not to watch or listen, Flant remarked. Me? A child? Very well, a child. Icklain conceded. Then, Brother Flant, what is the status between you and Macaulay? Flant shivered. Ugh, how revolting. Icklain chuckled triumphantly. Today I am in high spirits. Off to deliver a grand gift to a friend. Who? Just wait for the newspaper. With that, Icklain and Grindelwald exchanged farewells, grabbing their cloaks and stepping out of the grand doors of Nurmingard. That night, The front page of the Prophet was graced with several new headlines. Despite the late hour, the Owl Post received an influx of orders, bustling with activity. In a shocking turn of events, the Riddle House was attacked by an unidentified assailant, igniting a fire that alarmed the Muggles. Eyewitnesses report that a figure clad in a black cloak vanished calmly amidst the flames, leaving behind a cryptic inscription in the charred ruins. The Ministry of Magic has issued a strong decree for confidentiality. What could it possibly signify? The nocturnal assault on the ancestral home of a notorious figure. Does this reflect the malevolence of humanity or a decline in moral integrity? What truth is the Ministry concealing? Yesterday, the world bid farewell to the greatest white wizard, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, whose remarkable deeds are a source of inspiration for us all. His funeral will be held on July 1st, promptly at 7 o'clock in the morning at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dumbledore's only living descendant, Icklain Dumbledore, will be in attendance, alongside rumors of a family connection to the infamous dark wizard, Gellert Grindelwald. Is this mere gossip or a veritable fact? Wafflant's lip curled slightly at the sight of the newspaper. At that moment, the doors of Nurmingard swung open, and Icklain, shedding his cloak, shrugged at the scrutinizing gaze of Dumbledore. Only the news of the nocturnal assault was released by me. The rest remains a mystery. What did you inscribe amidst the ruins? Grindelwald inquired, calmly sipping his tea on the sofa. For the greater good, Icklain replied. At this, Dumbledore nearly spewed his tea, while Grindelwald merely chuckled. Very well. Reporters will undoubtedly seek you out. I eagerly anticipate how you will navigate that situation. Will you be attending the funeral, sir? Icklain asked. Me? Given my circumstances? I have been granted bail, he replied. How about you? Though I am not yet at the pinnacle of power, I am sufficiently influential. Then let us attend. I am curious to witness how they conduct a funeral for an empty coffin. I shall find my attire, Icklain said before ascending the stairs to his bedroom. At 6:30, Icklain and Grindelwald donned their black suits and disapparated, accompanied by Wafflant and others. Upon arriving, they found the bridge swarmed with eager attendees. Icklain subtly gestured for Grindelwald to proceed forward. Understanding the implication, Grindelwald chuckled softly. One must at least maintain a semblance of decorum, Icklain remarked. His eyes slightly reddened as though he had wept throughout the night. Mr. Dumbledore, Rita Skeeter was the first to spot Icklain, approaching in her high heels and extending her hand. Greetings, Miss Skeeter, Icklain responded, quickly retracting his hand after a brief shake. My condolences, she offered, her expression far less somber than those around her. She seemed more intrigued by Icklain. You must be Mr. Grindelwald, renowned as ever. Grindelwald nodded nonchalantly, leading Wafflant and the others into the auditorium. Chapter 115. The funeral speech. Rita observed Grindelwald entering the auditorium with a peculiar gaze, leaving Icklain puzzled by her thoughts. May I conduct an interview with you? Rita inquired. Icklain sensed her insistence, whether convenient or not. It seemed he had no choice but to acquiesce with a nod. Rita exhaled in relief as her notebook and quill flew from her bag. Let us begin. As a descendant of Dumbledore, or perhaps of the infamous Grindelwald lineage, what are your thoughts? Undoubtedly, I feel pride. My father merely acted according to his convictions. However, if I were to critique Dumbledore's choices, I must concede that resorting to violence is not the optimal solution. My father acknowledges this and has resolved to amend his ways. Very well, with Dumbledore's passing, the deputy headmaster has suggested a pause in classes. I wish to gauge your opinion on its feasibility. That matter deserves further discussion. Ultimately, the decision should rest with the Wisengamot or the International Confederation of Wizards, Icklain replied, feeling his smile stiffen. If the school elects to continue, can you assure the safety of the students? Who can guarantee that? Dumbledore's demise suggests that the wizarding world may fall under the thrall of the Dark Lord. Does it not? Oh, Miss Skeeter, your inquiries are rather incisive. I assure you, under my name, if a single student perishes within those school walls, I would willingly face Merlin, Icklain declared. Rita seemed poised to pose another question, but with merely 10 minutes until the funeral commenced, the attendees were eager to converse with Icklain, compelling her to relent. Icklain, are you well? Molly squeezed through the crowd to envelop Icklain in a warm embrace, gently cradling his face. I am well, Molly. Are you all safe? Rest assured, we are all fine. The focus is on you. Remus emerged from the auditorium with a furrowed brow, his expression grave. We all lament Dumbledore's passing. Do not allow yourself to be consumed by grief, Remus. Icklain extended his right hand. Death is an inevitability, is it not? We who remain must carry on. Remus hesitated, glancing at Icklain's outstretched hand. Oh, my left hand is injured, making it inconvenient. Icklain shrugged and firmly shook Remus' hand. My condolences, Icklain. Harry approached. Indeed, remember, Harry, this is not your fault. It was Snape. Do not dwell on him. Shall we formally shake hands? Icklain extended his hand. Icklain Dumbledore Grindelwald, Mr. Potter. Oh, Harry Potter, the honor is mine, Mr. Grindelwald. Harry responded obediently, shaking Iclair's hand. Now, you two, look at the camera. Rita gestured to her photographer. May I inquire if this indicates, Mr. Potter, that you have aligned with the ministry? No, I do not represent the ministry, Miss Skeeter, Iclair replied decisively. Nor could I align myself with the current ministry. I harbor reservations regarding the minister's actions. Harry glanced between Rita and Iclair, both sharing a subtle smile, before releasing their grip. The funeral proceeded according to customary protocols. After a moment of silence for Dumbledore, someone suggested that Iclair offer a few words, garnering much agreement from the assembly. Iclair glanced at Grindelwald in the corner, received a nod, and made his way through the crowd, parting the throng toward the podium where Dumbledore had once stood. As for Dumbledore, I have little to add. His deeds are well known to all present, and to those absent among our wizarding friends, be it in the annals of magical history, the pages of newspapers, or the images on chocolate frog cards. Yet, none of this encapsulates the true essence of the man. No one truly knew this venerable figure, who dedicated his life to educating at Hogwarts, contributing immeasurably to the magical community. His passing fills me with regret, as it does for you all, yet I also feel a sense of relief. This 115-year-old man, who toiled for half a century, can finally rest. I genuinely rejoice in that. Iclair surveyed the assembly, continuing, Now, let me address the inquiries that pique your interest. Miss Rita Skeeter posed many questions at the entrance. I stand here, in the very spot he once occupied, to respond once more. This is my sentiment, but also Dumbledore's. Hogwarts shall never close its doors, as long as I remain here. As long as there are souls imbued with justice within these walls, it shall forever remain open to those children who yearn for magic. Icklain paused, casting a glance at McGonagall, seated in the front row, and nodded before continuing. I swear by Merlin, I shall uphold the position of assistant to ensure the safety of the students, the faculty, the house elves in the kitchens, and the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, even at the cost of my own life. Should a murder occur within the school, I shall leave it to you all to decide the course of action. I will carry forth with the wishes of Albus Dumbledore, striving for the peace that we all so ardently desire, for the long-awaited light. Hogwarts will forever be the sanctuary for wizards and will always remain the safest of havens. Madame Minerva McGonagall will assume the role of the new headmistress, and she shall aspire to Dumbledore's legacy, surpassing him in excellence. Furthermore, I wish to announce something to the wizarding world, not confined to Britain alone, but to all corners. I am the descendant of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, while I cannot speak for the matters between them. Grindelwald was once the beloved of our headmaster, and I am the product of that union, born of magic and love. I shall continue their noble pursuits and ideals from their youth, for justice and peace. Icklain, feeling a pang of thirst, licked his lips and continued. That is all I wish to convey, and what I intend to accomplish you shall witness. Should war arise in the future, I simply wish to remind everyone, be it the Ministry of Magic or those present, recognize the situation and discern between right and wrong. That is all. Thank you for your precious time spent listening to my rather mundane speech. Icklain nodded towards the audience and retreated into the crowd. Chapter 116, No Breaks During the Summer. Sir, Icklain looked towards Grindelwald, who leaned against the corner, shaking his head in resignation. The latter half of the funeral was equally somber, as students urged their parents to sign leave forms, opting to spend the summer at school. Harry gazed at the form hesitantly, as if mustering resolve, and approached Icklain. Grindelwald, I won't be coming during the summer. Dumbledore left me a task that I must complete, and I might not return next academic year either. It's all right. Go ahead, just be safe. Harry was somewhat taken aback by Icklain's directness, but thought little of it as he withdrew from the crowd. Following Harry's departure, Ron and Hermione trailed behind him. By the time Mrs. Weasley realized, the trio had already exited Hogwarts, and Lupin and Sirius spent some time comforting her. I shall write to the ministry, Icklain remarked to Flant, but then noticed the Minister of Magic amidst the crowd and approached him. Mr. Grindelwald, Scrimgeour greeted nervously, aware that he stood before the first-generation descendant of a dark wizard of unparalleled repute. He should have been more courteous. Well, I extend my early congratulations to you, Mr. Scrimgeour. Huh, congratulations for what? Congratulations on your dismissal. Thesis is far superior to you. If you ask me, retiring sooner rather than later wouldn't be too bad, would it? Icklain crossed his arms, leaving no room for Scrimgeour to retort. Please convey a message for me. I shall be visiting the ministry for inspections, and have a few orders sent over. Mr. Grindelwald, what position do you currently hold? I'm not quite sure, but my ambition is to become the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. Well, that should be the case now that Dumbledore has passed. Icklain shrugged and softly said to McGonagall, I need to visit the headmaster's office to gather his belongings. McGonagall murmured in acknowledgement. Watching Icklain's silhouette vanish through the hall's rear door, the headmaster's office, Icklain entered with ease, requiring no password, as the incantation would need to be designated by the next headmaster. Upon stepping inside, he sensed an unfamiliar magical presence. Suddenly, the door behind him closed, and a shadow loomed, wand pointed at Icklain's back. "Surely you're not attempting to defend against me, Severus?" Icklain shrugged, walking towards the desk, plucking a lemon drop from the bowl atop it and popping it into his mouth. "What brings you here?" "To gather his belongings." Snape fell silent. After all, the individual before him was Dumbledore's kin, and just the previous night, he had taken Dumbledore's life. "Do not feel guilt, Severus." Icklain began rummaging through drawers. "I am aware of your affairs. It was all part of the plan. Look at it from another perspective. He essentially committed suicide by your hand. Do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. You certainly have a carefree disposition. Indeed, otherwise living in constant guilt would be unbearable. Lives are sacrificed daily. Should one live forever in remorse?" Icklain emptied Dumbledore's drawer of all its sweets and spotted his confiscated candy jar, his expression darkening slightly. Yet he meticulously repacked everything, preparing to return it to Dumbledore. "I have appointed Minerva as headmistress. Will this decision impact your plans?" "No, Minerva. She despises you. She cannot fathom that her beloved students could bring harm to their mentors." Icklain replied candidly. "The war has ended. You must explain yourself to her." "I will not wait until..." "Until what?" Icklain leaned over the desk, inquiring. "Nothing. I'm leaving." "Do you need me to cover for you?" Icklain stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "No need." "Wait." Icklain called out to Snape, and in response to his incredulous gaze, embraced him. "Stay safe, Severus." Snape did not permit the embrace to linger long, instinctively retreating a few steps. "Trusting others is not a good habit." "Perhaps," Icklain replied, "but our collaboration will persist. This month's wages will be dispersed at the end of the month." Icklain smiled, looking into Snape's eyes. "Until we meet again." Without a reply, Snape departed the headmaster's office without a backward glance, leaving behind no trace of sentiment. Chapter 117, Overstepping Boundaries. Upon Icklain's return to the Great Hall, the funeral decorations had already been ordered away by Grindelwald, yet the hall remained crowded. Icklain circled around, failing to spot Grindelwald. Likely he had left early. But the purists were arriving one after another, albeit in small numbers, as Icklain had but a handful beneath his command. "Change out of those black suits. They bring ill omen," Icklain remarked, shedding his own jacket and adjusting his wrinkled shirt. "Open the doors wide. If Riddle possesses any competence, let him enter. We shall not cower." Flant, upon hearing Icklain's words, shrugged at Vix behind him, a bit audacious. "Audacious? If we don't assert ourselves, they will begin to overstep. They've become arrogant over these past few years, basking in the light of their fleeting triumphs." Icklain, feeling a surge of agitation, loosened his collar, which he always found too restrictive. "Are we still indulging them? This holiday, I intend to show Riddle what it truly means to be seasoned. A mere child in his 70s thinks to play such games with me." "Don't go too far," Flant cautioned before turning to exit the hall. Icklain had intended to find a moment to breathe, but he sensed newcomers approaching from outside. "Leave." Before the visitor at the door could utter a word, Icklain spoke first. The person outside was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Grindelwald, have some pity on me. I am but an ordinary worker. My master has asked me to convey a message to you, so please indulge me by sparing a moment of your precious time to listen." "Speak." My master states that the Ministry of Magic has decided to classify Hogwarts as a dangerous institution. Tell him to get lost." "You inform him that it is the British Ministry of Magic, yes? What does that matter? From this day forth, I am the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. It is not his place to dictate terms. Furthermore, instruct the ministry to incinerate the file on Sirius Black. He is to be exonerated. Also, have my registered name changed to Icllain Grindelwald, understood? Do not compel me to seek your boss in person." The visitor, dazed and confused, nodded obediently before departing. Icllain watched his retreating figure and let out a light chuckle. Still young, trouble loomed. Sirius had been sent to the headmaster's office, and the portrait of Dumbledore must be burned. Would Sirius have already turned the office upside down? When he hurriedly glanced inside, he found Sirius in a heated debate with Phineas. "You old fossil. I, disgraceful, and you dare call yourself my descendant? I truly thank you." Gentlemen, this is Icllain," he meekly interjected, observing the intensity of their quarrel, teaching ungrateful descendants a lesson, engaging in a verbal spar with an antiquity. Icllain shot Sirius a bemused glance. How carefree he was. Just after having his wanted poster revoked, he was merrily cohabiting with his elder. With a sigh, Icllain waved his hand, causing Dumbledore's portrait on the wall to fly down. Then, under the gaze of everyone in the headmaster's office, he snapped his fingers, incinerating the portrait completely. Is this truly wise? I mainly fear that my actions in the coming years will provoke this esteemed spirit to descend and strike me, Icklain replied with a shrug. Burning it alleviates my concerns. Are you planning to burn all the portraits in the headmaster's office? Did any of you witness something you ought not to have? Icklain crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, gazing at the surrounding portraits with an amused expression. No, who saw anything? My eyesight has grown poor with age. Are you speaking to me? My hearing isn't what it used to be either. Is someone addressing me? I say. Since there is no one in the headmaster's office, let us retreat. Anyone up for a game of cards? Phineas, you as well? Sirius chuckled at the sight of these old folks feigning deafness, but then a thought crossed his mind, and he regarded Phineas' portrait thoughtfully. What do you intend to do? Nothing in particular, merely aligning myself with President Icklain. You ungrateful wretch. I still remember when I heard the news of your demise. I went to the old manor to call for you. Icklain observed the bickering between the two and chose not to comment further as he exited the headmaster's office. Chapter 118. The Revival Elixir. Icklain. Dumbledore. Grindelwald. Has your identity finally been revealed? My people have informed me about those few words I overheard, and regarding my ancestral estate. We can address that in due time. I look forward to your forthcoming plans. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Icklain received a letter dispatched by Riddle. After expressionlessly incinerating the parchment, he collided with Professor McGonagall. Icklain? Minerva, what brings you here? To set a password. Oh, very well, Icklain shrugged. I shall take my leave. Hold on, Icklain, McGonagall called after him. Albus, I am truly sorry. It is quite all right. If Dumbledore were still among us, he would not wish for us to grieve excessively, would he? Cheer up, Minerva, prepare for the impending battle. Regarding salaries, when will they be dispersed? As Icklain entered the great hall, Flitwick greeted him with a smile. At the end of the month. Couldn't it be earlier? Earlier? Do you truly need that little? Icklain inquired. Do you not have enough? No, I am quite short. All the money I have has been sacrificed for our great cause. Very well, then. I shall arrange the funds. You may collect it yourself. Icklain conceded. Good day, Mr. President. Arthur approached him. Regarding Dumbledore, Stop, Arthur, enough. I do not wish to discuss Dumbledore anymore. The dead cannot be revived. All right, then what are your thoughts on being addressed as president? It feels rather good. Have the Aurors arrived? They have. Very well. Icklain patted Arthur on the shoulder. As for the tasks of the Order of the Phoenix, I shall not be participating. But remember, should anything arise, I will be there to support you. I need to return to Nurmingard, he said to Flitwick. Farewell. Arthur gazed at Icklain's retreating form, momentarily stunned. He had seen photographs of Dumbledore in his youth, and that silhouette, it resembled him so closely. He has returned. Grindelwald remarked as he lounged on the sofa. Dumbledore observed Icklain from a distance, lost in thought. What are you staring at? Icklain said as he entered. Locking eyes with Dumbledore. You do move swiftly. You cannot save me. Illinois. Dumbledore shook his head. What? Icklain feigned deafness. By the way, my wand has been acting up. It is showing signs of cracking. With that, he drew his wand and handed it to Grindelwald. After all, it is a replica. Grindelwald took the wand and examined it closely. The Elder Wand is with me. Icklain placed another wand on the coffee table. What are your plans? Grindelwald set Icklain's wand down as well. The current master of the Elder Wand should be Draco Malfoy, Icklain stated. Dumbledore's plan is to have Harry become the master of the Elder Wand. At the current pace, it will soon come to fruition. However, to prevent Riddle from discovering the grave is empty, I intend to deliver it directly to him. He will kill you, Dumbledore interjected, shaking his head. He won't. Icklain replied. I will take these two wands with me. Dumbledore, I will also return your wand. He then produced the supposedly inherited items he had organized, sweets, silverware, and Dumbledore's wand from his youth. And the sugar bowl, Icklain suddenly added. That is mine, after all, so I shall take it. This summer, I will stay at Hogwarts to teach the young witches and wizards some self-preservation techniques, and once school commences, I shall visit LeMay. Naturally, I will certainly resolve your curse beforehand. He smiled at Dumbledore, then ascended the stairs. Albus, sit down, Grindelwald said. There is nothing to worry about now. Perhaps, Dumbledore replied, taking a seat beside Grindelwald. During this time, you can rest well. Grindelwald's gaze toward Dumbledore was complex, albeit it was a brief moment of tranquility. Icklain leaned against the railing, looking down. Ahem. The two looked up. Then, he tossed a vial of potion down, which Dumbledore deftly caught. The Revival Elixir. Wouldn't it be splendid to change one's appearance? Alter one's identity. Do you truly expect to venture out in your current guise? Chapter 119, Summer Training. Dumbledore gazed contemplatively at the potion vial in his hand, and after a moment's reflection, he concurred with Ilkrin's notion. Please, proceed to my chamber. My garments should fit you perfectly, Ilkrin remarked as he observed Dumbledore rising to his feet. Once Dumbledore ascended the staircase, Iccrian gestured to Grindelwald. Sir, after the summer recess, I shall require your assistance with a matter. Damn it, young master, you won't be leaving now, will you? Just as Iccrian finished his exchange with Grindelwald, the doors of Nurmingard were thrust open forcefully by Flant. The heavy doors creaked under the strain. I have matters to attend to. Oh, do you truly believe that? Flant retorted. What pressing business could possibly necessitate your presence here? I shall be along shortly. At that moment, a gentle cough from the staircase interrupted, prompting Iccrian and the others to glance back. Merlin, you two bear an uncanny resemblance, Flant murmured. Iccrian shot him a disapproving look. He is my father. If we do not resemble one another, then what? Only Grindelwald remained silent, his gaze transfixed on Dumbledore. The vibrant, fiery red hair and the oceanic blue eyes were the embodiment of the stunning English rose that had captivated Grindelwald throughout that entire summer. Come, let us not intrude upon their private world any longer, Iccrian whispered. There is hardly a private world to speak of, Ilk. Iccrian shivered at the unexpected warmth in his tone, a kindness uncharacteristic for one of his age. We should take our leave. With that, Iccrian pulled Flant away from Nurmingard. Dumbledore watched the retreating figures of Iccrian and Flant with a resigned smile, while Grindelwald continued to observe him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Both men understood that they could never return to that summer of yesteryear. To find contentment in the present may well be the most prudent course for them. Dumbledore shifted his gaze back to Grindelwald, meeting his eyes with tranquility, for there was no cause for alarm. They had settled their matters a year prior, had they not? Their relationship had evolved beyond what it once was. I shall tend to the flowers, Dumbledore announced, diverting his gaze. Grindelwald responded with a subdued acknowledgement. At Hogwarts, having just graduated from their 7th year, most of the young witches and wizards lingered behind, gathered around the fountain, eagerly awaiting Iccrian. Mr. Grindelwald, a young wizard greeted as Iccrian approached. It's time to change titles, Iccrian smiled. Yes, Mr. Grindelwald. Why do you remain here? Iccrian inquired. Shouldn't you be leaving now that graduation has concluded? Because we wish to protect our families. Iccrian paused, realizing the impact of his previous speech had evidently resonated. Yet he remained oblivious to the extent of its persuasive power. Surely, this level of unity is rather unexpected. Nevertheless, he acknowledged it was a positive development. Well, it's commendable to protect one's family. We have also signed our names to remain at the school. Could you teach us more spells? Indeed. I have utilized the Patronus charm. There are dementors lurking about during our journey home. Absolutely. Just as Iccrian was about to respond, he noticed 2 small red dots approaching from a distance, momentarily taken aback. The 2 red dots waved in his direction. Grindelwald, we have delivered what you requested, Fred announced. Ah, and what brings you here now? Of course, we heard about your summer training camp and came to see for ourselves, George chimed in. Ah, has Molly consented? Of course, they replied in unison. Very well, then let us proceed to the Great Hall with you and the others, Iccrian instructed. The group arrived at the entrance to the Great Hall. Iccrian seized Flant, who attempted to escape, pulling him into the hall. Do not flee. It's not me. I'm still commanding the Aurors. Don't involve me. The Aurors have Vex, and you and I have other arrangements. Flant, under the watchful eyes of the Aurors, closed his eyes, preparing for the inevitable. Iccrian left the doors of the Great Hall ajar, signaling the young witches and wizards not to close them, and then, with a flick of his wand, he moved the tables aside, aligning them against the walls. Today, I will impart a singular lesson. You see, engaging in solitary combat is never the optimal choice. As Iccrian spoke, he drew his wand. Some wizards, in their arrogance, believe they can conquer all alone. Many have already met their fate at Merlin's side. I wish for you all to remember the importance of teamwork. To put it plainly, on the battlefield, one is likely to be targeted by foes and overwhelmed. But what if you are part of a group? Then you can overpower others. To bind an individual and render them defenseless, what would you typically do? Stun them. Use the binding curse. Disarm them. Correct, but that requires 2 spells, which is rather time-consuming. So, who wishes to demonstrate teamwork? Me. A Gryffindor boy exclaimed, raising his hand. Very well, you shall do, Iccrian declared, raising his wand alongside Flant, calling out, Expelliarmus. Disarm. Incarcerus. The boy's wand went flying, followed immediately by Flant's binding spell, ensnaring him securely. As he fell, Iccrian lifted the spell just in time for the boy to witness the spectacle. Ah, Fred and George exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 120, Perform. Who could outshine you? Nurmingard fell into a profound silence after Iccrian's departure. Dumbledore retreated to the garden, appearing remarkably composed, as if nothing were amiss. However, Grindelwald was far from tranquil. Upon Dumbledore's emergence at the staircase, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the 18-year-old's presence. What a ludicrous notion. Dumbledore seemed content to remain in the status quo, fostering a friendship, yet Grindelwald wrestled with his own tumultuous emotions. Irritated, Grindelwald rubbed his face with one hand and stood up, retreating to the bathroom to regain his composure. You know, in my mind, Senior Grindelwald has always been a gentle figure, but when he teaches us, he transforms completely, utterly. Flant replied, reclining casually at the long table in the great hall, writing letter after letter. Suddenly, he interjected, You gentle? Iccrian rested his head on his hand, seated opposite him, peering down at the newspaper, obscuring his expression. It's acting. Do you understand? Ah, perform indeed. Who could possibly outshine you? Flant rolled his eyes and returned to his letters. I wish to confess my feelings to him, but I'm too afraid. What is stopping you? Just go for it. What if he is already enamored with someone else? Last time, someone claimed to have seen Senior Grindelwald with Draco Malfoy in a rather ambiguous situation. He is gay? Flant, upon hearing this, pressed his quill heavily against the parchment. Really? Do not heed their baseless rumors. It's utterly impossible. Iccrian flipped a page of the newspaper, his calm demeanor rendering Flant unable to ascertain the truth. You scared me. I thought this was yet another bizarre tradition, bewitching students to become gay. Shut up and look at this. With that, Iccrian handed Flant the open newspaper page. Hogwarts assistant Iccrian Dumbledore. Is Grindelwald a demon or an angel? Such malice is overt. Any rational person can see through it. Acting. Isn't it rather convenient to feign innocence and appear easily bullied in front of them? Indeed, but as you immerse yourself in this role, do take care not to become lost within it. I am neither a player in this game, nor a mere pawn within it. The notion of being absorbed into it does not apply to me. Then what are you? A strategist, or perhaps an observer, standing apart from the fray? I have no desire to oppose anyone from the Grindelwald or Dumbledore families. Otherwise, I fear I might not even know how I met my demise. We are merely engaged in commerce. Yes, commerce. However, Icklain, should the magical realm conspire to rebel and jeopardize my interests, they cannot be spared. With a wave of his hand, he erased the ink mark from the parchment of Florent. The operational scope of Riddle and his ilk has already been thoroughly depleted under your pressure. Will you persist? Did I not mention? If there is a rebellion, they cannot remain. Icklain remarked that Nocturne Alley should be their final source of income. We must seize it. Very well, I shall attend to it shortly. Once we do so, their financial resources will rest solely upon the meager reserves of the pureblood families. In a few days, I shall have come of age, and I have a grand gift to bestow upon him. Florent shivered, returning to his work. To heed Icklain's words and appear obedient is a grave error. The Grindelwald family is not lacking in ambition. To label them as rebels would not be an exaggeration. The magical world will ultimately become a plaything beneath Icklain's feet, a realm belonging to either the Grindelwald or Dumbledore families. His ambition lies therein, and his true intentions mirror this. He desires equality for all, not because he wishes to transform the magical realm, which is dictated by lineage, power, and wealth, but to create an entirely new magical world. The rules that have governed for centuries must be altered, and they must indeed be changed. Chapter 121, A Duel. Time passes swiftly, in the blink of an eye. Nearly half of July has slipped away, and today marks Icklain's so-called birthday. The birthday boy himself feels no particular sentiment regarding this occasion. Yet he is escorted back to Nurmingard by several members of the pureblood party, their arms draped around his shoulders. Icklain calls out, I have not finished grading the papers. But his words fall upon deaf ears. Upon his return, Happy birthday, young master, Olivia cheerfully greeted. This isn't truly my birthday, but thank you nonetheless. I appreciate everyone's hard work during this busy time, Icklain replied. Care to witness the show? Vix suddenly emerged from behind his wife, grinning. A duel of the century, perhaps? Icklain initially failed to grasp the situation, but soon followed toward the back garden of Nurmingard. On the hillside of the garden, Dumbledore and Grindelwald stood, wands in hand, facing each other with solemnity. What are you two up to? Nothing of consequence, Illinois, Dumbledore replied, appearing as youthful as in his earlier years, while Grindelwald had also consumed a youth potion, reverting to his 16-year-old self. We wish to engage in a duel. Perhaps a scuffle would relieve our minds. Icklain pondered Dumbledore's words carefully, reflecting on his actions over the past few days, and found he had not provoked displeasure from either of them. Come now, Gellert, Dumbledore urged, raising his wand and casting a spell. Grindelwald took a deep breath, cast aside his twig wand, and let the spell mark his neck. Dumbledore paused, clearly taken aback by Grindelwald's actions. I willingly concede to you, Albus. Grindelwald gazed earnestly at him, whether as in the past or present. Icklain touched his neck, noting Grindelwald's wound was a cut, while his was merely a red mark. Yet, he and the onlookers were rendered speechless by the sudden display of affection between the two. Dumbledore opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. Albus, I ask you. Grindelwald stepped forward, if I were to relinquish all my rights and greater benefits for you, would you forsake your sense of justice for me? I cannot, Gellert. Dumbledore shook his head, knowing the magical realm's expectations weighed heavily upon him, casting him as a guiding son. Even if he were to assume another identity, that sense of justice had been ingrained in him, etched by the death of Ariana, the rift with the man before him, and the responsibilities of being the head of the International Confederation of Wizards. He could not march alongside the man before him. Grindelwald chuckled self-deprecatingly. I had long suspected as much. In that case, let me step into your damned sense of justice. Dumbledore, teary-eyed, listened to his words, yet turned his head away, attempting to divert his attention. Look, mistletoe, he said, glancing upward at a sprig of mistletoe hanging from an oak tree nearby. But Dumbledore hesitated momentarily after speaking. What if I wished to kiss you? And you could not refuse me? Wouldn't that be so? Without waiting for Dumbledore's affirmation, Grindelwald leaned down to kiss him. The kiss was gentle, and Grindelwald made no further movements. It was simply a kiss, pure and unadulterated. A fleeting touch, yet it lingered. Both closed their eyes, savoring that ephemeral yet exquisite moment. Observing from a distance, Icklain and the others witnessed the couple's embrace and smiled genuinely. Even several elder members were moved to tears. They had borne witness to the tumultuous love journey of these two. It had not been easy. Florence shed a couple of tears as well. How difficult it has been. Having witnessed this scene in my lifetime, I am without regrets. He shook Icklain's shoulder, exclaiming, Damn, I'm also quite moved. But could you please stop shaking me? Icklain replied, I'm about to faint. Winda retreated to the back of the crowd, where no one could see, and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 122. Without him, life is unbearable. Albus, shall we start anew? Grindelwald, reluctant to part from Dumbledore, gazed earnestly into his eyes. Dumbledore did not respond. He knew his time was limited. The opportunity for a fresh start was fleeting. What is the difference between such declarations and a confession of love? Florin inquired. There is a distinction, is there not? Perhaps it is a touch more sophisticated than I love you. Icklain shrugged. Humans are peculiar. Oh no, they are coming this way. Quickly scatter, Icklain urged, watching the two approaching figures and hastily dispersing the gathering crowd. As Dumbledore approached, the throng had already dissipated, each person attending to their own affairs as though nothing had transpired. Happy birthday. Icklain merely returned a faint smile. Today, yes, thank you, my dear father. He tilted his head, asking, Do you have a moment later? Dumbledore gestured for him to continue. With that, Icklain produced a vial of potion he had prepared earlier, a cure for the curse he had developed alongside Lamy. Dumbledore's hand froze midair. Do not think of an early death as an escape, Dumbledore. You are to witness our wizards step boldly out of the shadows, are you not? Dumbledore intended to say something, but was pushed toward the castle by Icklain. You too. Once the effects of the youth potion wear off, we need to meet with two individuals. Who? Dumbledore asked. It's a secret. Grindelwald stood silently behind Icllain. Are you here to thank me, Mr. Grindelwald? Icllain inquired, turning around with hopeful anticipation. I do not ask for much, just what you deem appropriate. After all, less is not an option, and more is always welcome. What of the inheritance rights to the Grindelwald estate? No. I have no intention of claiming the Grindelwald family's assets. I am quite content as I am, are I not? I have my own followers, ideals to pursue, a circle of like-minded friends, and even my own estate. You may keep the inheritance. My name is not on the family tree, is it? Then what do you desire? I suppose I have come of age today, right? You needn't be so strict with me. It is said that children grow and should be given freedom. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, and stepped through the back door first. Yet Icllain understood that he had tacitly agreed. The favors he had done for him were innumerable. The antidote, arranging Dumbledore's so-called affairs, and even the mistletoe from the tree just moments ago, all orchestrated by him. It was laughable. Without him, life in this household would be unbearable. Are you certain this dress is suitable? Icllain asked, gazing uncertainly at the long gown in his hands. What? Do you doubt my judgment? Am I not a girl, or are you the girl here? When I say it fits, Olivia declared, hands on her hips. After all, she is just a little girl, isn't she? Younger than me. And what have I taught you? A girl is forever 18. Very well. Olivia was quite satisfied with Iclair's response and added a few more items to the prepared suitcase. Do you have a girl you like? Icllain had just neatly folded the long gown and placed it in the suitcase when he heard Dumbledore's words, causing him to spring up. No. There is a term for it. If I were to court someone, that would be as the aged versions of Dumbledore and Grindelwald were escorted by the Death Eaters into Hogsmeade. Icllain directed the Death Eaters stationed at the pub entrance to spread out a bit before following them inside. He swiftly caught the heavy punch that Aberforth intended for Grindelwald, saying, Let's keep the family peace. With a wave of his hand, 5 chairs flew over, stopping neatly at the feet of the group. He took a seat first. rubbing his legs. Anna's portrait is upstairs, she cannot see. Aberforth remarked, now that you all are here, we can settle the debts from that boy's past. Enough. Icklain gently reprimanded. Dumbledore, intending to speak, was silenced by a look from Icklain. You may be quiet for now. A moment of silence passed. Unable to bear it any longer, Icklain stood up, exclaiming, Uncle, do you know what cowardice is? Boy, are you calling me a coward? Aberforth was instantly enraged by Icklain's words. How did you scold him when he ran away? Aberforth, Dumbledore. I am speaking of you. You are indeed a coward. If you were not a coward, why did you not speak plainly with him? You are all cowards. It is weakness that drives men to flee. And it is also weakness that prevents you from revealing the truth. Do you think me blind or deaf? When I arrived that day, did you think I was oblivious? Who eavesdropped on my conversation with Anna, shedding tears in silence? Each of you is cowardly. Where is the Aberforth who advised them to part ways sooner? Was he not quite vocal back then? Why the silence now? Relying on the guilt you hold for Anna, like a child throwing a tantrum. I have told Anna countless times to reveal the truth, to tell them why you suddenly perished. But she concealed the truth out of your damned pride and fear of your guilt. God knows for what purpose. I witnessed it all with clarity. My words today carry no weight. You should reflect on them. With that, Icklain ascended the stairs. Dumbledore was the first among the three to grasp the truth of what transpired back then. As he opened his mouth to speak, he glanced at the other two's expressions and swallowed his words. All three understood. However, the first floor remained unnaturally silent until the sound of Icklain's footsteps descending shattered the stillness. Not a word? Icklain questioned. Chapter 123, Family. Aunt, I told you so. Icklain had anticipated this, turning back with a resigned expression. With just the few of them, they are as tongue-tied as ever. Very well, Icklain. The others heard a female voice behind him and stood up slightly trembling. Anna Dumbledore? Came the uncertain voice. Brother, it's been a while. Anna, adorned in a custom white gown from Madame Malkin's, slowly descended the stairs. Icklain, displaying remarkable tact, stepped aside to allow her passage, quietly observing. His taste remained impeccable. This was the gown he had ordered last year, and it suited her well, with the waist accessory carefully chosen by Olivia. I do not understand. Anna, is that you? Dumbledore tightly embraced the approaching Ariana, his voice trembling as tears streamed down his face. I am so sorry, so sorry. It was my fault. I wronged you. No, brother. Ariana gently extricated herself from his embrace, speaking softly. It was not your fault. I was the silent one, destined not to live long. Just a matter of unfortunate timing. And now you are Aberforth suddenly inquired. I have returned. Icklain watched the family finally reunited. A contented smile gracing his face as he placed his hand on the wooden door, preparing to push it open when he was called back. Stay here for a moment. Aberforth said, somewhat awkwardly. You all should converse freely. I shall not intrude. But we are family. You bear the Dumbledore name. Oh, how touching, uncle. Icklain turned back with a smile, truly heartwarming. Yet you still have much to discuss, do you not? I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for others' responses, he pushed the door open and exited. Cough, 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 just outside the pub door. After taking only a few steps, he began to cough violently. LeMay family. Fulbright was the first to notice, rushing over from a distance to support Icklain's arm. As the words fell, Chongli flew over, whisking them both away. Inside the LeMay residence, Fulbright helped Icklain into the house, only to be promptly dismissed. Meanwhile, the figure in the mirror shouted in dissatisfaction. What difference does this make from giving them your soul? Is there no difference? Icklain, sipping the concoction LeMay had prepared, raised his eyes in inquiry. There is no difference. LeMay replied, frowning. Oh well, no difference then. Icklain answered the Grim Reaper's question. Is it worth it? You humans are truly strange. Were you not human in life? Icklain retorted. It is worth it. After all, they are my family. Ah, family. Who was it that once said I should not have come down? That way I wouldn't have to deal with this heap of rubbish? First it was Sirius Black, then Albus Dumbledore, and now there is Ariana. How many lives do you possess? I grant you life for your descent, not for you to squander it. Soon war shall erupt. Do you intend to save everyone? I can assure you, in the future, sacrifices will include Remus Lupin, Alastair Moody, and Nymphadora Tonks, and many more. You cannot save them all. Enough. Icklain impatiently snapped the mirror shut. What is next? LeMay inquired. I shall remain at the school during this holiday, and we shall see what unfolds when term resumes. Though I may trouble you. Your time is limited. Yes, I am aware. Icklain wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rose, and donned the coat draped over the chair, stating he would take his leave. Without allowing LeMay to rise, Icklain pushed through the door, standing in the street. Chongli hovered upon a nearby rooftop. Icklain smiled at her reassuringly, signaling that all was well, before retrieving his pocket watch. The cover still bore the family portrait, though it exhibited signs of wear from frequent missions, particularly around his position. Finished? Chongli glided over, alighting on his shoulder. Yes. Where to next? Hiss. Back to the manor. Icllain returned the watch to his pocket, contemplating that he had recently learned Russian and needed to review it, urging Chongli not to inform the professor that he had temporarily set aside Chinese, as it was rather convoluted. Sister Chongli? After a prolonged silence without response or movement, Icllain turned to inquire, what is the matter? Are you feeling better? Ah, that, I am well now. There is no significant issue, merely a bit of magical exertion, so do not worry, Icllain reassured him. You failed to mention the hardships you faced? What hardships? It was quite simple. Who am I if not Icllain? What could possibly exist in this world that Icllain Dumbledore Grindelwald cannot resolve? Does it hurt? Not at all. Icllain replied succinctly. Chongli said nothing further, accompanying him back to the manor. Chapter 124, Sleep. You have returned? Phelan had been waiting at the manor's entrance for quite some time. Yes. Are you certain you are all right? Fear not. All is well. Icllain pushed open the villa door, stating, I am a bit tired. I shall retire upstairs for some rest. Do not seek me unless it is urgent. Phelan appeared somewhat skeptical of Icllain's words. Yet seeing his exhausted demeanor, he refrained from further questioning. Icllain ascended the stairs, not bothering to remove his coat, and collapsed onto the bed, drifting into slumber. In the corner of the bedroom, a shadow observed him as he slept, approaching to gently remove his coat and carefully cover him with a blanket. A day spent toiling deserves such kindness, he scoffed softly before exiting the room. By the way, happy birthday. When Icllain awoke, it was already the following afternoon. A black cat nimbly leaped onto the staircase railing and then to the floor, meowing before strolling leisurely into the living room. Trust me, there are certainly unrecorded herbs here. Augustus pointed at the map spread across the coffee table. I believe you, but, are you awake? Vex suddenly noticed the black cat beside the sofa. Yes. Icllain transformed back into his human form, gazing at the map on the table. Heed my advice, do not go there. Why? Augustus asked, puzzled. Last time I received a tip-off and went, I encountered a witch, the kind socially detached, who kept a house full of creatures that were not werewolves but resembled them. There are indeed unrecorded herbs, but some are toxic. Ah, that sounds perilous. Augustus's response seemed somewhat forced, yet he acquiesced. Oh, and the professor mentioned he wishes to take a leave of absence. During this period, the purists, all of them, are to be managed by you, Vex added. Why? Icllain questioned, perplexed. After working tirelessly day in and day out, why would he wish to offload all responsibilities onto him? At this rate, he too might need to request a leave. Because, cough cough, Vex cleared his throat and stood. Last night, when the professor and Dumbledore returned, he earnestly told me, Al, this time we can finally start anew. And noticing a look of confusion on Dumbledore's face, he continued, I plan to pursue you again, starting from the beginning. That is all. Ah, Icllain seemed to understand. Speaking of pursuit, Tonks and I are to hold our wedding alongside the Weasley family's second son. Have you set a date? Icllain inquired. Not yet, but it should be at Hogwarts, as the school is now open to the public, and many students' parents and ordinary wizards have moved in, making it safer within the school grounds. Very well, inform me once a date is set. I need to visit the German Ministry of Magic to collect the Chairman's medal. Icllain remarked as he moved towards the door. Aren't you going to rest a bit? Take care of your health. Vex expressed concern for his well-being. I'm fine. I'm off. The process of obtaining the medal was not pleasant. Many regarded Icllain with disdain, refusing to grant him a warm reception. He was hurriedly ushered out of the venue without being allowed to utter a word, not even during the meeting at the International Wizarding Federation headquarters. Icllain understood that they looked down upon the Grindelwald surname, believing his position was merely a temporary substitute following Dumbledore's passing. The summer training program at Hogwarts had been temporarily shelved due to the presence of Aurors and Purists, along with the teachers' active cooperation, ensuring that the learning pace would not lag too far behind. Parents of young wizards and ordinary wizarding families were permitted to reside within the school, resulting in tents crowding the open spaces outside the Quidditch pitch. He spent half a month at the Federation headquarters, where no one wished to converse with him. Yet the workload remained substantial, and it seemed some intentionally sought to complicate matters for him, continually delivering a slew of troublesome issues to his office. Icllain did not display his dissatisfaction but accepted everything, realizing that responding with violence was not a viable solution. It was far better to let others acknowledge his capabilities. Chapter 125, The Long Road to Winning Her Back. On the very day he confessed to Dumbledore, Grindelwald commenced his quest to win back Ariana. Ariana's correspondence with several individuals grew increasingly frequent, and at times, she would write to Dumbledore, lamenting how Aberforth's goat incessantly bleated at night. Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald suggested that Ariana should move to Nurmingard for a time. However, Ariana declined. Having lived for over a century, and not wishing to be subjected to the constant display of affection between the two. Despite having delegated all responsibilities to Icklain, Grindelwald still found himself sufficiently occupied with various tasks related to Wisingamot. The staff dared only to make things difficult for Icklain, yet were obedient in the presence of Grindelwald. Nevertheless, the workload remained arduous. Riddle's Death Eaters occasionally instigated acts of terror, successfully alerting the Muggle world to the disturbances which burdened him, requiring him to use all his persuasive skills, not merely to comfort, but to manipulate. The demands of his work rendered his pursuit of Ariana increasingly challenging. But who was he? Grindelwald. After all, there were always more solutions than obstacles, were there not? Thus, Dumbledore often found himself reminiscing about Grindelwald during meals or while drinking water. On his water glass, a thoughtful note had been affixed, and although he saw no one throughout the day, his meals were never forgotten, including afternoon tea. Dumbledore tacitly approved of his actions and even derived a certain pleasure from them. Although the exuberance of Godric's summer had faded, the chilling winter of Nurmingard now bore a peculiar warmth. At 8:30, Dumbledore descended the stairs into the dining room, where a sumptuous dinner awaited him. However, unlike usual, an additional cup graced the table today. "Good evening, Al." Grindelwald suddenly emerged, wrapping his arms around Dumbledore's waist and resting his weary head upon his shoulder. "Good evening, Gellert." Dumbledore felt a tickle from Grindelwald's golden hair against his neck and, with a hint of exasperation, gently extricated the arms encircling him. Yet, Grindelwald quickly ensnared him once more, this time leaning his weight against him. "Let us eat first, then rest," Dumbledore stated. Grindelwald hesitated to respond, inhaling deeply the scent emanating from Dumbledore. It was an indescribable feeling, one that occupied his thoughts day and night. Reluctantly, Grindelwald released him. The dinner became somewhat unbearable for Dumbledore, as Grindelwald's gaze fixed upon him, untouched food remaining in his plate, and not even a sip of wine had been taken. "Gellert, please eat properly," he gently reprimanded. "I'm not hungry. Watching you eat is enough. Eat well, or I shall not repeat myself a third time." Reluctantly, Grindelwald complied, quietly slicing a piece of steak. "I'm done. I'll head to the study now." Dumbledore stood and walked towards the dining room door, turning back with a smile to add, "You'll wash the dishes." Grindelwald nodded, smiling as he watched Dumbledore depart. Such silence can't bode well, thought Dumbledore. By the time he finished washing the dishes, it was already 9 o'clock. Grindelwald retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cupboard, concealing it behind his back as he made his way to the study. Al. Upon entering, he found Dumbledore standing before the bookshelf, deeply engrossed in a book. Hearing Grindelwald's voice, Dumbledore tilted his head slightly, straining to listen while his eyes remained captivated by the text. "Would you care for some wine?" Dumbledore felt the cold touch of the wine bottle against his face, prompting him to put the book down and give Grindelwald his full attention. Before he could respond, a half-filled goblet was presented to his lips. "Do try a sip?" Dumbledore eyed Grindelwald skeptically, gesturing for him to sample it first. Grindelwald placed his hand over Dumbledore's, gently pulling it, and took a sip. Seeing that nothing untoward had occurred, Dumbledore felt reassured enough to withdraw his hand. However, Grindelwald's gaze remained inscrutable. Dumbledore took a sip before returning the goblet to him. "Gellert, you know I seldom drink." Grindelwald remained silent, draining the goblet in one go. "Gellert?" Dumbledore was taken aback by Grindelwald's unusual quietness. Before he could finish his thought, Grindelwald pushed him by the shoulder, pinning him against the bookshelf, and then kissed him. The sudden kiss struck like a tempest, catching Dumbledore off guard. Speechless, he offered only a mild resistance, merely struggling against the arms that held him. When they finally parted, Dumbledore inquired, "What was that? Under what identity and pretext?" "Let us consider it my drunken folly," Grindelwald replied. "I simply could not hold back, Al." "Here?" Dumbledore questioned as Grindelwald lifted him and set him upon the desk. "Then let us go to the bedroom." Chapter 126, Burning the Midnight Oil. At the headquarters of the International Wizarding Federation, in the president's office, Icklain reclined in his chair, eyes closed, in a moment of contemplation. The previous night had been spent pondering the proposal from the American Magical Congress regarding the use of the unforgivable curses during wartime. It had its advantages and disadvantages. A conundrum indeed. Thus, he would need to discuss this matter lightly with the committee members shortly. Those old foxes were notoriously difficult to handle, cunning in their ways. It was undoubtedly set to be a fierce battle. "This proposal we agree with. Isn't it better to have multiple means of self-preservation?" The conference room resembled a sports arena, with all attending staff seated in a circle, numbering around 100. Yet only a few representatives from the Magical Congress could speak meaningfully. Seated in the front row, Icklain found himself alone, facing the assembly. While it may be beneficial, Aurors and the Order of the Phoenix have the duty to protect ordinary wizards. The damage inflicted on souls by the unforgivable curses is irreversible and should be strictly opposed. ISNT survival what matters? Grindelwald's concern for ordinary wizards was apparent. Aurors have the obligation to ensure public safety, yet when disaster strikes, each will fend for themselves. If we do not surrender to the Dark Lord, we will be left to our own devices. With me, no one will be harmed, no one will perish. If you heed my counsel, this war will be ours to win. But what qualifications and strength do you possess to earn our trust? Dare you wager? No need to wager. Victory in this war will belong to us, and only us. The Dark Lord will inevitably fall. The magical world is currently in dire straits. But united in resistance, cooperating actively, we shall prevail. But your father was the former Dark Wizard, was he not? ISNT the evil ingrained in your very being? How can we trust you? I bear the name Dumbledore, but no, I am merely Icklain. I am myself. I understand your disbelief. Yet now that a better choice exists beyond surrender, why not attempt it? Attempt? Attempt what? To accept those foolish muggles? To coexist peacefully with them? To step into that damned sunlight? I will. Give me a few years. I shall show the results to all. No, Mr. Grindelwald. We will not gamble the very existence of wizards for a mere sliver of sunlight. No need to gamble. That light will surely come. You are arrogant. From whence does your confidence stem? Is it your surname that grants you such assurance? How can you be so certain? It is not the pure blood surname that grants me confidence. Aside from the regulated use of the unforgivable curses, I will abolish the notion of pure blood supremacy. There is no distinction between purebloods, half-bloods, and muggle-borns. We are all wizards. You have no right to impose such changes. We will endure. And when the election occurs again in a few years, no one will support you. We will elect a leader suited for the magical community. But it will never be you. Very well, we shall see. But until that time, may I exercise the powers of the presidency? Wait, what do you intend to do? I shall consider all the laws I establish as temporary, subject to alteration by the new president post-election. However, during these fleeting years, I will demonstrate tangible results. Icklain took on all the responsibilities, spending the day scrutinizing current legal loopholes and combing through the ledgers. He expelled pure-blood families from the Federation and uncovered that shareholders like the Nate family had leveraged their power for tax evasion. Board members were required to unconditionally contribute approximately 1 million galleons to the Federation each year, and various funding discrepancies needed their rectification. Yet, this year's accounts were evidently amiss. Pure-blood families had aligned themselves with Riddle, and the losses inflicted by Death Eater terror attacks were merely compensated with 75 galleons. Although they did not dare to be overt, the actual deductions were charged to Icklain's account. The Grindelwald family is also a member of the board, yet this aspect of management is rather lax, and they have never paid it any heed. Viewed in this light, abolishing the pure-blood ideology appears to be a commendable choice and decision. Otherwise, who knows when Icklain would notice the unwarranted loss of substantial funds. Tax evasion, aside from a few shrewd pure-blood patriarchs, undoubtedly exists within the Confederation, as well as in places like Wisingamot and various Ministry of Magic departments. A clever ruse would be necessary to yield any results. Damn it. A mere book review has kept me awake all night. Listen closely, as I stated in my introduction, this is a coming-of-age tale, understand? Icklain bears the surname Grindelwald. Not Dumbledore, yet he possesses self-awareness. He is his own person. This isn't one of those overpowered narratives, is it? If everything went smoothly, wouldn't that be absurd? He is a human being, an ordinary individual, not some genius endowed with a multitude of advantages. And as for tranquility, is it the case that your family thrives on high-stakes drama, filled with intrigue and turmoil? How do you even survive? Sometimes, it's wise to endure for a moment of peace, to take a step back for a broader perspective. His restraint does not stem from indifference, but rather from a lack of concern. He adopts a Zen approach, yet only towards Riddle's machinations, for he knows Dumbledore has meticulously orchestrated everything. There is no need for him to intervene. Should I encounter any further such comments, I shall passionately express my sentiments on your entire family. Damn it. Chapter 127, A Stroke of Luck. He spent several days merely organizing the bills. Matters regarding the Purity Party had been set aside. As Icklain had great faith in Wanda and the others, they could function normally without him. He tidied up the parchment on his desk, placing it beneath a pile of documents, and rummaged through the drawer for some sugar. Alas, there was none left. The calendar on the desk had already indicated the end of the month. It was indeed time for a respite, for he had not left headquarters in nearly half a month. After a moment of contemplation, Icklain resolved to clear his desk and wrote a note to affix to the office door, ensuring that anyone seeking him could easily see it. He even measured the placement to accommodate the average height of most individuals. With the task accomplished, he stepped into the fireplace. Cough, cough. Upon emerging from the fireplace, Icklain was momentarily choked by the dust, but as he surveyed the state of his villa's living room, his cough transformed into a query. What has transpired here? In the living room, or rather throughout his entire estate, people were everywhere. The purity party had shifted from Nuremberg, Austria, to Icklain's suburban estate in London. What? Icklain's mind raced as he wondered if he had overlooked something significant, yet after pondering for a considerable time, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Could it be that Scamander could no longer endure and had brought the ministry to investigate Nuremberg? Not quite, Wanda explained, her expression impassive. We simply did not wish to intrude upon the intimate moments between the two gentlemen. Despite Wanda's calm demeanor, Icklain detected the displeasure in her words. It was evident that Grindelwald had abandoned all responsibilities. All right, dear Sister Wanda. Icklain dusted off his clothes and approached her near the bar, advocating for Grindelwald. After all, they haven't shared a moment of closeness in half a century. It is not entirely his fault. However, he should not have neglected his duties. Instead of speaking on his behalf here, it would be better to help him address the mess he has left behind, Wanda remarked. Indeed, leave all that to me. You need not trouble yourself, dear sister. Icklain gestured to the compliant Florence standing by the sofa, urging him to sit down, before gently nudging Wanda toward the couch. Florent clearly appeared to have just received a scolding from Wanda, and now he was obediently retreating, quickly lifting his legs to keep his distance. Dear Sister Wanda, take a rest. I shall handle the work, Icklain said as he went to the bar to prepare coffee for her. Wanda accepted the cup with a subtle smile. As if to say, this truly is the fault of the gentleman and warrants criticism, yet why should you let such a romantic fool anger you? Wanda took a leisurely sip of her coffee, using her magic to summon all the documents needing her attention from upstairs and downstairs. Icklain initially thought there would not be many, but as he observed the papers piling higher and higher on the coffee table, his expression grew increasingly grim. What is all this? Well, Wanda intended to set her cup down, but upon noticing there was no space on the table, her hand hesitated for a moment until Florent, ever perceptive, swiftly took the cup from her. Why on earth is the gentleman so occupied? How is it possible for him to have time for work? Is he intending to retire outright with this mountain of tasks left behind? Icklain struggled to control the volume of his voice. What can the gentleman and Professor Dumbledore possibly be doing? Or rather, what could they still do? Florent murmured under his breath. Icklain clearly understood, and, just as he was about to continue expressing his dissatisfaction, a sudden realization washed over him, filling him with gratitude. Oh, thank Merlin. Thank Merlin for what? Florent inquired, puzzled. Are you grateful that the gentleman has left you with this multitude of work? Indeed. I am exceedingly thankful that I consumed Merlin's blocking potion at the beginning of the month, Icklain replied. Oh, Florent seemed to grasp something, and continued, Master. To whom do you react the most strongly? Probably Dumbledore. If the gentleman is injured, I merely bear some minor bruises, but if Dumbledore is hurt, my feelings must be equally matched with his. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, I see now, Florent said, his tone ambiguous. Get lost. What are you thinking? Go work. Icklain snapped, seizing a cushion from the sofa and hurling it at Florent. Florent dodged while pleading for mercy, having already employed the levitation charm to send the coffee cup soaring back to Wanda's side. Feeling rather idle, are we? With this time, you might as well tackle that pile of complaint letters for me. Vix observed the playful banter between the two and pondered what exactly was amiss in their earlier conversation. Until suddenly, a moment of clarity struck him. He lowered his head, feigning to sweep the floor, all the while striving to suppress the corners of his mouth. Chapter 128, Standards. When Icklain chased Florent from upstairs to downstairs, from the courtyard to outdoors, he finally felt his left leg overworked and decided to let him go. Returning to the living room, Wanda had already begun examining documents on her own. Noticing this, Icklain hurried over, gathering the remaining papers and storing them in his ring. Dear Sister Wanda, you have taken a break. I told you to leave it to me. Well, I shall return to Nuremberg shortly to review the files. But what am I to do upon my return? Icklain suddenly realized that while he needed to work at headquarters, he would still have work awaiting him at home. It was merely a change of scenery. Are you certain you wish to return to Nuremberg? Florent cautiously reminded him. Master, you know. Oh, it's nothing. I'm not unfamiliar with how those two are. Where are Micah and Dean vacationing again? Oh, Italy. To be honest, once the war concludes, I would also like to go, Vix stated. Enough with the lovebirds. I know you plan to be with your wife and children, so be quiet, Florent retorted discontentedly. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to do, Icklain quietly slipped away from the estate. Nuremberg. Iclair pushed open the door and beheld Dumbledore seated on the sofa in the living room, surveying the surroundings, yet failing to catch a glimpse of Grindelwald. Where is Mr. Grindelwald? He inquired. Gellert has gone to attend to matters. After all, Wanda has been overworked for far too long and requires assistance, Dumbledore explained, maintaining the semblance of his youthful self, calmly perusing the newspaper resting on his lap. He ought to help. However, I would argue that those responsibilities were inherently his. Icklain interjected, correcting him. Ah, indeed, Illinois. Since this is a private conversation, perhaps you could address us by our names, rather than always referring to Gellert as Mr. Grindelwald. Does it not feel rather peculiar? Dumbledore mused. Peculiar? I suppose I have grown accustomed to it. Knowing this, I shall make the change. Albus, Icklain replied with a smile. Wait, your demeanor seems off. Has something transpired? Did Gellert bully you? Not at all, Illinois, Dumbledore said, lowering his gaze yet managing a faint smile. Do you require my company for a chat? Icklain inquired gently, referring to matters that could be discussed openly. Well, come sit, Dumbledore said, folding the newspaper and placing it on the coffee table. Icklain obediently approached and settled into an armchair, casting a glance at Dumbledore that hinted at a tinge of concern. About that night, Icklain began, noticing Dumbledore's silence, prompting him to guide the conversation. No, Illinois, Dumbledore gently shook his head. That evening, we did nothing but share a few heartfelt words. Oh, it's my fault. My views on love may have become somewhat skewed, Icklain admitted, rubbing his face uncomfortably. Dumbledore tilted his head, encouraging him to continue. Well, you see, throughout these years, whether in missions or otherwise, the love I have witnessed is rarely pure, he shrugged. You understand what I mean, Albus? Dumbledore nodded, reflecting on the topic Icklain had raised. Furthermore, our conversation should have no boundaries, correct? Icklain queried. Indeed. It is merely a discussion, Dumbledore affirmed. That is good. It is simply a regular exchange between a father and son. No, Illinois. It can also be a normal dialogue between two friends, cannot it? Dumbledore countered, crossing his arms over his left knee with a smile. Yes, indeed, Icklain returned the smile, gesturing behind him as the sound of clinking dishes emanated from the kitchen. Given our ages, if we set aside blood relations, we could truly consider each other friends. Generally speaking, family can also be friends, Dumbledore replied, mimicking Icklain's tone to correct him. Tea, coffee, or lemonade? Lemonade, Icklain replied with a smile, redirecting his attention to the topic at hand. Albus, you know, falling in love is quite effortless, but to sustain that love, that is what deserves admiration. I genuinely respect you and Gellert for that. A century. You have loved one another for an entire century. Icklain rested his elbows on his knees, intertwining his fingers, and gazed earnestly at Dumbledore. Such willpower is rare. Even if one realizes it slightly late, it does not detract from the overall essence, Dumbledore sighed, reclining wearily on the sofa. Sometimes you possess a maturity that surpasses my own. Conversing in this manner can be rather taxing. Icklain chuckled softly as 2 glasses of lemonade were placed on the coffee table. Perfectly inheriting both your virtues, am I not? I now juggle multiple roles. Educator, politician, revolutionary. Thinker, philosopher? Dumbledore teased, sitting up straight. Indeed, they both raised their glasses, signaling each other before drinking heartily. Being your son is truly exhausting. The misunderstandings are countless, and the rumors so abundant that even if I had 8 mouths, I could not clarify them all. Wait, do not apologize, Icklain interrupted hastily, noticing Dumbledore's intent to speak. What do you need to apologize for? Have you done something wrong? Albus, listen to me. I have long wished to express this. Sometimes, one must be resolute. When you play the role of the good person too convincingly, even the most despicable creatures may spit upon you. I believe I understand your sentiment, Illinois. Oh, I know what you wish to convey as well. Fret not. You may bide your time. I have ample time to accompany you. Icklain smiled. I understand your confusion too. Dumbledore simply smiled in return, remaining silent. You are uncertain about Gellert's love for you, whether it is genuine or a facade. Wavering in your trust due to past experiences, hesitant to place your faith in him wholeheartedly, as you once did. Am I correct? Very much so, precisely so. Icklain chuckled lightly, taking a large sip of lemonade to clear his throat, preparing to divulge further. Allow me to share some insights that Gellert has never revealed to you. Trust me, you will discover the answers you seek, undoubtedly the results you desire. After leaving Godric's Hollow, Gellert returned to Germany, rallying his followers, as you are aware. However, what you do not know is that within the ranks of the Death Eaters, many admired, revered, and even obsessively loved Gellert. In order to temper their fervor, Gellert publicly declared his criteria for a partner. Yes, you heard correctly. His criteria for a partner, Icklain continued, fueled by Dumbledore's subtly expectant gaze. He stated that his ideal companion must fulfill all the following conditions. He paused to imagine Gellert in his 20s, seriously producing a parchment filled with notes, and began to recite in a voice reminiscent of Grindelwald. Ahem, Icklain cleared his throat. First, a compatible worldview, whether regarding my disdain for the statute of secrecy or otherwise. We must be in agreement. Second, a height of no more than 175 centimeters. Third, an appearance that meets my aesthetic standards. Fourth, absolute loyalty and obedience. Fifth, a sense of propriety. As Icklain finally ceased speaking, he noticed Dumbledore's contemplative silence, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is the crux of the matter, Icklain continued. After announcing these criteria, several individuals within the Death Eaters genuinely stepped forward. Yet, Gellert largely dismissed them based on the fifth condition. For those he could not find fault with, he established a sixth criterion, though I can no longer recall the specifics. Thus, after a period of persistence, it became evident that Gellert did not accept any suitor, despite the abundance of worthy candidates who sought his favor, all turned away due to his newly concocted stipulations. Why did Gellert pursue this course of action? Dumbledore interrupted suddenly. Such criteria will not yield the answers I seek, Illinois. Upon hearing Dumbledore's remark, Icklain burst into laughter. Rising to his feet. Please, engage that brilliant mind of yours. Have you truly become dull from teaching? Gellert's implication is that he can love someone who meets his partner criteria. Those who do not meet them, he cannot love. Yet rules are meant for those whom one does not love. When the person he genuinely loves appears, you, Albus Dumbledore, if he had not encountered you. Without the lessons of the past, you encountered each other by chance. And despite the fact that none of the criteria for choosing a partner that I previously mentioned applied to you, he too would inevitably succumb. He too would come to love you. He believed he would never fall for a white wizard destined to stand in opposition to him. Nor would he develop feelings for someone lacking absolute loyalty. Yet upon meeting you, he found himself hopelessly enamored. All those standards crumbled in your presence. However, for those he does not love, even if they meet one or more of his criteria, he can still conjure up countless reasons to reject them. Love, at times, is impulsive. He would willingly endure imprisonment in Nurmingard for half a century for you. He would relinquish grander benefits, forsake the so-called darkness, and step into your damned light. Your damned justice. Time and again, he lowers his expectations for you, demonstrating through his actions that he is capable of reform. This is the most compelling evidence of his love for you. Chapter 129, Young Yet Aged. Gellert Grindelwald, a man of principles and boundaries. But his boundaries can be lowered repeatedly for you, Icklain interjected. And you, only you, can stand upon his lowered threshold without a care. He is changing for you. Then I too should make sacrifices. Dumbledore's words were once again interrupted by Icklain. No need for you to sacrifice. Love is reciprocal. But prior to this, between 1899 and 1945, you had already made sacrifices, had you not? Frankly speaking, what Gellert has done thus far pales in comparison to what you once offered. Gellert will be displeased by this. Displeased? I am the one who is displeased. If he wishes to see me happy, he ought to engage that brilliant mind of his. You too should think carefully about how to articulate your feelings. I cannot juggle my work while playing the role of your love-stricken Cupid. Icklain pointed towards the door. Now, stand up and leave. Gellert should currently be at the headquarters, and today is a holiday, so no one will be around. Icklain stepped aside for Dumbledore to rise. If you happen to encounter anyone, they won't recognize you. Even if they do, it's merely a matter of a forgetting charm. If they hesitate to act, I will intervene. Good luck, Albus. Icklain smiled at Dumbledore, who returned the gesture before turning to leave, the sound of the door closing echoing through the emptiness of Nurmingard. As Icklain stood there, lost in thought, a soft chuckle echoed from behind him. What are you laughing at? I simply found it amusing. Is that not allowed? The Grim Reaper replied. Oh, how infuriating. I had intended to take a holiday at home, and yet here I am, during work hours, while my superior abandons his duties to go on a date with Dumbledore. A date with no signs of progress. Here I am, at 97 years old, consoling a sorrowful 115-year-old man, while a pile of neglected work waits for me. What am I supposed to gain from this? It feels as if I owe someone from a past life, and I told you to keep your distance. You were once a figment in my dreams and reflections, and now you stand corporeally behind me. How audacious. Can you not remove that hood? It's unsettling. This entire scene feels as though I might meet my demise. The Grim Reaper remained silent, removing his hood, and his dark robe transformed into a fitted black suit. With black hair and blue eyes, he casually seated himself on the sofa. Get lost. I won't leave. My performance is subpar, and you must compensate me. I am about to dismiss you. Icklain smiled at him. Send me some of your subordinates. Get out, or I will be forced to act. Don't be hasty. Let us have a conversation. Leave, or I swear I will commit suicide right here and deliver you a punch in the face. Icklain threatened. But I am merely a worker, surviving on my meager performance throughout the year. You cannot bully a laborer, can you? I am also a laborer, thank you. Icklain returned to his single sofa, placing the documents he had brought onto the table. It seems this lifetime is destined to be one of toil. Don't include me in that. I could enjoy life immediately. What? I intend to incinerate the Ministry of Magic. The following afternoon, Icklain stood at the center of the hall of the underground Ministry of Magic in Britain, announcing, all staff. The employees were, of course, astonished. gazing at Icklain in disbelief. He merely smiled, beckoning everyone closer before clearing his throat. Ahem, do not be alarmed. Then, with his left hand gripping his wand, he aimed it at the center of the ministry, invoking the Vulcan amulet. Red flames, resembling serpents, erupted from the tip of his wand, slithering up the walls of the hall. Wherever they touched, everything was reduced to charred remains. Subsequently, the fiery serpents transformed into a flock of phoenixes, soaring gracefully. The inferno engulfed the entire ministry, leaving no corner of the magical realm, above or below, unscathed. Chapter 130. The Burning of Headquarters. Of course, the headquarters of the Alliance was equally affected. Although the elders were displeased, they were powerless against the individual before them, who they could not confront, and thus they allowed him to proceed. Icklain surveyed the ruins of the building he had set ablaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as he meticulously etched 4 words above the doorframe: justice and equity, love and peace. Mr. Grindelwald, what is this? Someone inquired below. Nothing much. I simply find these words rather fitting. After parting ways with Dumbledore, Icklain promptly made his way to the headquarters, where the journey was smooth, and the interior was devoid of any presence. Only the door labeled with the International Magical Exchange Office was slightly ajar, emanating a faint glow from the flickering candlelight within. The effects of the rejuvenation potion had somewhat diminished, and Dumbledore, appearing as he did in his middle age, knocked on Grindelwald's office door. Enter. Grindelwald remained engrossed in his work, not looking up. He too bore the visage of middle age, with hair slightly longer than in his youth, and to Dumbledore, he seemed unchanged. Grindelwald finally lifted his gaze, somewhat startled, for although the Dumbledore before him appeared middle-aged, his voice resonated with the weight of age. Are you busy? Not particularly. Is something the matter? Grindelwald set down his pen and stood to inquire. Gellert, Dumbledore took a deep breath. I forgive you. With the same blue eyes reminiscent of their youth, and the voice of one who had resolved to let go, he spoke. This declaration left Grindelwald momentarily speechless. Apologies. I didn't quite catch that. Albus, what did you just say? Grindelwald's tone was somewhat teasing. Dumbledore discerned his intent, but repeated nonetheless. I said I forgive you. Before he could finish, Grindelwald covered his mouth. All right, saying that once is sufficient. I forgive you too. I never imagined that one day we would find it in our hearts to forgive each other, remarked Gellert Grindelwald. As Albus Dumbledore removed his hand from Grindelwald's mouth and pushed him away. Neither did I, Grindelwald replied with a smile. I may have blamed you for leaving me alone in Nurmingard for half a century, during which you never once visited. However, it was indeed I who abandoned you first. And I hold no right to cast blame upon you, Al. You have truly changed. It is not mere words. For you, Al, I willingly endure. As dawn approached, their conversation drew to a close. Grindelwald glanced at the pile of documents on the desk, a frown creasing his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand, and the papers vanished instantaneously. Irving will surely be displeased, Dumbledore remarked. Perhaps, Grindelwald mused. Once everything was organized, they returned to Nurmingard. Meanwhile, after burning the headquarters, Icklain returned to his office. With a casual wave of his hand, the office transformed to reflect his style more fittingly. 2 small armchairs were positioned in the corner, with a round coffee table between them. The desk remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of 2 picture frames. A row of bookshelves appeared to the left of the armchair, adorned with wooden boxes containing tools for everyday silver repairs. A pot of white daisy seedlings sat on the windowsill, perfectly positioned to capture the sunlight. Sitting in the armchair, Icklain stared at the desk, feeling troubled as the pile of documents grew once more. He picked one from the stack and, upon reading the name, fell into deep reflection. Why is the person in charge named Gellert Grindelwald? Who in the magical realm dares to bear that name? Why are the documents from the communications office sent to him? Shouldn't he, Grindelwald, be responsible for them? Icklain chuckled in exasperation as a realization dawned upon him. So, when one is in love, they neglect the well-being of their own child, do they? Those 2 old men are forever entwined in their affections. It's utterly maddening. Chapter 131. The cost, ah? So this is how it is, Icklain muttered to himself, glaring at the picture frames on his desk. Oh, surely all these documents do not belong to you. The blue-eyed youth remarked cheekily. Get lost. You're already bothersome enough. Just keep your distance, Icklain retorted, folding a sheet of paper into a paper airplane and tossing it at the boy. I'm only trying to keep you company, the youth replied. I do not require your company. Thank you for your concern. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in. Icklain straightened in his chair. Mr. Grindelwald. These are several contracts you need to review regarding Hogwarts becoming the representative school of the magical realm, in order to allocate more resources. Very well, place them over there. Icklain replied, casting a fleeting glance at the corner, where Death seemed to have departed. What is your name? Huh, me? Besides you, there is no one else in this room. Oh, I am Mason Stephen. Which department do you belong to? The Department of Law Enforcement, sir. I am currently still an intern, Mason stammered. Icklain noticed his nervousness and offered a reassuring smile. Do not be anxious. How would you feel about being my assistant? Huh. My assistant. I cannot possibly remain in the headquarters every day. I need someone to help me with some tasks. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. And no, I am willing. Mason quickly nodded. To work alongside Mr. Grindelwald is my dream. Icklain raised an eyebrow at this unexpected support from someone within the Union. Many people support you. It's just that several elders. Mason suddenly realized his slip of tongue and hurriedly corrected himself. I did not mean it like that. The elders are quite good. All right. Do not be anxious. I am well aware of their circumstances. It is evident that these elders are backed by certain pureblood families. Just wait a few days, and the magical realm shall undergo a significant transformation. Icklain stretched lazily. Return to gather your belongings and move into the room next door. It is currently unoccupied. Understood. Mason nodded and exited the room. This child does not seem particularly bright, murmured Death from above Icklain's head. Perhaps. Such naive children are indeed rare, Icklain replied, his gaze fixed on the office door as he pondered. Choose a day? For what purpose? Come now. You have altered the fates of 3 individuals. History cannot be rewritten. You must face the consequences. Do not tell me you have forgotten. Ah, Icklain fidgeted uncomfortably. Must it be today? Could we not postpone? You have delayed long enough. Should you prolong it any further, those individuals might come seeking you themselves. Very well, then tonight. Icklain conceded. Mason settled into the adjacent office, and his new position as Icklain's assistant sparked considerable discontent among many. However, Icklain merely cast them a glance, silencing them all. Though Mason appeared somewhat dim-witted, his work capabilities proved satisfactory, alleviating some of Icklain's burdens. The list of tax evaders had already been organized by Mason and lay on Icklain's desk. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the office remained empty. Mason, not lingering, returned to his own office and busied himself. That night was arduous. The estate was overrun by the purists, while Nurmingard was dominated by Grindelwald and Dumbledore, leaving Icklain no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. Thus, he spent the night in the shrieking shack of Hogsmeade. As the blood moon rose, it was unlike that fateful night. There was no agonizing pain of being flayed. Instead, a dull thrum resonated in his head, and he collapsed to the ground. In the haze, he seemed to hear the same sound he had heard when the blood pact shattered, his soul disintegrating. Several fragments of his soul circled around the fallen Icklain before soaring out of the window, entering the bodies of Albus Dumbledore, who slept soundly in the master bedroom of Nurmingard, Ariana, who was at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, and Sirius, who resided in the Potter estate. Chapter 132. Tax evasion. Ouch, it hurts. I'm in agony. As dawn broke, Icklain writhed on the ground. Stop pretending, Death said, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, casting a sidelong glance at him. I cannot help it. It truly hurts. It's daylight. Time to go to work, Death said, taking a few steps forward and extending a hand to Icklain. Icklain ceased his charade, grasping Death's hand for support as he stood. How could it not hurt? Death said nothing, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shrouded in ambiguity. After much contemplation, Icklain could not discern the meaning behind it all. So he dismissed the thought, waved goodbye to Death, and departed the shrieking shack. Watching Icklain's retreating figure, Death moved his arms to alleviate the numbness. For the backlash was undeniably uncomfortable. Having shielded him this time, Icklain owed him a debt, and in the future, he would have to extract a price. Meanwhile, Icklain returned to the Union headquarters, seemingly unaffected by the disdain of those around him. He ambled up the staircase, leaning against the railing. Icklain's office was on the top floor, accessible only via a separate staircase. Habitually pausing at the summit to survey the floors below, he noticed Mason appeared to be in trouble 2 floors down. A stack of documents he was holding had been snatched away, thrown to the ground, and trampled upon. The man's expression was decidedly unfriendly, seemingly intent on making things difficult. He ought not to be so ungrateful, for this matter was none of his concern. Mr. Greenlee declared that those guilty of tax evasion must face severe punishment. Mason's voice grew softer, his head bowed lower. Go on, continue, he urged, clearing his throat. Icklain swiftly descended the staircase and interjected, if memory serves me right, your name is also on the list of tax evaders, is it not? Stand still and do not move. The man, sensing Icklain's approach, nervously took a step back. Mason, assemble everyone in the hall. Mason nodded and hurried off to relay the message. Icklain casually picked up the documents scattered on the floor, squatted down to peruse them, and after identifying the individuals involved, stood and commanded, stop dawdling, follow me to the hall. In the hall, Icklain stood beneath the statue of Merlin, scrutinizing the list while the crowd below murmured amongst themselves, uncertain of the intentions of this forebear. Let me preface this with a warning, Icklain announced, shaking the list in his hand. This paper contains the names of all tax evaders. I happened to encounter one on my way down. You can all see for yourselves the fate that awaits such offenders. As he spoke, Icklain's wand slipped from his sleeve, its tip directed at the man, and in an instant, a flash of green light erupted. The man collapsed to the ground. If you all cooperate, I may be lenient. However, should anyone remain silent after today, it shall not be merely a single curse that awaits them. Icklain's actions sent a chill through the assembly of the United Federation, igniting considerable discourse once he departed. Disinterested in their chatter, Icklain waved for Mason to assist the fallen individual, guiding him to his office. Next time you encounter such a situation, do not hesitate to retaliate. After Mason placed the man on the sofa, Icklain reclined in his chair and spoke. Do not be afraid. I shall take responsibility for any issues. We neither provoke trouble nor shy away from it. Understood? Yes, sir, Mason replied. Inform the elders that a meeting is to be convened. Understood. Mason nodded at Icklain and exited the office. Arriving at the meeting, Icklain intentionally delayed for 2 minutes, allowing the elders time to confer. I apologize for my tardiness, he said, adjusting the collar of his coat and taking a seat with a smile. This time, Mason was present at his side. Mr. Grindelwald truly regards human life as trivial. A single curse, a single life extinguished, Icklain remarked, his hands clasped on the table, still smiling. Who among you can guarantee that their hands are clean? No one responded. The meeting primarily concerned tax evasion. Is there any elder willing to confess? There are still 11 hours remaining. Icklain glanced at his watch and continued, should anyone wish to report another, they may atone for their sins through good deeds. A murmur arose among the attendees, and Icklain maintained his smile, though it bore an eerie quality that unsettled many. I report that Adams once bribed an official in the finance department to evade taxes. Nonsense. That was the fault of the finance assistant. He is trying to frame me. If you say that, I have seen you, Carl, bribing people. I did not. You did. The meeting room erupted into chaos. These colleagues, who typically maintained amiable relations, now scrambled to betray one another in a desperate bid for survival. Icklain subtly signaled to Mason to take diligent notes. For all those invited to the meeting were indeed on the list. The two who spoke first were merely pawns Icklain had selected from the Purity Party. With this gambit, their true colors were swiftly revealed. Ahem, Icklain coughed several times, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. From my and my assistant's perspective, it appears that all of you are implicated. No, I am not. I am innocent. Silence, Icklain commanded, unhurriedly retrieving a communication device from beneath the table, brandishing it for all to see while gesturing for them to check beneath their own tables. As they looked down, they discovered that each of them had a communication device affixed beneath. Some attempted to tear them away but found them immovable. Do not waste your effort. No one aside from myself can undo the spell, Icklain announced, rising. Do not underestimate this device. It has recorded everything each of you has said. I would not mind spending the night listening to it. You need not continue your charade. Those present at the meeting are all known to me, while those absent may not have been fully investigated. Each of you has a piece of paper before you, correct? Write down the names of those who are absent and whom you know. Carl and Adam stood from their seats and approached Icklain, nodding at him before exiting the meeting room. Just as the others were left puzzled, the two returned, flanking the recently felled man. Enough of the pretense, Icklain said. The man paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, startling the assembly. The others expressed astonishment, while Mason genuinely flinched and edged closer to Icklain. Flant. That will suffice. Cease your antics, Icklain chided softly, noticing how frightened Mason had become. Flant dropped the charade, removing his disguise and rubbing his neck. Apologize for having startled Mason earlier. Mason shook his head in a daze, indicating that it was of no consequence. Is he not dead? Dead curse. I saw the green light with my own eyes. Indeed. How is it that he is suddenly alive? Icklain chuckled aloud, stepping onto a table and brandishing his wand at the assembly. He casually pointed at an individual, maintaining the green light at the tip of his wand. Yet no one was harmed. He then directed the wand at Flant, the green light reflecting off the double-sided mirror necklace he wore. Flant promptly fell to the ground. Where are the dead? Icklain surveyed the room, noting that Flant had already risen. I asked again, where are the dead? The attendees exchanged glances, about to discuss a strategy, when they heard Icklain's laughter. What sort of murder is this? What tax evasion? Ha ha, Flant. Yes, he continued. Take Adams and the others to assist our esteemed elders in packing their belongings. They are of an age where they ought to retire and enjoy some well-deserved rest. Yes. Chapter 133, Intern Editor. After issuing his orders, Icklain leaped down from the table, gesturing for Mason to follow him, then flashed a smile at the assembly before turning to exit the meeting room. Sir, when did you begin planning this? Was it part of your scheme that I was blocked this morning? Mason could no longer contain his curiosity upon reaching Icklain's office. This morning was indeed my doing. I apologize for causing you alarm. As for the rest, the planning commenced shortly after the discovery of the tax evasion. Carl and Adams worked diligently to earn their trust. Mason blinked in astonishment, about to respond when the sound of a door opening interrupted him. "Ah, you are here as well. I sincerely apologize for this morning's incident," Flant said, rubbing his neck. "It is quite all right. You already apologized to me, did you not?" Young master, have I not improved in my acting skills?" Flant gazed at Icklain, seeking praise. "Yes, indeed, quite well. So, does this mean I am entitled to a fee for my efforts?" Icklain regarded Flant with a knowing look. Exasperated yet conceding, "Very well, I shall increase your pay." Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. The person at the entrance knocked twice before pushing the door open without waiting for permission. "Mr. Grindelwald, there has been an incident. Calm down and speak slowly. What has happened?" Someone inadvertently revealed the existence of the magical world. "It appears a half-blood family let something slip. The department has dispatched a journalist to publish a book akin to a children's story as a cover. What should we do now?" "What book? Bring it to me." Icklain sat up straight and took the book that was handed to him, flipping through it swiftly. "Isn't this a history of magic? It seems quite detailed." "Yes, it is a history of magic, but with some minor modifications. The author is J.K. Rowling. Indeed, her full name is Joanne Kathleen Rowling, and she is an intern magazine editor in the Department of Sports. But why is the publication date June 26, 1997? Icklain glanced at the book and then at the calendar on the desk. Today is already August 5th. The individual hesitated for a long while, but ultimately decided to speak the truth. A few elders believed it unnecessary to address the matter directly and thought to suppress it with this fairy tale, leaving the mess for you to handle if they couldn't control it. "Ah," Icklain pondered. "In that case, please summon Joanne to my office." "Yes." Mason instructed Flant to accompany him back to his office, assuring them he would join them shortly once he finished his tasks. Flant nodded, and the two left the office. Icklain gazed at the closed office door, weary, rubbing his face. Just when he thought he had gotten rid of those troublesome elders, he now had to deal with the aftermath they left behind. He wished for a moment of respite. "Knock, knock. Come in." Icklain straightened in his seat. "Mr. Grindelwald." Joanne timidly entered, her demeanor somewhat reserved. Icklain blinked in surprise. The woman before him had shoulder-length red hair and blue eyes tinged with green, dressed simply. "I have briefly perused your published novel. It exhibits remarkable talent." Icklain subtly summoned his magic, causing 2 teacups to soar from the drawer, brewing red tea autonomously. "What are your thoughts on this unexpected turn of events?" Joanne paused for a moment before responding. "I believe this incident feels almost fated. Since the release on June 26th, sales have been quite impressive. Do you wish to continue?" "Yes. I believe that where there are readers who cherish novels, there will be those who love our world. If the magical community were to announce its existence to the entire world, it would serve as a significant boon. To continue." Then, Icklain raised his cup, gazing into the tea, momentarily lost in thought. "Is it possible to eradicate my existence from your narrative?" "What do you mean?" "After 1993. Erase all mentions of me, and you may freely create the rest." "But that would erase your contribution," Joanne remarked. "Trust me. I have a strong premonition that this decision is correct," Icklain asserted. Joanne hesitated briefly before gently nodding. "You may temporarily set aside your role as a trainee editor at the news department. If you are to masquerade, do it convincingly, a new identity. A Muggle identity. Can you manage that? If it means contributing to the magical realm, absolutely. Excellent. Go to the finance department to collect your salary, inform them I sent you, and they will know what amount to provide. If sales remain high after Christmas, the Federation may award you a second-class medal for your contributions. Medals are of little importance." "I will continue to strive," she replied. "So is this settled?" "No objections." Joanne paused, suddenly inquiring, "Mr. Grindelwald, do you believe all of this is truly accidental?" Icklain set down his teacup and raised his gaze to meet Joanne's. He smiled slightly. "Is it not an accident? When my predecessors urged me to publish the article, I felt an odd sensation, as if my hand had developed a consciousness of its own. Perhaps I was merely fatigued. But the words flowed as though they had been pre-written in my mind, though I cannot say for certain. Then it is no accident, it is the magic of time. At certain junctures, events are destined to unfold, perhaps it is fate. Yet, we cannot alter destiny." "Miss Rowling," Icklain interrupted. "Changing such matters comes at a cost. If fate wishes for these occurrences, let it be." "Yes, sir." "Confirm once more, have you made your decision?" Icklain asked. "If you take on this task for the future of the magical realm, your loved ones will need to have certain memories erased. Are you still willing? Before the light arrives, you will have no connection to the magical world, which may drive you to madness and cause you to question everything. Are you still willing?" "If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you." "I trust you, Mr. Grindelwald," Joanne replied. "Unconditional trust? Why is that?" "Because I once followed you. And now I see your strength. I believe you can lead the magical world forward. Icklain was taken aback. I do not recall seeing Miss Rowling's name among the ranks of the pureblood party. Joanne smiled faintly. In fact, during my time at Hogwarts, I studied that period of history, and I have come to accept it in my heart. Ah, Icklain nodded, understanding her meaning. Chapter 134. Do not fear the collapse of the sky. Well then, Miss Rowling, you may return to your duties. Joanne pushed her teacup forward, stood up, and walked toward the door. Icklain also rose, watching her leave. May Merlin bless you. Mississippi Joanne paused, turning back to Icklain with a smile. May Merlin bless all of us, and the entire magical community. Sir, I just received a communication. Micah has returned. Just as Joanne exited, Flant entered. Micah? I thought he just returned today alone. Dean and the others have been settled in Italy. Let's head home. Icklain decisively stood. Austria. The gates of Nurmingard stood wide open, and Icklain spotted Micah in the center of the hall from a distance. Sir, Micah greeted. What brings you back? Icklain inquired. I heard Hogwarts has gone on high alert, and thought I'd return to help. After all, more hands make light work. But you cannot join the battlefield, Icklain frowned. Why not? Because you are still young. During battles, your generation is held back, while we older ones are prioritized to the front lines. Adams approached, mirroring Icklain's expression, disapproving of Micah's decision. At your age, you should be carefree, unburdened by such matters. If the sky were to fall, we older ones would be there to shield you. Flant stepped forward, patting Micah on the shoulder. But since I have returned, if you insist on sending me away, the journey back may not be safe either, right? Micah smiled. I am of age now. I have the ability and the responsibility to protect my family and friends. I am not some noble heir. A flower in a greenhouse. Ah, you truly resemble your uncle. If he heard you say that, he would be overjoyed. Icklain remarked. However, while other matters are negotiable, this one is non-negotiable. For now, consider yourself that flower in the greenhouse. As Micah observed the demeanor of Icklain and his companions, it became evident that agreement was inevitable. Whether one consented or not, the outcome remained unchanged. He reluctantly acquiesced, all the while contemplating whether he should secretly venture to the front lines. Icklain took a deep breath, shifting his gaze to the side at Adams, inquiring, Where is the gentleman? He has stepped out. Please convey to him that I took the liberty of summoning the pure blood party without prior consent. That is my oversight. No need to inform me, Adams replied. The others turned in surprise as Grindelwald entered through the grand doors, appearing as he did in his elder years, with slightly long hair and a subtle smile gracing his lips. Behind him walked a youthful Dumbledore. Sir, greeted Icklain and the others. Grindelwald nodded. Adams. What do you think of this junior, Icklain? He should hardly be considered my junior, sir. Although Adams posed it as a question, his tone was decidedly affirmative. He possesses a flair reminiscent of your youth, or perhaps, has even surpassed it, Grindelwald responded. Indeed, I have come to recognize his capabilities these past few days. Reflecting upon it, my brothers and I can now rest assured regarding that matter. That's the very reassurance we've been waiting for. Carl suddenly emerged from behind Grindelwald, his age belied by his eagerness. He waved several sheets of parchment in his hands, rushing over with excitement. Sir, the bail order. The Union has agreed to recognize the Pure Blood Party as a legitimate organization, with authority even surpassing that of the Aurors. We have finally awaited this day. Tears of joy welled in Carl's eyes as he embraced Adams. It has not been easy. We have waited for half a century. We are both over 70 now. It has been a long journey. So many brothers have perished. We have fought for nearly a century, and at long last, we see results. We have persevered. Adams, glancing uncertainly at Grindelwald and receiving a nod in return, could no longer contain himself and embraced Carl tightly. We have succeeded. Our efforts were not in vain. Yes, not in vain. Oh, Howard. Carl suddenly recalled something, releasing Adams and excitedly rushing toward the conference room. Howard, David, our efforts have borne fruit. The setting sun cast a warm glow through the windows, illuminating the living room of Nurmingard, the light glistening upon each face. Carl's tears shimmered, and the sheets of parchment in his hand were the fruits of their century-long struggle. Chapter 135. A crisis unfolds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Nurmingard was momentarily enveloped in darkness. Yet, soon after, the sounds of apparitions and flickering lights filled the air like stars gathering in the night sky. Around 100 individuals, akin to long-lost friends reuniting, exchanged greetings with bright smiles. Let's go, Micah, Icklain said, casting a fleeting glance at Grindelwald, anticipating yet another impassioned speech. Micah appeared bewildered. Noticing Micah's confusion, Icklain added, You are still young. The future is long. Best not to become too entangled in such matters. Come along. With a gesture, he indicated for Flant to escort Micah upstairs. He then turned to Grindelwald. Shall I retreat as well? Not even to make an appearance? Grindelwald inquired. Perhaps not. Icklain replied, nervously glancing at the gathered crowd, swallowing hard. I lack your eloquence, and besides, I am still young. I shall take my leave. Observing Icklain's hesitance to retreat, Grindelwald chuckled softly, seizing him and drawing him out of the great doors of Nurmingard. Dumbledore, trailing behind, attempted to persuade him otherwise, but was swayed by Grindelwald's assertion that the child has grown and ought to be tested. In the conference room on the second floor, Flance seated Micah firmly in a chair, gesturing for Carl to take a position beside him before closing the door. Mr. Grindelwald. Why? Shoo, you are still young. Flance shook his head, pulling a chair to sit across from Micah. Let me ask you, whom do you wish to follow? The gentleman or the young master? Oh, Grindelwald. I suppose. Then do not listen to the gentleman's speech, Howard interjected from the wall. His audience is filled with old sticks in the mud. Associating with them can lead to madness. Huh. Uncle wouldn't go that far. Oh, but it truly does, Flant continued, and there are a few important points I must share with you. Ahem. The gentleman often bears a stern expression, while the young master is perpetually cheerful, as you know. If one day, the gentleman suddenly smiles, and the matter at hand is not related to you, you ought to flee immediately, though the young master rarely displays anger, if he does. His expression will be one of forced mirth. Remember this, and run. Micah nodded, somewhat perplexed. It generally won't happen, Howard added. Moreover, those engaged in politics can be quite unscrupulous. Be cautious. Indeed, Flant concurred. Micah, keep that in mind. Understood. Also, the young master's family is not comprised of good people, including the late Professor Dumbledore. Flant shifted slightly. Professor Dumbledore as well, isn't he? No, none of them are worth admiring. And, Flant hesitated, your aunt. When she and the gentleman speak simultaneously, prioritize her words. Do not question how I know this. It is a lesson learned through blood and tears. Oh, right. You must engrave this in your heart, Howard nodded. Sometimes, her words carry more weight than the gentleman's. Just heed them. I understand. Icklain, who had been brought to endure the speech, spent most of the time with his eyes closed, arms crossed, head bowed in slumber. It was not until the conclusion of the speech, when waves of applause roused him, that he squinted, searching for Grindelwald's figure, instinctively joining in the applause. Grindelwald opened his arms, offering a brief smile to the crowd before turning away with a hint of melancholy. He momentarily lost himself in thought. Dumbledore leaned against the doorframe of Nurmingard, smiling as he applauded. A splendid speech, Mr. Grindelwald, as vibrant as ever. This time, Grindelwald genuinely smiled. He was no longer alone. Icklain rolled his eyes at the two, adjusted the collar of his coat, and departed against the tide of the crowd. Following the speech, the pureblood party's momentum surged, with each member filled with hope and confidence for the future. Grindelwald became busier, and his absence was uncertain, while Dumbledore also left Nurmingard, returning to the leaky cauldron. Flant, for once, enjoyed a good night's sleep at Nurmingard. Descending the stairs at 9 in the morning, he noticed a familiar silhouette seated on the sofa. Approaching with curiosity, he found Icklain staring vacantly at the coffee table. Young master? What is the matter? There has been an incident. Flant's heart raced. Icklain, please do not frighten me. After a moment, Icklain spoke. We have run out of sugar. You nearly scared me to death. If the sugar is gone, just go buy some. There is none left. Icklain wearily closed his eyes, leaning back against the sofa. What do you mean? The supplier has ceased operations. They are bankrupt, Icklain explained. It was the Death Eater's doing, intentional. Flant observed Icklain, who appeared aggrieved and on the verge of tears, feeling somewhat helpless. Is Riddle truly so treacherous? No, Icklain, please do not cry. Do not worry. The tears will not come. I will investigate. So this is how it is, Flant declared. Wait for me. Icklain gazed at Flant's departing figure, his eyes dim and devoid of light, casting a glance at the letter and photograph Riddle had sent him, before reclining sideways on the sofa. There's no need to thank me, Mr. Grindelwald. At your age, it's indeed prudent to indulge in sweets less frequently. As a junior, I ought to show respect for the elderly and care for the young, wouldn't you agree? Additionally, I am profoundly grateful for your generous gift of the Elder Wand, which I have verified to be authentic. Yours sincerely, Tom Riddle. At the top of the letter was affixed a photograph depicting the charred remains of the warehouse that once produced honey sticks. Chapter 136, Regain Your Spirit. Florent devoted the entire morning to investigating the matter at hand, but returned to Nurmingard by 4 in the afternoon with nothing to show for his efforts. Wenda had just returned as well, and upon entering, she spotted Icklain lying on the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling. She intercepted Florent and inquired about his condition. With a sigh, Florent recounted the entire ordeal to Wenda. After hearing his account, Wenda glanced at Icklain on the sofa and remarked, I have a solution. What? Let him spend some money. Isn't he a miser? Let's see if that rouses his spirits. I shall go. No need for you. Wenda interjected with a raised hand. smiling. I will handle it. Coincidentally, Queenie has taken a liking to a house she wants for a branch of her bakery. Florent watched Winda's retreating figure, a smirk playing on his lips. It was premeditated, indeed. Women are truly formidable. Icklain, still in a daze, followed Winda until they met the landlord of the house. Upon hearing the price, he regained some of his composure. Not expensive, 800,000, the landlord stated. Icklain swallowed hard. A 3-story building with a basement was indeed a reasonable deal. Gritting his teeth, he declared, deal. Winda, observing Icklain's demeanor, chuckled softly. After completing all the necessary paperwork, the two made their way to Jacob's bakery. Icklain pushed open the door, the bell jingling merrily as he smiled and gestured for Winda to enter first, closing the door behind him. Oh, Winda. My goodness, darling, Queenie exclaimed, descending the stairs in surprise upon hearing the bell. Icklain rubbed his face, surveying the pastries and bread on display to distract himself. $800,000, just like that. Queenie embraced Winda, transitioning from inquiries about their well-being to, is this for me? She stared at the stack of contracts in Winda's hands, momentarily taken aback. Do you remember? Winda replied with a smile. Last time you mentioned that the location of that shop was fantastic, and you expressed a fondness for the balcony on the second floor? Though it has been a while, I still remember. But dear, I can't accept this. No, my dear, Winda shook her head. You should take it, after all. It's not my money. Who is this? Queenie squinted, noticing another figure on the first floor, her voice lowered. We should have met before, Mississippi. You may not remember. But it's all right. I am Icllain Grindelwald. He smiled, extending his hand. Wait, Grindelwald? Queenie turned to Winda, uncertainty clouding her eyes. Is that you, dear? No, Queenie. We are not related, but rather like family. Beyond that, we share no other connection. He is the child of Gellert and Albus Dumbledore. Oh, Queenie glanced again at Icllain. Legilimency is not my forte, miss, Icllain said with a smile. Ah, I apologize for the offense. Not at all. Consider him my brother, Winda laughed. His eyes indeed bore a resemblance to that individual, yet the aura he exuded was distinct from the two. Queenie cautiously raised her head. Darling, he is our new leader. Winda leaned closer and whispered. The others have all agreed. After hearing this, Queenie cast another glance at Icllain, slowly nodding. Oh, Queenie, have guests arrived? A portly man pushed open the bakery door, carrying a plastic bag filled with vegetables, evidently just returning from shopping. Yes, darling, Queenie smiled, linking her arm with Winda's and turning toward Jacob. Miss Rorzier? Jacob blinked in surprise. Winda nodded with a smile. Then this is... Jacob glanced uncertainly at Icllain, noting the striking similarity in their eyes. It was hard not to speculate. Oh, Icllain Grindelwald Dumbledore. Icllain introduced himself with a smile, extending his hand. Descendants of the two. Ah, a pleasure, Jacob shook his hand. Do not be anxious, Mr. Jacob. I harbor no disdain for muggles. That fellow Dumbledore always spoke highly of you, praising your kindness. Icllain paused. Oh, Mr. Dumbledore. I apologize for your loss. Jacob quickly offered his condolences. Queenie looked momentarily stunned. Mr. Dumbledore. Not to worry, darling. Winda gently patted Queenie's arm and shook her head. My goodness, Queenie gasped, covering her face in disbelief. He certainly deserves a rest. This is a release for him. Icllain added. Yes, all right, darling. Do not be sad. Winda gently embraced Queenie. We should be on our way. The magical world will surely be in turmoil during this time. Please take care of yourselves. Chapter 137, A Heavy Outlay. After bidding farewell to Queenie and Jacob, Icllain's spending spree was far from over. After wandering a few more shops, Winda shook her head at the receipts and continued to pull Icllain along. Despite Icllain's internal resistance, he merely grumbled a few protests and dutifully paid for Winda's purchases. I wish I had a brother to treat me, he mused. After each store visit, cashiers would inquire about Icllain's relationship with Winda, expressing admiration. Icllain simply smiled in response. Why do such shops even exist? Why didn't that fire of the masters take these establishments with it? After an afternoon of shopping, twilight began to descend. The two distanced themselves from the commercial district and entered an underground auction house. They randomly selected an intriguing auction, donned masks, and settled into their seats. All inclusive? Winda inquired. Sitting beside Icllain, the auction was sparsely attended, yet filled with familiar faces. Diagonally across from them sat a man with long golden hair, who, if Icllain was not mistaken, was Lucius Malfoy. Beside him was none other than Narcissa. The venue resembled a theater, with the purple curtains tightly drawn, while their seats encircled small round tables. All right, I shall heed my sister's advice. This year, I will take care of it all, Icllain declared, resting his chin on his hand. Winda chuckled softly at his words. Once the auction commenced, regardless of the item or the family of the competitors, Icllain consistently raised the bids without uttering a single unnecessary word. Those who begrudgingly announced their prices found themselves outbid by Icllain. A total of 10 items were auctioned, and Icklain successfully acquired all 6 that had been sold thus far. It was only with the last item, a silver necklace, that Icklain encountered a rival. The starting price of the necklace was 400,000. Yet Icklain and Lucius Malfoy found themselves bidding against each other, driving the price up to over 1 million. Lucius merely chuckled lightly, his hand endlessly caressing his serpent-headed cane. As he spoke without turning, Mr. Grindelwald. The attendees gasped upon hearing Icklain's name, engaging in hushed discussions. Mr. Malfoy. Icklain leaned back in his chair, smiling. It seems our bidding war may never reach a conclusion. Lucius remarked that his wife had taken a liking to it, and inquired if he could secure it for 1.5 million to present it to them. Icklain interjected, stating that he was merely accompanying his sister to indulge in some extravagance, and that the necklace should be gifted to them to foster goodwill between their families, especially since he held Draco in high regard. Lucius graciously acknowledged, "Thank you, Mr. Grindelwald." He inclined slightly forward without turning back. Icklain smiled wider, adjusting his mask, and raised his paddle to declare, 1.5 million, dedicated to Mrs. Malfoy. Very well, 1.5 million sold. With the auction concluded, and as the crowd began to disperse, the Malfoy couple rose to approach Icklain. No need for further pleasantries, Mr. Malfoy. Icklain interrupted, I look forward to future collaborations. Narcissa signaled for Lucius to proceed first before expressing her heartfelt gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, Mr. Grindelwald. It is nothing, he replied. It is not easy for you mothers, but this matter pertains solely to Draco and me, a matter between friends, unrelated to family interests. Thus your gratitude is unwarranted. Nevertheless, a favor is a favor. If this is how we will converse, we must take our leave, Ms. Black, Icklain said with a smile. A favor may come in handy in the future. I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance. He lifted the shopping bag filled with garments and the acquired jewelry. Addressing Narcissa, farewell, Ms. Black. He then exited the auction venue alongside Wenda. Feeling more comfortable now? Wenda casually inquired as she gazed at the night view of the street. Icklain, noticing the absence of others, softened his voice, appearing somewhat aggrieved, prompting Wenda to playfully pinch his cheek. Well, if I recall correctly, doesn't the gentleman owe you a few favors? Wenda's words caught Icklain off guard. Indeed, today's expenditures, Under the moonlight, Wenda's eyes reflected the youthful figure bouncing away. At Nurmingard, Icklain breathlessly pushed open the door, placing the shopping bag at the entrance before collapsing onto the floor. Wenda followed suit and addressed the members of the pureblood party in the living room. Distribute these gifts. Has the sun risen in the west? Florin exclaimed. It doesn't affect you during regular times. Icklain shouted from the ground. I am truly fortunate to be with you, Master. Thanks to Rogier for bringing me back. Florent enthusiastically selected gifts alongside the pureblood members. Chapter 138. The children, is the gentleman not back yet? Icklain asked, sprawled in a starfish shape on the floor. No. He has been quite busy lately, Florent replied, having taken only one gift before returning to the sofa, glancing at Icklain on the ground, reminding him, the floor is cold. Icklain acknowledged with a murmur, merely stretching on the floor. After you left, I checked on that candy you love. Florent's sentence was cut short, as Icklain instantly apparat to the sofa. Well, and then? Then, Florent extended his hand, smiling. For the right price, you get the right information. Icklain playfully fetched a pillow resting behind him and accurately smacked it into Florent's face. Hey, I was just joking. Florent protested, struggling to make a muffled sound. Icklain removed the pillow, only to be pinned down on the sofa by Florent, who buried him under 2 pillows before making a swift getaway. See, you're in a good mood, Florent exclaimed. Icklain. He transformed into a black cat, escaping the pile of pillows and leaping onto the back of the sofa, instantaneously reverting to human form, seizing 2 pillows to hurl back. No. He fled as Icklain pursued him. Still a child, Vix commented, placing the selected gift boxes on the coffee table and effortlessly clearing away the excess pillows that Icklain and Florent had created. Not taking a couple more? Wenda inquired. No. This is just fine. One for me and one for my wife. Wenda said nothing further, standing to bid Icklain farewell before departing. The members of the pureblood party, having received their gifts, also left Nurmingard, each attending to their own affairs, leaving only Florent and a few others. Are you too tired? After a brief interval, when they were still frolicking, Vix retrieved 2 bottles of wine from the bar cabinet, scolding, enough already. If you injure yourselves, you won't be able to work. Icklain pondered this and ceased his antics. Noticing that he had stopped chasing, Florent quickly dashed to the sofa, keeping a safe distance from Icklain. Micah, can you drink? Vix asked the recently returned Micah. Yes, I can, Micah replied, nodding. 2 cups flew out from the cabinet, landing on the bar. Oh, by the way, Micah, the Malfoy family should be coming tomorrow to establish a connection with you. Do be prepared, Icklain said as he approached the bar, drying his hands with a flying towel. Ah, all right, I understand, Micah nodded hesitantly. After all, it was rather daunting for a 17-year-old to handle matters concerning a long-established and prestigious family in the magical community. Icklain sensed his apprehension and reassured him, "Don't be nervous. Tomorrow, we'll be there as your support. There's no need to fear." "I doubt they would dare to act under my very nose." Micah took a deep breath and gave a gentle acknowledgement. "Just the four of us then?" Icklain inquired as he poured the wine. "Indeed," Vix affirmed, continuing to pour, glancing around the living room. "Hey, they're all over 50, no? Nearly 100. How come their physical condition is so good?" Holding a glass, Icklain walked towards the sofa. "We should throw a welcome party for Micah," Florence shifted. Making space for Icklain. "Let us consider this the party. There's nothing else to prepare," Vix said, pushing Micah onto a single sofa. "Just sit, it's just us. There are no strict rules." "Yeah, don't be nervous. It's your home. Why be so formal?" Icklain agreed. "So, welcome Mr. Micah Rogier to our ranks." Florent raised his glass. "Welcome," Vix echoed, lifting his glass as well. "You better do well, kid," Icklain added, raising his glass with a smile. Micah clinked glasses with the three and, with a determined spirit, downed his drink in one gulp. "This is splendid, quite bold," Vix remarked, refilling Micah's glass. "Didn't he realize it before? But you're quite mischievous," Icklain teased, pointing at Vix with the hand that wasn't he holding a glass. "Is this how you treat a child?" "I treat my son the same way. I've poured 3 bottles down him." Vix gestured with his hand, indicating 3 bottles. Icklain chuckled, lifting his head to finish his drink in one go, shaking his empty glass at the two. "You should catch up. Who do you look down on?" "I'm drinking," Florent exclaimed, following Icklain's lead, downing his drink in one go, then seizing the bottle to refill Icklain's glass. "Oh, so you're quite the stickler for the rules," Icklain remarked. "Hey, shouldn't I set an example for the child? Besides, according to the rules, it's indeed my turn to pour for you." "Haha, you still remember that I'm older than you," Vix teased. Chapter 139. The Influence as they continued drinking. Micah and Florent began to feel slightly tipsy. Icklain and Vix exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "You're no match for me," Icklain said to Florent, who had collapsed onto the sofa. "Not even close to your level." Florent's voice was faint. Just as Icklain was about to assist Micah up the stairs, he was intercepted by Vix. "Allow me," Vix said, effortlessly lifting the dazed Micah. Observing the boy leaning against him, his face flushed, Vix sighed. "This child, aside from his poor tolerance for alcohol, bears quite a resemblance to Howard. You treat him like a godson," Icklain remarked while stretching lazily. "What can I do? This lad has no relatives left except for a sister, and Winda has no substantial connection to him." Vix paused. "He and my son are of similar age, though my boy has gone off to develop his own path. I feel for this kid." Icklain nodded in agreement, acknowledging Vic's sentiments. Indeed, Micah's parents had followed Riddle, neglecting him, with only an uncle who cared for him. Now, with his uncle gone, he was left to care for his sister. "Will you stay over tonight?" Icklain inquired. Vix, having assisted Micah upstairs, replied as he descended, "No. It's past 1 in the morning. I must return to kneel on the washboard." Icklain admired Vic's nonchalant tone. After Vix departed, Icklain tidied up the empty bottles littering the floor and wiped down the table, reminding Flant, who was sprawled on the sofa, to go to bed. "No. This is more comfortable than a bed." Flant's voice dwindled, and before he could finish his last word, he succumbed to sleep. Icklain sighed, opting not to concern himself further. When Icklain awoke, the appointed time for the Malfoy family's arrival was fast approaching. Micah stood anxiously beside the sofa, caught in a cycle of indecision, unable to decide whether to stand or sit. Amused by his demeanor, Icklain approached him and patted his shoulder. "Relax, just take a seat." Micah nodded and sank onto the sofa, his hands nervously rubbing his knees, remaining silent, not from a lack of desire to speak, but from the tension that left his tongue tied. "Where's Flant?" Icklain's inquiry was interrupted. "Right here," Flant's voice emerged. But Icklain scanned the room and found no trace of him until Flant's head popped up from behind the bar. Flant stood, placing a teapot onto the counter. But before he could say anything, the sound of apparition echoed from the doorway, followed by the doorbell. Just as Micah intended to answer, Icklain pressed him down. With a wave of his magic, the door creaked open, and both Icklain and Micah, with Icklain's hand on Micah's shoulder, peered towards the entrance. To Icklain's astonishment, it was not Lucius who stood there, but Draco. "Huh!" exclaimed both Icklain and Draco in disbelief. "Wait, what?" Icklain blinked, regaining his composure and gesturing for Draco to enter. "So it turns out you are one of us." Micah stared at the similarly aged boy, momentarily stunned, until Icklain nudged him onto the sofa. Draco was also seated, facing Micah. "Draco, this should be your senior," Icklain introduced, from the same academy. "Relax. Let us not be so tense. Since we are all classmates, can we consider this conversation concluded?" Micah whispered. "Indeed, we share the same school, even the same benefactor." There's really not much to discuss, is there? Draco echoed Micah's sentiment. You two really have nothing to converse about? Icklain inquired. None, they replied in unison. Very well then, Flant. Why don't you take Micah to the headquarters? Mason could use the extra help. Draco and I have other matters to discuss privately. Once the two departed from Nurmingard, Icklain summoned Flant's teapot with his magic, opening it and starting to brew tea. He then sat in Micah's previous spot and remarked, Draco, your task is nearly complete. For the last part, Harry may come seeking you, and you must ensure he relinquishes your wand, understood? Although Draco didn't fully grasp the significance, he nodded. Beyond that, I have no further remarks. Do you? Icklain asked, accepting a flying teacup. I spoke with Blaise and Theodore about your plans, particularly your ambition to lead the magical world. They were quite receptive, though persuading them took some effort. To Icklain, Draco's words translated to, under your influence, I have mastered the art of persuasion and successfully gathered the heirs of two prominent pureblood families. Ah, Icklain chuckled awkwardly. That is splendid. By the way, Draco, have you noticed anything peculiar about yourself? Draco, slightly perplexed, inquired, do I resemble you in some way? You've noticed, huh? It's normal to pick up traits after spending time together. Icklain grinned. I'm just rather astonished. They claim that if they inherit their families, they will fully support your plan, but the actual inheritance will still take a considerable time. Not too long. Actually, Icklain replied cryptically, in just a few days. Before school begins, I can have them seated as heads of their families. But Draco, are you certain of their resolve? After all, I've invested substantial effort into this. And you doubt me? No. I trust you, of course, Draco reassured him. Icklain felt a bit uneasy, realizing how the influence had shifted from him to Draco. Well, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Draco stated, adjusting the hem of his suit jacket as he stood. Oh, and ensure Harry is disarmed. Understood, rest assured. Draco smiled faintly. You've had me undertake so many tasks. Can I falter on this last one? I was merely being cautious. Be safe on your way back. Indeed. Draco nodded, striding towards the entrance of Nurmingard, stepping into the sunlight. Icklain, too, was in a hurry, finishing his tea in one gulp before hastily making his way to the headquarters. Upon pushing open the revolving door of the hall, he greeted the receptionist before ascending the staircase. Just before reaching the second floor, he nearly stumbled over a step. A chunk of marble had fallen from the edge. Fortunately, his long stride allowed him to bypass the gap. After a quick repair, he continued upward, thankful that the remaining steps were intact. Good afternoon, President. An employee whose name Icklain couldn't recall greeted him while carrying a stack of papers, brushing past him as they descended. Icklain instinctively nodded, suddenly realizing something felt amiss, and uncertainly turned back to ask, were you addressing me? ISNT the President Q? The individual replied, looking up at Icklain due to their difference in height. Oh, quite right, Icklain chuckled. Do be cautious on the stairs, they have their wear and tear. Thank you for your concern, President. Icklain nodded again, grasping the rail as he continued upward. Good afternoon, President. Along the way, more than one person greeted him, and he responded to each, his spirits lifting with each acknowledgement. His steps becoming lighter. By the last few steps, he nearly leaped up them. President, you seem particularly cheerful today. Mason had just exited his assistant's office when he saw Icklain wearing a cheerful expression, prompting him to grin and inquire, is everything well? Indeed. But do be cautious on your way down. There are some pitfalls, Icklain cautioned, noting he had just seen a piece missing from the edge of a step. Did you manage to step over it? Of course, I did, Icklain replied, momentarily losing his smile before it returned even brighter. Yes, I did step over that pit. Watching Icklain bounce away, Mason felt a lift in his spirits and happily descended the stairs to continue with his duties. After all, they were to be colleagues from now on. Icklain pushed open the office door to find Flant engaged in conversation with an Auror. Grindelwald, the Auror greeted Icklain promptly. Continue your discussion. I'll just be a silent observer. Icklain nodded and made his way to his desk, pulling out his chair to sit. Call me Gryffindor. My apologies. Mr. Gryffindor, the Auror replied, then turned to Flant to ask, may I inquire about your salaries? The question left Flant momentarily taken aback, before he began to complain. You see, our salaries are settled biannually, sometimes even annually, and the work is quite taxing. Yours too, I reckon. However, we receive our salaries monthly, and it's a mere 500 galleons. Flant was about to nod in agreement when he noticed an inconsistency, his lips twitching as he rubbed his nose. Our monthly salary should be your amount with an additional 2 zeros. Are you jesting? The Auror chuckled awkwardly yet politely, bowed to Icklain, and exited the office. Are you pleased? Icklain asked, observing Flant's satisfied expression. Absolutely. Our salaries differ by such a margin. All right, where's Mika? That lad has been reassigned. Likely to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Flant pondered. Well, off you go then. Why should it be so? Why should their organization offer higher pay than ours? and by no small amount. I wish to switch jobs. So do I. But let us endure a bit longer. Once this is over, I shall seek employment with them. Resignation. I shall not continue. Chapter 141, An Unexpected Assignment. The tranquil days persisted until mid-August, with Bill and Fleur's wedding approaching. Originally scheduled for August 1st. It was disrupted by an attack from the Death Eaters. Grimmauld Place was compromised, but fortunately, the belongings and members of the Order of the Phoenix had been relocated to Godric's Hollow in advance. Icklain had only just learned of these developments. The plan to relocate Harry was executed on July 30th, and due to the timely arrival of the Purists, there were no casualties. This series of events was conveyed through an exceptionally lengthy letter, and Icklain leaned back in his office chair, processing this overwhelming information. Dumbledore certainly calculated this accurately. However, the sudden assault compelled the astute old man to hasten to the headquarters of the Alliance. He sat opposite Icklain. It hasn't affected the plan, has it? Icklain inquired softly, pinching the bridge of his nose. Harry is safe, and no one was hurt. At most, it has merely delayed Bill and Fleur's wedding slightly. Yes, the locket is still at Grimmauld Place. No, I had Vinny retrieve it long ago. It has now been safely transferred to another, who can effortlessly destroy the Horcrux. Initially, the intention was simply to retrieve it to prevent it from being reported to Bella, but upon capturing it, we inadvertently learned of the locket's whereabouts. Handing it over to LeMay is the safest course of action. Dumbledore rested his chin on his hand, gazing irritably at the cup of red tea on the table. Perhaps a consequence of having lived as a young man for too long, his demeanor had shifted somewhat. In a few days, after Bill's wedding, the three of us should return to Godric's Hollow. Icklain straightened in his chair, rubbing his face. I have a desire to cast a spell on the Potter residence, and, of course, I wish to visit Bathsheba as well. I need to inform Anna first, Dumbledore replied. By the way, may I pose 2 questions to you, Icklain? Icklain chuckled suddenly. You must be thinking, may I ask you a question? But fear that I will respond with you've already asked one, so it's not permissible, correct? Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. Ask away. Before 1993, Icklain's brow furrowed slightly as the office door swung open magically. Strangely, there was no one outside. Only a letter hovered in the air, patiently awaiting attention. Dumbledore's words were interrupted by the sound of the door. Icklain took the flying envelope, opened it, and scanned the contents, his previously indifferent expression shifting to one of seriousness as he reread the letter with uncertainty and abruptly stood. Let us depart, Father, to Nurmingard. Icklain ignited the letter and cast his gaze down at the unfinished cup of red tea on the table, saying, Unless you wish to finish your tea here? Dumbledore said nothing further and followed Icklain out. Nurmingard conference room. Grindelwald lounged with his legs crossed, arms folded, gazing intently at the long table. The individuals surrounding the table were all under Icklain's command. This caused him to pause upon entering until Dumbledore's hand gently patted his shoulder twice, bringing him back to reality. In those fleeting seconds, Icklain had conjured countless justifications. However, sitting opposite Wenda, he felt deflated. Dumbledore stood at the door, uncertain of what to do, when he noticed Grindelwald gesturing for him to approach, and he took a seat beside the golden-haired young man. I'll be frank, Icklain placed his hands on the table. Interlocking his fingers, I will undertake this task. It is precisely because of this assignment that we are all gathered here. You cannot go alone, leave it to us. Flant interjected. You've witnessed the magic of our target. The scar on your back is a testament to that spell, is it not? Augustus spoke with a hint of anger. Indeed, but I am more confident. Icklain, aware of his disadvantage, decided to explain later. This matter is non-negotiable. Wenda's voice was cold. You wish to shoulder it alone again? I do not. Mr. Dumbledore is still present here, Vex reminded as he noticed Vex attempting to speak. This comment made Vex nod stiffly, swallowing his words. Listen, Icklain, Flant suddenly spoke earnestly. You are aware of how formidable the so-called werewolves we are to face are. You cannot bear this alone. Allow me to assist, let us all assist. Our lives are not as precious as yours, you must not perish. Among us, if anyone is to die, it cannot be you. I volunteer. My abilities and value make me the optimal choice for this mission, Macaulay suddenly declared. Be quiet, Flant shouted. This time, you will heed my counsel. Heed yours? In your dreams. Wait a moment, Dumbledore interjected. Do not mind them. They are merely bickering like an old married couple. Icklain clarified. No, Illinois, this task is not your concern, Dumbledore insisted. You are all discussing life and death, Illinois. Albus, let them resolve their own matters, Grindelwald stood, pulling Dumbledore to his feet. Gellert, that is your son, Dumbledore exclaimed, shaking off his hand and lowering his voice to a fierce whisper. Yes, I am aware. The interruption came again, as Grindelwald, with unwavering determination, commanded, Wenda, silence him. Just as Wenda was about to speak, Icklain sharply interrupted, No. Shaking his head, Icklain insisted. Flant. Gag both of them. Enough. All three of you, be silent. Wenda finally could no longer contain herself, rising to her feet. Gellert, both of you. Step outside and cool off. With that, she decisively ushered the two men out, instructing Flant, cast a spell to silence him. Icklain attempted to speak, but his mouth was already bound by enchantment. This matter requires no further discussion, Wenda stated. We shall act now, at the very least. We can complete this before Augustus's wedding. Let us begin. No, Icklain protested, but by the time Wenda and the others rose to leave the conference room, he was already unable to follow. Wait, please be safe until we return. They departed, leaving him in silence, unable to move due to the spell. This mission was undoubtedly the most perilous yet. Their departure did not guarantee their return intact. It was one thing to return with injuries, but the fear lingered that the five of them, who left in good health, might return as mere fragments of their former selves. Chapter 142, Excessive. Icklain frowned as he glanced at the note that had floated before him. This spell, a spatial enchantment, was intended to hinder others but had inadvertently been cast upon himself. The note indicated that the spell would last for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. By the time help arrived, who knew what could happen? Dumbledore forcefully pushed open the bedroom door and stepped out to find Icklain standing as still as a statue. What is it, Illinois? 5 minutes, Icklain murmured softly. What? Dumbledore asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. 4.5. As each second ticked by, Icklain anxiously channeled his magic, torn between the desire to remain bound and the hope to break free. If he were to break the spell now, it would signify that their comrades had met with disaster. After enduring 4 agonizing minutes, Icklain mentally counted the seconds. 30. His hands began to grow cold, dark thoughts flooding his mind. Dumbledore glanced at the clock on the wall. 3 seconds. With a sharp crack, Icklain vanished from sight. Just as Dumbledore exhaled in relief, he heard the sound of another apparition and turned to see Icklain collapse to the ground, beads of sweat trailing down his face. Dumbledore rushed to lift Icklain. I am fine, Dumbledore, Icklain stated, rising and wiping the sweat from his brow. Meeting Dumbledore's gaze, he shook his head and explained. They anticipated my timely arrival and took precautions. I went to another location to seek someone out before heading here. With that, Icklain departed once more. This time not to return. Dumbledore wished to follow, but he had already been ensnared by Grindelwald's spell. Now, aside from the Hogsmeade Inn and this place, he had nowhere else to go. He had initially been indifferent, as this state of being would make him easily recognizable. But now he felt regret. Gellert. He turned and pushed open the bedroom door, calling out to Grindelwald, who sat on the bed. Undo this spell for me. Albus, you have wronged me. I did not cast that spell. It was your dear son, Grindelwald replied, his head lowered, obscuring his emotions. So, Illinois has cast a spell on you as well? Indeed. That boy is cautious even of us. In the spider's tail alley, Icklain transformed his customary cloak into a robe, emerging from the narrow, filthy passage. He pulled up his hood, paused, and surveyed his surroundings. Just as he was about to step forward, he sensed a chilling gaze upon him. Furrowing his brow, he tugged his hood lower and knocked on the door of the Snape residence. Wenda had delayed their plans by 2 minutes, but the pain from his earlier apparition mishap had jolted Icklain awake. The door opened a crack, and a shadowy figure eyed him warily, ready to speak, but Icklain interjected. Severus, the Potion Association has drafted a contract for me to deliver to you. His voice rang out, loud enough to provoke Snape's discontent as he frowned. The voice was unfamiliar, deep and somewhat hoarse. Clearly, not a good sign. Realizing that the mental shielding spell had no effect on this individual, Snape hesitated, casting a wary glance toward the distant gaze. Just as he was about to close the door, Icklain wedged his foot in the way. Wait, it's me. This time. Icklain spoke softly. Snape said nothing but opened the door wider, permitting Icklain to slip through the gap. Is this surveillance Riddle's idea? Is he unwell? Do you have a matter to discuss? Yes, there is indeed a matter. Icklain coughed uncontrollably, clearing his throat. That thing should be ready, right? Deep within the unnamed forest, the light from his wand illuminated the suffocating darkness, the sounds of spell explosions echoing in Icklain's ears. Grasping a glass vial, he sprinted toward the light. Rogier Vex. Stay back. Let me handle this. Confringo. Icklain emerged from the shadows just as Flant's spell detonated beside him. Had he not reacted swiftly to cast a protective charm, he would have been drenched in blood. Yet that shout, did it not indicate they were safe? Icklain stiffly raised his gaze, meeting the eyes of Flant and the others. Just as Flant began to speak, he was tackled to the ground by a werewolf. Icklain swiftly raised his wand, binding the creature's limbs, lifting it into the air. It writhed and struggled, saliva dripping onto Flant's chest. Hey. Flant hastily retreated, unable to stand due to claws that had torn at his legs. Icklain unleashed a spell that sliced through the werewolf's neck like a drawn sword. Flant braced himself on the ground, inching backward, using his foot to push the werewolf's head away. You scared me to death, he gasped, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Once he felt somewhat composed, Flant lifted his gaze to meet Icklain's cold stare. Without a word, Icklain removed the cork from the glass vial and ignited a flame with his wand. A serpent of fire, carrying the liquid within, slithered through the trees. The combined smoke of potion and flame caused the werewolves to instinctively retreat. Before they could escape the fiery woods, they succumbed to unconsciousness from the smoke. Icklain exhaled slowly, turning to extend his hand to Flant. Excessive. Flant was pulled to his feet by Icklain, who voiced his discontent. Icklain this time, it was Wenda who spoke. Icklain turned around with a stoic expression, but upon observing the varying degrees of injuries sustained by everyone, he let out a sigh and embraced Wenda. Next time, please bring me along, all right? Wenda, somewhat taken aback by Icklain's gesture, reciprocated the embrace and gently patted his back in a soothing manner. Florent, noticing Icklain's rather dim-witted demeanor, quietly suggested, "Young master, would you like to take a look at how many werewolf corpses are conversing in the backyard?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Wenda shot him a disapproving glance. How could an assistant, a stalwart ally of the dark wizard Grindelwald and a remnant of the purest faction since the Grindelwald era, be merely a decorative figure? Having once faced an onslaught from Aurors and treated like a mere street rat, she emerged unscathed. How could she possibly be harmed by this band of intellectually deficient beasts? Perhaps we should head back? Vix suggested while supporting Augustus. Of course, unless you particularly enjoy lingering in this place, we can stay. Are your legs all right? Macaulay inquired of Florent. Have you considered the consequences if I had arrived late? Icklain retorted, stepping back and raising his voice. This thing keeps coming. That old witch must have captured countless individuals, both muggles and wizards alike, in droves. Did you not contemplate the aftermath of exhausting our strength? Cast spells for me. This is excessive. The incantations I taught you were meant for adversaries, not for me. If I had not procured the potion in those additional 2 minutes, and had not arrived in time, you would scarcely find your complete corpses. Chapter 143, Anger. Icklain waved his hand backward, and the sound of heads dropping echoed from the woods. Without waiting for a response from Florent and the others, he turned and disapparated back to Nurmingard. Florent and Macaulay exchanged glances, realizing Icklain was indeed angry, and hurriedly followed him. Upon entering the living room, Dumbledore approached. Momentarily taken aback by the bloodstains on Icklain's white shirt, but he quickly relaxed upon recognizing that it was not Icklain's blood. He also noticed the young man's unusual emotional state and intended to inquire, but the crackling sound from the doorway drew his attention. Grindelwald, on the second floor, felt relieved to see everyone return safely. Young master, Florent began as Icklain headed towards the downstairs bathroom. What are you going to do? Shower. It was a curt reply, followed by the sound of the bathroom door slamming shut. Grindelwald and Dumbledore exchanged bemused glances, both somewhat perplexed. Augustus, supported by Vix, settled on a sofa. Seeing the confusion on Grindelwald and Dumbledore's faces, he sighed and recounted the events that had transpired. Icklain bathed swiftly, donned his pajamas, and ascended the stairs without uttering a word. What about my wedding, young master? I won't be attending. Augustus watched as Icklain entered his room, shrugging at the others surrounding the sofa. Now he is truly angry. What should we do? Florent asked, anxiously ruffling his hair. Vix, don't you have a child? Go comfort him. Me? A 97-year-old child? How am I supposed to do that? Icklain closed the door and sat on the bed in contemplation. What's wrong? The Grim Reaper, with a piece of parchment slung over his shoulder, asked as he observed Icklain's silhouette. Nothing, just angry, Icklain replied, pulling the blanket over his legs. So bothersome. I'm going to sleep. The Grim Reaper was at a loss for words, hesitating to offer the parchment, but sensing the inopportune moment, he withdrew his hand. Why are you still here? Icklain glanced up. What, do you want to sleep with me? The Grim Reaper shook his head, and, without lingering, turned to vanish. Icklain lay down, tugging the blanket up to cover his head, and soon fell asleep. Wenda observed the group before him, deliberating on how to appease Icklain, when a thought struck him. Florent, have we received any updates from the suppliers? Yes, Florent replied, handing over the parchment filled with information he had gathered. Wenda glanced at it, said nothing, and turned to leave. Where's she off to? Augustus inquired. Don't worry about that. Just tend to your injuries. You're going to be the groom tomorrow. Why aren't you feeling the slightest bit nervous? Vix reminded him. Nervous? How could I not be? Augustus sighed, collapsing sideways onto the sofa. Just the thought of facing a bunch of people. Never mind, I can't think about it. We have a rehearsal soon. Don't forget, Macaulay said. You needn't concern yourself with the young master's matters for now. All right. Icklain awoke the next afternoon. Augustus' wedding must be nearly over, he murmured hoarsely, rolling over to find his hand resting on a transparent bag. Is that a bag of honey sticks? Icklain exclaimed, slightly excited as he raised his head, only to reconsider and retreat under the covers. To use this to appease me? I'm not forgiving them. Yet, considering they had gone through such effort to procure it, it would be unreasonable not to forgive them. Sitting up, he stared at the bag of sweets and ultimately decided to extend his forgiveness. The weddings of Augustus and Bill were held together, and the open space near the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch served as a fine venue. The wedding ceremony had concluded, and now the attendees were simply enjoying a meal, chatting, with a few mingling with the newlyweds and others opting to step outside for fresh air. Augustus and Tonks, having bid farewell to another guest, sat down at a corner table, appearing somewhat fatigued. Bill and Fleur remained at the center, greeting incoming guests. Icklain blended into the crowd inconspicuously, noticing several bulging money bags on the Weasley table, and tossed a couple of keys onto it. "Hey, young master." Augustus was the first to notice Icklain. But as he spoke, Icklain silenced him with a spell. "Lower your voice," Icklain whispered as he leaned closer. "Can I take a break?" "Huh, me? Yes. It's difficult to take leave from St. Mungo's. I still have the ability to request time off," Icklain asserted. "Considering this period is relatively calm. Wouldn't it be nice to go on a honeymoon with Tonks?" "Sure, that would be lovely, right?" Augustus asked Tonks, who sat beside him. "It sounds wonderful. But you know, I might not be able to make it," Tonks replied. Augustus sighed, nodding in acceptance. "How have you been feeling lately?" Icklain asked cautiously, scanning the surroundings and lowering his voice. "Very well. Harry is here too, but I heard he had a spat with Sirius." "Why? I'm not sure. It might be related to Snape." Upon hearing this, Icklain understood the general reason. He stood up, preparing to leave, and said to Augustus and Tonks, "Wishing you both a long and peaceful life together. Please convey this sentiment to Bill and the others as well. I'm off now." He took a couple of steps back and exited the tent. "Wait, Grindelwald." Chapter 144. The son Icklain turned back in confusion as Harry followed him out of the tent, calling his name. "Wait a moment. What is it, Harry?" "There's something I need to discuss with you," Harry said. Icklain could not discern much from his expression, but he nodded in acquiescence, following him toward the gates of Hogwarts. Along the way, neither of them spoke a word. Icklain remained unhurried until they stepped beyond the confines of Hogwarts, at which point Harry inquired, "May I visit your home?" As he spoke, his gaze was fixed upon the direction of the Quidditch pitch. Icklain surmised that this was likely due to Sirius's presence at Hogwarts, rendering certain topics inappropriate for discussion. He nodded and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, and together they disapparated to the back garden of Nurmingard. The sun was on the verge of setting, casting a particularly splendid light on the day. It glided westward, while a few clouds clung to the horizon, adorned with a golden sheen from the sunlight. The presence of a sunset this evening foretold a pleasant day to follow. Icklain and Harry made their way up the slope side by side. "This summer, I undertook some tasks assigned by Dumbledore, and the process was relatively smooth," Harry remarked as they walked. "I also uncovered some information, such as your ongoing collaboration with Snape." Icklain raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement of Harry's observation. "Why collaborate with the man who killed your father?" Harry's incisive question momentarily halted Icklain's stride. "Oh, this brings to mind a metaphor. Have you ever climbed a tree?" He gestured towards a distant oak on the slope. Harry replied, "Climb a tree? Yes, I have. Once. When Dudley bullied me, I fled the house and climbed a tree to escape them, although I was ultimately dragged down by the Dursleys. Then, shall we ascend?" Icklain proposed. Harry glanced around, initially failing to spot Icklain, until his attention was drawn to a few leaves swirling around him, ascending toward the treetop. It was then that he noticed Icklain had already scaled the tree, and although he did not comprehend Icklain's intentions, he followed suit and climbed up to sit on the sturdy branch. They faced each other, seated in the boughs. "As for my collaboration with Snape," Icklain pondered, "allow me to illustrate with an analogy. Suppose you were to join my Quidditch team and I selected you as a key player, even if you had killed my father, which, of course, is impossible. I would not expel you from the team, for your skills would yield substantial benefits in terms of victories. Thus, while I might harbor animosity towards you, I would not sever our ties until you ceased to hold value." Harry was taken aback by Icklain's words. They were both poignant and reasonable. "Look over there at those gravestones," he continued. "Every one of them represents a friend or family member I have lost. If I were to mourn each day as if I were losing someone anew, I would be engulfed in sorrow and hatred, and you would not see the person I am today. Snape may have erred, yet there are matters you will come to understand in time. Hatred blinds you, Harry. I believe it is time for you to take a break." Icklain smiled at Harry. "Arguing with Sirius must be quite burdensome for you." Harry nodded slightly. "I do not know the cause of your quarrel, nor do I wish to pry, but we ought to discuss your mental well-being now that Sirius is absent. Those who have passed do not truly leave us. As long as someone remembers their name, they live on in our hearts. If your parents were still here, they would not wish for you to be consumed by hatred." He placed a hand gently on Harry's shoulder, turning him toward the sun. Release all burdens and behold the sun. Icklain's words prompted Harry to slowly lift his gaze to the distant sky. The sunset's light was no longer harsh, allowing him to look directly at it without discomfort. Observe how the sunlight filters through the treetops, casting our shadows behind us. It is beautiful, Harry whispered. Indeed. It is beautiful, Icklain replied with a smile. This world is not solely comprised of hatred. Shift your perspective and allow love to flourish in your heart. When you view the world through the lens of love, it reveals its inherent beauty. It is love that compels us to strive tirelessly to protect this world. Harry chuckled softly. You would make an excellent teacher, Grindelwald. Following in my father's footsteps, Icklain responded. How old are you, you ask? Just remember, I am considerably older than you. Icklain took a deep breath. Harry apologized to Sirius, not in the conventional sense, but by laying the facts before him and engaging in a conversation that allows both of you to understand who is right and who is wrong. It will benefit neither of you to remain at odds. I will, but later. I still have many matters to attend to, Harry replied. As for love, I can only speak of my parents through the accounts of others. I love and respect them because I am their descendant. I realize my statement lacks coherence. I merely wish to express my thoughts. Do not fret. Continue, Icklain encouraged. Well, based on the current situation, I find myself yearning to live alongside Sirius, Remus, and Molly. My motivations for participating in this war have shifted. I wish to protect them rather than merely engage in battle. I do not wish for anyone else to endure the same losses I have. My fight is for them, and not solely for revenge. That is the right mindset. Live towards the light. Chapter 145, Sweating Profusely. Harry stared vacantly into the distance until the sun was obscured by the distant hills. At which point he roused himself and asked, What kind of person is Dumbledore? Why this sudden inquiry? Icklain responded, Nothing in particular. I cannot see through him. Especially after what someone told me at Bill's wedding today. Perhaps he is a good man. Perhaps. Indeed, Icklain affirmed. Few can truly comprehend him. We should be grateful that he stands on the side of righteousness. People often describe Dumbledore as an old madman, Icklain remarked, patting Harry's shoulder. But I perceive him as a whimsical old soul. I will be disappearing for a while, Icklain stated, and with a playful leap, he descended from the tree, landing deftly on one hand before looking up and smiling. After the war, I shall teach you a few techniques. Teach me what? Whatever you wish to learn. I can impart. Very well, it's settled. What you do is your business, and I shall not intrude. Harry also jumped down from the tree. I think I should take my leave now. Otherwise, I may not wish to depart. Be safe. Until we meet again, Mr. Grindelwald. Harry smiled at him, glanced once more into the distance, and decisively turned to leave. What a good child. Dumbledore suddenly emerged, remarking, Perhaps I do not deserve such trust from him. But he continues to trust you. Father, Icklain replied. He will come to understand, for in the current magical world, this is the method that incurs the least loss and is the most optimal. I have summoned Newt. The creatures in the back mountains require his care. Let us prepare to depart for Godric's Hollow tomorrow. Agreed. The two made their way along the garden path, returning to Nurmingard. Upon opening the back door, Dumbledore ascended the stairs first. Icklain did not pause, striding straight into the living room, where he found it somewhat empty and fell into a reverie until he was startled by a long unheard call from the air. Chongli fluttered down, landing on the coffee table. Good evening, Sister Chongli. How have you been lately? Icklain inquired wearily as he sank into the sofa. Quite well, actually. Fox and I are residing at the Hogshead. Ariana has been taking good care of us, Chongli replied. Are we no longer of use to you? She added, a hint of reproach in her tone. No. I have always needed you, dear sister. It's just that my recent work has become perilous. Staying at the Pig's Head Tavern would ensure your safety, Longley. I promise. Once the Great War is over, I will take you and Peanut for a proper respite. Peanut, on the verge of speaking, seemed anxious. But that won't do. Otherwise, Scammon would capture you for research. You must inform him that it's unacceptable. He is concerned for you, as am I. I suggested you stay at the tavern out of worry for your well-being. I bear no resentment. I merely hope you can rest for a few days, you know? I visited you quietly, not wanting to disturb you. The headquarters of the Union was illuminated solely by the light from your office throughout the night. I kept you company as the candles burned down, one by one. Growing up is no easy feat. If I could, I would return to my childhood. To the days when I chased fireflies with you in the Forbidden Forest during the 3rd and 4th grades, and when you and the professor played pranks on me. Do you remember? You even contemplated turning me into chicken soup or selling me off. That was my folly. Please don't be angry with me, sister. Ike leaned forward, hands raised. Longley chuckled softly. No, I am not one to hold grudges. Indeed, Longley, you are the most magnanimous. So, you are departing shortly? Yes. May I trouble you with one favor? As if you haven't caused me enough trouble already. Hee. Could you summon Mason from headquarters? No problem. I shall not intrude any longer. Longley said, I returned just to check on your health. It appears, young man, that your vitality is quite commendable. Farewell." Without waiting for Ike's response, Longley departed. Ike sighed, pondering that Longley had spent the most time with him. Perhaps she was concealing something or had suspected something amiss. Mason and Newt arrived together, both exchanging glances at the entrance. Upon hearing some commotion, Ike approached, joining them in their mutual scrutiny. "Come inside, please." Ahem. Ike cleared his throat a few times. Mason seemed confused, but Newt noticed that the door on the second floor, which had been ajar, was now gently closed. That must be Dumbledore, he speculated. "Mason, this is Newt's commander." Ike gestured for them to sit down. "You needn't mind him. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Mr. Grindelwald, please proceed. I require you to manage the Union in my stead for a few days." I can't possibly. Do not fret. I have faith in you." Ike's reassuring smile eased Mason's apprehension. "Do you know why I trust you? Why I chose you as my assistant, and now to manage the Union? I do not. It is because I have faith in you. You are unlike others. You perceive matters with clarity, discerning the essence of right and wrong. You are honest, enduring the isolation from colleagues while steadfastly remaining on the path of righteousness, all while maintaining your smile. I hold you in high regard." As Ike spoke, Mason listened intently, with Newt also paying attention. However, after a few sentences, he began to sweat profusely. The words felt increasingly familiar. Ike suddenly paused, bringing Mason back from his reverie. "Can you manage this?" "I can." "Good lad, get to work. Once this period is over, we shall rest." Ike stood and accompanied Mason to the door, patting his shoulder. Newt watched Mason's retreating figure, swallowing hard. "Did he just turn around to ask me?" "Indeed. I was almost convinced by you. It felt exactly like what Dumbledore conveyed to me." Newt's voice was low, careful to avoid the attention of those above. I cannot help it either." Chapter 146, Godric's Hollow. "Mr. Scamander, are you discussing matters with my son that we are not privy to?" Grindelwald suddenly appeared behind Newt, smiling. The 16-year-old Grindelwald momentarily startled Newt, causing him to pause for a few seconds, but upon seeing that familiar smile, he shouted, I did not." Newt scurried behind Ike like a frightened rodent. "I truly did not. Ike, save me." "Enough, Gellert, stop fooling around," Dumbledore said, standing a short distance away, chuckling softly at the scene. "You have been working hard, Newt." "Not at all. Life is arduous." "Well then, let us set off. I have already spoken to Anna and Abner," Dumbledore stated. "All right," Ike said, pulling Newt from behind him with a smile, then headed towards the entrance, glancing back to say, "I'll go ahead." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished. At the entrance of the Potter residence, Ike stood listening to Molly's shouts, smiling faintly. He desired to enter, even if only to glimpse them. But now was not the time. He could not go. He heard the sounds of 3 apparitions behind him. Grindelwald and the others landed near the fountain, spotting a slender figure shrouded in darkness, who apparat behind him. Grindelwald waved his hand, casting an invisible shield over the Potter residence, a barrier that ordinary Death Eaters could not breach. Dumbledore gently placed a hand on Ike's shoulder, sensing his unease, as if he harbored something within. "Let us proceed," Ike suggested. The 3 of them ventured deeper into Godric's Hollow, where the lavish homes gradually transformed into dusty little cottages. This area seemed largely abandoned, with only Bathilda remaining. The trio stood at the door, unsure of what to do. "You two go ahead. I am younger and shall not contend." Ike stepped back, distancing himself. Bathilda's temper was manageable, but now it was uncertain. Her only concern was her nephew, whom she hadn't heard from in 90 years. Her knowledge of his state relied solely on the newspapers. Dumbledore subtly took half a step back. Grindelwald, noticing this, did not press the matter, as the person inside posed a greater challenge. He gathered his courage and gently knocked on the door. After a moment, a dim light flickered in the upstairs window, followed by the sound of footsteps descending, accompanied by the creaking of the aged wooden staircase. The door opened. Bathilda, wand in hand, did not peek outside but rather issued a wary warning. "I have other weapons. You Death Eaters had best not approach." "Aunt, it is I, Gellert," Grindelwald spoke softly. "Gellert, Grindelwald." "Gellert?" Bathilda leaned out, disbelief written across her face. Upon confirming that the person before her was indeed Grindelwald, she erupted in furious reprimands. "You actually remembered to return. Have you been off gallivanting, forgetting to come home? A dark wizard, were you? Playing with those dark arts, and now you find yourself imprisoned." "I see." As she spoke, she slapped Grindelwald lightly on the shoulder. The blows were not heavy, but they still stung. A dark wizard does not forget his home. If you forget those two, I have nothing to say, but to forget me? You've truly become quite adept. "Aunt, that hurts." Grindelwald retreated a few paces, pleading, "Be gentle. So you know pain. How come you never complained when you got hurt during dueling in school? Or when you were over 30, battling with Aurors? How come you never said it hurt? At 50, one would expect to express pain when subdued. Yet here we are, The situation is different. You dare to retort. Do you? Auntie, I concede. Grindelwald winced, retreating a few steps, pleading, please, no more. It truly hurts. Coughing, Icklain suddenly erupted in a fit, striving to suppress his voice to avoid disturbance, yet Dumbledore still caught wind of it. Are you all right? Dumbledore inquired, stepping closer. Why have you been coughing so frequently of late? It's nothing, just a little choke. Icklain waved his hand dismissively. Noticing Dumbledore's lingering concern, he added, I genuinely just choked. The dilapidated surroundings haven't seen a broom in ages, so it's quite normal to choke. Is that so, Albus? Bashida interjected, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Dumbledore turned with a smile, responding, indeed, it is I. My heavens, have you reconciled with Gellert? Dumbledore was taken aback, pondering what reconciliation entailed, and how Bashida appeared so well informed about his and Grindelwald's affairs. Thank Merlin, Bashida exclaimed, ceasing her assault on Grindelwald, stepping a couple of paces towards Dumbledore to scrutinize him closely. You seem changed yet unchanged, she remarked softly. The visage in the papers shows you aging poorly. I've only seen your articles in recent years, likely due to Voldemort. Is this youthful appearance a result of some rejuvenating potion? Indeed, Dumbledore replied, still smiling. Oh, still reminiscent of my memory of you, though your aura seems altered, Bashida mused, her gaze drifting from Dumbledore to Icklain, who was gazing up at the stars not far away. He is my Grindelwald, she began, only to be interrupted. I know him, Bashida said. Icklain Grindelwald, president of the Alliance. The events of the past few days have reached my ears. Many newspapers have featured him on their front pages. Indeed, after all, he is my son. Whose son? Grindelwald asked, bewildered. Mine, of course. He is the child of Albus and me, Grindelwald said anxiously. Albus, please, let me explain. Dumbledore understood his intent, but refrained from responding, instead softly calling Icklain back from a distance. I'll let them in. All of you come inside, Bashida urged. Returning to the house, Grindelwald led the way, while Dumbledore was gently nudged in by Icklain, who then closed the door behind them. Have a seat. What brings you back? Bashida said, pulling 3 chairs together. Just wanted to see you, Grindelwald replied. You still remember to visit me? Have you eaten dinner? We're not hungry, Bashida, Dumbledore interjected. There's no need to trouble you so late. You've disturbed me plenty when you were children, Bashida responded, walking towards the kitchen, recalling their late-night escapades and ruckus upstairs. Grindelwald and Icklain exchanged awkward glances, both slightly embarrassed, while Icklain remained silent throughout, appearing rather contemplative. Bashida heated some water, placing 3 glass bottles of milk into the pot. The milk heated quickly, and within 5 minutes, the steaming bottles were presented before the trio. Auntie, we're too old for this. We don't drink milk anymore. Drink it if you want. Bashida scolded, though her tone softened as she turned to Icklain, asking, do you not wish to drink? No, I do want to drink, Icklain replied, performing a simple warming charm on the glass bottle, accepting it with a smile. Thank you. Dumbledore took a bottle, his brow furrowed with concern as he observed Icklain's cough. If it were merely a choke, it should have subsided by now. Yet it appeared to linger. Icklain was prone to colds, yet the weather had not been particularly unpredictable, nor had the seasons begun to shift. Icklain twisted the cap off, sipping the warm milk to soothe his throat, then coughed a few more times before his voice returned to normal. Grindelwald obediently accepted his milk as well. The 3 began to converse, Bashida first inquiring about Icklain's origins, and upon confirming their familial connection, her curiosity piqued about the magical circumstances that could create a human being. However, Icklain chose not to divulge, shaking his head as a sign of disinterest. Bashida, not wishing to pressure him, redirected her conversation towards Dumbledore. After a few exchanges, she playfully admonished Grindelwald. That boy nearly set his house ablaze in his youth. A true troublemaker. Only you could tolerate him, she remarked to Dumbledore. Not entirely. Gellert has changed significantly of late. He is not quite the same as before. That's because of you, Albus, Bashida noted. That boy, when he first came to my home, was so taken with you that he bombarded me with questions about you. Auntie, enough already, Grindelwald whispered, trying to steer the topic. Icklain, bored, gnawed at the bottle cap, chuckling quietly as he learned a few snippets of Grindelwald's past mischiefs. He knew he shouldn't laugh, but the tales were genuinely amusing. He pondered whether he might face consequences upon returning home for these revelations. Chapter 147, Catching Up on Sleep. The conversation flowed late into the night, with Icklain resting his head on the table, yawning. It was only then that Bashida noticed the hour, tidying the table and urging the trio to head upstairs and retire for the night. Icklain, in a daze, could not ascertain his bearings as Dumbledore gently pushed him towards the guest room. It is quite late. Our engrossing conversation made us lose track of time. This room should suffice for our stay. Icklain perked up. I can sleep on the sofa. Just give me 2 chairs to piece together, and I'll manage. Let us not crowd together. It's no trouble, Grindelwald said, shaking his head. He's not a restful sleeper. The neighboring room would be fine for him. Indeed. I can sleep elsewhere, Icklain insisted, nodding vigorously. I can go next door. All right. We shall move to the next room. You should retire early, Dumbledore said, slightly disappointed as he turned to enter the adjacent room first. Thank you, sir, Icklain expressed. Grindelwald followed suit, exiting the room and closing the door behind him, wishing. Sleep well. Icklain stretched lazily, standing before the open window as he cast a protective charm, sending a prepared phoenix to Flant, who remained in America. He refrained from using his long-distance apparition, as it would draw undue attention. A prized eagle owl would certainly attract notice among both wizards and muggles alike. Though the long-distance travel could facilitate quick movement, there would inevitably be those waiting at the destination, and he was unwilling to take such risks. The admonition to sleep early seemed to have slipped Iclair's mind. He countered the enchantment on the door, knowing that if the three found him awake at such an hour, reproach would undoubtedly follow. He tidied the room, ensuring the dusty desk was spotless. With a wave of his hand, the candles upon the table ignited. From his pocket, he retrieved several sheets of parchment and began to compose letters. Having already utilized 2 sheets, he still had plenty left. Their stay would be extended, yet Icklain would not remain with them until the onset of war. He had other plans to execute. He intended to depart before Christmas. These letters were also a precaution against the potential time constraints after the new year. Aside from the purity party, there was the alliance to address, and he needed to clarify Mason's situation, as well as write to Abbott and others in Italy, whom he had not seen in quite some time. His communicator was left behind in the inferno at the Riddle House, a regrettable loss indeed. Such devices are rather useful. Yet wizards tend to favor written correspondence, seldom employing them except in dire circumstances. Consequently, a significant number of Death Eaters remain oblivious to the whereabouts of their communicators. This novelty appears to be rather premature, mused Icklain. The 3 of them settled in at Bashida's, where the atmosphere remained uneventful, confined solely to their location, while the Death Eaters continued their spree of terror. For the trio, this sense of security was a welcome reprieve, a long-awaited relaxation. During this period, Dumbledore found himself free from the incessant tension of planning and strategizing. He could even recline on the sofa and daydream the entire day away. His daily concerns revolved around what to have for breakfast, why Il remained holed up in his room, and why Bashida forbade him from cooking. He also pondered why the garden's gnomes persistently hurled stones at the windows. Grindelwald and Icklain appeared to be scheming something together, though it was undoubtedly not a pleasant affair. While their discussions lacked overt conflict, it was evident that Icklain would collapse onto his bed in exhaustion after each meeting. Grindelwald and Dumbledore divulged a fragment of their plans, but only the barest hint. Icklain merely informed Dumbledore that he would embark on a journey, with no certainty of when he would return. This tranquil and peaceful interlude persisted until December. This year, snowfall arrived unusually late, and as Christmas approached, not a single flake graced the ground. The Daily Prophet refrained from reporting on the specifics, while Muggles remained notably vigilant, with the Prime Minister's reassurances failing to quell their anxieties. Ultimately, it took the intervention of wizards to summon a few snowflakes over Edinburgh, gradually restoring calm. On the afternoon of Christmas Eve, Bashida ventured out for supplies. Dumbledore and Il sat together on the sofa, engrossed in their reading. Icklain had just risen, donning his deep blue pajamas as he descended the stairs, yawning and greeting them with a good morning. It's no longer early, Illinois, Dumbledore remarked, removing his crescent-shaped spectacles and placing them on the coffee table. Are you hungry? I'm not, Icklain replied, taking a seat opposite the two, his appearance suggesting he had yet to fully awaken, as he stared vacantly at the fruit bowl on the table. Only one honey stick remained. It was no longer available in stores. The remaining stock had been purchased at exorbitant prices by the Death Eaters. This basket was Bashida's own reserve, nearly depleted after a semester of sharing with Dumbledore and Icklain. Icklain's eyes brightened as he exchanged glances with Grindelwald. Suddenly, Grindelwald made the first move, casting a levitation spell to make the honey stick float, but Icklain disrupted it with a summoning spell. Grindelwald too employed a summoning charm, but just as he caught it, the honey stick dissipated into thin air. Icklain had anticipated this moment and cast a duplication charm, successfully acquiring the final precious morsel. Grindelwald opened his mouth to speak, but Icklain interrupted. Not a chance, as he tucked the honey stick into his robe, casting a wary glare at Grindelwald. Turn around, Grindelwald said. There's nothing behind you. You won't be able to take anything. Icklain clutched the honey stick tightly, and upon turning around, found nothing of interest. Are you deceiving me? There's clearly nothing there. Icklain's triumphant smile faltered. Dumbledore was being gently embraced by Grindelwald, who tucked a strand of the boy's hair behind his ear, and once his vision cleared, he cast a provocative glance at Icklain. Gerald, Dumbledore's ears flushed crimson as he pushed Grindelwald away and adjusted his seating to maintain a distance. How childish. Your son was the first to act childishly, Grindelwald retorted. You both are quite immature, Dumbledore murmured softly. Illinois is still here. You're not much better yourself. Albus, Icklain quipped. You're just as childish. When I went upstairs to sleep last night, I specifically checked the fruit bowl. There were 3 honey sticks left. And now there's only 1 this morning. You two must have pilfered them. Bashida doesn't care for sweets. This was deliberate. You anticipated that I would compete with the professor for it. Dumbledore bowed his head, his emotions inscrutable, but Icklain perceived a soft chuckle. Competing with a child is rather excessive, and flaunting your affection before me is even worse, Icklain complained. And why are you two blushing? What you're doing is hardly new to me. It's as if you're just discovering love. I'm going back upstairs to catch up on sleep. Don't call me for dinner. With that, he unwrapped the candy, clenching it in his hand, and stormed upstairs in indignation. Chapter 148, silently as night fell. They had their dinner quite early. After Bashida finished, he mysteriously retreated to his bedroom, the purpose of which remained unknown. The two did not bother to clean up, instead sneaking upstairs to glance at Icklain, who was indeed asleep, just as he had claimed. I can't shake the feeling that Il is concealing something from us. Dumbledore whispered to Grindelwald while observing Icklain on the bed. I'm somewhat concerned. If he doesn't wish to share, then let him be. Al, Grindelwald replied, wrapping an arm around Dumbledore's shoulder. Let him sleep peacefully. Dumbledore, too, could not bring himself to disturb Icklain, gently closing the door as he and Grindelwald returned to their room. Once their footsteps faded into the distance, Icklain abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up and wearily pinching the bridge of his nose. This night was unusually tranquil. Not even the sound of fireworks could be heard outside. Perhaps because most of the residents in the area were elderly and lacked the energy, while the youth were wary of disturbing the older generations. After all, no one could guarantee the temperament of an awakened elder. Icklain remained in a daze for about 10 minutes before quietly rising to his feet, smoothing the blankets into perfect order. After changing his attire, he donned a trench coat and wrapped a red scarf around his neck. He gathered his belongings, clutching the prepared gifts, and quietly pushed open the door, departing unannounced. Icklain turned back softly, finding Grindelwald there. Indeed, you guessed correctly. I was merely pretending to sleep. I know you better than Albus. Once you fall asleep, it won't be more than 2 hours before your blankets are kicked to the floor, Grindelwald said, leaning against the doorframe in his black silk pajamas, arms crossed. It's cold outside. You should rest early, sir, Icklain remarked with a smile. And don't forget about our little secret. What about Albus? What do you intend to do? I'm not disappearing for good. Now, go back inside, Icklain said, approaching Grindelwald and gently pushing him back into the room before closing the door. Around 4 o'clock, the sky remained dark. Yet, some had already risen, lighting candles as snowflakes began to fall precisely at dawn. Amidst the snowy haze, a shadow appeared rather conspicuously. Most homes were aglow, revealing the true nature of the shadow, a black cat. People thought little of it, assuming it was merely a stray cat. In Godric's Hollow, there exists a multitude of muggles, which renders Molly and her companions hesitant to venture outside. However, whenever someone steps out of the old manor, they would notice a black cat perched atop the mailbox, keenly observing the happenings within the estate. Dawn has arrived. Upon returning to the Potter residence, after a flurry of tasks with Moody and the others, Lupin beheld a snowman, seemingly assembled by an unknown hand, quietly resting atop the mailbox. Its eyes were blissfully closed, and its tail lay comfortably draped over the mailbox. Lupin paused for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity with the cat, but gave it little thought as he followed Mad Eye inside, knocking on the manor's door. In an inconspicuous corner, Icklain watched quietly as Molly and the others poured out in a flurry, exchanging greetings and embraces with Lupin and his companions. He smiled. Subsequently, he stealthily departed from Godric's Hollow. When the members of the Order of the Phoenix gathered beneath the Christmas tree to unwrap their gifts, they discovered a collection of presents distanced from the tree. Lupin was the first to approach and found a card among the gifts. The handwriting was remarkably familiar, after all. It was a chaotic scrawl that only one could produce. Merry Christmas. Just those 3 words. Throughout the day, Icklain visited numerous locations, even returning to Hogwarts. Though he remained undetected, the black cat, cloaked in the disillusionment charm, wandered through the castle. He observed Minerva, who sat alone in the headmaster's office, lost in her thoughts. In the great hall, Christmas elves were clumsily darting around the Christmas tree, only to be swiftly managed by Professor Flitwick with a flick of his wand. This seemed to be an annual occurrence. Although this year's hall was filled with numerous ordinary wizards and parents, it still felt rather desolate. In previous Christmases, most young witches and wizards would opt not to remain at school, resulting in only a long table where the bearded old man would masquerade as Santa Claus. distributing candies and gifts to the faculty and students who remained. They would unwrap presents together and sing carols. Yet this year, that whimsical old man was nowhere to be found. Hagrid and Professor Sprout collected vegetables from near the Forbidden Forest and transported them to the kitchen, appearing no different from any other day. At lunch, another individual occupied the Slytherin head's seat, seemingly more amiable than the previous head. In truth, anyone would appear more congenial than that former head. The barriers between the houses seemed to have lessened, with everyone shedding their house colors and ties, donning sweaters knitted by family or simple white shirts. Icklain discreetly took a warm pumpkin pasty from a table, the house affiliation of which he could not discern, and quietly left Hogwarts. He also made a brief visit to Nurmingard. As usual, the Death Eaters were present. He suddenly recalled a moment when he almost lost control. Sitting on a sofa, staring at a map, he pondered how to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, but his thoughts regrettably veered toward how to eliminate the deviants. Wanda had sensed his intentions, snatching the newspaper from Flant's hands, rolling it up, and swinging it toward Icklain's head. That thought dissipated, and reflecting on it now elicited a chuckle. He too had departed quietly, without drawing anyone's attention. As he passed by several pureblood estates, he paused momentarily, recalling how the head of the Knott family had been unceremoniously sent to Azkaban at his word. Notably, a portion of the Dementors remained available for use by the Ministry of Magic, which would undoubtedly serve as a rather unique Christmas gift for those old patriarchs. He also delivered a present to Spinner's End. As Snape descended the stairs, he noticed a gift box and, unaccustomed to receiving presents, opened it with a sense of suspicion. He gazed silently at the box filled with galleons. There was no card, no message. Yet, he still deduced who the sender was. Placing down the money box, Snape opened the door, scanning his surroundings, finding no one, as if even those who were monitoring him had retreated. Looking down, he observed a small snowman shaped like a cat, quietly seated on the ground. On the layer of snow at the doorstep, someone had handwritten Merry Christmas. To prevent the Death Eaters from suspecting anything, he waved his hand to erase the inscription, relocating the snowman to become a mascot at the corner of the door. Chapter 149, The Mirror of Erised. France. As Icklain walked along the path to the LeMay residence, he left behind a trail of footprints, moving slowly until a series of coughs brought forth blood that stained the pristine white snow, prompting him to quicken his pace. LeMay had anticipated the timing perfectly. As Icklain raised his hand to knock, the door swung open. "Merry Christmas, Nick." "Indeed, Merry Christmas, Grinlydor," LeMay replied, stepping aside to allow Icklain entry before closing the door. Icklain lowered his gaze to wipe his mouth, ensuring there was no trace of blood before looking up to meet a familiar figure. "Hey, what are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here?" The young man, with red hair and brown eyes, crossed his arms, regarding him. His attire resembled the typical garb described in the history of magic, complete with a brown waistcoat and a white shirt. "Well, it has been quite a while, hasn't it?" Icklain ventured cautiously. "Not too long. You saw me in your 4th year," Godric replied. "Ah, now I remember," Icklain exclaimed, chuckling. "Little Barty's wooden leg hit you, didn't it?" "Shut up," Godric gently chided. "But that doesn't count," Icklain mused. "I recall the last time I saw you was 7 years ago, in this form, I mean." "Yes. You were up there then." "Indeed. What a nostalgic thought," Icklain remarked, taking a deep breath, softly reflecting on how, back then, he was free from the burdens of social niceties and the survival of wizards. "At that time, I could never have imagined that I wouldn't become a cold-blooded Dark Lord, but rather a politician devoted to guiding wizards towards a bright future." "You have indeed changed, quite significantly," Godric remarked, frowning. "The last time I saw you was during the Triwizard Tournament. You seem markedly different now, more what? More mature." Icklain chuckled lightly. "Mature is not a term that should be applied to me, is it, Nick?" "Indeed, Godric, you might want to retract that statement. It truly does not suit you." "Were the others not with you?" Icklain inquired. Godric quickly grasped LeMay's words, though not entirely comprehending, and responded to Icklain's question, "No, it was just me." "What happened?" "You defeated one of them?" "What?" "It was clearly Salazar giving you pointers that led to my defeat. That's cheating. If I hadn't lost, I wouldn't have come down. And I wouldn't be suffering this fate. From my perspective, you seem to enjoy living here, don't you?" "Well," Icklain hesitated, loosening his scarf, discarding his coat onto a chair, and taking a seat. He felt somewhat drained, lacking the energy for banter. He even got hit by a wooden leg. LeMay handed Icklain a glass vial and returned with 2 pieces of candy. "Yes, during the Triwizard Tournament, he was by the Black Lake." "Don't say any more, Nick. Your curiosity is excessive," Godric quickly interrupted. "And you, hurry and take your potion." "Can't I at least let it brew a bit?" Icklain complained. "I can't handle any bitterness other than coffee. Do you have any idea how bitter this potion is?" Having concluded his words, he cleared his throat, inhaled deeply, and gulped down the potion in one swift motion. Swiftly, he placed a piece of sugar in his mouth. leaning over the table to digest the bitter taste and the potion's effects. "Ah, I'm alive again," he murmured, leaning back against his chair and gazing at the ceiling. Momentarily lost in thought before turning to the newly seated Godric and inquiring, "What brings you here, exactly?" "To assist you. Now, hasten to express your gratitude," Godric replied. "Get lost. I have never bowed to anyone in my life, not even in times of war and desperation. The one time I knelt was merely for a transformation spell." Icklain retorted, "Thus, I shall never bow down or prostrate myself." "Such spirit," Godric remarked, pouring a cup of tea for Icklain. "Here, drink this to soothe your throat. It's English breakfast tea with milk." "Thank you." Icklain accepted the cup and took a sip, continuing to probe. "You truly have come to aid me?" "Indeed, otherwise. If the magical energy you have amassed over 90 years were to erupt uncontrollably, old Nick here would surely be unable to withstand it," Godric explained. "Just ensure that you two don't turn my home into the Gryffindor Plains," LeMay interjected, settling down nearby. "By the way, could someone assist me in cleaning the mirror?" Upon hearing mirror, Icklain rummaged through his pocket for the two-sided mirror. "Something seems off. Aren't you going to explain, you old madman?" "Explain what?" "He brought it down with him." LeMay gestured toward Godric. "He said it was a gift for me to play with." "And what happened?" I glanced at it, exchanged a startled look with Helga, and we were both taken aback. LeMay spoke in a hushed tone. "Isn't that the function of a two-sided mirror?" Godric muttered softly. "Which mirror are you referring to?" Icklain inquired, rising to assist. "I might as well digest the potion. The room adjacent to the alchemy chamber." "Yes, that one." Icklain followed LeMay's direction, confirming the target before pushing the door open. Before closing it, he curiously glanced back. "Ah, the Elysian mirror," Icklain exclaimed, sticking his head out. "You have it with you?" "Yes, Albus borrowed it from me for a while and returned it a few years ago. I only remembered it while tidying up in the back," LeMay responded. "Ah, understood," Icklain replied, closing the door. The grime on the mirror could only be removed with a special brush. Once Icklain finished cleaning and stood before the mirror, preparing to admire his handiwork, he was captivated. The mirror reflected nothing, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared like a swirling mist, within which his shadow was discernible. Icklain was puzzled when he suddenly heard a voice from behind, startling him. "What did you see?" "Ah." Icklain clutched his heart. "Why are you so silent?" "I'm dead." "What noise could I possibly make?" "Ah, you nearly scared me to death." "What did you see?" "Take a guess." Icklain shot a glance at the mirror, then turned to Death with a smile. "Nothing, I presume." "Incorrect." Icklain, suddenly mysterious, glanced at the mirror again. "I saw myself celebrating Christmas with my father and others, receiving numerous gifts. Sirius was scolded by Molly, and Harry was there too. Many of us were together for Christmas." "You're lying." "I am not." "You are." "My experience was similar, yet I only saw a veil of mist." No, I am not like you." Icklain shook his head. "You see, love within the heart and the presence of beloved things can wildly manifest flesh and blood. Not believing. Believe it or not." Chapter 150, Radical. "He's remarkably steadfast," Godric remarked as the two conversed outside, reflecting on the myriad of experiences that had fortified his mental resilience. "Where do you intend to go?" LeMay inquired. "Oh, Death Valley in America is indeed a splendid place. Muggles dare not tread there. The expanse is uninhabited, undisturbed. It's worth considering as a candidate," Godric replied, rising while extracting a map from his robe. "The parchment was ancient, surely crafted centuries ago. I specifically checked. This area, aside from hotspots, presents no other issues. Even if his magic were to spiral out of control, no innocent lives would be at risk." "When are we departing?" "Ah, soon. He needs to take potions to regulate his magic, and by next month, it should be adequate. I hope to complete everything before the impending conflict, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise." "Well, you shouldn't be idle either. Help me clean out the alchemy chamber," LeMay remarked, stretching his wrist before standing and moving toward the shelves. "Oh." As he rose, Godric faintly heard the sound of bones stretching and cracking. "Take it easy, you old bones. You frighten me," Godric advised. Death remained skeptical of Icklain's words, yet did not delve further, returning to his tasks. Having said that, he vanished from sight. Icklain regained his focus. Taking a few steps forward, placing his hand on the mirror's surface, staring at his reflection, his emotions somewhat tumultuous. When he finally regained awareness, over 10 minutes had elapsed. He shook his head and exited the room. "Ah, every time it feels worse." Deep within the canyon, a white tent stood amidst the sandstorm. Icklain roared from within. "I can't take it anymore." Time flew swiftly. It was already March, heralding spring, yet this land remained barren and swelteringly hot. To Muggles, this place was undeniably a hell on earth, but for wizards, especially Godric and the others, it was just right, quiet and expansive, albeit with slightly harsh weather. No other faults could be found. They had been here for 3 long months. Icklain had consumed countless potions and shed an immeasurable amount of blood. as the potions incessantly stimulated the magical energy dormant within him, necessitating the prevention of an outbreak, while also allowing his body to acclimate to the immense power. Godric signaled for him to endure a little longer, assuring him that this was the last vial of potion, and once consumed, he would find relief. On the final day, night fell. Godric, jolted awake from his slumber, glanced around by the dim candlelight, noticing the familiar brown head absent from the corner's sleeping bag. It appeared that Icklain had left the camp alone, draped in his travel cloak. Godric hastily stood, finding no note or any other form of message left for him. He had not even donned his own cloak. He flung open the tent and rushed outside. "Icklain, where are you?" Godric finally spotted Icklain on the rocky edge of the canyon, about to voice his concerns when he was taken aback by the sight. Icklain's cloak was dust-laden, and he had his eyes tightly shut, struggling to control his magic. Sensing his discomfort, Godric crouched down and grasped his arm, using the little magical energy he had left to guide him. After the ordeal, dawn broke. LeMay received Godric's letter and hurried over, finding Icklain in a slightly improved state, sitting vacantly in the tent as LeMay scolded him. "Impulsive. I told you, perhaps being radical is not a wise course of action." "Double entendre there, old madman," Icklain retorted. "The magical community is not prepared at present, and neither are you, are you? Things will unfold as they ought. The more anxious you become, the more counterproductive it will be." Icklain lowered his head, uttering not a word. LeMay, thoroughly exasperated, turned to Godric, who quickly poured him a glass of water. "With a body over 600 years old, be mindful, you're not like me. Don't let it get to you. It's not worth ruining your health. When I get back, I shall certainly lodge a complaint against him." LeMay took a sip of water, and his voice gradually returned to its normal volume. "Just let it be. The one who will bear the blame is Godric," Icklain remarked with a smirk. "Oh, don't pin this on me." Godric paused, contemplating for a moment before softly muttering, "If it comes to blame, it seems that the responsibility does indeed fall on my shoulders." LeMay, feeling anxious, managed to calm his emotions slowly. "Can I still slow down? How much time do I have left? I'm anxious. I fear I won't make it. Moreover, this uncontrollable surge of magic isn't my fault. I was resting peacefully when I sensed something was amiss, and fearing for Godric's safety. I ventured out to process it myself." "You still have time," LeMay reassured him. "Still time? Do you really believe that?" Icklain pressed. "If I still had time, would the Grim Reaper be hovering around me daily? I know you're hiding something from me." He choked out. "You will catch up," Godric gently consoled him. "But first, you need to maintain your composure for a while. And don't forget about Nick. Isn't he capable of extending Muggle lifespans? Trust us. There will be a solution." Chapter 151, Talent. "There will be a solution," Icklain repeated inwardly. For now, he had no other path to pursue but to believe in the possibility of a resolution. Godric placed his hand on Icklain's shoulder. The more he thought, the more fatigued he felt. Icklain sighed and gazed up at the starry night sky. The stars twinkled brightly in the absence of any light, making them appear even more resplendent against the darkness, with the occasional shooting star streaking across the horizon. Icklain coughed a few times, leaning on Godric's shoulder, and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're being too hasty. Let us head back and rest," LeMay advised. Around late April, Muggles passing through Death Valley noticed the temperature rising significantly, with some claiming to have seen a fire dragon soaring through the sky. Not an animal, but a dragon composed of flames. However, it appeared that after just one night, this notion was seemingly forgotten by the masses, no matter how the police investigated. They remained tight-lipped. Nevertheless, the fervor of public opinion did not wane. Muggles believed that the climatic issues must surely be related to the so-called fire dragon. The local government denied such claims. The true culprit, Icklain, now stood at the edge of a cliff, with a canyon below that could reduce one to mere pulp. He removed his hood, letting his cloak billow in the wind. LeMay observed from a distance, realizing that in order to break Icklain's seal, a substantial amount of magic would need to be expended post-removal for this body to adapt. A faint chain coiled around his neck, a chain he had not seen in 2 years, almost evoking a sense of nostalgia for that time. Gripping a replica wand, he flicked his wrist, causing the chain to snap, and then an immense surge of magic erupted instantly, conjuring a whirlwind that stirred up dust within the canyon. Vulcan Amulet. A relentless stream of magic flowed through the wand, serving as a conduit and releasing a greater fire dragon than before. It didn't even need to flap its wings. And waves of heat surged forth. Fire Snake. As the incantation's final syllable resonated, a flame eagerly erupted from the wand, gradually forming the shape of a serpent. It coiled around Icklain's left arm, flicking its tongue. The fire snake bore similarities to the fierce flames. As Icklain infused more magic, it grew larger, eventually capable of spewing fireballs like a fire dragon. The landing site of the fireball was a massive charred pit, and the fire snake seemed to observe its creation with a sense of awareness. Icklain was nearly dissatisfied with his performance. All right, retract the spell, Godric reminded him. That was quite impressive. It's the fastest progress we've seen in months. Your talent is truly enviable. No, Godric, Icklain lightly waved his wand, transforming the flames into smoke, blending it into the whirlwind within the canyon. You are mistaken. I have never possessed any talent. If I did, I might have already realized my plan by now. Indeed, Godric nodded. Talent is a rare gift. Icklain gazed down at the chaos in the canyon. I have no affinity for it, but even without it, I can still forge ahead. I do not require it. Have some water, Godric offered him a flask. Foregoing the use of his wand and merely gesturing downward, the whirlwind ceased instantly. It seems this body still imposes many limitations. Yes. If only I could transform into a true human, Icklain replied as he followed Godric back to the campsite. Lamie was quietly awaiting their return, comfortably seated in a sheltered spot. Just a few days of adaptation, and you'll be fine. Finally, the end is in sight. Icklain wearily collapsed onto his sleeping bag, adding, I owe both of you a favor. Let that debt linger. You'll undoubtedly be called upon in the future, Godric chuckled. Icklain shot him a glare. You've changed quite a bit over the past 6 months. Your voice has altered, and they certainly won't recognize you once you return, Godric remarked. Has it? I can't discern any difference. Oh, there is. You've spoken less during this time, but when you recited that spell just now, the difference was striking compared to 6 months ago. Godric turned to Nick, inquiring, what do you think? A bit, Nick replied. Icklain frowned. My voice has changed, but my height hasn't really grown. I'll probably only reach 183 centimeters in this lifetime. Shorter than me, which is quite all right. Godric approached Icklain, who was lying on the ground, chuckling in confusion. Hey, what are you doing? Godric ruffled his hair vigorously before starting to pinch his cheeks. You're much better after exhausting your strength. It allows me to bully you a bit. I've been wanting to mess with your face for ages. Get off. I can't push you away. Icklain protested, having just depleted a significant amount of magic and energy, and was unable to resist Godric's antics, allowing him to pinch his cheeks and tousle his hair. Lamie, don't just stand there. Help me. I'm too old for this. Lamie shook his head and leisurely made his way over. Godric paused, waiting for what Lamie might do, only to be surprised when Lamie merely pinched Icklain's face and then exited the tent. What? No sense of fairness. Ah, Icklain shouted, Godric, this is bullying a child. Chapter 152, Preparation. As winter descended upon Hogsmeade, the streets were deserted. The majority of witches and wizards had retreated to Hogwarts, where safety reigned supreme compared to the outside world. A narrow path led from the village to the school, flanked by patches of grass, where a large tent had been erected. The Death Eaters had already arrived, engaged in hushed discussions within the tightly sealed tent, as newcomers continued to stream in, the spacious interior accommodating them all. The attendees were predominantly older individuals, making Flant and his companions appear somewhat out of place, yet fortunately, the elderly were engrossed in their own exchanges and paid them little mind. I've heard them say that the Dark Lord seems to believe Potter will return. The army of Death Eaters is on its way, and tonight is destined to be a fierce battle, Macaulay remarked. Let us wait for everyone to arrive, Carl suddenly interjected, saying, you all belong to the young master. We want to interfere, but there is a saying that many hands make light work. Wise words from our elder. Flant nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions had exited through the passage behind the portrait of the 3 broomsticks, and Aberforth, frowning, seemed deep in thought. You have a remarkable student, he suddenly stated, causing Dumbledore, hidden in the shadows, to pause momentarily. That is indeed worth celebrating, but I am not deserving of such praise. Are you busy? Soon, but I do not condone Gellert's actions. That is your concern. However, sending Anna away has also drawn her disapproval. She wrote to scold the 3 of us. Dumbledore settled into a chair, his long beard illuminated by the moonlight, casting a pristine glow. Take care, he chuckled. Huh. I value my life more than you do. Perhaps we could share a meal first? Dumbledore inquired tentatively. That doesn't concern you and me at the moment. You cook? Indeed. Is it edible? Dumbledore looked disheartened. Aberforth sluggishly ushered back the goat that had escaped, and made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. When he emerged, he bore a pot of stew. He placed the stew before Dumbledore on the table, which was thick with grime. With a calm flick of his wand, Dumbledore cleansed the table of dirt and the spilled stew, scrutinizing Aberforth's concoction. It was merely a common mushroom stew. 2 bowls and spoons soared from the kitchen shelf, landing before the 2 men. Aberforth's expectant gaze evoked a sense of familiarity in Dumbledore, though he pondered little on it, and, following Aberforth's cue, took a spoonful and drank without a hint of caution. How is it? In response to Aberforth's query, Dumbledore cleared his throat and selected a moderate term. Drinkable. In that moment, he finally understood the source of his familiarity. 2 years prior, he had looked at Il in the same way, filled with anticipation. and posed the same question. Speaking of IL, it had been half a year. On Christmas Day, Dumbledore awoke to find gifts at the door. Yet upon opening the adjacent door, he found only neatly folded blankets. There was no one inside, no one outside. The departure had been abrupt, without warning. Grindelwald seemed to know something, but merely uttered the words "go out and hone your skills," providing no further explanation. For 6 months, he had received not a single letter, nor heard any mention of Icklain. He attempted to seek information, but Grindelwald had thwarted his efforts. Snape had infiltrated Hogwarts using the disillusionment charm, stealthily entering the headmaster's office. Removing the sorting hat, prepared to throw it to the Gryffindor students in dire circumstances. Voldemort was not the same as years prior. He could not guarantee that plans would unfold as intended. This was a contingency. He petrified the sorting hat, stowing it in a bottomless bag, then proceeded towards the Great Hall, intending to place the hat on the teacher's long table. McGonagall would surely see it. In the dead of night, the young wizards were asleep. He relaxed his vigilance, dispelled the charm, and stared blankly at the chair in the center of the teacher's table for several seconds, turning back to behold what once could be considered his home. And then he met the gaze of a pair of eyes. McGonagall's wand emitted a soft white light, illuminating her exceptionally pale face, her hands trembling, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her lips parted slightly, quivering. Before him stood a figure who had once been her student. Behind that student lay the place where her teacher had once stood. Her student had killed her teacher the previous year. Severus. Minerva. Snape's wand fell from his sleeve into his palm, followed swiftly by a barrage of spells that flew mercilessly toward him. Snape remained on guard. The duel stirred the professors, each head of house rising from their slumber, hastily making their way to the Great Hall, while Harry followed closely, glaring at Snape from the entrance. Snape was forced to retreat a few steps, but dared not retaliate. In a moment of desperation, he cast a spell, sweeping his robe dramatically, shattering the Great Hall's windows, and fled. Coward! McGonagall shouted at his retreating form, then with a wave of her wand, ignited the candles hovering above the hall. Oh, Merlin! Sprout suddenly clutched her heart, gazing at Harry behind her. Oh dear, you've returned just in time. Thank you, Professor. Harry managed to smile. Potter? McGonagall's voice trembled. It is I, Professor McGonagall. Harry replied, I've returned to retrieve something, and it seems Voldemort has detected me. I sensed it. McGonagall lowered her eyes. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. The first to enter was Lupin, followed closely by Sirius in his dog form, the Weasley couple trailing behind, and Kingsley entering as well, along with Bill, Fleur, and Tonks. Lastly, Mad-Eye Moody limped in, sporting a new magical eye. The sound of his cane was deafening. Minerva, Moody addressed her, I believe it is time to rouse the youngsters. Indeed, the new eye looks splendid, Alastair. McGonagall replied before moving to confer with Flitwick, and soon the heads of houses began to disperse. Potter, can I assist you? McGonagall inquired. Oh, I can manage, Harry said, glancing back at Sirius, who remained in his canine form. The Dementors, partially aligned with Voldemort, recognized Sirius's scent. His presence would invoke theirs. He had yet to apologize to Sirius. There would be time for that after the war. He merely smiled at the members of the Order before departing the Great Hall alone. Ginny and the Weasley twins soon arrived, exchanging glances with Harry. He offered a brief smile before swiftly leaving. Molly expressed her discontent at Ginny's arrival, reprimanding them all. Hermione and her companion were nowhere to be found. He made his way toward the Ravenclaw Tower. The young witches and wizards, still clad in their pajamas, had been summoned to the Great Hall. Joined by parents and ordinary witches and wizards, their discussions drowning out Professor McGonagall's voice. Chapter 153, The Prelude to Battle. McGonagall and the others faced the crowd, feeling helpless. In that moment, had Dumbledore been present, his calm voice would have resonated throughout the hall, and everyone would have fallen silent. Suddenly, the Great Hall doors were kicked open. The noise startled the crowd into silence. Even the professors were taken aback. My apologies. Flitwick stood in the middle, chuckling nervously. I may have been a bit too forceful. Mr. Grindelwald, Professor McGonagall expressed her displeasure. The purists stood at the entrance of the hall, quietly awaiting something, while the others, seeing no immediate threat, resumed their discussions. Silence. A voice boomed across the Great Hall. And indeed, silence ensued. Macaulay glared at the hall. Professor McGonagall. Do you have any instructions? We can assist in evacuating the young wizards. Thank you, Mr. Macaulay. McGonagall smiled. Heads of houses, rally. Escort the younger students away, following Mr. Macaulay and the others. Those adult wizards willing to stay and fight, remain here in the hall quietly. If you wish not to engage, simply follow them out. As soon as McGonagall issued her orders, Macaulay promptly turned to his companions. We shall split into 2 teams. Half will remain, and half will provide cover. The rest is up to our esteemed elders, but of course, we must remain. The purists nodded, automatically dividing into 2 groups, leading the young wizards away from the Great Hall. The Aurors have arrived just in time, Macaulay remarked, observing the slowly approaching Auror team with dissatisfaction. You need not involve yourselves in the covering. Half will accompany us, while the other half will join Mr. Lupin. He gestured toward Lupin and the others. If you have any objections regarding us dark wizards, I wouldn't mind adding another life to my count. His gaze was sharp, and even the Aurors dared not utter a word, complying instead. The voice of a mercenary is indeed loud, Falante remarked. The hall was swiftly evacuated, with Professor McGonagall directing the adult wizards to various towers, where casting spells would be more convenient. She herself, along with other professors and the young wizards who had participated in the summer training camp, began casting defensive spells outside. Falante and his companion followed suit. What about Vix? Falante inquired. I don't know, McCall replied tersely. Rosiel is also absent, as is the young master. McCall remained silent, squinting at the three figures approaching in the distance. It was Vix's family. Ah, fortunate to catch up with him, he exclaimed, supporting Falante's shoulder and panting heavily. I'll never go back to Italy again. Good timing indeed. Falante responded, urging him to take a moment to catch his breath before speaking. After a while, Vix stood up and introduced, This is my son, Silas. The young man before them bore a striking resemblance to Vix, though his features seemed more akin to Olivia's. He was robust and of the same height as Vix. A fine young lad, Falante remarked. Silas, this man here is rather aged. You may refer to him as uncle, Vix chuckled. Me? Aged? I'm only 27, not yet 30. How could you call me old? Falante retorted, his temper flaring, and had it not been for McCall's restraining hand, he would have charged at Vix. Child, you should call me brother. For the holidays, how much pocket money does your father give you? I will double it, Falante insisted earnestly. Brother Green sounds good, Silas replied shyly. Ah, splendid. This child is quite bashful, much better than your father. Make sure you don't turn out like him, Falante chuckled at Silas. What? Am I not good? Vix asked. Not at all, Falante replied. All right, you two can save your bickering for after the battle, McCall interjected. By the way, have you both written your wills? No. Falante answered plainly. Neither have I. I have nothing to say, Vix nodded. My wife and son are here, so I have no regrets. Silas, remember this. If your father falls in battle, it shall be the family's honor. Understand? Silas appeared momentarily taken aback, but did not nod. Enough of such talk in front of the child, Falante comforted. Don't worry, your father is as tough as they come. Yes, I've written one, McCall interjected. Oh, let me see, Falante queried. Observing the two engrossed in conversation, Vix took his wife and son to the other side to keep watch. McCall obediently produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Falante. Open it only if I die, he instructed. How stingy, Falante muttered in dissatisfaction. Yet he accepted the envelope, then added earnestly, I won't be writing one. If they dock my pay, so be it. After all, if we're dead, it won't matter. With you here, I have no regrets. His voice trailed off, soft yet audible to McCall. They exchanged a glance, wordlessly understanding each other. Pertutum locomotor. With the incantation, the stone statues embedded in the walls of the hall sprang to life, jumping down from the high platform and marching in unison. Protego. A familiar voice resonated behind McGonagall. All the descending statues were cloaked in an invisible protective shield, and McGonagall turned in surprise to see Icklain standing behind her, wand in hand, casting spells. Icklain? Professor, do you require assistance? Icklain offered. McGonagall, momentarily taken aback by his heterochromatic eyes, hesitated as a thought flickered in her mind, but ultimately nodded with a subtle acknowledgement. The Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix, along with the professors and ordinary wizards, raised their wands, casting protective spells into the air. Protego Maxima, Fiento Duri, Repello Inimicum. Maximum shielding, strong as steel, expel the foe. Everyone, protect the teachers, students, and the populace. I do not wish to witness any casualties, Icklain commanded the Death Eaters. Stay vigilant, do not let your guard down. If you're hungry, bear it. Consider it a way to invigorate your spirits. When the battle begins, young ones fall back, and the older ones charge forward. Remember that. We need more personnel at the Forbidden Forest, and the towers must send reinforcements with the Aurors to keep them alert. Rotate in teams for patrols and watch duties. Let's add a few more layers of protective spells. Icklain raised his wand, emitting a blue-white light. If danger arises, launch fireworks. Red signifies danger, green indicates safety, and white represents discovery. Fireworks every 15 minutes. Chapter 154, Preparations for War. Everyone was filled with vigor and spirit. I missed the first Wizarding War, but I shall not miss the second, Falante declared, gazing skyward at the protective shield. No regrets. McCall stood beside him, raising his wand to shoot a green firework into the sky, followed by a series of green Grindelwald symbols appearing in the night. Suddenly, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. It was not merely clouds but Death Eaters who began to descend upon Hogwarts, their numbers swelling to fill the entire cliffside. White fireworks had already erupted above Hogwarts. Neville stood behind Professor McGonagall, hesitating before speaking up. Professor, perhaps we should seal off the bridge? You may consult Mr. Finnegan about that, Mr. Longbottom. If I recall correctly, he has considerable expertise in explosives. You mean to blow up the bridge? Boom. Precisely. Boom. McGonagall replied, her gaze fixed on the approaching army of Death Eaters. Go and be cautious. Excited, Neville turned back, pulling Seamus along as they headed toward the sole bridge connecting the two hills. The explosives were set up quickly, and Neville looked up to see the Death Eaters slowly advancing. Ladies and gentlemen, surrender Harry Potter to me, and I shall not harm any of you. You should not throw away your lives in vain. The true villains are those filthy Muggle-borns. Hand Harry Potter over to me by midnight. Riddle's voice had a disorienting effect, causing some to scream in terror and break free from the enchantment, covering their ears upon regaining their senses. Join us, and you shall be safe. Submit to me. A display of bravado. Icklain stamped his foot, cutting off Riddle's voice. He gestured for Neville and Seamus on the bridge to fall back. Come back. We have only half an hour until midnight. Let's keep an eye on that Potter kid. The Weasley twins were busy evacuating students, working alongside Hannah Abbott and Lee Jordan to funnel students into a secret passage. The Death Eaters were unable to transport a large number of students simultaneously. This was the concurrent Plan B. Harry passed many people, relieved to see them unharmed. However, he could not afford to halt. He needed to reach the room of requirement, where the diadem awaited. Potter. Albus Dumbledore encountered him, brandishing his wand and angrily shouting about hundreds of children traversing his pub. I understood that we were evacuating Voldemort. In the midst of the assault, as I refused to surrender you, I was aware. I am not deaf. The entirety of Hogsmeade heard his voice. Did you not consider retaining a few Slytherins as hostages? I observed several Death Eater offspring among those being evacuated. Your brother would not act in such a manner, Harry asserted firmly. Moreover, given Riddle's nature, would he truly concern himself with the welfare of his underlings' children? Albus remained silent, and Harry brushed past him, his footing slipping as he rounded a corner, suddenly feeling a disdain for the labyrinthine castle. Yet, as he looked ahead, his eyes brightened. Where have you two been? It was Hermione and Ron. He indeed knew you. Albus led a boy clad in Gryffindor robes, circumventing most of the defenses and students. The boy said nothing. What do you intend to do soon? They have arranged for me a rather dramatic entrance. My only task is to wait. But I shall remain in the astronomy tower, where I can occasionally assist them from above. Those little wizards have taken over my shop. Oh, don't be so petty. Albus interjected. I am merely stating facts. He let out a huff. I have brought you here. I anticipate your performance. The red-haired boy smiled, ascending the stairs and glancing back at his brother before his figure gradually became translucent. Albus knew he had departed, gripping his wand tightly as he strode in the opposite direction. Midnight approached swiftly. Riddle did not wait a second longer. He drew his wand and cast a spell toward the castle. Following that, a multitude of spells erupted like stars in the night sky. The protective barrier began to show signs of damage, and everyone braced themselves for battle. Almost simultaneously, the barrier fractured, creating a gaping hole large enough for Death Eaters to enter, and it seemed something was advancing toward the castle from the Forbidden Forest. The sounds of spells exploding and beasts roaring, cries and explosions echoed. Chapter 155, the battle commences. Giants charged from the Forbidden Forest, dust filling the air. Red and green lights flashing everywhere as the Death Eaters surged forward en masse. A series of explosions erupted. The bridge was blown apart by explosives set by Neville and others, causing a significant number of Death Eaters to slip and fall into the dark lake below. Yet, some were clever enough to fly over on broomsticks. The Aurors stood guard at the front, and it was unclear whether it was an illusion. But very few Death Eaters cast curses. Most of their spells seemed rather weak. Ginny and Tonks had drawn their wands. The girl with vibrant red hair exhibited remarkable dueling skills, casting a flurry of curses at a group battling below with precision. Well done, Albus exclaimed as he emerged from the smoke, leading a group of students hurriedly past, unable to resist applauding the spectacle. The giants, led by the Death Eaters, had engaged in a fierce struggle with their counterparts from the Forbidden Forest, and as they fell, they crushed several Death Eaters beneath them. Harry caught a glimpse of Sirius amidst the fray. Their situation appeared dire, yet Harry steeled himself and turned to follow Hermione and Ron away. Dolohov was proving quite formidable, giving Lupin and the others a tough time. Tonks, noticing the situation, swiftly approached, casting spells at him. A roar drew everyone's attention. It was Fenrir Greyback, lunging at a young Gryffindor girl. The girl screamed, desperately closing her eyes, only to feel the werewolf seemingly lift off her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the werewolf's head severed, staring vacantly, blood dripping onto her face. Are you all right, young lady? Be careful, Flitwick said, extending his hand toward the girl. You all step back, we'll handle the rest. Fenrir Greyback had caught Tonk's attention, and Dolohov seized the opportunity to cast a spell at her. But it was intercepted by a shadow. It was Augustus, who had just operat. He raised his wand and unleashed curses mercilessly. Touch my wife. And you're asking for death. Tonks stared, dumbfounded at the assailant Dolohov, her mouth agape, unsure of what to say, but her focus was drawn away by distant screams. Death Eaters had already infiltrated the castle, wearing masks and inflicting harm upon the students inside without an ounce of mercy. Nearby, the sound of a cane striking the ground resonated. Moody's magic forced the Death Eaters back a few steps, only to be bound together by Fred and George. Some Death Eaters ventured into the Forbidden Forest, where giant spiders were released, and a multitude of Dementors hovered above, numbering in the hundreds, if not more. The trolls lumbered out of the Forbidden Forest, their clubs smashing through tree branches, crushing several spiders beneath them. The Death Eaters, witnessing their less-than-bright comrades, cursed loudly. But as they turned, they were struck by a spell from Cowley, sending them crashing into sharp branches, meeting their end. Sorry about that, it was unintentional. Yet, a chill swept through the headmaster of Durmstrang, as hundreds of Dementors soared above him, advancing toward the castle. This is it. Expecto Patronum. A North American white wolf chased after the Dementors, leading them like a shepherd herding sheep toward the destroyed bridge, where the Death Eaters were more numerous. These cold-blooded and ruthless creatures would undoubtedly have difficulty distinguishing friend from foe. Have all the students been evacuated? Icklain stood at the school gates, watching the Dementors feasting on the souls of the Death Eaters in the distance, furrowing his brow as he inquired of those beside him. Yes, Albus replied softly. Didn't you say you would break my nose? If you have the guts, survive. He turned to look at the person beside him. Albus paused, puzzled, contemplating for a moment as if arriving at an answer, then chuckled softly. Your little plan, but I shall claim your nose. I am waiting, they both said simultaneously. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Icklain raised his wand, and a robust phoenix burst forth, soaring into the sky and circling the castle. Albus Patronus surged forth, a goat darting into the distance to intercept the Dementors. Gradually, numerous ethereal blue patronuses charged toward the Dementors, mostly former students returning to assist in an orderly manner from the rear. Minister, Percy shouted, targeting the Death Eater who had once served as Minister of Magic. Flinging a few curses. How have you been lately? I remember resigning, right? Are you joking, Percy? Fred called out. Oh my goodness, you truly are joking, Percy. I haven't heard you tell a joke in ages. He laughed, but then suddenly, the air exploded. Harry and the others, just gathered together with Fred, were thrown apart, crashing to the ground as Harry felt shards of stone slice across his face. No, Percy shouted. Time seemed to freeze. Harry and the others watched as a shard flew slowly toward the laughing Fred. In a moment of desperation, a spell from McAuliffe shattered the fragment into dust as he approached, lifting Fred up. Hey, are you all right? Fred breathed heavily, having just witnessed a figure clad in a black robe approaching him. It's nothing, Fred murmured. Crouch down, Harry shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of spells erupted from the darkness, striking the walls behind them, followed by a relentless onslaught of more spells. Protego. Carl suddenly dashed forward, casting the shield charm on the group to prevent them from being obliterated. Old age has dulled my reflexes. I nearly missed it. Are you all right? Yes, Mentor, Macaulay replied. Go and do what you must, lad, Carl instructed Harry. We've got your back. Harry was pulled up by Hermione, and the group sought a relatively quiet spot to gather their thoughts. We need to get close to that snake. It's the last one, Harry concurred with Hermione. As a sharp pain pierced his scar, he vaguely heard Hermione suggesting he delve into Voldemort's consciousness to try and locate the serpent's whereabouts. He could only follow the thread of his thoughts. It's in the Shrieking Shack. The giant snake is nearby, seemingly shielded by some form of magic. Voldemort has just sent Lucius Malfoy to find Snape. The trio donned the invisibility cloak and beheld a multitude of figures. Trelawney was tossing crystal balls from above with remarkable speed and precision, her demeanor transformed from the usual eccentricity to that of an agile athlete. Neville fought alongside his grandmother, wielding a pot of venomous tentacula, while Professor McGonagall's hair was somewhat disheveled, a scar marring her face and blood trickling down. Yet, she continued to cast spells, facing off against a masked Death Eater, seemingly overwhelmed and failing to notice spells flying in from elsewhere. She stared blankly, too exhausted to lift her feet. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot down from above, intercepting the lethal curse. A second beam followed, striking the Death Eater who was poised to attack her. Albus. She turned in search of the spell's caster, but everyone was engrossed in their battles, unable to spare a moment to assist her. For reasons unknown, she uttered that name aloud. Hogwarts was besieged by a swarm of enormous spiders, causing both Death Eaters and ordinary wizards to retreat in terror, casting spells at the arachnids. Harry stood frozen, witnessing Hagrid rushing forward, pleading for the spiders' lives, only to be engulfed and taken away by the swarm. They seized Hagrid, their bountiful prey, seemingly satisfied, before retreating back into the Forbidden Forest. As the spiders came and went with alarming speed, Harry snapped back to reality, shedding the invisibility cloak to pursue them, with Hermione and the others close behind. Just as they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they were met with a chilling aura. Then, a silver hare, a boar, and a fox flew overhead. 3 more figures emerged from the shadows: Luna, Ernie, and Seamus, members of D.A., providing cover for Harry. After braving the cold, he finally regained his composure, pulling Hermione along as they chose opposite directions. Quick! The Shrieking Shack. Kill! The 3 of them, draped in the invisibility cloak, found themselves in a corner of the Shrieking Shack, witnessing a life extinguished in the jaws of the serpent. Once Riddle departed, Harry removed the invisibility cloak and numbly approached the man lying on the ground, convulsing and pale. It was the person he loathed most. Uncertain why he approached, as he crouched beside the man, he felt the last remnants of strength grasp his hand. Take it, please take it. He collected the silvery substance oozing from the man's body into a small vial, filling it to the brim, as the man's blood seemed to have drained completely. The grip on Harry's hand slackened. Look at me. The green eyes locked onto the black ones, yet after a moment, something within the depths of those dark eyes seemed to vanish, leaving them vacant and blank. The hand that had grasped Harry fell limply to the ground. Snape lay still. Harry knelt beside Snape for what felt like an eternity, staring at him in a daze. Suddenly, a hoarse, cold voice began to speak. You mounted a brave resistance. Lord Voldemort knows how to appreciate courage. Yet, you have suffered grievous losses. If you continue to resist, one by one, you will perish. I do not wish for such a fate. Every drop of wizarding blood spilled is a loss, a waste. I command my forces to retreat, granting you 1 hour to decently lay the dead to rest and tend to the injured. Voldemort's voice echoed in Harry's mind. You let your friends die for you instead of standing up to face me. I will await you in the Forbidden Forest. 1 hour. Tick-tock. Hermione shook his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. He felt dizzy, catching a fleeting glimpse of blue and white light in the corner, reminiscent of the time he faced Riddle in his 4th year. However, during that encounter, both lights had been blue. He cast a tentative glance at the corner, but saw nothing. He discarded Snape's body in the Shrieking Shack. Chapter 156, Not the End. After Harry left, the blue and white light emerged from the shadows, approaching the man lying on the ground. The replica wand slipped from his grasp, slicing a gash in his right hand. He crouched down, placing his hand over the man's snake-bitten neck, channeling his magic. The man's pallid face gradually regained some color as blood flowed into him. Then he convulsed slightly, gasping for air. Awake? He coughed, attempting to regain his voice. Why save me? ISNT my task complete. Are you lot still not done with me? Do not be alarmed, Severus. You have completed the task assigned to you by Dumbledore, but you are also half my employee, are you not? You still hold value for me. How sincere, Snape scoffed. You know my blood possesses this effect, do you not? You anticipated I would save you. So spare me the pretense of surprise. What do you intend to do now? We are to stage a performance, and you shall be the star. He rose, extending his hand to the man on the ground. I still need you, Severus. You owe me a personal favor. Snape said nothing but grasped his hand. Rising to his feet, Harry collapsed on the floor of the headmaster's office. Everything had come to an end. He understood it all. Now, he simply needed to make his way quietly to the Forbidden Forest. Harry stood, donned the invisibility cloak, and exited the headmaster's office, observing the people in the Great Hall. It appeared no one had sacrificed themselves, which was undoubtedly a good thing, a twist Voldemort had not anticipated. Yet, some were gravely injured. Adams leaned against the wall, grimacing as he pressed a hand to his wounds, while Augustus rummaged through a medical kit to tend to him. As he stepped outside, he spotted Sirius. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely wished to speak with him, but he restrained himself. He was dying. He didn't want Sirius to see him. He desired solitude. Lupin stood in his path, startling him into taking a few steps back. Yet Lupin did not notice Harry, instead approaching the dazed Sirius. I haven't seen Harry, Lupin remarked. He would not be foolish enough to seek death, right, Remus? Sirius attempted to reassure himself. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps traversing the ruins. A few stones tumbled down from the pile, and Sirius, sensing something amiss, pursued the sound. Sirius, Harry whispered. No, Harry, what are you doing? It's nothing, Sirius. I shouldn't have argued with you that time. It was my fault. I acted impulsively. I am sorry. Sirius reached out in an attempt to grasp Harry, cloaked in invisibility. But his hands met only air. And do you realize that this, too, is impulsive? No, Sirius, I am more lucid than ever, Harry replied. I must do this. Do not try to follow me, you won't find me. Harry, don't. Sirius ran towards the forbidden forest, but at that moment, Harry had already reached its edge, and Sirius, mounted on his broom, could not match his speed. Taking a deep breath, he ventured into the forest. At the end, he unveiled the relic left to him by Dumbledore. The golden snitch, the resurrection stone, allowed him to see his parents. Harry gazed at his mother with a sense of longing. What he failed to notice was a blue-white light observing him from the tree above. Draco had been shadowing Voldemort alongside Narcissa when they spotted Harry, who had shed his invisibility cloak, igniting murmurs among the onlookers. Voldemort raised his hand, signaling for silence, then unleashed that green light towards Harry. A sight he had seen countless times before. He closed his eyes. Everything was over. When Harry opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in a sea of white mist, which gradually dissipated to reveal a figure before him, dark-haired, blue-eyed. Harry paid little attention to the individual before him, for something else caught his eye beneath the nearby chair. A child, curled up on the ground, drenched in blood. The man in black approached Harry, first sizing him up without glancing at the child, then clearing his throat. Harry snapped back to reality and looked at the gentleman. What reason could there be for Dumbledore to hold you in such high regard? Huh, me? Harry stammered. Not the one you are thinking of. There is another Dumbledore, who instructed me to await your arrival and to guide you. Ah, sir, do you know what that thing is? And am I truly dead? You are not dead. Death interjected. That thing is a fragment of Tom Marvolo Riddle's soul, a piece of his essence within you. Thus, he just killed himself, not you. Do you understand? Ah, I see. Enough with the rambling. Any questions? Harry, somewhat bewildered, merely shook his head, swallowing the multitude of questions that surged within him. Let us proceed, back, Death urged. Sir, how do I return? Ah, Death replied with a faint smile, drawing closer, causing Harry to take a few steps back in trepidation. Suddenly, a train surged forth from the void, barreling towards him. When Harry regained consciousness, he found himself back in his own body, lying on the grass of the forbidden forest. Every part of him aching, he remained motionless, maintaining the position in which he had fallen. There were no jubilant cheers of victory, only hurried footsteps and whispers in the air. Voldemort shoved aside Bellatrix, who had moved to assist him, and barked at a woman. You, go check if he is truly dead. No one noticed Draco taking his mother's hand, giving it a reassuring shake. Narcissa understood. Harry was unaware of who Voldemort had sent, but when a pair of hands made contact with him, he momentarily froze, feeling their warmth. The woman checked his heartbeat, then stood up, uttering the words Harry never anticipated. He is dead. Only then did the Death Eaters begin to cheer. Do you see? Harry Potter is dead, slain by my hand. No one can stop me now. Crucio. Harry was astonished to realize he felt no pain. Voldemort hurled him into the air, slamming him down again. His glasses flew off, and his wand fell to the side. Voldemort commanded Hagrid to carry Harry's body. Someone roughly placed his glasses back on his face, but the hands that lifted him were surprisingly gentle. Tears fell heavily upon Harry. They began to move towards the castle. No one noticed the shadow trailing behind them, watching intently. Harry Potter is dead. He is dead. Now, to whom shall you pledge your allegiance? Kneel before me. Submit to me. Let it end. No. It was McGonagall's voice, barely recognizable as she screamed in despair. Then came Ginny and others. No. Lupin exclaimed, swiftly grabbing Sirius. They all expressed their astonishment at Harry's demise. Quiet. Voldemort commanded. Come forth as you see. The chosen one is dead. Who will take the first step? I shall reward him handsomely. The first to step forward was Neville. Neville, come back. McGonagall warned from behind. No. Neville said, glancing towards Voldemort, stepping forward again. Good boy, what is your name? Voldemort inquired. Neville. His voice was barely audible, eliciting laughter from the Death Eaters. Drop that thing in your hand. It's just a stone, is it not? You treat it like a treasure, Voldemort sneered. No. Neville tightened his grip on the object, summoning his courage to declare, Harry is not dead. He will not die. He will live on in our hearts. His heart beats for us, for all of us. Voldemort found his words somewhat amusing, remaining silent as he watched Neville's movements. However, what transpired next froze his smile. Neville broke the spell on what he had referred to as a stone and pulled out a sword from within it. Only then did the crowd realize it was the Sorting Hat. He swung the sword, striking at the great serpent. The serpent was cleaved in two, reduced to dust. She was free. Nagini was free. No. Voldemort bellowed as his body suddenly convulsed, clutching his heart in agony. Then, a multitude of events unfolded simultaneously. Chapter 157, A Dazzling Entrance. In the distance, it seemed as if hundreds of people surged over the walls, shouting loudly as they charged towards the castle. With Grop leading the giants, calling out for Hagrid. The centaurs from the Forbidden Forest followed closely behind Grop, bowing their arrows towards the Death Eaters. The house elves in the kitchen, led by Creature and Dobby, cried out, "Fight! Fight! In the brave name of Regulus! Resist the Dark Lord! Fight!" Forks, branches, arrows, they all flew towards the Death Eaters in unison. Silence. A calm yet imposing voice resonated through the air. The charging centaurs abruptly halted, lowering their bows and ceasing their assault. The projectiles aimed at the Death Eaters crashed against an invisible barrier, and those present, including the Death Eaters, searched for the source of the spell and voice. A sudden sound of apparition echoed through the chaos. Suddenly, Winnie appeared before the gates of Hogwarts, raising a hand to halt the actions of Creature and the others, casting his gaze towards the center of the battlefield as if awaiting someone's arrival. Soon after, a cry echoed through the air. A phoenix, formed of flames, swooped down from above the castle, alighting at the very heart of the battlefield. Its back turned to McGonagall and the others. Gradually, a figure emerged from the fire, and as the flames dissipated, the cloak worn by the newcomer was consumed, reduced to ashes. A red-haired youth stood amidst the flames, the ashes behind him swirling together to form a brand new black coat. Well met, Grindelwald. Riddle was the first to speak. Such gall. Icklain stepped forward slowly, each step imbued with an indescribable pressure. "And who is that person behind you?" Riddle inquired, glancing at Icklain's rear. The individual in question ceased to disguise himself, dispelling his transformation spell, his red hair gradually fading to a pale gold. "Is my acting so poor?" Grindelwald asked, casting a puzzled look at his companion, Flammel. Mr. Flammel," the latter stammered, momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond tactfully. "Carl?" Grindelwald pressed on. "Ahem. Your aura is somewhat different from the young masteress. I can't quite articulate it, but to be blunt, it is evident, and quite so. Ms. McGonagall was the first to recognize you," Carl whispered from the back. "Enough of that," Grindelwald interjected. "Do you truly believe you can secure victory by arriving late?" Riddle raised a hand, signaling the murmuring crowd behind him to silence, and stepped forward as well. Icklain rubbed his neck. "I was delayed attending to certain matters. I hope I haven't missed anything significant." "Your savior star has perished," Riddle remarked with a smile, a statement both unexpected and anticipated. "Indeed, it was anticipated," Icklain replied with a smile. A fleeting look of surprise flickered across Riddle's eyes. "Potter approaches," Icklain remarked softly. Suddenly, Harry was yanked forward by a surge of magic. Unable to stifle his cry, "Cease your charade, step back. With me here, you need not concern yourselves." Icklain placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Yet before Harry could finish his protest regarding the prophecy, Icklain silenced him, passing the burden to Lupin and the others. "Prophecies can be altered," Icklain stated. "Riddle, our minor conflict can be resolved today, can it not?" "Do we have a conflict?" Riddle inquired. "My target is Harry Potter." "Indeed, we have a conflict," Icklain replied, his expression darkening as he advanced another 2 steps, tracing a white line between them with his wand. Suddenly, the mark on the ground ignited with blue flames. "Do not act yet, Riddle. You must keep your eyes wide open for the spectacle to come." Icklain gently opened his arms towards the throng of Death Eaters. "Come forth, my friends, step through and show him just how many of your ranks remain loyal." Just as Riddle turned, perplexed, the young Barty Crouch took the first step, passing by Riddle with composure as he traversed the flames. My judgment in people is impeccable. The first to cross is indeed his most trusted," Icklain remarked. "Let us embrace." "Stop, maintain your distance," Barty replied coldly. "Traitor!" Bellatrix roared from behind Riddle, drawing her wand to unleash a Cruciatus curse at Barty, only for Icklain to deflect it with a wave of his wand. "Patience, there's more." Icklain scanned the crowd, beckoning a blonde youth. "Come forth, Draco." Draco hesitated, glancing uncertainly at Lucius, yet still stepped through the blue flames towards Icklain. "You didn't mention it would be this awkward," he muttered. "I promised, and I delivered, Draco." Icklain interrupted. "This is the final moment. Do you recall that sandwich? I believe our relationship thus far transcends mere sandwiches. Of course," Icklain continued, "the rest I shall not name. They may come forth themselves." Theodore whispered to Blaise beside him. "This is a bit awkward. Should we go?" "Let us go," Blaise replied uncertainly. The 2 stepped forward past a few Death Eaters, politely nodding to the brooding Riddle before crossing into the flames. One Death Eater, perceiving an opportunity for survival, dashed towards the flames, only to be engulfed by the blue fire, reduced to ashes. Icklain clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, then cleared his throat to begin his introductions. "Ahem. Barty joined me later, but Draco has always been mine, even before he became a Death Eater. Nott and Zabini were gathered by Draco. I hardly intervened. It's worth mentioning that Barty has been quite instrumental in conveying intelligence for me. He is, after all, your most trusted subordinate, the spy you take pride in, right?" Icklain laughed suddenly. "That spy of yours, huh? Mr. Grindelwald, you mustn't tell me. Oh, I shall tell, Icklain interjected. He is one of us, a subordinate of Dumbledore. A bona fide good man. What say you? But he is dead. Oh, is he? Icklain inquired. He is dead. I killed him. Even if he was one of yours. He aided in the demise of Dumbledore, so are you certain? This question left Riddle momentarily dumbfounded. The confidence he had felt began to waver upon hearing that Dumbledore might not be dead. How shall I put this? Icklain looked skyward towards the astronomical tower. Fawkes soared out from a blaze, heading towards the tower, instantly transporting its occupant to the gates of Hogwarts. It was the elderly figure everyone recognized so well. He walked slowly yet steadily towards them. Tom, it is time to conclude this. The gentle smile on the elder's face caused Riddle's eyelids to twitch. He recognized that expression, sensing that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Harry was alive, 2 Iclians, Dumbledore reborn, Draco Malfoy on the side of good, and Snape aligned with justice. The overwhelming influx of information rendered the battlefield's participants momentarily stunned, each striving to digest it. Albus, McGonagall inquired, trembling, as the elder approached her side. Dumbledore remained silent, merely smiling. If those behind you wish to continue fighting, I shan't intervene, but you and I have unfinished business, Icklain proclaimed. Old grievances and new must be addressed together nebulous. A mist enveloped the battlefield, shrouding the center where Icklain and Riddle had vanished. At least from the perspective of those on either side. Barty stepped back, joining Flammel and the others, attempting to discern the situation through the thick fog, but instead, they were met with the onslaught of the remaining 100 or so Death Eaters. The group responded in kind. This must come to an end. Icklain and Riddle had long since relocated, now facing each other near the Forbidden Forest. So I have lost. What else could it be? Icklain queried. You might not even be able to contend with Harry. Heed an elder's advice. Follow the plan, and you may survive. I can maintain my position. Is that not favorable? How did you save Dumbledore? Is Severus Snape truly dead? Faced with Riddle's relentless inquiries, Icklain merely sighed, waved his wand to conjure 2 chairs and a table, gesturing for him to sit. Tea or coffee? Let's take our time to chat. I haven't had much rest these past few days, Icklain remarked, pulling a chair towards him and sitting down. The atmosphere was decidedly relaxed. Riddle cast a glance towards the battlefield, where red and green lights flared in a chaotic display. He gently shook his head twice before also taking a seat. Tea, please. Thank you. 2 cups of red tea materialized on the table. Riddle lifted his cup, the steam rising from it providing a modicum of warmth against the chill of the dawn. Are you not afraid I might poison you? Icklain inquired, raising his gaze. Riddle paused momentarily before responding with a smile. That is not your style. Well, Icklain said, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat. You are over 70. And I am nearing 100. At my age, I could easily be your father. No offense intended. I merely wish to ask. What is your purpose in battling with a group of youngsters? What do you seek? A prophetic child? A roadblock? Immortality? Riddle replied softly, to put it plainly. It is for the sake of survival. Icklain fell silent. As we previously agreed, you two could. Immortality is rather unrealistic, is it not? You cannot imagine being like LeMay. Can you? At least with me, you could live. I have a question, Riddle interjected. What exactly is your objective in seeking a truce? An escape route. Icklain set down his cup and continued after a moment. We must certainly align with the Muggles. However, I cannot guarantee they will not betray us. Once they decide to fight tooth and nail, apart from myself and your father, having you by our side would undoubtedly ease matters. In other words, you intend to use me as free labor? Riddle countered. Not necessarily. As long as our magical world does not engage in internal strife, you are free and safe. With the right to act independently. Surely that is preferable to spending a lifetime in Azkaban or lingering in the gray areas. Icklain smiled, continuing. Now that we have reached this juncture, I believe you find it difficult to refuse my proposal. Riddle remained silent. Now, facing Dumbledore's family alone, he would undoubtedly lose. But the truce proposed by Icklain was different. Their shared objective was the well-being of wizards. Moreover, Icklain had spoken to him about the future. Should he join, the magical community would be better equipped to confront the Muggles. At the very least, it would not be worse than the current situation. His aim was to eradicate Muggle-borns, preventing those tainted bloodlines from influencing wizards, and upon reflection, the two objectives did not seem contradictory. Have you made up your mind? Icklain asked, resting his chin on his hand. I have decided, but given the circumstances, it would be remiss not to engage in a duel. Let us have at it. At least I will have a reason to convince myself. Very well, Icklain yawned. The two rose to their feet, and with a wave of Icklain's hand, the table and chairs were consumed by crimson flames. In an instant, an unsuspecting green light swept past Icklain's neck. Wait, are you serious? Riddle remained silent, unleashing several spells in response. Icklain no longer played nonchalantly. he engaged in a rapid exchange of spells with Riddle. Moving from the edge of the forbidden forest towards the battlefield, the morning mist had begun to dissipate, and most of the Death Eaters had been apprehended. Only Bella remained. Dueling with Molly. Dumbledore attempted to intervene several times, but was silenced by a sharp rebuke. "Do not touch my daughter, you wretched dog." Onlookers were captivated by the fierce clash between the two women, but soon, another source of fire in the distance drew their attention. Several fire phoenixes soared towards Riddle, but he dismissed them, retaliating with a torrent of fire. The spectacle of fire against fire was a feast for the eyes. The waters of the Black Lake surged upwards, coalescing into a massive water sphere that engulfed the flames. Broken branches, transformed by Riddle's spell, entwined around Icklain's ankles like vines, yet were incinerated by errant flames. To observers, the two combatants appeared evenly matched, neither yielding ground. Yet both warriors understood that Icklain's 90 years of magical prowess was formidable, genuine, and profound, akin to the depths of the Black Lake, instilling a sense of dread. Riddle's ability to maintain parity was merely a result of having learned a few more spells. A spell grazed the tips of Icklain's hair, which had grown slightly long over the past 6 months, shooting straight back. Just as Icklain thought he could not evade it, and would strike an innocent student, a timely spell intercepted the attack. Everyone turned to see Snape in the corner. Wand raised, the tip still glowing with residual magic. Icklain breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Dawn seemed imminent. He locked eyes with Riddle. Then the water prison dissolved, the lake's waters swirling around the castle like silk, with much of the mist now dissipated. The wand in Icklain's left hand performed one final act. It shot forth a flame, which enveloped the water silk, intertwining in a passionate embrace. With a flick of his wrist, the collision of fire and lake water produced a great cloud of mist, once again enveloping the area. Bella was killed. When the water silk first encircled her, it drew her attention, and then Molly struck her down with a shattering curse. Dumbledore felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. He waved his wand, attempting to disperse the mist with a gust of wind, yet it remained as if frozen, unyielding, and unmovable. "That should suffice," Icklain said softly. Their conversation was inaudible to others, and their expressions remained obscured. "Very well," Riddle nodded, clearing his throat. "I concede." He articulated the words with deliberate clarity. From the mist emerged a blue light, bearing Grindelwald's emblem, shining brightly in the dawn like a beacon of victory. A few seconds of silence ensued, followed by cheers, fireworks, and applause. Tom Marvolo Riddle, after dawn, you shall remain in the house I have prepared for you. Once I have resolved matters, I will come to find you. We are now in a cooperative relationship. Icklain extended his hand. If one day you jeopardize my interests, I will not hesitate to drag you down with me. Riddle replied begrudgingly, extending his hand. Grindelwald sounds better. I am who I am. Riddle smirked, releasing his hand without further comment. Just a friendly reminder, dawn is approaching. A dark figure emerged from the mist, wielding a scythe. With each step, the scythe struck the ground, echoing like the bells of a church. Riddle frowned at the newcomer, then glanced at Icklain, clearly perplexed by the unfolding scene. I know I cannot delay further. I have done my utmost, the Grim Reaper declared. Chapter 159, Without Warning. Cough. Cough. Traditional. Farewell playing on repeat. Some people love it. If you don't want to listen, then leave. I want to indulge you. TSK. Icklain silently muttered a curse. What is happening? Riddle inquired. Oh, I'm leaving. To prevent you from having second thoughts, I have left a little surprise for you. Just look at your wrist. Icklain said with a smug grin. Riddle's brow furrowed as he scrutinized his wrist, where a tattoo-like design encircled it, inscribed in italics, for the greater good. I had suspected it all along. My question is, what does it mean? Riddle asked, looking up. It is evidently referring to the Grim Reaper behind Icklain, signifying, I must depart now, a sentiment you should comprehend. Icklain whispered, when the mist dissipates, you shall be forcibly transported to the place I have prepared for you. Do not fret about being ambushed or anything of the sort. Depart? Riddle inquired uncertainly why. I was never meant to exist, Icklain replied. I am but a blood pact. Do you understand? A product of forbidden magic, yet also a manifestation of love. Due to a wager, they granted me 7 years to descend. And now the time has come. Indeed, it has already been extended far beyond its limits. I must leave, and I must do so now. Icklain tilted his head, gazing at the gradually fading mist, lost in thought, with a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a wistfulness for the world. Will you not bid them farewell? The Grim Reaper softly reminded him, the first rays of sunlight are approaching. As the mist cleared, it vanished with the arrival of the first morning light. The night had seemed prolonged, rendering Icklain somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden brightness. He extended his hand to shield his eyes, yet the light permeated through, illuminating his face and casting shadows upon the ground behind him. He turned back in mild astonishment. On the ground, his shadow began to fade gradually, rather than merely diminishing. It was as if he himself was becoming transparent. He tilted his head and offered a friendly gesture to Riddle, and in an instant, a torrent of emotions surged within him like crashing waves. Icklain, seemingly uncontrollable, sprinted towards the castle, traversing the morning mist. At the moment the sun rose, just before his body vanished, he lunged forward, embracing Dumbledore and Grindelwald. 2 tears, remnants of his emotions, fell upon their shoulders. "I love you guys." Then, accompanied by the darkness, he departed. Dumbledore softly uttered Icklain's name, bewildered by his own impulse, as a heavy stone seemed to reside within his heart, not a weight, but a rhythmic pounding, as if something crucial yearned to be conveyed. He repeated Icklain's nickname, while the world celebrated the victory of war. The center of the battlefield devoid of Riddle, perhaps having vanished. Fireworks, cheers, these sounds transformed into mere background music in Dumbledore's ears, soft and almost imperceptible. The beating of his heart reverberated against his eardrums. He began to turn in search of Icklain's figure, not partaking in the festivities, not igniting fireworks at the heart of the battlefield, nor assisting in the restoration of the damaged castle. "Gerald." Dumbledore abruptly grasped Grindelwald's arm and inquired, "Where is Il? Have you seen him?" In that moment, Grindelwald felt a similar unease, a sudden void within his heart, an inexplicable discomfort. Their gazes locked as they began to circle the castle in search of Icklain. Cries, questions, expressions of astonishment echoed around them. One voice became 10, 10 became 100. Almost everyone was searching for the red-haired youth. Yet, he was nowhere to be found. Flint suddenly recalled something. He circled the battlefield once more, finding no trace of Icklain, nor of Vindarosial. He rushed to seize Macaulay, their eyes met, and comprehension dawned upon them simultaneously as they sprinted towards Grindelwald, uttering a single location in unison, Nurmingard. Dumbledore, sensing and understanding, immediately disapparated. Grindelwald followed closely behind. Only then did the others realize that Hogwarts' anti-disapparition charm seemed to have faltered, overhearing the location mentioned during their conversation. They followed suit, heading towards Austria. In the garden behind Nurmingard, Dumbledore forcefully pushed open the back door, astonished to find the roses, which bloomed throughout the year, picked clean. The garden bore traces of spring. In the distance stood a figure, Vindar. Dumbledore dashed through the garden towards the hillside, passing Vindar on the west side. And what first caught his eye was a gravestone. The grave of Icklain Gd. The surface of the stone was entwined with a flowering vine, adorned with several vibrant roses. Dumbledore stood transfixed as a multitude of individuals rushed towards him, the rustling of wildflowers barely registering amidst the overwhelming realization. He had previously noted the surrounding wildflowers and the oak tree, yet he had overlooked the back of the hillside where a gravestone stood, a gravestone for his child. Dumbledore stared at the familiar name and inscription on the gravestone, momentarily lost in thought, while Grindelwald stood behind him, equally at a loss for words. Vindar had arrived here after receiving a letter from Icklain, who had deliberately kept her in France, preventing her from participating in the war. At dawn, a letter delivered by Chongli found its way into her hands, the familiar handwriting invoking a sense of dread, yet enough to decipher its general content. After the conclusion at the oak tree behind Nurmingard, wait for my arrival, and you will find this gravestone. A large group surrounded the small hillside, each gaze fixed upon the gravestone. Icklain was dead, without warning. A single cry echoed. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with surprise and anticipation, yearning for Icklain to descend as he had an hour prior, accompanied by the phoenix. Yet upon looking up, he beheld not a phoenix, but a sea eagle. Chongli landed gracefully upon the gravestone, lowering her head as if regarding the name inscribed there. Then, with a flap of her wings, she grasped Dumbledore's sleeve with her beak, tugging him towards the earth behind the gravestone. She glanced back at Dumbledore and then at the slope, pecking at the earth there. Initially taken aback, Dumbledore soon understood, kneeling to clear the soil with his hands. Chapter 160, The Letter. It was a coffin. He rose, using magic to push aside the soil in that area, revealing a coffin buried close to the gravestone. Dumbledore's hands trembled as he lifted the lid of the coffin. Inside lay an abundance of roses, filling the entire coffin, roses from the garden. Above the roses rested several letters and boxes. His hand hovered above the coffin momentarily before retrieving a letter, scrutinizing the handwriting on the envelope, struggling to contain his tears as he opened it. To the relatives and friends of Icklain Dumbledore Grindelwald. To my dearest father. By the time you read this letter, I will have departed. I believe the first to open this letter will undoubtedly be you, father. I am aware my time is limited. I have long anticipated this moment, hence I wrote this letter in advance. I am not one to fear death. I merely find it arrives too swiftly, and nothing more. Forgive my abrupt departure. Slipping away quietly is the best choice for both me and for you. I do not wish for you to grieve excessively. Farewells are a common occurrence, and they pave the way for a more splendid reunion. If you wish to arrange a funeral for me, I would hope it could take place on Christmas Day. Of course, if that is not feasible, then let it be. Consider it as though I never mentioned it. To be candid, if possible, I would like to remain with you all forever, truly, always. Yet, as I pen this letter, I am acutely aware that such a desire is unattainable. The notion of a farewell letter, which I once scoffed at, now serves to articulate my regrets, my wishes, and the unspoken words I long to express. It is indeed quite valuable. There are far too many regrets to count. I have left letters and tokens for everyone I could think of. You must have seen them. For those unexpected individuals, do not grieve. You may take a rose from my coffin. Furthermore, the deep blue velvet box is reserved for my dear sir. No one else is permitted to touch it. Not even my father. And, lest anyone mock the imperfections of my handwriting, that shall suffice. I cannot express overly sentimental sentiments. Even if the dawn sun were to fall, or the dusk's moon were never to rise, I shall love you all, until the very end. Eternally. The roses within this coffin shall serve as my ashes. Once they wither, they will nourish the plants, and I wish to scatter some in the flower beds of every ministry of magic, with the remainder to be planted elsewhere. Please remember, I shall love you ceaselessly. Do not mourn. Icklain Dumbledore Grindelwald. 199,712-25. Dumbledore's fingers gently caressed the parchment, relishing the texture as though the young boy were still present. Sensing an unusual thickness, he turned the letter over. Affixed to the reverse was a photograph, a group portrait of the living members of the Order of the Phoenix, which Icklain had always kept. Each person in the photograph bore a smile, the boy in the center included. This was the only photograph he had left behind. Icklain had once mentioned his aversion to being photographed. Albus Dumbledore gazed intently at the boy in the photograph, softly murmuring. Icklain's departure was far too sudden, especially when just an hour prior he had been well. His abrupt exit left one unable to weep. Grindelwald waved his hand, and the gift boxes, each labeled with names, levitated towards their respective recipients. The deep blue box floated over, and he received it with a slight tremor in his hand. Upon opening the box, he discovered a pair of rings. No note accompanied them, yet Grindelwald understood the unspoken sentiments Icklain wished to convey, essentially, for them to take care of one another. For this unexpectedly appearing youth, Grindelwald had genuinely come to regard him as family, even if he was sometimes a touch severe, lacking the concern he showed to Dumbledore. He entered quietly and departed without a sound, leaving one to feel that their past interactions had been but a dream. Yet the grave before him, the letter, and the spring of Nurmingard were all saturated with his essence. How could it be possible? How could such a strong person? Harry incredulously questioned, his voice trailing off into a choked sob. Dumbledore, his emotions in turmoil, opened the gift Icklain had left him. It was a spoon made of pure gold. The gift overwhelmed the old man, and he silently shed tears. It recalled the words spoken by Icklain during their first encounter, words he had initially dismissed. Yet, Dumbledore wiped his face, rising to his feet, momentarily at a loss for words. Gazing upward to see fresh green buds sprouting from the oak tree, not the vibrant green of summer, but a delicate hue. The letter still clutched in his hand. The breeze carried the scent of sunshine softly across his cheek. Icklain was gone. Mr. Dumbledore, a reporter, navigated through the crowd, first bowing to Icklain's grave before turning to gently inquire, would it be permissible for us to take photographs, to incorporate Mr. Grindelwald's deeds into the annals of magical history? With a quiet demeanor, Dumbledore, with his back to the gathering, spoke before slowly making his way towards the gently flowing stream in the distance. Sunlight pierced through the nearly 2-year-long clouds over Europe, illuminating every inch of the valley, while the babbling brook harmonized with the song of the birds. Serenity enveloped the scene. A war lasting nearly 20 years had come to a close. On May 2nd, no one celebrated the victory of the great battle. Wizards reflected on the young man, cherishing the brief yet brilliant legacy he had left behind. In the halls of the Ministry of Magic across various regions, an endless stream of people came to pay their respects, laying flowers at the foot of Icklain's ashes, which served as excellent nourishment for new life. His name was etched into the history of 1998, destined to be remembered by future generations. The 4 words inscribed on the entrance of the association's headquarters would become a permanent motto in the magical world. During the years Icklain was present, there was an extraordinary peace and safety. He eradicated the lurking threats of hunters and improved the management of political affairs, leading by example rather than wielding his power to exert pressure. However, those glorious deeds felt distant to the family and friends who were close to Icklain. The Icklain they knew possessed a childlike spirit, gentle yet undeniably courageous. He would flee at the sight of insects, brawl over a piece of candy, and sulk, yet was easily consoled, a little black cat. He embodied the ideal role model, his every word and action suffused with kindness. He cherished late nights, often disregarding reprimands. His appearance was innocuous, giving off a somewhat daft impression, yet when inebriated, he could outdrink everyone, becoming a goofy bear. He could sleep for 2 or 3 days straight, but could endure 5 days of sleeplessness. He had his flaws. He was not the flawless figure depicted in history books, but he steadfastly upheld the ideals of great benefit, and those 4 words: justice and equity, love and peace. Chapter 161. His presence everywhere. 3 days, a full 3 days. The so-called prison of Nurmingard remained a place of visitation, all coming to pay homage to the young man. Though Grindelwald acquiesced, the people understood the gravity of mourning. And after 3 days, they ceased their visits. Hogwarts Castle had suffered considerable damage. The association sent Aurors to assist in its restoration. Dumbledore scarcely left his office, immersing himself in work to numb his senses. Thus, Nurmingard was left with Grindelwald alone. On the 5th day following Icklain's passing, morning light filtered into the desolate tower. Grindelwald, an early riser, donned his clothes and exited his chamber, yet alone, he faced a meager breakfast. In recent days, the newspapers delivered by owls were filled with articles about Icklain, all monotonously similar. Grindelwald chose to ignore them, for the more he read, the more he yearned. He stepped outside, inhaling the fresh morning air. The scent of sunlight and dew was soothing. His gaze fell upon the empty lounge chair at the entrance. There was nothing upon it. Grief welled up in Grindelwald, prompting him to silently curse before he turned and returned to the hall, closing the door behind him. That lounge chair would never again be occupied by a black cat. Hogwarts, the ancient castle, had been restored to its original splendor. The students completed the remaining courses of the semester, save for the defense against the dark arts class, which was missing a certain teaching assistant. At the final summary banquet, the elderly figure once again occupied the headmaster's exclusive seat, though this time the space beside him remained unfilled, the position of the teaching assistant. With the arrival of summer vacation, the castle reverted to its usual desolate state, with only a few ghosts drifting through its corridors. Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, persistently collided with the empty classrooms sealed off by the professors, the echoes of his antics resonating throughout the castle. Enough, Peeves, Professor McGonagall admonished softly from behind him. The Bloody Baron is approaching. Heed my warning and depart quickly. Upon hearing the name of the Bloody Baron, Peeves shivered, stuck out his tongue at McGonagall, and cackled as he vacated the area. Professor McGonagall, watching Peeves leave, opened one of the sealed classrooms, the one that belonged to Icklain. The desks were neatly stacked against the wall, and sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air, conjuring memories of days gone by. McGonagall's expression momentarily flickered with nostalgia as she cast a final glance at the podium before locking the classroom once more. This classroom had once been filled with the laughter of young witches and wizards, with the sight of a red-haired boy imparting lessons from the front. Yet, it had lain dormant for far too long, and that boy had not graced it with his presence in ages. Severus Snape, having been summoned by Dumbledore to Hogwarts, found his thoughts elsewhere. He had fulfilled all his duties, including this term's teaching, and thus saw no reason to remain at the school. Although the young witches and wizards had come to recognize him as a good man, his potions class still retained its fearsome reputation. He busied himself in the dungeons, packing his belongings. The tables and cabinets, long untouched, were coated in a layer of dust, with 2 empty spots on the potion shelves. His hands stilled as a thought struck him. Who, besides that one person, would dare to handle his potions? Yet the empty spaces were also covered in dust, suggesting that the individual who frequently sought his potions had not visited in quite some time, and would not return. Snape wiped down the shelves and the glass vials upon them, placing the gift from Icklain, a bottle of Felix Felicis, into the compartment of his trunk. The vacant spots on the shelf had once held 2 specific ingredients, belladonna extract and acromantula venom, if memory served him correctly. After securing the trunk, he took one last look around the place he had inhabited for 20 years, bidding it a final farewell. As he turned and pushed open the wooden door, he collided with the person he detested most in life, Dumbledore. My work is complete, Snape said coldly, brushing past him. Not so fast, Severus, Dumbledore replied gently, his gaze fixed on Snape. I am aware of your intentions to leave. Since you have made up your mind, I cannot stop you. However, next month marks Iel's birthday. And given your close relationship, I hope. Snape halted, turning his head slightly. I will attend, but not for you. Dumbledore lowered his gaze and nodded softly, watching the retreating figure clad in black robes without attempting to detain him. The legacy of Icklain spread throughout the magical community, reaching the ears of a certain individual, a man with white hair, pondering over a newspaper before him. The following day, a commercial advertisement found its way into a corner of the Daily Prophet, proclaiming, in everlasting memory of Mr. Grindelwald, accompanied by a photograph of a factory. Harry joined the British Ministry of Magic, becoming a member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Leading an Auror team in the post-war restoration efforts in locations such as Diagon Alley, with Ron at his side. Hermione returned to her Muggle parents, intending to spend the summer at home. Molly and Hermione maintained correspondence, with Molly expressing her open invitation for Hermione and her family to visit the Potter residence in Godric's Hollow. Simultaneously, she, along with other members of the Order of the Phoenix, assisted the Aurors, as Dumbledore stated that the Order had no further tasks at hand, allowing everyone the freedom to choose their path. Lupin and others naturally opted to stay, and although Dumbledore no longer issued directives, they, like the Aurors, engaged in protective and restorative work, maintaining ties with the pureblood faction. Each individual continued to live their lives well. The position of the President of the Confederation remained vacant. They convened to discuss potential candidates, recalling Iclair's assurance. With him, no one would perish. He had indeed upheld this promise, earning considerable support, and thus the motion to replace the President was temporarily set aside. Mason, after the meeting, opened the door to the President's office. Leaving the notice on the door intact as a memento, he meticulously sorted through Iclair's belongings, preparing to journey to New Mongolia on the day of Iclair's funeral to present these possessions to Dumbledore. Holding the box, Mason stared at the office chair, momentarily lost in thought as a beam of sunlight illuminated it, evoking the illusion that the boy still lingered there. On July 13th, the news of Iclair's birthday was announced. The day of his funeral, inviting anyone wishing to pay their respects to attend. The service was scheduled for 7 in the morning. Dumbledore rejected the suggestion of holding the funeral on Christmas, not wanting to draw a large crowd, as Iclair had never favored such commotion. However, as this did not adhere to tradition, they decided to hold the service on his birthday instead. A pot of daisies, placed on the windowsill of the Hogwarts headmaster's office, basked in the sunlight, casting its glow upon the white blossoms and the desk within. Chapter 162, Rain. On July 13th, after 2 months of clear skies, the weather turned gloomy, dark clouds looming ominously overhead, casting a stifling atmosphere. By 3 o'clock, the sun attempted to shine through. Yet the darkness persisted as if the day had never truly brightened. People began to arrive gradually, their wands emitting faint glimmers to pierce the oppressive gloom. The temperature felt significantly lower than usual, perhaps even colder than late autumn. Some had already begun to cast warming charms. Had it not been for Newt calling out Dumbledore's name, no one would have recognized the man standing beside the gravestone. He bowed his head, clad in a somewhat grayish, mist-blue overcoat, topped with a wide-brimmed hat of the same material and hue. As the crowd thickened, individuals huddled closer together for warmth, each ensuring their shoes were polished and donning new coats, robes, or suits. The dark crowd against the dark sky amplified the somber atmosphere. People conversed in small clusters, some approaching Dumbledore to express their condolences, their hushed tones resonating like a deep cello, rich and profound. At 7 o'clock, the minister arrived. Before his arrival, Dumbledore had remained largely detached, responding only absent-mindedly to greetings, his gaze fixed upon the gravestone. As the minister's presence was acknowledged, conversation ceased. The attendees stood erect, hands clasped and naturally resting at their sides, their eyes cast downward. Soft music began to play, the mournful strains of the cello enveloping the crowd as they removed their hats in a gesture of respect. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, momentarily illuminating the heavens, yet it was fleeting. Following this was a deep rumble of thunder, heralding an unexpected downpour that fell steadily from the sky. Yet the minister's prayer remained undisturbed by the sudden downpour, his voice softly intoning. The congregation did not raise their wands against the rain. The sound of the tempest gradually overpowered his chant. As the final notes faded, the mourners clutched their white daisies, forming a line to cast the flowers upon the vacant coffin, bidding a poignant farewell to the departed youth. Molly, her head bowed, wept, the realization that Bogart's prophecy had come to pass deepening her sorrow. Now he's truly 99, Sirius murmured, reflecting on a jest no one had believed at the time, yet which had manifested today. He would forever remain at that age. Albus Dumbledore turned to see an old friend he hadn't encountered in years, offering a smile devoid of emotion. Remus leaned closer, placing a box of gifts beside the gravestone, and spoke. He asked for a snuffer. Let me craft it for him. Albus, unlike you, he lacks your talent, at least in alchemy. He cannot compete with you. Dumbledore remained silent. His brother, Ariana, approached through the crowd, placing a hand on Dumbledore's face. Her eyes filled with concern. I am fine, Anna, he rasped. It's raining. Let us go inside. I have something to discuss with Mr. Remus, Ariana frowned. Glancing at him, Miss Dumbledore, Remus shook his head gently. I understand your sentiments. It was no easy task to bring him back. You must continue living. Even if I shared the method with you, it wouldn't suffice. No one can help him. Ariana persisted. At what cost? I am willing to pay any price. Why is it impossible, especially since I have returned? Her voice trembled, shifting from quivering to choking. No one can aid him, Remus replied. Some matters are beyond our grasp, as ordinary people. They encompass far too much. Has Godric not come? Dumbledore inquired. He has not. He has other commitments. Remus replied with a bemused smile, gesturing for Dumbledore to follow him. The two braved the rain, descending the hillside. Icklain is a fine person, Remus said. He is my child, I know, Dumbledore replied. Sometimes, I truly marvel at how swiftly time passes. I have lived for over 6 centuries. Nick, just speak your mind. Remus urged. Do you believe he will return? Remus asked. Dumbledore appeared taken aback. What Icklain aims to do, no one can hinder, Remus continued, gazing at the distant lightning. I've heard that Godric has returned because of him. What do you mean? I said nothing. Albus, Remus countered. You do not even know what I've said. Do you? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering Remus's cryptic words. They were not nonsensical, but held a peculiar thread of logic. No one possesses the spell for resurrection. How could Icklain return on his own? A frail, silver-haired elder, hunched and weary, approached Icklain's gravestone, tossing a familiar bag of honey sticks into the coffin. The onlookers instinctively kept their distance from the elderly man, who seemed eager to depart. Yet Remus blinked, taking measured steps toward the elder, locking his gaze upon him. Stop looking. It's me, the elder said. You came to see him? Remus inquired. Indeed, this child was remarkable. The wizarding world has lacked such visionaries for far too long. Is it not permissible to pay a visit? You're not young anymore, Connie, Remus squinted, trying to identify what the elder had tossed into the bouquet-laden coffin. Honey sticks? If the child enjoyed them, let him continue, Connie remarked. If I recall correctly. You are. Yes, I am bankrupt, but I've managed to survive this long with some savings. I can still keep this little factory running. Remus remained silent, gazing skyward. Lost in thought. Icklain green-lid, Connie murmured, what a pity. Was he your student? No. Remus turned to Dumbledore. He should be older than you, Albus. Should be? I am significantly older than he. Remus replied a few times, tilting his head back to continue gazing at the heavens, allowing the rain to wash over his face. From the distant woods came the cries of creatures, indistinct yet imbued with a palpable magic. The gentle sounds grew closer. It was a rescued Chelan, cautiously approaching the gravestone, calling out to the forest, receiving numerous responses in return. The creatures murmured, singing a lament for a fallen leader. Fox appeared on Dumbledore's shoulder, joining in the chorus. The Chelan bowed its head, unsure whether it was rain or tears that fell upon the gravestone, then, without further ado, retreated back into the woods. The mourners seemed entranced by the enchanting melody, which, though tinged with sorrow, brought a flicker of warmth to their hearts. Raindrops slanted gently, and the wind whispered through the oak trees, contrasting sharply with the torrential downpour, encircling the oaks and tenderly brushing away the tears of the gathered. That day, the deluge did not cease. Unbeknownst to anyone, someone had upended the sorrow-laden sea, allowing memories to flood forth. Chapter 163, Remembrance. The rain fell swiftly but ceased just as quickly. That night, the skies cleared, revealing a tapestry of stars. The day following the funeral, life resumed its normal cadence. All was well, yet an indefinable absence lingered. After 2 decades of trepidation, the sudden peace was indeed disorienting. Flant was the last to pay his respects to Icklain. The halls of Nurmingard were deserted, for few in the Confederation could command the room, leaving Grindelwald to fill in briefly. Flant retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet and made his way to the rear garden, where freshly sown seeds had been scattered among the recently harvested flowers. The afternoon sky was clear, the temperature just right, a perfect balance of warmth. He arrived beneath the oak tree, first pulling out a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the gravestone. Murmuring softly, I've been rather busy lately, which is why I'm only now visiting you. On the day the war ended, I received the news and left ahead of time, missing your funeral. As compensation, I brought you a bottle of wine. He placed the bottle beside the gravestone, staring at the inscription with a distant gaze. Dean and the others will return tonight. They sent me a letter saying Italy is beautiful and that they saw the sea. How am I supposed to explain this to them? Flant choked back a sob. Forget it. You've been tirelessly busy these past few years, never resting. I know you must feel unfulfilled, but perhaps this is a form of liberation. Flant tilted his head back, tears slipping down his cheeks. He took a deep breath, bending down again to pick up the handkerchief to wipe the gravestone. You needn't worry too much about the wizarding world. We plan to pause for a few years and then reassess. We must first stabilize. Flant hesitated, the hand wiping the gravestone faltering as he felt a depression on its surface. Upon inspection, he discovered Icklain's handwriting. I am always alone. Flant's mouth opened, as if to speak, but words failed him. He traced the letters, feeling the fervor with which the youth had etched them. It was unclear what emotions had compelled Icklain to carve those words. Yet perhaps Icklain was mistaken, as the sun and moon completed their celestial dance. Dean and the others returned to Nurmingard, the three children noticeably taller after more than a year apart. Flant embraced each of the three children in turn. After wrapping his arms around the youngest, Ailey, Dean inquired, "What are we having for dinner tonight, Brother Green?" "Ah, that depends on dear Brother Grindelwald," Flant replied, momentarily freezing. He gazed at the innocent and endearing expressions of the three children and found it difficult to reveal the truth, thus resorting to a benign falsehood. "Never mind. We shall dine out today. Brother Grindelwald is away on business and will not return for quite some time." "But I miss him," Ailey suddenly exclaimed. "I do too," Flant responded with a smile, lifting Ailey into his arms while taking Dean by the hand. Abbott, declining to hold hands, obediently followed behind as the quartet set off to find a restaurant. After a long day spent on 3 broomsticks, Dean exchanged a brief greeting with Flant before heading upstairs to sleep, followed shortly by Abbott. Ailey declared she was not tired and wished to explore the back garden for fireflies. Flant shrugged in acquiescence, taking the girl's hand as they made their way to the back door. The sky was again a canvas of unclouded brilliance, adorned with countless stars. A few fireflies flitted about in playful pursuit, while a gentle evening breeze rustled the wildflowers and caressed the treetops, making the summer warmth more bearable. Flant watched Ailey's silhouette with a smile, reflecting on the innocence of childhood, a time when one should not yet grasp the concept of death. Abbott and Dean, already 13, had come to comprehend the meaning of mortality, which made things somewhat easier. The challenge lay in how to delicately convey the truth without leaving the girl with shadows of sorrow. Lost in thought, Flant looked up to find Ailey seated on the lawn, gazing at the night sky, seemingly lost in her own world. She was remarkably quiet, not crying or fussing, which was a relief compared to ordinary children, yet her reticence caused Flant some concern. What if something was troubling her that she dared not express? He approached her gently and inquired, "What is it?" "I miss Brother Grindelwald." Ailey's voice was barely above a whisper, as she hugged her knees and tilted her head back. "Mika said that if you miss someone, you should look up at the stars and silently utter their name. If the stars twinkle, that person will surely know." Flant felt a lump in his throat, his vision blurring with unshed tears. "Indeed, Brother Grindelwald will be away for a long time. If you miss him, just look at the stars," he replied. As Ailey began to show signs of fatigue, Flant escorted her back to her room. He then returned to the gravestone of Icklain, noticing that the offerings around it seemed to have increased since his last visit. It appeared that others had come to pay their respects. That night, a gust of wind swept beneath the oak tree, erasing the inscribed words on the gravestone and replacing them with a completely unrelated phrase. "I drape the moon upon my shoulders and bury myself in the valley. If wildflowers bloom on that day, it is I who am listening and speaking." Epilogue 1. Icklain, laden with luggage, made his way to the airport in London, England. Had it not been for the half-blood wizard accompanying him discreetly, he likely wouldn't have known how to retrieve his ticket. Everything went smoothly, and as he boarded the plane, he glanced at his watch. It was 7 in the morning, which meant it was 2 in the afternoon according to Eastern Time. For ordinary travelers, this long-haul flight would be interminably dull, akin to sitting on pins and needles. But for a wizard like Icklain, it was an entirely different experience. He had never seen an alchemical device that could ascend into the sky without relying on magic. Muggle technology was indeed astonishing. Throughout the journey, he observed his surroundings, and when the announcement for their impending arrival was made, Icklain felt a twinge of disappointment. Sensing that time had flown too swiftly, the dark-haired, dark-eyed faces of the Easterners regarded his peculiar behavior with caution. Though he appeared to be no more than 13 or 14 years old, it was understandable for a first-time traveler abroad. By the time he disembarked, it was already past midnight, yet the airport remained bustling with activity. Icklain collected his luggage and aimlessly waited in the vast terminal. Fortunately, some of the directional signs were in English, preventing him from losing his way. In the distance, 2 men in white shirts waved in Icklain's direction. Their shirts were neatly tucked into their trousers, exuding a sense of seriousness and meticulousness. One of them jogged over with enthusiasm, taking the luggage from Icklain's hands and guiding him to the other man. "Hello," the man, of a higher social standing than the one carrying the luggage, greeted Icklain with a slight nod. He retrieved a small black notebook from his shirt pocket and, akin to an aura, displayed its contents to Icklain before retracting it. Then, extending his hand, he spoke courteously in English. "My name is Lu Tao, Minister of the Magical Department of Huagua, and a member of the Wisengamot and the International Wizarding Association." "Oh, hello, Mr. Lu," Icklain replied, shaking his hand with a polite smile. "I am Icklain Gryffindor, and I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour." "Not at all. We have an old saying in Huagua. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? You may interpret it as, since we are friends. How could it be considered a bother? Lu Tao smiled, gesturing for Icklain to follow him as he began to explain. We are currently in Beijing, our capital, and shortly we will use a portkey to travel to the magical department in Guilin, Guangxi, where your accommodations have also been arranged. You may rest tonight, and we can discuss matters further tomorrow. Thank you. Regarding the unpublished manuscript of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them by Newt Scamander, we would also provide it to you free of charge for your study and reference, Icklain stated. That would be of tremendous help to us. As a significant portion of our records on magical creatures were destroyed in the war decades ago, Lu Tao's expression darkened. I am truly sorry, Icklain consoled. Lu Tao shook his head. Guilin, Lu Tao motioned for the man carrying the luggage to demonstrate, stepping back to allow him room. On the dimly lit street, should a muggle pass by, they would see 3 individuals conspiring around a lamppost, unaware of their intentions. The man placed his hand on the lamppost, causing ripples of transparency to swirl around them, and then, much like passing through King's Cross Station, he vanished into the lamppost. Please, Mr. Gryffindor, Lu Tao gestured. Icklain nodded slightly and followed suit, stepping through the lamppost. Inside, it resembled the British Ministry of Magic, though it felt more akin to Diagon Alley. A neat and tranquil alleyway stretched before him, with all the buildings embedded in rocky walls, connected by wooden bridges for passage. The ceiling was enchanted similarly to that of Hogwarts, reflecting the night sky above. Lu Tao glanced at his watch, frowning as he turned to Icklain. I apologize, Mr. Gryffindor, but I have some unfinished business and must take my leave. That's quite all right. You have already been very accommodating. Icklain shook his head. Well, this gentleman Chi will be responsible for your itinerary from here on out. Should you have any needs or inquiries, do not hesitate to ask him, Lu Tao said. Addressing the man, Chi, I leave this to you. Understood, President, the gentleman Chi replied, and together with Icklain, they watched Lu Tao depart before turning to Icklain with a smile. Hello, my name is Chi Fan. Please follow me. Your accommodation has been arranged at this inn. If there are any shortcomings, I apologize in advance. Oh no, it is already quite satisfactory. Icklain quickly waved his hand in reassurance. As the 2 individuals entered the hotel, Icklain surveyed the expansive establishment, where every amenity was crafted from wood, wooden chandeliers, wooden ornaments. The staircase banister was meticulously carved with the legendary phoenix motif, and the entire inn was imbued with the unique fragrance of timber. His room was located on the 2nd floor, and Chiffon brought in his luggage, briefly gesturing towards the room and the general direction outside before departing. Once Icklain noticed his leave, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Social anxiety overwhelmed him. Facing such a stern minister was daunting, and while Fuji was unreliable, he at least did not evoke the same sense of dread as this figure did. After simply changing into a sleep shirt, he, fatigued from the day, did not ponder further and dove headfirst into his pillow. The room was scented with aromatherapy, seemingly possessing a calming effect, allowing him an unusually restful night filled with pleasant dreams. Upon awakening, Icklain sat up, yawning groggily. Despite having only slept for 4 hours, he felt remarkably refreshed. He stretched lazily and made his way to the bathroom, first indulging in a hot shower, then retrieving his suitcase from beneath the bed. Selecting a black shirt to wear, he had not properly examined the room's decor upon his arrival in the early hours, exhausted. In the center of the room stood a small square table, flanked by a screen seemingly crafted from jade, serving as a partition. The walls were adorned with intricately carved landscapes. A carved palace lamp made of rosewood, casting a warm yellow glow, rested on the bedside table. Icklain gently lifted his hand, extinguishing the light. The room indeed embodied the grandeur and elegance spoken of in whispers. The arrangement of the furniture and the artistry of the carvings exuded an undeniable artistic aura. In contrast, his appearance felt incongruous with the room's refined style. With a light chuckle, Icklain employed his signature transformation spell, just as footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock on the door. Mr. Greenlit, have you risen? It was Chiffon's voice. Icklain responded affirmatively and approached to open the door. Chiffon paused momentarily, taken aback by the youth before him, black-haired, dark-eyed, with slightly long wolf-like locks, who was clearly not the red-haired boy he had escorted back the previous night. Instantly alert, Chiffon drew his wand, aiming it at Icklain, demanding, "Who are you? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Who gave you the audacity? Where is the original occupant of this room?" Wait. Icklain hurriedly dispelled the spell, waving his hands. It's me. Please, don't take action. It's merely a transformation spell." Chiffon remained skeptical. "I merely thought my visage seemed a bit out of place, so I cast a spell," Icklain explained, his gaze shifting from Chiffon's face to his right hand. "So, you Easterners use wands as well?" Chiffon blinked in surprise before realizing his wand was still in hand. He retracted it, apologizing. My apologies, Mr. Greenlit. I did not mean to offend. No offense taken. There's no need to keep apologizing. Shall we head out for a meal? I can address your questions gradually along the way, if that is agreeable. Certainly, let us go, Icklain replied with a smile, transforming back into the form of the black-eyed, wolf-haired youth before following Chiffon out of the hotel. We can first attend a morning market. The minister has been quite busy lately. So the matters you entrusted to me will not yield results until this afternoon, Chiffon stated. There's no rush, Icklain responded. The morning sunlight streamed through the ceiling, illuminating the lantern that had burned throughout the night as the homeowner opened the window, extinguishing the flame. The ground of this residential area was paved with stones, as it was the headquarters of the magical department of the Flower Nation, bustling with foot traffic that had polished the stones to a sheen. Our wizards here do not distinguish between half-bloods and purebloods. However, there are two factions. One faction comprises wizards like us who wield wands, while the other consists of those who dwell in seclusion within the mountains. Chiffon began to elaborate. Yet, we both retain the characteristics from a century ago, such as our decor and their attire. However, differences in physical makeup lead to disparities in learning, creating some discord. Unless absolutely necessary, the minister and they seldom interact. And my understanding of that group is quite limited. They are rather reclusive. As Icklain pondered, he followed Chiffon from this residential area to another street, where shops lined one side and eateries the other, mutually exclusive. However, we lack a comprehensive education system, resulting in our wizarding population being far less than theirs. Most are self-taught, while some hold citizenship elsewhere and attend schools in those regions, Chiffon continued. He selected a breakfast shop, and they paused at a small wooden table in the corridor outside. He gestured for Icklain to sit down, then called out in a language Icklain could not comprehend before switching back to English. I ordered some of our commonly eaten dishes. You may wish to try them. If they do not suit your palate, I can request they prepare some English cuisine instead. No need for that. I do prefer to occasionally sample something different, Icklain replied. So, did you self-study, or is it through formal means? Me? I've been with the minister, who frequently attends the Wisengamot and the Federation. I've accompanied him since childhood, so I naturally picked up some knowledge, Chiffon explained. Self-taught? That is quite impressive, Icklain remarked. Not at all. It's nothing remarkable, Chiffon replied, modestly scratching his head. As you know, the total number of wizards is barely around 100,000, and here we have fewer than 1,000, all congregated in this area. Icklain was momentarily taken aback. While he had anticipated a small number of Eastern wizards, he had not expected it to be so minuscule, especially considering the population of the Flower Nation exceeds 1 billion. How could this be? This implies that the probability of becoming a wizard among us is quite low. Last year, if there were 13.5 million newborns, I refer to those from ordinary families, it would be a miracle if 5 were wizards, Chiffon elaborated. The number of our wizards, if my eyes did not deceive me that day, is over 800, with an increasingly aging demographic. Furthermore, most are unwilling to associate with ordinary individuals or venture abroad. If Chinese wizards were to face extinction, it would not be surprising, Chiffon continued. The scarcity of Chinese wizards was akin to the total student population of Hogwarts, suggesting that accommodating them within the castle would be feasible. Neighboring countries could reach 1,500, and the disparity with Britain S3,000 was not significant. However, it was unexpected that the once mighty Eastern wizards, as recorded in the annals of magical history, were now confronting a crisis of aging population. It seemed imperative to overturn the secrecy laws. As Icklain contemplated this, the breakfast had yet to arrive, but he soon caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. When the dishes were presented to Icklain, an outsider, they appeared as follows: a bamboo steamer filled with Chinese buns, complemented by Chiffon's explanations, confirming his suspicions. Inside the steamer were buns filled with meat, alongside a pot of rice porridge and a plate of indescribable desserts. This dish is a specialty from Gillen, called water glutinous rice cake, and despite its unappealing name, it is quite tasty, along with the mugwort rice cake and sticky rice. Chiffon explained while rising to separate the two steamers, steam wafting up, revealing the milky white buns, the unique aroma of the dough wafting through the air. Chopsticks, he said, retrieving a pair from a bamboo holder and offering them to Icklain, while he himself took a pair of chopsticks from the Chinese tableware. You may wish to give it a try. Icklain took the two wands, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at them. However, encouraged by Chiffon's demonstration, he confidently reached for the plate of pickled vegetables, only to grasp at empty air. Chiffon chuckled resignedly, turning to fetch 2 spoons, offering one to him while saying, "You should know how to use this, right?" Icklain, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and nodded as he accepted the spoon, sipping porridge alongside the pickles and buns. After finishing their main course and exchanging a few words, their attention was drawn to a commotion nearby. stemming from a spilled bucket that had doused someone in water and ignited a dispute. Observing the escalating argument, Icklain considered stepping in to mediate, but glanced at Chiffon, who showed no inclination to intervene, leaving him uncertain about whether he should approach or not. Soon, a crowd gathered around the quarrel. But the scene did not linger for long before someone shouted, "Oldley is coming. Scatter." The crowd, initially buzzing with chatter, instinctively began to disperse, while the bickering group seemed too engrossed to heed the warning. Then, a voice boomed, "Good morning. I could hear you from afar. What is going on here?" An elderly man with a white beard leaned on a wooden cane, his back hunched as he questioned the ruckus. People appeared to fear him, the bickering individuals. Initially irritated by the interruption, immediately fell silent at the sight of him. "All is well now that he is here," Chiffon remarked to Icklain, signaling that there was no need for concern, as the old man had a reputation for quelling disturbances. "Who is that?" Icklain inquired softly. "He is one of those reclusive figures I mentioned, rumored to have been expelled from the sect in his middle age and stripped of his powers. He served as a soldier before coming here, likely harboring grievances about his expulsion," Chiffon replied in a hushed tone, shrouded in mystery. Icklain nodded, but before he could respond, a wooden cane abruptly jabbed towards him from the right. He remained still, poised for defense. The cane's owner executed a peculiar maneuver, flipping an empty bowl from the table toward Chiffon's face, which was deflected by a spell from Chiffon. "Oldley, we have guests here. You dare to talk back? Try it again." Icklain turned to see the elder, who appeared to be well over 70, his hair neatly tied up and secured with a hairpin. A scar encircling his left eye, a testament to a life spent on the battlefield. His gaze was sharp, and despite his age, an indescribable light flickered in his eyes. The hand gripping the cane showed no signs of tremor, exhibiting strength and decisiveness. "My apologies, I won't do it again," Chiffon quickly conceded. "How about a jug of wine as an apology? What about your minister? Is he planning to send someone to manage the security around here?" Oldley inquired. "He's been busy lately. Would you like to sit?" Chiffon suggested. "No need. Tell that Lu Tao to manage things. Starting a fight this early is unacceptable," Oldley concluded, lowering his cane and casting a glance at Icklain before turning away and leaving. "Don't mind him. That old fellow has quite the temper. And no one can figure him out," Chiffon explained once Oldley had departed. Glancing at the time, he noticed the remaining plate of desserts and quickly added, "You should try this. We won't have time to finish the remaining rice dumplings, so we'll take them with us." "Oh." Icklain, though puzzled, took a bite of the green dumpling. A hint of bitterness greeted him, yet the filling was sweet, followed by a refreshing fragrance that was hard to describe. But he found it quite delectable. "This place closes at a set time, and even if we haven't finished our meal, we must leave. It's strange, a few years ago, people would grumble, but they've gradually gotten used to it, much like they've become accustomed to Oldley," Chiffon elaborated. He quickly packed up the leftover sweet rice dumplings, paid the bill, and then turned to lead Icklain away. "Ah, there are few wizards, yet each one is a peculiar character," Chiffon remarked. "This is truly delicious," Icklain stated, not bothered by the earlier incident, earnestly regarding the green dumpling. "After indulging in English cuisine, my palate has nearly dulled. It's been ages since I've savored such distinctive desserts and breakfasts." "As long as you enjoy it," Chiffon smiled, and then hesitantly asked, "Would you mind if I added some embellishments to your clothing? My transfiguration skills are rather rudimentary." "Not at all. Feel free," Icklain replied. Chiffon produced his wand and murmured incantations, and soon Icklain's black shirt bore an exquisite embroidery. A corner of the garment was adorned with silver threads intricately woven to depict several bamboo shoots, while the fabric itself transformed, taking on a pearlescent quality that shimmered with silver patterns, where simple strokes formed cloud motifs. "Your transfiguration is quite impressive, although I am not a professional teacher. I find it remarkable," Icklain praised as he examined his shirt. "Really?" Chiffon scratched his head sheepishly. "There isn't much to enjoy in the morning. Shall we head to the inn?" Icklain nodded and followed closely behind. "Hey, Chiffon, where did you find this young lad?" A girl in a red cheap house seated at the reception counter leaned forward, smiling as she rested her chin in her palm, gazing at Icklain. "He's not a stray. He's a guest, a visitor of the minister," Chiffon clarified, which piqued the girl's interest further as her eyebrows arched. "A guest of Minister Lu? Not a local then? An outsider?" she inquired. "This is my friend and also the owner of this inn, Lin Wan," Chiffon introduced in English. "Ah, I guessed correctly. Stop teasing him. He doesn't understand your flowery language. Please be considerate and use your rudimentary English to communicate," Chiffon said as he turned toward the stairs. "I have some matters to attend to. The guests are in your care. Though I may not speak your flowery tongue, I can communicate with you this way. Would that be acceptable?" Icklain spoke using the mind-reading spell. "What kind of magic is this?" Lin Wan asked. "An advanced form of magic. An upgraded version of mind-reading," Icklain explained. Come. Business is a bit slow today," Not many patrons around. Come sit at the back, and you can teach me. Lin Wanwan eagerly beckoned. Icklain, unsure how to refuse such an enthusiastic person, reluctantly followed her to the backyard. There, a small pond housed several koi fish, adorned with a miniature rockery for decoration and water exchange. They settled by a stone table beneath a fruit tree, which Icklain recognized by the green fruits it bore. Facing the girl's eager desire to learn, he patiently instructed her, and Lin Wanwan attentively absorbed his teachings. Brother, your understanding of magic is so profound. You might as well teach students. Lin Wanwan exclaimed. This way, more wizards could master additional spells. Icklain paused, considering this unexpected path. Yet, her suggestion indeed held merit. In this area, the population was sparse, and records of magic had been largely destroyed. If he were to document some commonly used, safe spells and teach them, perhaps this community of wizards would have a chance to thrive and not diminish or become extinct. Icklain lowered his head in contemplation. Oh, I was just speaking casually. If you don't wish to listen, that would be just fine. Lin Wanwan hastily waved her hand. I'm quite willing, Sister Lin. I actually believe your suggestion is splendid. Icklain replied with a smile. When Chi Fan finished his tasks and arrived in the backyard, he found Lin Wanwan, deeply engrossed in braiding the hair of a dark-haired boy, her expression serious and unyielding. Meanwhile, Icklain sat obediently on a stone bench. Braid hair? What on earth? Chi Fan exclaimed, utterly alarmed. This is a guest of the minister. He specifically instructed me to take good care of this guest. Oh no, what is Lin Wanwan doing? Sister Icklain murmured softly in the few Chinese phrases she had just learned, but I'm a boy. Please don't touch. Just a moment, Lin Wanwan replied, her focus unwavering. Icklain closed his eyes in despair, adhering to the saying that what one does not see, one does not grieve over. Lin Wanwan, what on earth are you doing? Chi Fan questioned, his fear palpable, worried that the minister, that imposing figure, might eliminate him with a mere glance. Or perhaps throw him off the summit of Mount Everest. I have so many places I still wish to explore. There are countless delectable dishes I have yet to taste. I haven't even laid eyes on Big Ben in England. Be quiet, Lin Wanwan retorted. This is a guest. Your behavior. Chi Fan paused. Noticing Lin Wanwan's impressive braiding skills, the end of Icklain's long wolf tail was adorned with two twisted braids tied with red string. The originally simple attire was now accentuated beautifully by the vibrant ribbons. What are you all making such a fuss about? Lin Wanwan shot him a glare before signaling for Icklain to stand, circling him to examine closely. Sister Lin, no matter how much you look at me, you won't find anything particularly special, Icklain remarked helplessly, continuing with his mental imaging. Well, you are indeed quite handsome. Just look at that face of yours. I'm envious. Lin Wanwan said, pinching Icklain's cheeks with both hands. Ouch. Icklain's words were cut short by a cough from a distance. Lu Tao stood not far from them, observing the scene with confusion. If his memory had not faded, this should be the guest brought back in the early morning. A distinguished visitor possessing extensive knowledge of future magical practices. What is happening here? Lu Tao cleared his throat, attempting to mask his growing unease. Mr. Greenleto, could you please head upstairs and wait for me for a moment? I have matters to discuss with the two individuals accompanying you. Oh, certainly, Icklain replied, momentarily taken aback. Why did Lu Tao move so silently? And how could he recognize his transformation spell with just a glance? Clearly, his abilities were not to be trifled with. However, he dismissed the thought, smiled at Lu Tao, and returned to his room. On the small table inside, a contract awaited, and Icklain took a seat on a low stool. Diligently reading. There was much to fill out, yet he had to admit the contract was thorough and well-crafted. It required Scamander's verification, which he possessed, along with his signature and a plethora of intricate stipulations. Lu Tao arrived swiftly. The two briefly reviewed the contract before concluding their meeting. Now left only to await the arrival of a quality dragon egg. The timeline was uncertain, perhaps 3 days, 5 days, or a week. Lu Tao generously offered to let him stay until all matters were resolved, covering all expenses in the meantime. Although Icklain expressed reluctance to impose, Lu Tao firmly rejected his objections, evidently still irked by Lin Wanwan and the others' earlier antics, and departed without awaiting Icklain's response. Icklain thought, TSK, Easterners can be rather obstinate. As Icklain descended the stairs, he noticed Chi Fan glaring furiously at Lin Wanwan. Is something the matter? He inquired in a thick London accent. Nothing much. Chi Fan replied nonchalantly, shifting his gaze from Lin Wanwan. How did your conversation with the minister go? Quite well. 3 days, 5 days, or a week. All are possibilities. So our departure remains undecided, Icklain shrugged. Then let us savor this time together. If you wish, I can accompany you to explore the upper levels. The lives of ordinary people can be quite fascinating, Chi Fan suggested, receiving a warm smile from Icklain in return. I will. But I still have some matters to attend to, so I shall head to my room for now. Very well, Chief Fan said, watching Icklain leave. From afternoon until evening, Icklain was industrious, jotting down every spell that came to mind and ensuring he could decipher his own handwriting. He documented the methods for casting spells, important considerations, and even compiled a list of healing potions, detailing their preparation and the required herbs. Merlin knows what folly had overcome him. Writing so diligently, he had never been this meticulous even with his thesis for Snape. By 8 in the evening, illuminated by the candlelight, he completed his notes on the cultivation of bubble beans and set down his quill. A few drops of wax trickled down the candle's body, the candlestick accumulating hardened wax, slightly overflowing and resembling the icicles hanging from eaves in winter, each with its unique shape. Icklain gazed at the flickering candlelight, his mind wandering, a rare occurrence for him. He must have been tired, so to avoid Chief Fan seeking him out, he left a note suspended outside his door and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. That night, thanks to the soothing aroma, he enjoyed a deep, restful sleep, more comfortable than ever before. When he awoke, it was already quite late. Icklain sat up, instinctively tugged at his blanket, and, still with his eyes closed, got out of bed to wash his face. Today held no particular plans, and he had no desire to visit the Muggle world, primarily because of his inability to speak Chinese. Relying on mental imaging felt rather impolite. Additionally, he believed immersing himself in the lifestyle of Eastern wizards was far more significant. After changing his clothes, he picked up the leftover sweet rice dumplings from the previous day on the small table, briefly heated them with a spell, and took a bite. Inside were tender pork and some pickled vegetables, accompanied by a few pieces of fried dough. The taste was delightful. The box still contained 2 white pastries, which he decided to take along. As he descended the stairs, he stealthily exited the inn without greeting Lin Wanwan. The midday sun blazed brightly, and the late June heat was stifling. Fortunately, the underground remained relatively cool, albeit a bit stuffy. He wandered aimlessly towards the residential area, observing people shopping and dining in groups, their leisurely pace bringing warmth to Icklain's heart, though he felt slightly drowsy. He settled onto a wooden bench, subconsciously sensing the safety and tranquility of the place, placing the pastry box beside him, crossing his arms, and drifting off to sleep. The warm sunlight enveloped him, and he slept soundly. When he awoke again, it was already evening. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and instinctively turned around, only to find someone sitting beside him. Icklain shifted cautiously away, and once his vision focused, he recognized the visitor and relaxed somewhat. It was Oldley, with a single hand resting upon his cane. He had lowered his head and succumbed to slumber. Icklain, moving with utmost delicacy, rose to his feet, mindful not to disturb the elderly gentleman beside him. He tiptoed away from the chair, exhaling a sigh of relief as he believed he had successfully departed the scene. However, Oldley spoke up. An Englishman, is it? Oh, I apologize for disturbing you, Icklain hurriedly expressed, uncertain whether the man before him could comprehend English. He bowed slightly, gesturing his contrition. Those who speak English are not all Englishmen, Oldley rasped, his voice sending a wave of apprehension through Icklain, who was astonished to realize he could understand him. Wait a moment. He is indeed speaking English. Do you speak English? Icklain ventured cautiously. I learned it in my youth. Oh, I see. Icklain cleared his throat. I am British, or more accurately, of mixed British and German descent. I apologize for intruding upon your rest. Your belongings. Oldley indicated the box of pastries left on the chair, then added, next time, do not leave them outside. The world is not as beautiful as you might imagine. It is merely safer than your own. It then dawned on Icklain that he had forgotten to take the pastry box. He expressed his gratitude while bowing again. Enough of this. You make me feel as if I'm leaving. Take your things and be on your way, Oldley replied, also rising with the aid of his cane. Is that the box you've been watching over all afternoon? Icklain inquired tentatively. You are a guest of that Lu Tao fellow. If your belongings were to be lost here, it would reflect poorly on him. Do not overthink it. Is there anything else? Oldley's left eye twitched for reasons unknown. No, that is all. How is your eye? Icklain offered. Is it an old ailment? I ought to express my gratitude for your watchfulness. No need for that, Oldley retorted decisively, turning away. What a troublesome old man, Icklain mused. Time was slipping away, and as he gazed in the direction Oldley had departed, he sighed, suddenly recalling something. He stepped into a herbal shop, procured a few items, and returned to the inn. Ascending the stairs, he rummaged through his luggage to retrieve a small cauldron he carried with him and began to concoct a potion. If it were indeed an old ailment, this potion would only serve to alleviate the symptoms. Though its efficacy was limited, it was a gesture of goodwill nonetheless. Holding the small vial, he ventured out from the inn once more. On the way, he managed to acquire some tea leaves, grateful that the shopkeeper understood his gestures. Although the man mistook him for a mute, he still managed to obtain the desired information. He also bought some dried fish, intending to bring it back for Chongli, and inquired about Oldley's address. The fish vendor appeared somewhat taken aback, as who would seek out a curmudgeonly old man. Moreover, the individual before him was a mere mute. Nevertheless, the shopkeeper provided the address and even accompanied Icklain outside, pointing him in the right direction. Icklain bowed in thanks and cheerfully followed the indicated path toward Old Lee's residence. Yet upon reaching the doorstep, he hesitated, refraining from knocking. Instead, he placed the items on the ground, left a note, cast a simple spell, and departed. Icklain admitted to himself that he had acted cowardly. Upon returning to the inn, he cast a disillusionment charm and quietly ascended to his room, where he noticed a takeout box resting on the outer cabinet. The neat handwriting on it bore the name Chief Fan. He carried the box into his room, discovering it contained a portion of tomato and scrambled egg rice, delightfully tangy, and even included a spoon for convenience. After finishing his meal, he organized the notes he had written, a modest 54 sheets of parchment, carefully packaged. He intended to present them to Lu Tao and the others before his departure. Once that task was completed, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. He wandered to the window, pushed open the intricately carved wooden frame, inhaling the fresh air while gazing at the night sky. Meow? Icklain turned in surprise to his right, where a white cat sat with its head cocked, staring at him. He tilted his head in return, locking eyes with the feline. The cat wore a red collar adorned with a golden bell, blinking its blue eyes as it scrutinized Icklain. Then, with its tail held high, it approached and affectionately rubbed against the hand he had resting on the window sill. Icklain was momentarily taken aback by the cat's boldness. Once he confirmed that this white cat was not some animagus, he relaxed his guard. He had no desire to witness a cat transforming into a human before him. One foolish dog was quite enough. Seeing that he had lowered his defenses, the white cat unceremoniously leaped into Icklain's room. When he turned back, the cat was already circling his suitcase, evidently drawn by the scent of the dried fish he had just purchased. He chuckled resignedly and stepped forward, giving the cat a gentle pat on the head. He took out a few pieces of fish, playfully teasing the little creature. Ultimately, he divided some into a cloth pouch, signaling for the cat to take it to enjoy. The white cat seemed to grasp his intention, meowing its thanks before carrying the pouch away from the windowsill. Icklain watched the little white cat's retreating figure, smiling. It seemed he would need to procure more dried fish tomorrow. If Chongli saw that he had only brought back half a pouch, he might suspect him of having other distractions while away. A month passed without any news regarding the dragon egg, and Icklain began to doubt whether he had been deceived. That night, he went to bed with a sense of frustration, struggling to find restful sleep. At 3 a.m, there was a knock at his door, and he sat up irritably to find Lu Tao and Chief Fan standing outside his room. Chief Fan held a square box in his hands. Icklain could sense a pulse of life emanating from within, accompanied by a potent surge of magical energy. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but it appears the Chinese fireball dragon egg is about to hatch. I thought it best to entrust it to you, a professional, for examination, Lu Tao explained. We take full responsibility for not calculating the date properly, and for interrupting your rest. Icklain's irritation dissipated instantly. Oh no, you haven't disturbed me at all. In fact, I have yet to sleep. Please, allow me to examine the dragon egg, he replied, accepting the box and gesturing for Lu Tao and Chief Fan to enter. He first sensed the life signs within, confirming that it was still alive. Then, he cast a warming spell on the exterior of the box to maintain a stable temperature. There's nothing seriously amiss. It's merely a bit too cold. No other issues, he reported, which visibly relieved Lu Tao and Chief Fan, who again offered their apologies. Icklain shook his head vigorously, feeling as though he was shaking his head at a speed rivaling that of a Muggle helicopter's rotor blades. Just as Lu Tao and Chief Fan were about to leave, Icklain suddenly called out to them. He retrieved a collection of teaching materials and unpublished manuscripts from Newt that he had prepared over the past month, handing them to Lu Tao. This is a token of my gratitude. Since the dragon egg has arrived, it seems I should take my leave as well, Icklain stated. I will arrange for a flight at dawn. Let us handle the flight arrangements. As for these gifts, I can only accept the previously agreed upon manuscripts. I cannot accept anything beyond that, Lu Tao responded, but was interrupted by Icklain. Come now, it's a matter of reciprocity, and there will be many opportunities for collaboration in the future. Please accept it, Icklain insisted. After a moment's pause, Lu Tao relented, nodding in agreement before departing. Upon hearing that Icklain was set to leave, Chief Fan quickly produced a gift he had prepared, presenting it with a smile. This is a little communicator for ordinary folks. I thought it was rather interesting, so I brought you one, but I didn't expect you to be leaving so soon. Oh, thank you. Icklain replied gratefully as he accepted the gift. Do make sure to visit the East again, Chief Fan urged. Certainly, and you must come to visit us as well. Icklain replied, affirming their exchange. Absolutely, Chief Fan assured him, sealing their newfound friendship. By the way, Icrian suddenly remarked, where did you purchase the aromatherapy? I wish to take some back for my father, As his sleep quality is rather poor, I believe this could be beneficial. I shall go buy it right away. Do not rush, it can be done before boarding the plane. Thus, Icrian boarded the aircraft laden with an array of gifts, the little device being activated mid-flight. Throughout the journey, he perused the manual, fiddling with the small tin box. As Icrian had stated, he indeed returned 1 week prior to the holiday. Extra 2, a significant event. November 15th, Friday. As usual, I was idly browsing in the reader group until a fellow member sent a message. Having seen a character design named Icrian on a certain platform, inquiring if it was indeed me. She sent a screenshot. Upon opening the image, I was struck by how closely the character's design mirrored my own IL. While it is true that there are many self-created designs within the Blood Pact, leading to the possibility of similar names, this was outrageous. Who on earth names their pet a sea eagle and calls it Chongli? How could they so carelessly appropriate my son without a proper explanation? I can no longer tolerate this. Have I been too gentle, too accommodating? Leading you all to perceive me as weak and to treat me with such disdain? To casually take my son and replicate him? What difference is there from human trafficking? Here are some details from the character's design. Name, Icrian Albus Grindelwald. Nickname, IL. Only Dumbledore uses this. Gender, male. Blood status, pure blood, Grindelwald family. Blood type, O, the universal donor. Birthday, July 13th, 1945, the day the Blood Pact was formed. Reborn on July 13th, 1980. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. House, Slytherin. Attire, prefers a black trench coat with a matching black shirt, leather boots, and dons a leather glove on his right hand as it is his dominant hand. Residence, Nurmingard. Austria. Personality, appears harmless, always wearing a friendly smile, yet possesses the same talent for persuasion as Grindelwald. Exhibits irritability when awakened, often retaliating with a pillow. Role, the new heir of the Death Eaters. Appearance, inherited Dumbledore's crimson hair and Grindelwald's heterochromatic eyes. Father, Gellert Grindelwald. Mother, Albus Dumbledore. Academic performance, all subjects except Muggle studies are graded O. Favorite food, sweets, particularly the honey sticks from Duke Honey. Sleep patterns, can sometimes go 5 days without sleep. And when he does sleep, it can last for 2 days. Hobbies, cello, piano, skilled in various instruments. Dislikes, noisy occasions, disturbances during sleep, and theft of his sweets. Pet, Chongli, a sea eagle. Patronus, Phoenix. Boggart, the scene of the Blood Pact shattering. Eris Mirror, the Grindelwald family emblem features 2 capital G's alongside the Deathly Hallows symbol. Polyjuice potion, pink in color, with a rose scent, tasting like honey due to his fondness for honey sticks. Best friend, Albert Leofric Avery. Favorite professor, Severus Snape. Though not particularly fond, he often sneaks into his office to pilfer potion ingredients. Extra 3. What to do when IL passes away and encounters 10 yuan. As the title suggests, Icrian fades away amidst the morning mist and the embrace of his fathers, the light of dawn offering him a fleeting warmth in his final moments. He must be dead, right? Where exactly is this place? Hello? Icrian attempted to inquire aloud. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness. The sole illumination emanating from the fireplace before the shadowy figure, yet the figure did not turn. The identity of the individual remained obscured, despite his vigilance. Icrian felt an inexplicable sense of non-hostility from this silhouette, prompting him to tentatively inquire once more, hello? Would you care for some tea? After what felt like an eternity, the figure finally spoke. No need for that. Thank you. Icrian cautiously declined. Please, have a seat. The figure gestured toward an adjacent armchair, speaking softly. Icrian remained motionless. Utterly perplexed by this individual's intentions, any hasty actions could expose him to further vulnerabilities. He had indeed died moments ago, yet the sensations felt no different from being alive. If this were the afterlife, should he not be greeted by a gray area? Was the absence of the Grim Reaper due to this individual intercepting him? Sit, Illinois, relax. I understand your wariness and questions. The figure finally moved, having stood there for what felt like an eternity. Icrian had begun to suspect he was merely a puppet or a statue. But let us set those matters aside for now. Let us quietly warm ourselves. The voice, somewhat hoarse, betrayed no specific age. Instinctively, Icrian yearned to delve deeper into the identity of this person before him, yet he managed to restrain himself. Who am I? How do you know my name? Where exactly is this place? The figure appeared to smile, raising a hand to signal him to sit. Please, take a seat, Illinois. I can explain everything in due course. Caught between skepticism and curiosity, Icrian settled onto the plush sofa, finally catching a glimpse of the figure's profile. He appeared quite youthful, with chestnut hair kissed by the firelight, casting a reddish hue. A prominent nose adorned his face, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. If Icrian was not mistaken, the figure seemed to be smiling. Could you light a candle for me? The figure requested. I am rather lazy and would prefer not to ignite it slowly. It is quite time-consuming, you see. Our meeting is already a rare occurrence. Icrian raised his hand and, with a gentle wave, ignited the candles within the room, the wind carrying the flames until they returned to rest in his palm. Thank you. It was a mere trifle. As he spoke, Icrian maintained his position of igniting the candles, the gathered energy in his hand yet to dissipate. His gaze locked onto this figure, now fully visible, heightening his alertness. The individual, perceptive to Icrian's demeanor, turned to face him, tilting his head with a smile in his eyes. With brown eyes and an eastern visage. Though possessing the gaunt features typical of the East, his fair skin was misleadingly delicate. The silver watch on his wrist glistened brilliantly in the firelight. Clad in a fitted gray suit that accentuated his long legs, Icrian instinctively noted that the figure's hands tucked into his pockets seemed to be a deliberate pose. Have we met before? No, but perhaps we have long ago. You simply do not recall. The figure sighed as he settled across from Icrian, crossing his legs and placing his hands atop his knees. How should I address you? Or could you elaborate on our connection? Icrian regarded the individual, sensing a familiarity and instinctively uncrossing his legs. I am yours. Yours in what regard? I am your father. Icrian, do not rush to astonishment, nor deny your previous experiences. I am willing to provide any proof you desire. Icklain suddenly rose to his feet, his expression serious as he declared, I believe there is no need for further conversation. I do not have the luxury of time to engage in such frivolous banter with you. If that is the case, then I shall take my leave, Icklain. The individual called out his name. Ah, I truly am your father, he jested. No, my child, do not doubt it. Look at me. Do I not strike you as somewhat familiar? What a coincidence. I already have two fathers, and adding another would surely drive me to madness. Icklain gazed at the man before him, who stood with exaggerated gestures, and indeed found a certain resemblance between them. Similar, are we? You appear quite youthful. I might well be old enough to be your grandfather. Rest assured, I am significantly older than you. The man cleared his throat and began to ramble nonsensically. I am already 5,000 years old. Do not doubt me. You know Wu Zetian, right? I am a friend of her daughter's son, master's brother's acquaintance. I, along with Mr. Su, am a disciple of Judge D. Thus, I am related to the daughter of Wu Zetian's son. Furthermore, I have a connection to a tavern owner. His godson is my own son, who is the great-uncle's niece's cousin's stepson's adoptive father's distant cousin's dog's former owner's college roommate's first love's current husband's father's biological son. Indeed, that is his father. Icklain couldn't help but feel that the man before him was somewhat lacking in intellect. It seemed he had twisted himself into a convoluted narrative. What exactly do you want from me? I am not in the mood for familial revelations or riddles. As you can see, I possess no magic. So it would be wise to lower your guard, Illinois, Icklain, little e, comrade. I am not jesting, sir. My time is limited. I am also not jesting, Illinois. I truly am your father, mother, or perhaps it is more fitting to say the one who brought you into existence. He glanced at his wristwatch. I have indeed squandered too much time on emotional musings. Perhaps we should conclude this meeting for now. Icklain observed as the man removed his watch and handed it to him, speaking leisurely. I know you have yet to compose yourself, but time is indeed of the essence. Go, attend to your responsibilities. Perhaps we shall meet again. When you venture to the east, do not forget to seek out the tavern owner's godson, who is also my son. Remember to have some fun, little e. The man's playful demeanor left Icklain at a loss for words. The one who created him was, by all accounts, indeed his father? Take this watch. No, it appears quite valuable. I cannot accept it. Come now, what difference does value make between us? It is trivial. The man stood, grasped Icklain's hand, and pressed the silver timepiece into his palm. Keep this for now. I shall be sending you more gifts in the future. So await them. Icklain hesitated, about to return the watch, when the man nudged him toward the door. Go, my son, and persevere. I believe in you. Such a brief statement, and yet it muddled the generational hierarchy considerably. When Icklain turned back, the man had already vanished, left with no choice. Icklain accepted the watch and shifted his gaze back to the darkness outside, grasping the doorknob and stepping into the inky abyss. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.